I was selected into the abacus and mental arithmetic team when I was 9 years old. 10 years later, he became a major at the battalion level. Everyone says I am the seed of a star. I even thought I would stay in the military for the rest of my life. But I enrolled in Shanghai Conservatory of Music with an admission letter. All this is because I awakened the system, but the condition requires him to leave the army and go to college. Otherwise, if the conditions fail, the player will be killed. Gu Linfeng came to the Shanghai Conservatory of Music where his girlfriend was. Who knew that just as I arrived at the gate of the music college, my girlfriend cheated on me? Not only did I beat up the young man on the spot, I also beat down the school police who were called. I made the bad girl cry in public, and was even mocked as a dog licker. This behavior has aroused speculation from countless classmates. The students around me have never seen me enter a prestigious school like this. The bad girl panicked, the rich second generation broke down, and even the school police were taught a lesson by my punch. I just want everyone to know that an orphan like me can also turn the tables. At this time, there was a lot of traffic and noise in front of the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. Ding, the host has arrived at the target school, the system is officially turned on. The mechanical voice in my mind sounded without warning. You damn dog system, you're bothering me again. Thought I was lucky because of the gorgeous crib. As a result, when I opened my eyes, I fell from Rome into the tomato orphanage. I have never seen my parents. All I have is the pendant with the word "Gu" engraved on it around my neck. I thought I would be a genius after my rebirth, but I couldn't even remember the complete novels of my previous life. What he wrote was all a series of accounts like those written by House Ho Tao and A Bing. I worked my way up from a digital soldier to a special forces soldier, and it was all thanks to my hard work. Ding ding ding, a phone call came in, it was the old boss that I was most afraid of. You're in school, brat. Why do you have to change jobs? The person on the other end of the phone was the military district commander Sun Dongsheng, my guide in the army. Commander, please respect my choice. I stood in front of the door. Even though I had taken off my military uniform, the military spirit in my bones remained. Humph, if you have the guts, don't come back. But as long as I'm still in the military district, you can return to the team at any time. Thank you, Chief. Also, be careful not to be deceived by vixens in your school. The old man's words left me speechless for a moment. After hanging up the phone, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Indeed, after 19 years, I also want to taste another flavor of life. But the cold figure in my mind made me smile a little bitterly. I took out my phone, opened the chat box of Lu Qianran, and sent a long-lost greeting. Where are you? I have a surprise for you. The last time we contacted each other was half a month ago. She was admitted to the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. We grew up together in an orphanage, and that is my only obsession. With my qualifications, I can definitely be admitted to a prestigious university as an exception. But I just want to accompany her on the rest of the journey. Classmate, where is the registration for freshmen? I asked a passing girl with a smile. The other party frowned, seeming to be dissatisfied with my military uniform. Following the instructions, I walked towards the registration area, only to see a familiar and dazzling figure. Xian Ran. She was nestling in the arms of a greasy-faced boy. The man was wearing designer clothes, was not tall, but had an extremely gloomy look in his eyes. Brother Junjie, thank you for helping me register. She spoke softly and smiled as beautifully as a flower, as if she had become a different person. I stood there, as if I had been hit by a heavy blow. You are my suitor. Ha! I walked closer and sneered. You are really a bitch. My voice was calm, but I couldn't suppress the anger boiling inside me. That man, Zhang Junjie, looked at me suspiciously, but Lu Qianran was crying. Brother Junjie, I gave you my most precious things. He is just a pursuer, and he is the one who is pestering me. As she spoke, she acted coquettishly, as if the sweet tone just now had never existed. Watching them trying to warm each other up, I felt hopeless, but the corners of my mouth curled up. She has a red mole on the left side of her butt, did you know that? Zhang Junjie's face changed instantly after hearing this. Lu Qianran also turned pale as if struck by lightning. How do you know so much? I sneered and said nothing, but Zhang Junjie was so angry that he was shaking all over and rushed towards me with his fists. Pa! A slap was thrown over, And Zhang Junjie froze. You dare to hit me? You were the first to strike. So many people present can testify to that. I responded calmly. Sure enough, many freshmen stood up to testify for me, and the situation began to turn in my favor. Zhang Junjie was so angry that he looked around for the security guard and called for help. He looked ridiculous. At this time, several security guards hurried over. Who called the security guard? Fuck you. Zhang Junjie covered his face. Seeing this, the security captain Li Fugue approached respectfully and said, Master Zhang, what do you want me to do? What are you still standing there for? Get rid of that guy for me. I stood aside with my hands in my pockets, just like watching a monkey show. Li Fugue knew that there were students recording the video at the scene, and was thinking about how to help Zhang Junjie find a place to do so. As a result, before he could take any action, the surrounding students became excited. What right do you have to arrest people? It was obviously Zhang Junjie who started it first. If you dare to engage in selective enforcement, I will upload the video directly. Li Fugue was suddenly in a dilemma, his face darkened, and his mind was working rapidly. He lowered his head and said to Zhang Junjie, Mr. Zhang, how about you also go and cooperate? Waste. Zhang Junjie knew that continuing the fuss would only make him more embarrassed. He seemed to remember something, this kid is not a student. It's not against the law to arrest outsiders, right? Li Fugue cooperated faster than anyone else, that's right. If you are not a student, you cannot enter the campus. Their actions made me laugh. I took out my acceptance letter and said, I just got discharged from the military, and this is my acceptance letter. Li Fugue stared at the notice, his face turning pale and blue. Zhang Junjie was relentless, who knows if it's real or not. Hit me. After saying that, he actually kicked Li Fugue from behind, he was simply desperate. Li Fugue was also filled with anger, and he gave an order, everyone, come on. I put the notice away and said, since you can't reason with me, I can only teach you how to behave. A few seconds later, 4 or 5 security guards were lying on the ground wailing, and the scene was deathly silent. Zhang Junjie stood there, his whole body frozen. He didn't even see how I made the move, he just saw the security guards fall down. Li Fugue was so scared that he ran away without even caring about Zhang Junjie. I walked over to Zhang Junjie and patted his face, take your time, take over. After saying that, I turned and left, leaving him standing there alone. I will come back. He gritted his teeth, hatred written all over his face. The students watching behind him suddenly burst into cheers, and some even uploaded the video to Chiba. The camouflage boy angrily beat up the security guard. Was it a just punch or out-of-control violence? The love rival comes to visit, and the young man flips out on the spot, shocking the campus. The forum exploded instantly and my name quickly became a hot search keyword. Some people call me Dog Licker Brother, and some people call me Violent Brother. Anyway, I am very popular. In order to prevent Zhang Junjie from taking revenge, I called Sun Dongsheng. What's wrong, kid? You're causing trouble right after you left. I briefly reported the situation, but he only asked, did you win? I couldn't help but laugh, I only used 1/10 of my strength, I was afraid of killing them. Well done. Lao Sun smiled. I'll send you a number. If you need anything, contact him and mention my name. After I hung up the phone, a text message arrived. It seems that the background still needs to be stable. Then, I came to the new student registration point. Senior, I'm here to register. I handed over the admission letter. When the other party saw me, his eyes widened. Gulin phone. Do you have a girlfriend? Please help me to complete the formalities as soon as possible. I tried to ignore the light in her eyes. After a few minutes, I rejected her implicit invitation and fled away. Check your bank card balance while walking. I paid 15,999 yuan for tuition, and only 520 yuan was left in my card. I suddenly felt sad. I am a battalion commander, but this is the only savings I have left after retiring from the army. If you think about it carefully, transferring 500,000 yuan to Lu Qianran is simply feeding the dog. The word suck up is really ironic, but I should say wolf warrior, which has more military flavor. Just as I was feeling depressed, a familiar voice sounded in my mind. Congratulations to the host, mission completed, system activation in progress. I looked up suddenly and a progress bar appeared in front of me. At the same time, a message popped up on the phone. It was Lu Qianran. You misunderstood, things are not what you see. She still has the nerve to contact me. I replied, don't explain, just give me back all the money I gave you. She refused to give in, you did it voluntarily. Money transfers between lovers have no legal effect. I was so angry that I was shaking all over and almost crushed my phone. The most heartbreaking thing is her last sentence, I have always regarded you as my brother. Oh, the kind of brother you can sleep with? You are amazing. I typed a few hundred words of insults and just clicked send, but found that I was blocked. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? As soon as the voice fell, the system prompt sounded. The sign-in system has been turned on. Do you want to start signing in today? Sign in. Congratulations on obtaining the gene enhancement potion. The system introduced that this medicine can repair genetic defects and allow the body to reach human limits. I immediately returned to the dormitory and drank the potion in one gulp while no one was around. At first I didn't feel anything and I even laughed at the novel for being too exaggerated. Unexpectedly, a few seconds later, I felt a sharp pain and passed out. When I woke up again, I was covered in black mud and smelled pungent, as if I had changed my skin. After washing, I stood in front of the mirror and could hardly recognize myself. He has a handsome face, a huge height, a slim body, and 8-pack abs. This is so handsome, I want to kiss myself. Just after I finished taking a shower and changing my clothes, I heard my roommate Su Zhihui exclaim, hurry up and check the forum, it's exploded. What's going on? Zhao Long came over curiously. This title, Charge for Love, single-handedly challenged the security guard, guess who it is? Let me see if there are any familiar faces on the screen. Zhao Long stared at the video carefully. Does this skill look like the 18 hands of the Black Dragon? Don't scare me. Isn't that a cruel trick that is banned by the army? Yu Ximing came over and said. I'm not kidding, this move is incomparable to military boxing. I couldn't help but laugh. Who said military boxing is useless? Can you take more than 30 swords? Although only my back was shown in the video, my roommates obviously did not intend to miss any clues. Wait, that back view, old Gu, could it be you? Su Zhihui frowned. Zhao Long immediately jumped up, fuck, it's really you. Gu Linfeng. I wanted to explain, but I inexplicably enjoyed the admiration in the eyes of these guys. If anyone dares to mess with our dormitory 102 in the future, I will be the first to deal with him. Su Zhihui shouted, patting his chest. It's indeed me in the video, I smiled, but you have to keep it a secret for me. As soon as I finished speaking, Zhao Long was stunned. No, you were all black just now, how come you turned white after taking a bath? What do you use to wash? A whitening magic tool. Yu Ximing stared at me. I pointed to the restroom and said, I guess they rubbed off the dirt. You know the environment in our army. Only then did they let me go and surrounded me, asking questions about the army. I half seriously said, I am the king of special forces. I can defeat an entire platoon by myself. Zhao Long immediately set a flag, if you are really a soldier king, I will stand on my head and eat shit. Brother Gu, we have been wandering for half our lives, and we would like to have you as our foster father. Su Zhihui and Yu Ximing fell to their knees, and I almost squirted out water. After laughing for a while, they tacitly agreed not to mention the girl in the video again. Maybe they know that I haven't gotten over that relationship yet, but they are just being stubborn. At this time, Zhao Long's cell phone rang, and he shouted excitedly, the instructor notified us to pick up our military training uniforms. Mr. Gu, you haven't joined the group yet? Come, I'll add you in. Zhao Long quickly pulled me into the class group. As soon as I entered the group, a message from Counselor Su Su popped up, her tone was so serious. Military training will start the day after tomorrow. No one is allowed to ask for leave. Violators will have their credits deducted. As a result, the following people immediately went wild. I am having my period, can the instructor ask for leave? Su Su was confused, what is uncle? I couldn't help but interject, Counselor, what I mean is that the boy has hemorrhoids. Su Su almost choked on the water and kept saying that I was so good at talking. She dug out my information and the more she looked at it, the more confused she became. No college entrance examination record. You joined the army at the age of 9. The more she thought about it, the more curious she became, and she murmured, "Man, you've aroused my interest." Soon, our dormitory arrived at the multimedia classroom and were surrounded by girls as soon as we entered the door. "Ah, who is this? He's so handsome. I declare that from today on, he is my only idol." Zhao Long and the others wanted to pull me away from them, and they were so jealous that their teeth were itching. I walked straight to Su Su and said, "Hello, I wear size 185 and my shoes are size 42. Su Su was stunned for a moment, her eyes seemed to be electrocuted. You are Gu Linfeng?" "Yes." Her hands trembled as she turned over his clothes. "Oh my god, he's 10 times more handsome than in the photo. Are you willing to serve as the temporary squad leader for military training?" I looked at her. She was about 1.7 meters tall, with long black straight shawl and smart clothes. She's the kind of goddess that you really want to mess with, but you don't dare to touch. But I just responded calmly, "Sorry, I'm not interested." These words made the classroom quiet instantly, and Su Su's expression froze. I walked out of the classroom and unexpectedly ran into Lu Qianran. "You're still following me?" She was furious and her voice was sharp. The whole class's eyes were immediately focused on us. "Didn't you say you loved me? Why do you treat me like this?" My tone was calm, but the tenderness in my eyes was no longer there. "It's over between us a long time ago." She sneered, "You're an orphan, and you dare to compete with me? I retired from the army for you. And you? You turned around and threw yourself into the arms of someone else. What do I want from Zhang Junjie?" "Of course it's true love," she said confidently. I chuckled. "You still love him even though he's only 1.5 meters tall? Are you after the balance in his card? Stop talking nonsense. I will never return the 500,000 to you," she yelled. I said, "Pay me back." I raised my phone and showed the transfer record. "If you don't return it, I will post this record on the forum." She was so angry that her face turned blue, but she didn't dare to continue to fight back. She could only grit her teeth and whisper, "You are so cruel." Looking at her defeated yet unwilling look, I just felt extremely happy. It is really a pleasant thing to angrily criticize a bad woman. The classroom was once again filled with discussions. "Oh my god, did Gu Linfeng really transfer 500,000? Lu Qianran is using the latest iPhone, and he is still using a mobile phone. What a difference. I'm going to record it and post it on a video platform. Let the whole internet see the face of a scumbag." Lu Qianran's face was extremely ugly. She pointed at the girl holding the phone. "Who asked you to take the video? Delete it immediately. I was sick a while ago and he lent me money for my treatment." The lies came out of her mouth so easily that I no longer had any interest in exposing her. Seeing this, Su Su said, "We are all classmates, don't make things too awkward, delete the video." Under the counselor's face pressure, the girl reluctantly put down her phone. A few minutes later, a bank text message popped up on my phone. "Your account has received a transfer of 500,000 yuan, and the current balance is 500,520 yuan. Gu Linfeng, from now on we owe each other nothing." Lu Qianran left in her high heels without looking back. "Wait, did I let you go?" I asked and she paused. Zhang Long understood what she meant and reached out to block her way. "What do you mean? I've already paid you back, what else do you want? You want interest? It really shows how stingy you are." I pointed at her and sneered, "Stingy? The Chanel you are wearing now was bought by me last month. Take it off. The LV on my feet is also a limited edition worth 19,000 yuan. Please return it as well." At that moment, I truly realized how much I had given to this woman in the past year. Lu Qianran suddenly looked around and said, "Sisters, this kind of man is too scary. He is still asking for things after breaking up. He doesn't deserve true love at all." One stone caused 1,000 ripples, and the scene was immediately divided into two camps. One girl sneered, "It's really shabby to ask for a gift back after breaking up." There were also voices supporting me. "Since we agreed that we don't owe each other anything, of course we should return the items to their original owners." I didn't argue anymore, I just stared at her and said in a frighteningly calm voice. "This pair of shoes is 19,000 yuan, and that dress is 27,000 yuan. If you don't want her to pay it back, shouldn't you pay for her?" After saying that, I looked at the girl who had just advised me to be tolerant. Remember to bring a lightning rod when you go out next time. I'm afraid you'll be struck by lightning. The whole audience burst into laughter, even Zhang Long and the others laughed so hard that they fell on their seats. Lu Qianran took off her coat and threw it to the ground, then threw off her high heels and yelled. I'll give you everything. Just wait, Zhang Junjie won't let you go. Wait, don't leave your shoes behind. You want me to walk barefoot? Either you solve it yourself, or I'll help you solve it. She stamped her feet and threw out her shoes. I sneered, this garbage should also go into the trash can. After saying that, I tore my clothes into pieces and threw my shoes into the bucket next to me. This action directly tore her last bit of dignity to pieces. She held back her tears, put on the camouflage shoes handed to her by a girl, lowered her head and walked away quickly. I was about to leave when a well-dressed girl came up to me and said with a sweet smile. Gu Linfeng, are you single now? Do you want to get to know me? I frowned, I don't mind. Her face sank, tisk, no wonder you were dumped, you lick dog. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just as I was about to speak, another gentle voice came. Gu Linfeng, my name is Gao Xinrui, can you add me on Facebook? I turned around and saw that it was the girl who had been speaking for me just now. She was in a white dress with long hair and a clean smile. Of course. I smiled and nodded. At this time, other girls also rushed forward, and I was suddenly unable to resist. Gu Linfeng, add me in. You can't just add her, we are classmates. Brother Gu, please show me the Facebook QR code. I had no choice but to show the QR code. Zhang Long and the others were jealous, old Gu, you are living such a comfortable life. I didn't say much, just smiled. Su Su stood in the distance, looking at me being surrounded by so many people, and suddenly felt a little lost. He is a student, you can't let your imagination run wild, she reminded herself secretly. I added a few people on Facebook, then looked for an opportunity to get away, and fled the scene with my roommates. Why are you running? Shouldn't you strike while the iron is hot? Zhang Long asked me puzzled. Isn't it tiring to be a scumbag? I replied casually. But with your conditions, it would be a pity if you don't meet them. My heart moved slightly, maybe it's time to start over for myself. But I won't do anything rash. I want to give them a home. Them. Zhang Long's eyes widened. I smiled and said nothing, then turned and walked away. Come on, I'll treat you guys to hot pot today. Zhang Long, Su Zhihui and Yu Xinming followed immediately and left happily. At Lao Zhan's hot pot restaurant, I ordered a table of dishes and a case of beer. Cheers to our fate. I raised my glass. Cheers. Several people drank and laughed happily. However, this brief peace did not last long. Several uniformed police officers walked into the hot pot restaurant and their eyes eventually fell on me. I knew something was going to happen. I whispered, Zhang Long, write down this number. I didn't come back in half an hour, so I called you. What's going on? Zhang Long was stunned. Su Zhihui's eyes turned cold, it must be that couple who are causing trouble. As soon as I finished speaking, those people walked up to me. Are you Gu Linfeng? Yes. We suspect you of assault. Please cooperate with the investigation. I looked up at the man in the lead. His police ID number showed that he was the chief of the police station. Captain Wu, who did I hit? Don't you know the truth? I want to see who can take me away. Several police officers came forward to pull me, but found that I didn't move at all. This kid has practiced. Director Wu narrowed his eyes, and the next second, he reached behind his waist and pulled out a pistol. Come with us, or we'll teach you what regret is. The director named Wu Yuan sneered and pointed a gun at my forehead. I crossed my legs and smiled faintly, I robbed a bank. Or did you commit murder? You are very brave to point a gun at a student. Hey. You still dare to be stubborn? The last person who did this has grass 3 feet high on his grave. I picked up a piece of brain and shook it over the edge of the bowl. Many people around me turned pale. Zhang Long came over to persuade me, Lin Feng, go back with them first, don't just stand there. I nodded slightly, for my brother's sake, you can cooperate. Cuff him up. Wu Yuan snorted coldly, his face full of smugness. When I handcuffed him, I just reminded him, when you wear these handcuffs, you have to take responsibility. Wu Yuan didn't listen at all. He quickly drove away the students who were watching and threatened to delete the video. They pushed me into the police car, and Zhang Long and 2 others followed quietly. They understand what I mean and will act according to the planned plan. In the police car, Wu Yuan approached me and whispered through gritted teeth. I hate people who pretend the most in my life. Before he finished speaking, he punched me in the abdomen. I didn't move, smiling as if nothing had happened. But he covered his hand in pain. Next time I get beaten, remember to buy insurance. I responded calmly. Wu Yuan couldn't save face, so he closed his eyes and began to think about how to deal with me. The Tianshui Road police station arrived soon and I was roughly pushed out of the police car. He wanted to kick me, but he missed and his crotch was torn first, revealing his red underwear. Hey, Director Wu, are you having good luck this year? Several police officers in the station tried to hold back their laughter and dared not speak. Wu Yuan covered his crotch and ran away in a hurry. A young policeman came over and whispered to me, "My name is Xiao Lei, and I'm the deputy director. I checked the surveillance video and I can see that you were wrongly accused. Be careful." I nodded, "Thank you, I'll treat you to dinner when I have the chance." The moment I was taken to the interrogation room and sat on the iron chair, I was sure that I could break free at any time. "Officer Xiao, I hope you can see the situation clearly," I said meaningfully. He smiled bitterly. "What you should worry about now is how to get out. The fact that I can sit here shows that I have the confidence." He was stunned, and looked at me with a hint of doubt. Just when the atmosphere was tense, Wu Yuan changed his pants and kicked the door open. He asked Xiao Lei to go out and specifically requested that the surveillance be turned off. His meaning could not be more obvious. "Director, he is just a student, it shouldn't be that serious," Xiao Lei advised hesitantly. "Get out!" Wu Yuan roared impatiently. Xiao Lei gritted his teeth and left the interrogation room with a hint of reluctance. I watched Wu Yuan approach with a smile on my face. "Come on, I want to see how deep your heart-to-heart is." He raised his baton and hit me hard on the arm, but I didn't change my expression. He just said lightly, "It's not strong enough." He continued to do it a few more times, and sweat began to appear on his forehead, while I was still sitting there as if nothing had happened. "Are you made of iron?" "No, I just think your strength is not even good enough for a massage." He was so angry that he tried to hit me in the face. My eyes darkened and anger rose. I still have to rely on my face to pick up girls. My muscles swelled and I forcibly broke the handcuffs. "Do you really think I'm easy to bully?" The baton was knocked away by me, and I slapped him so hard that blood spurted from the corner of his mouth and a tooth flew out. "Do you know what 1/10 of power is?" He fell to the ground, gasping, "You are a monster." "Wrong, I am someone you should not mess with." I stepped closer, and he kicked his legs on the ground as if he was frightened. I was wrong. I shouldn't have listened to Zhang Junjie. "I'm sorry, that's God's business. I'm just here to take you to him." I deliberately made the atmosphere extremely tense, and he really broke down. A smell of urine quietly filled the air. At this moment, a voice suddenly shouted angrily from outside the door, "Wu Yuan. How dare you torture me to extract a confession?" The door opened and a middle-aged man with a second-level police inspector on his shoulders rushed in aggressively. I lay on the ground and acted miserable. "Ouch, my knee, ouch, my hip. Give me back your lyrics." This acting skill must have been learned from the Spring Festival Gala. Wu Yuan was completely dumbfounded. "Director Qian." I heard Zhang Long and the others shouting particularly loudly. It turned out that the person who came was the deputy director of the Shanghai Police Department, Qian Meng. He glanced around, who turned off the interrogation surveillance. "Report, it's Wu Yuan." Xiao Lei made the finishing move in time. "Very good." Qian Meng's eyes turned cold. "From now on, you are the new director." Xiao Lei's happiness came so suddenly that even the look he gave Gu Linfeng was full of gratitude. Soon, several policemen came in, pinched Wu Yuan's nose and pulled him up from the ground. I really don't understand how someone could urinate on himself during interrogation. After Wu Yuan was taken away, only Qian Meng and his 3 roommates were left in the room. Seeing Gu Linfeng still groaning in pain, Qian Meng coughed, "Ahem, that's enough." "Oh, sorry, I was too into the role." Gu Linfeng stopped moaning, hurriedly stood up and looked at Qian Meng. Xian glared at me, his expression unable to hide his worry and helplessness. He was originally attending a meeting at the municipal government. When he received Zhang Long's call, he thought he had met a scammer and angrily wanted to report it. But when the name Gu Linfeng came out of the phone, his face changed instantly. He even ignored the meeting and hurriedly left the meeting to rush to the police station. You guys go out first. Lin Feng and I will chat for a while. He waved his hand, signaling Zhang Long and others to leave. Okay, leader, you go ahead and talk. Zhang Long responded quickly and pulled the man out of the interrogation room. When we were the only two left in the room, I said, Old Brigade Commander, I didn't expect that we would meet again in Shanghai. Yes. He was filled with emotion. You were my most valued soldier back then. I thought you would soar to the top in the army, but who would have thought that you would actually leave the army to go to college? I have to leave for a reason, please forgive me. I saluted solemnly. He was stunned for a moment, then stood at attention to return the greeting. That action seemed like a reply that had traveled through time, and also like mutual recognition. We sat opposite each other and reminisced about the past. I deliberately cut off contact with you back then, for fear that you would know that I had changed my career. But I didn't expect to meet you in Shanghai again. He said with a sigh. Thank you, Commander Sun Dongsheng. If he hadn't given your number to Zhang Long, I would have died in the Tianshui Road police station today. So how are you going to handle this? Since Zhang Junjie dares to touch me, I should let him know what the price is. I responded with a smile. He nodded in understanding, I see. I'll make arrangements for the follow-up. At the same time, Zhang Junjie was lying in the Hilton suite, ready to fight with high spirits. There was a knock on the door. He looked impatient, but the next second, the door opened with a click, and Xiao Lei and I walked in. The scene at the scene was so hilarious. When Zhang Junjie saw me, he was like stepping on an electric switch. Didn't you get arrested? When you say caught, do you mean by your Director Wu? I glanced contemptuously at the medicine box beside him. Get out of here, he said angrily. Don't worry, Master Zhang. I'm here today to ask you to come back to the station to assist in the investigation. Xiao Lei showed his ID and said in a serious tone, Zhang Junjie, you are suspected of instigating illegal acts. Please cooperate with law enforcement. He was stunned. Who do you think you are? Do you know who my father is? Everyone is equal before the law. Xiao Lei did not give in. Come here, take him away. Zhang Junjie struggled for a few times, but was finally taken back to the police station. As soon as he reached the door, he saw the security captain Li Fugue who had also been arrested. Mr. Zhang, you have to save me. Li Fugue was panicked. Zhang Junjie gritted his teeth and said, I'm already in trouble, how can I care about you? Before being taken into the interrogation room, he asked to make a phone call. I nodded in agreement. When Xiao Lei got through, his first words were, Dad, I've been arrested. Come and save me. The call was decisively hung up, but he showed a smug smile. My dad knows about this. You guys are in trouble now. I looked at him calmly and said, we'll see. I turned and went to Xiao Lei's office. At this time, Qian Meng was holding a cup of tea and drinking it slowly. Solved, he asked. Almost. When his father comes, there should be another scene. Have you thought about how to end it? It depends on the other party's sincerity. You know, politics is about compromise. I whispered softly, compromise. Before he finished speaking, the phone rang. Qian Meng looked at the number and raised his lips, it's coming. Is it Deputy Mayor Zhang? Zhang Junjie? Yes, he is currently in the police station. Qian hung up the phone and looked at me, you are still a student. It's not good to be too stiff. I didn't say anything, but my fists were clenched. It's not that I don't want to bow my head, but I'm not strong enough to forgive easily. 10 minutes later, a middle-aged couple dressed in gold and silver appeared in front of us. You are Gu Linfeng. The woman came up and started to scold, you bullied my son. I smiled and said, are you talking about the person who instigated others to beat someone up and got arrested? Qian Meng asked them to calm down, and Zhang Junjie's father, Vice Principal Zhang, finally spoke up, young man, how about we settle it privately? I'll arrange a scholarship for you. Are you treating me like a beggar? His face darkened, how much do you want? I remained silent. 200,000. I shook my head. 40. Continue to shake your head. 1 million, the woman shouted. I smiled and nodded. The two were so angry that they were shaking. Seeing the situation was at a standstill, Qian Meng spoke up. Either reconcile or go to jail, your choice. Zhang Yud gritted his teeth and said, money. Your account has received 1 million yuan, and the current balance is 1,500,520 yuan. I stood up and walked out of the office without looking back. Zhang Junjie was resting with his eyes closed, looking superior. Are you here to let me out? He sneered. Pa. Vice Principal Zhang came up and slapped him in the face. You rebellious son, he roared. Dad, it's me. Zhang Junjie was stunned. From today on, your new home is the detention center. Mom, say something. Sun Xiumei slapped him in the face and said, go in and reflect on yourself. After they left, Xiao Lei leaned close to Zhang Junjie's ear and said, don't worry, I specially arranged a cellmate for you who likes fitness. No, I was wrong. Zhang Junjie completely collapsed. Ever since Zhang Yud obediently transferred the 1 million into my card, my life suddenly has some more rich people's troubles. Just a few days after I was discharged from the army, I had a 7-digit balance in my pocket. This feeling was even better than when I finished the special training breakout competition. Old Gu, weren't you rolling on the ground in pain just now? Why are you full of energy now? Zhang Long put his arm around my shoulders, his face full of suspicion. Put away your brotherly love, I'm only interested in girls. I shook off his hand in disgust, with a serious look on my face. They all looked shocked, but I just smiled and asked, who paid for the hot pot? What's the point of talking about such a small matter? Su Zhiwei waved his hand. No, that won't work. I rubbed my hands. Go change your phone. If you like any, feel free to pick one. Today is my treat. Is this true? My godfather is so wise. Zhang Long swore on the spot, from now on, you are the only father I recognize. Does your biological father know that you are so filial? I teased with a smile. We went to the mobile phone store near the university town. There were many people, most of them were freshmen who came to buy equipment. My elderly smartphone has been with me up snow-capped mountains and down jungles, and is invincible in cracking walnuts. Except for some lag when making calls, it has basically no problems. But today is different, life needs a sense of ritual. We stopped in front of a folding flagship. I didn't even look at the price tag and said, I want 4 of these, the top configuration. The salesperson confirmed in shock, sir, this model is 16999, are you sure? Swipe the card. A few minutes later, each of us got a latest model Mate X5 and took away a laptop. The bill showed, consumption of 77,196 yuan. Godfather is so generous. The 3 brothers once again huddled together to show their loyalty. After leaving the mobile phone store, we went to Mixi and bought a few sets of high-end clothes. I spent 200,000 yuan as a reward for myself in the military camp. Once upon a time, I spent all my money on that white moonlight, now, it's my turn to enjoy it myself. Carrying a bunch of shopping bags, we passed by the school gate, but were dazzled by a row of luxury cars. Lamborghini, Ferrari, Koenigsegg, each with a drink on the roof. Obviously, the second generation of the rich are waiting for their fate at the school gate. What era is this? Why are you still using the old tricks? I couldn't help but complain. Just as I was expressing my feelings, a luxury car suddenly roared its engine and rushed forward at a high speed, about to hit the sidewalk. There was a girl in front of me who was playing with her mobile phone with her head down, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Can you drive a Lamborghini? A boastful voice came from inside the car. The girl finally looked up and screamed. At the critical moment, I rushed over and pulled her into my arms. The luxury car whizzed past, and it was very dangerous. The phone fell to the ground and she didn't react yet. She hid in my arms and trembled. The moment she looked up, I was stunned. She has fair and translucent skin, clean and gentle eyes, and a red mole at the corner of her mouth. She looks very much like the girl who once appeared in my dream. Beauty, something's wrong, classmate, are you okay? I was incoherent for a moment. She shook her head gently and was about to step back, but her foot slipped and I subconsciously helped her up again. She blushed, why don't you let me go? Okay, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. Thank you. She whispered with a clear smile, I didn't notice just now, you saved my life. We hadn't talked for a few words when a loud bang was heard in the distance. The luxury car hit a Wuling Hongguang. What's even more magical is that the Lembo driver squatted on the ground and cried, while the Wuling driver was speechless. Brother, my car is fine, you must have rented it, right? Yes, the driver choked. I couldn't help but think that this might be the last time this guy drives a sports car in his life. Turning to look at the girl, she called herself Luo Wan. Nice name, gentle person. As we were chatting, a slightly plump girl came over and handed us milk tea. Xiao Wan, are you okay? Thanks to this classmate, otherwise you wouldn't be able to see me. The girl's name was Iran. She was lively and straightforward. She expressed her gratitude to me as soon as she arrived. Zhang Long's eyes suddenly lit up, and he came over and introduced himself enthusiastically. I could see that he was interested, so I deliberately said, let's add each other on Facebook. We are also alumni. Really? Luo Wan was surprised. I took out my campus card and showed it to her, Shanghai Conservatory of Music. There was a glimmer of joy in her eyes. Back in the dormitory, Zhang Long said seriously, Lao Gu, I think I'm in love. Dude, love at first sight. What do you know? This is called a collision of souls. I rolled my eyes, this is not a soul, this is hormone. On the other side, Luo Wan returned to the dormitory and hid in the quilt. He opened my Facebook and found that my circle of friends was as clean as a blank sheet of paper. Nothing. Could this person be a hidden boss? As she was thinking about it, Iran jumped into her bed and said, I'm telling you, that little brother is not simple. Ah. What do you mean? Have you seen the hot post on Jiba? Angrily scolding a scumbag woman for beating up a security guard, the protagonist is him. No way, I thought he was a dog licker. But have you ever seen such a handsome dog licker? I would be willing to do that too. Luo Wan was stunned and muttered softly, he is handsome, but if he is really. Iran chuckled, don't worry, I'll explain it to you in detail. Ah. No way. This scumbag actually cheated Gu Linfeng out of 500,000 yuan. Luo Wan widened her beautiful eyes in shock. Ah, keep your voice down. Iran quickly covered Luo Wan's mouth. The music department counselor didn't allow this gossip to be spread. Oh, I understand. Luo Wan nodded, feeling full of sympathy for Gu Linfeng. I just got back to the dormitory, took a quick shower, changed into clean clothes. As soon as I went out, I saw three brothers sitting around a bed, whispering to each other and making some plans. I quietly moved closer and saw Zhang Long typing on his phone screen. Are you there? When I saw these two words, I couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Zhang Long suddenly retracted his phone, what are you laughing at? I held back my laughter and patted his shoulder. If you start with, are you there, you must be a clown. Do you understand? Then what should I send? He scratched his head anxiously. Don't send anything. Just leave her alone for a while. This is called playing hard to get. I acted like an experienced person, very steady. You are a former Lick King, and you are giving me advice? Zhang Long was stunned. I narrowed my eyes, huh? My godfather is so great. He immediately backed down. I smiled and touched my newly bought foldable phone. Don't come back for half an hour. Brothers, we are online and Lu Ban will lead the way. Here comes my godfather. On the other side, in the girls' dormitory of the piano department. Luo Wan, didn't Gu Linfeng send you a message? Iran asked. No, maybe he's busy. Zhang Long added me on Facebook but didn't say anything. Are all boys so passive nowadays? She said with a look of disgust. Luo Wan couldn't help laughing, thinking, he's probably moved. Sure enough, the next second Iran couldn't hold back and sent a message directly, you added me but didn't talk, what on earth do you want to do? Zhang Long had just won a game when his phone vibrated and he jumped up. Godfather. She sent me a message. I immediately leaned over and said, don't worry, just reply to her with one word, think. Ah. Just one word. He was surprised and confused. Stop talking nonsense and send it. In the girls' dormitory, Iran looked at Zhang Long, and her cheeks instantly turned red. The man below. She muttered quietly, but her eyes did not move away from the message. This guy is quite interesting. Luo Wan looked up at her and smiled without saying anything. Godfather, she said, I'm an idiot. Zhang Long almost cried while holding the phone. Look carefully, what did she write behind it? I like humorous boys, but I don't like stupid ones. However, you succeeded in making me laugh. She's just being tough on the outside but soft on the inside. I patted his shoulder. Repeat the next sentence after me. Today I am the inferior man, but it is my honor to make you laugh. Women's dormitory. Another trick of taking advantage of the situation. Zhang Long is really good at flirting. Luo Wan couldn't help but comment. Really? Iran laughed while holding the phone. I suddenly think he is quite special. Seeing the sparks flying between Zhang Long and Iran, I also opened Facebook and clicked into Luo Wan's chat box. Me, are you there? If Zhang Long posted it, it might be a routine, but if I post it, it's called sincerity. 3 minutes later, Luo Wan came back. Luo Wan, I'm here, why aren't you asleep yet? Me, I'm getting ready to sleep. Good night. I just put down my phone less than 2 minutes ago. Luo Wan, are you really asleep? Luo Wan, no way. Luo Wan, are you really not going to reply to me? Looking at the screen, the corners of my mouth raised slightly. That night, some people fell asleep while others suffered from insomnia. The next morning, I woke up at 6 o'clock. After washing up, opened the system interface. Ding, sign in successfully. Get the stock trend forecast for the next 3 months, including all stock types. I was stunned, muttering to myself, I don't trade stocks, I really don't know how to do this. But the system is given to you as a gift, so why not use it? I casually opened the microsecurities platform that comes with Facebook, registered an account, and prepared to recharge. I was hesitating whether to go all in, but suddenly a text message popped up on my phone. 825,000 yuan received, current balance 2,072,804.06 yuan. I was stunned, and then it suddenly dawned on me, the retirement compensation had arrived. The organization is so thoughtful. I kept some for living expenses and transferred the remaining 2 million to Wei Securities. Open the system forecast and select the stock with the highest increase. Xindi Machinery is a company specializing in making Leotool. This company started out by replicating luxury cars. The names of its products are more outrageous than the last, such as Bentley, Porsche, and so on. The key is that it is cheap and has complete functions, and is deeply loved by the elderly and video bloggers. A few days ago, a blogger tested Leotool and the number of views exceeded 100 million after he shot the video. The market took off immediately and Xindi Machinery's stock price soared. Although I know it will fall sooner or later, these few days are destined to be a period of rapid growth. After the hot spots decreased, the stock market was cut in half. But for someone like Gu Linfeng who wants to make quick money, it is enough. Chapter 17. Before military training. As soon as it was 9:30, Gu Linfeng did not hesitate and purchased Xindi Machinery for 2 million. Looking at the more than 300,000 shares of Xindi Machinery held in his account, Gu Linfeng has already started dreaming of getting rich. Once sold after a few days, the price can at least increase tenfold. Godfather, the counselor asked you to go to the office. After last night's hands-on teaching on love, Zhang Long felt more natural calling Gu Linfeng Godfather. Did you tell me what you wanted to see me for? Gu Linfeng frowned. That's not what I said. Zhang Long shook his head and glanced at his phone from time to time. No doubt he was waiting for Iran's message. Gu Linfeng didn't ask any more questions, put on his shoes and went straight to the counselor Su Su's office. Dong dong dong. Come in. After getting a response, Gu Linfeng walked into Su Su's office. I sniffed and smelled a faint scent of gardenia in the office. The fresh and elegant smell formed a sharp contrast with the stinky foot smell in Gu Linfeng's dormitory. You're here, Gu Linfeng, sit down. Su Su put down the pen in her hand and pointed to the chair in front of the office. Forget it, instructor. I'm used to standing. Just tell me if you have anything to say. Although Gu Linfeng has retired from the army, he always maintains his military character. Never sit when you can stand. As expected of a military background, your quality is strong. Su Su looked at Gu Linfeng with admiration, put away her smile and said solemnly. Gu Linfeng, the school office asked you to write an application for a scholarship. An application for a scholarship? Gu Linfeng muttered to himself. Scholarships can be applied for before September 30th every year. They are intended to help more poor students with excellent academic performance complete their studies. But as far as I know, although you are an orphan, you are not poor. Su Su saw that Gu Linfeng was not very clear, so she explained. She knew that Lu Qianran had transferred the 500,000 yuan to him, and logically, he had nothing to do with the scholarship. So why did the people from the school office specifically give one place to Gu Linfeng? Su Su didn't understand. Although she had just started working as a counselor at the school, she was also clear about the relationship between Zhang Junjie and Vice Principal Zhang Yud. Is there a hidden story here? Is this compensation given by Zhang Yud after he found out that Gu Linfeng and his son were competing for his girlfriend? Su Su's imagination ran wild and she began to imagine the scenes in the novel. This is a scholarship. Stay away from my future daughter-in-law. I couldn't help but feel more sympathy for Gu Linfeng. Women have always sympathized with the weak. Gu Linfeng is the weaker one in his relationship with Lu Qianran. Forget about the scholarship. I am not short of money. Please ask the instructor to tell the superiors to give the scholarship to those who need it more. Gu Linfeng said righteously. Combined with his tall and straight figure, this statement made his figure even more majestic in Su Su's heart. With positive values and handsome looks, isn't he a perfect righteous little puppy? It's his favorite dish. Have you thought it through? The scholarship is a considerable sum of money. Su Su asked unwillingly. Counselor, I'm not short of money. Gu Linfeng knew that this scholarship was compensation from Vice President Zhang Yud to him. Considering his relationship with Zhang Junjie, this amount of money was absolutely unacceptable to him. He is not a poor student, so he should try to avoid giving others an advantage. I was right about you. Su Su smiled, stood up and stretched out her hand, wanting to pat Gu Linfeng's shoulder, but was embarrassed to find that there was a huge difference in their heights. After hesitating for a moment, she still stretched out her hand, and continued as if she had thought of something. Tomorrow is your freshman military training. Since you are a veteran, you can apply for exemption from the training. Are you sure you don't want to apply? A soldier is my past identity. Living in the past forever is immature. I don't want to be any different from my classmates, so forget about being exempted from training. Gu Linfeng's powerful answer deepened Su Su's impression of him. Since you have thought it through, I won't advise you anymore. Su Su smiled and sat back in her chair. She was about to chat about family matters, but she saw Gu Linfeng said directly, Counselor, I'll go back first. Before Su Su could reply, Gu Linfeng had already strode away. Su Su clenched her fists and complained in her heart, what a blockhead who doesn't understand romance. But Su Su didn't know what she was thinking about, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Man, you got my attention. Lu Qianran was in a very upset mood. For some reason, what happened in the multimedia classroom yesterday was posted on Tieba. When she first entered school, she wanted to create an image of a pure goddess. I don't know which bastard dared to ruin her reputation. Fortunately, without pictures or truth, few people believed it. In addition, she had just entered school and the name Lu Qianran was not familiar to everyone, so her story did not cause much splash in the forum. Why doesn't Zhang Junjie answer the phone? Lu Qianran pursed her lips and clenched the machine in her hand. She has forgotten how many calls this is. The prompt is always off. Didn't you say you would buy me a bag? Why did you disappear? Lu Qianran was in a very bad mood. Did I get played for nothing? Or am I not attractive anymore? She knows that Zhang Junjie is a playboy, but isn't it attractive to have long legs and black stockings that are taller than his? Lu Qianran kept making phone calls. She had made a lot of money on various platforms. If she couldn't contact Zhang Junjie, the ATM, she would have to sell the luxury goods she had just acquired. You bastard, you don't cherish what you have. Humph. Little did they know. Her brother Zhang Junjie was currently memorizing the prisoner rules in the detention center. A special operations brigade directly under the Northeast Military Region. Brigade Commander Zheng Jitao sternly scanned the officers in the conference room with his tiger eyes. We just received an order from our superiors to cooperate with the Ministry of National Defense and the Ministry of Education regarding the military training requirements for freshmen. Our unit will conduct military training for the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. 2nd Battalion Commander. Here. Sun Debiao stood up and saluted. This task is now handed over to your battalion. Your previous battalion commander has laid a good foundation for you. I believe you will successfully complete this task of demonstrating the image of a soldier. Do you have the confidence to accomplish it? Have confidence. Sun Debiao straightened his back and roared word by word. The other officers in the conference room looked at Sun Debiao with envy. Military training for college students is a good job. Pity. But it was handed over to the 2nd Battalion. What is the use of his 2nd Battalion without that king of hell? Of course, these words can only be thought of in the heart, but no one dares to say them out loud. Okay, let's adjourn the meeting. Zheng Jitao picked up the military cap on the table and turned to leave the meeting room. Congratulations, old son. Yes, this is equivalent to a half-month vacation. Sun Debiao smiled dully and lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. It seems that Yan Wang went to Shanghai University. I wonder if it is the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. Oh, I miss him a little bit. Chapter 18, Instructor arrives, mobilization for training begins. That night, 2nd Battalion Commander Sun Debiao drove to the Shanghai Conservatory of Music with 30 core members of the battalion. When the military vehicles drove into the gate of Shanghai Conservatory of Music, there were bursts of exclamations from the college students who were taking an evening walk. Oh my God, this is the first time I've seen so many military vehicles in my life. Oh my God, they are the instructors who will be scolding us tomorrow, right? I can't wait. What's up, bro? Can't wait to be abused. The soldiers on the military vehicle stared at the students outside the window with expressionless faces. This is an iron-blooded force with strict discipline. Sun Debiao looked at the young students of the Conservatory of Music and sighed in his heart. They are all young men from the army, hot-tempered, so they must not make any mistakes. Brothers, let me emphasize again that you are not allowed to add students to dating apps, and you are not allowed to leave phone numbers. Once discovered, we will deal with it seriously. Do you understand? Sun Debiao picked up the intercom and emphasized the discipline again, as if only this could calm his heart. Yes. Wait until the military vehicle arrives at the dormitory building. Sun Debiao was the first to jump out of the car. The person in charge of the school who was in charge of the liaison came forward to shake hands immediately. Please come in, sir, said a young leader with a slick back hair and powdered face, smiling. Sun Debiao's expression changed. What is this name? Ah. I was just kidding. The young leader stood there awkwardly. This joke is not funny. Sun Debiao glanced at the other party coldly. Where do we live? Come with me, everything has been arranged. The young leader wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurried to the front to lead the way. It was just a joke, why such a big reaction? Sun Debiao followed behind the young leader, thought about it, and took out his mobile phone to send a message to Gu Linfeng. Sun Debiao, Battalion Commander, are you okay? I miss you a little bit. Gu Linfeng saw the Facebook message but did not reply. Sun Debiao had been his comrade in arms for many years. The two had fought side by side, and the news of his retirement was a big blow to him. Before leaving, Gu Linfeng specifically recommended Sun Debiao to his superiors to take over his position, which could be considered as a final push for his brother. Gu Linfeng stood up and walked to the window, just in time to see a military vehicle driving into the campus. I saw the students happily taking photos with their mobile phones. He felt extremely proud. Isn't it the greatest respect for soldiers that these young people today worship? He was also proud in his heart. Youth comes in many forms, and he is glad that one of his youths is in military uniform. I don't know what my brothers are doing now. Now that I, the king of hell, am gone, will Sun Debiao, the judge, promote them? Gu Linfeng was known for his ruthlessness when he was in the army. Be cruel to your own people, and be even crueler to yourself. If the soldiers ran 5 kilometers, he would take the lead and run 10 kilometers. The pass requirement is 45 push-ups, but he increased it tenfold. It is different for Sun Debiao as deputy battalion commander. Just set an unattainable goal. Anyone who fails to complete the task will be criticized directly at the meeting. The two have different personalities, but they appreciate each other in the army. Godfather, it would be great if you could be our instructor. Zhang Long was standing in front of the window, taking pictures of the passing military vehicles with his mobile phone. Seeing that Gu Linfeng was in a low mood, he took the initiative to talk to him. I think you want to be lazy. Gu Linfeng came back to his senses and shook his head speechlessly. After his past was exposed, Zhang Long smiled awkwardly. At the same time, a message was also sent in the 2023 freshman group. The first one is the schedule. Get up at 6 o'clock in the morning and gather in the school playground. Dinner starts at 7:30. Formal training starts at 8:30. Gu Linfeng didn't care, but it was hard for the freshmen in the class. Zhang Jiwei, oh my god, this is killing me. I can accept any hardship or fatigue, but I just can't accept getting up at 6 o'clock. Zhou Miao Miao, wow, ever since I graduated from high school, I have stayed up until 6 o'clock every day. Now you tell me to get up at 6 o'clock. I am going crazy. Su Zhihui, isn't this just right? Getting up at 6 o'clock to train doesn't count as staying up late. Jiang Beibei, that's true. Jimei, as long as you don't sleep, you don't count as staying up late. Zhou Miao Miao, deceiving your own biological clock. At this time, Counselor Su Su said in the group. Su Su, gather on time at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. The school will send a student union to report and deal with students who stay in bed and do not participate in training without reason. Gu Linfeng, got it. Su Su, everyone should learn from Gu Linfeng. He is a retired soldier but refused to be exempted from training and participated in training with you. This spirit is worth learning from. Emoticons immediately filled the group. It's not awesome, it's just me paying homage to you. Gu Linfeng was too lazy to pay attention to it. He prepared the camouflage clothes he would need for the next day, washed up quickly, and went into bed. It was time for another big chat. He had to overcome his habit of falling asleep as soon as he touched the pillow. Luo Wan, Gu Linfeng, we have military training tomorrow. I am so nervous. Will it be very tiring? Gu Linfeng, as long as you don't say you're tired, then you won't be tired, right? Luo Wan, do you usually chat like this? Gu Linfeng, I don't usually chat. Luo Wan in the girls' dormitory frowned when she saw Gu Linfeng's answer. Isn't this a straight man? Luo Wan took a deep breath and kept encouraging himself. If you don't take the initiative and I don't take the initiative either, then how can there be a story? Luo Wan, then can you teach me some tips from military training? 3 minutes later. Luo Wan, are you there? Another 3 minutes. Oh my god, fell asleep again. Luo Wan was speechless. I simply stopped thinking about it and closed my eyes and went to sleep. The next day. Gu Linfeng stretched himself refreshed, and just as he opened his eyes, the school's wake-up call sounded. This damn biological clock is on time. Gu Linfeng turned over and got out of bed. Seeing Zhang Long still snoring, he got so angry that he picked up his slippers and threw them on his face. Still sleeping, get up quickly. Mom, I'm going to sleep for a while, Zhang Long smacked his lips and murmured in a daze. Fuck sleeping. Gu Linfeng kicked Zhang Long on the butt. Damn it. Zhang Long jumped up, I almost forgot about today's military training. Gu Linfeng woke Su Zhihui and Yu Ximing up again. They both looked sleepy, apparently they had stayed up late the previous night. Put on your clothes and let's go to the gathering. Gu Linfeng was already dressed. 1 minute later. Gu Linfeng took Zhang Long and the other two to find their class queue. Last night, Counselor Su Su explained the process in the group. First, find the counselor's position on the playground and gather together, and then the training mobilization will begin. The leader came on stage to give a speech, and then the instructors took charge of their own classes. Su Su stood in a conspicuous place and the class gathered quickly. At this time, the leader on the stage spoke first. Classmates, it's the annual freshman enrollment season again. Here. Now, our military training director, who is also the leader of this new recruit group, will give a speech. Let us welcome Headmaster Sun Debiao with warm applause. The freshman, who was originally in a sleepwalking state, immediately perked up when he saw the military officer speaking. The eyes that couldn't be opened suddenly burst into light. Gu Linfeng frowned when the 3 words Sun Debiao appeared. Why is he here? Chapter 19 School Beauty Ranking. Who's here? Zhang Long asked listlessly, yawning. No one. Gu Linfeng lowered her head. She didn't want to be discovered by Sun Debiao. As if it was a man's intuition, Sun Debiao, who was speaking, glanced towards Gu Linfeng's team. All I saw was camouflage, and there was no one I wanted to see. It seems I've been overthinking it. Students, I hope you can forget your student status. From now on, you are a reserve soldier, ready to go to the battlefield at any time. In the days ahead, I hope you can be strict with yourselves, overcome physical and mental difficulties, and let us complete this military training mission together. Do you have no confidence in the future? At this point, Sun Debiao raised his voice. The students below immediately became excited and shouted loudly, "Have confidence." All right. Disband. All units take back. Gu Linfeng, who was standing in the front rows, lowered his head, trying to reduce his presence. Sun Debiao in the stands was talking to the school leaders and still didn't notice Gu Linfeng's presence. Su Su led the class to a nearby place and said to the whole class, "During the 2-week military training, our class needs a temporary monitor to be responsible for the management of the students. Is there any student interested?" As soon as these words were spoken, many students who were addicted to power raised their hands. "Instructor, I have been a class monitor from elementary school to junior high school, and I am fully qualified to be a temporary class monitor. I am the executive deputy dormitory head in our dormitory, so I can also be the temporary monitor. I am still the director of the living room level. If you say so, I can also be the temporary monitor." Gu Linfeng shook his head and smiled bitterly. These people really wanted to make progress. Su Su was very satisfied with the spirit of the class, and her eyes were always focused on Gu Linfeng. "Gu Linfeng, are you not interested?" "Ah." Gu Linfeng, who was daydreaming, was suddenly called out and quickly refused, "I'll just forget it." Really not taking the responsibility? Su Su was a little disappointed, but when she saw Gu Linfeng nodded affirmatively, she still looked at other classmates. Su Su looked at a pretty girl in the crowd. "Gao Xinrui, the temporary monitor of our class is now handed over to you, do you have confidence?" "Don't worry, instructor." Gao Xinrui replied excitedly. Seeing that the counselor gave the temporary class monitor position to a girl, the students who had wanted to fight for it collectively kept silent after hearing Gao Xinrui's voice. "Who is Gao Xinrui?" "She is the newly promoted freshman campus beauty." "Wow, we are so lucky to have Goddess Gao as our class monitor. I just found out that the goddess Gao Xinrui is actually our classmate. Gao Xinrui ranks 4th on the school beauty rankings. The 4th one is so pretty, now I'm a little curious about the looks of the top 3. Gu Linfeng was somewhat puzzled as he listened to the chattering around him. Zhang Long on the side touched Gu Linfeng's arm and said, "Godfather, you don't know about the school beauty rankings yet, right?" "Not sure. I also saw it when I was browsing the forum last night." Zhang Long said in a low voice, "Gao Xinrui is ranked 4th. Do you know who is the 3rd one in front of her?" "Who is it?" "That's Luo Wan from the piano department who you rescued outside the school yesterday." "Is it her?" Gu Linfeng was slightly surprised, but soon felt it was natural. Luo Wan cannot be said to be stunningly beautiful, but she is definitely a stunner. Number 3 is a good ranking. Gao Xinrui is 4th, Luo Wan is 3rd, they both added you on Facebook, are you so lucky in love? Zhang Long gritted his teeth in envy. "By the way, Godfather, do you know who is 1st and 2nd? Gu Linfeng expressed no interest in these. Zhang Long was not discouraged, but raised his eyebrows. "If I tell you that you were named the most handsome boy in the music college, would you still be interested?" "Me? The campus hunk of the music conservatory?" Gu Linfeng pointed at his nose. He really didn't expect that he would get such a cheesy title. As far as he knows, the most famous person who got the title of school hunk is Uncle Kidney Payne from the Military Art Academy. Uncle Kidney Hertz was indeed good-looking when he was young, and was even selected as one of the top 100 in the Asia-Pacific region. Now he has been named the school's most handsome boy. I wouldn't say he is in the top 10 in Asia and the Pacific, but he deserves the title of school's most handsome boy. After disbandment, he returned to the dormitory with his 3 adopted sons, and after a quick wash, they went to the cafeteria to have breakfast together. I had just finished making fried dough sticks and soy milk and sat down when a fragrant breeze blew in front of me. The seat next to Gu Linfeng was occupied by a girl in camouflage clothes. "Classmate, there's someone here." Gu Linfeng said casually without even raising his head. "What? Can't I sit here anymore?" A familiar voice sounded, and Gu Linfeng looked up in surprise. It's you. You seem quite surprised. You didn't expect it was me? Gao Xinrui smiled sweetly. After a moment, she thought of something and her face changed. Gu Linfeng, why didn't you reply when I messaged you on Facebook? Ah. Why should I go back? Gu Linfeng deliberately widened his eyes and pretended to be surprised. I. Gao Xinrui was choked by Gu Linfeng's words and was a little at a loss. Just at this moment, Zhang Long shouted, "Why are you here, squad leader?" Gao Xinrui's beautiful eyes moved quickly, "I'm your class monitor. Is there anything wrong with caring about my classmates?" Gu Linfeng found it funny. After the two added each other on Facebook, Gao Xinrui sent her Facebook messages almost every day. But he never came back. It's not that he doesn't want to reply, it's that he really doesn't know what to say. It's not easy for a man to get over a broken heart. Not far away. A handsome man was staring at the two people who were chatting with angry eyes. He held the disposable chopsticks in his hand, and with a crack, the chopsticks broke. Gao Xinrui is mine, no one can take her away from me. Okay, classmate Gu, since you don't respond to me, why don't I just leave? Gao Xinrui pouted, feeling a little dissatisfied. She was just named the school belle. This big piece of wood is not interested in me. Now that you're here, sit down and eat. Gu Linfeng took a bite of the fried dough stick in his hand and concentrated on drinking the soy milk in the bowl. Ah. Then I won't be polite. Gao Xinrui was about to take the plate to the other side to eat, but when she saw Gu Linfeng suddenly invite her, she sat down happily. However, no matter how she spoke, Gu Linfeng just kept chatting in a disjointed manner. This made Zhang Long and the other two standing by very anxious. Godfather, you go ahead. The three of them exchanged glances and quietly started chatting in the group of four. Zhang Long, is Godfather playing hard to get? Yu Xingming, I don't think so. Instead, I feel like I don't want to chat. Su Zhihui, I hate it so much, why can't I be as tall as you guys, over 185 centimeters tall, why can't I have the same handsome looks as tomato readers? In this way, goddesses will also take the initiative to chat with me. Zhang Long, go to bed, dreams can hold anything. Su Zhihui, doubts. Chapter 20, A Show of Power. Playground. Students gathered in twos and threes to chat. Gu Linfeng was looking up at the sky, and Zhang Long was buzzing beside him like a fly. Godfather, how did you manage to get the school beauty to approach you? Get out. Gu Linfeng waved his hands impatiently. Music Department Class 102, assemble. Gao Xinrui shouted in a clear voice. Gu Linfeng wanted to dodge backwards, but Gao Xinrui called him. Student Gu, why are you hiding behind me when you are so tall? Ah. Nothing. It seemed there was no way to hide, so Gu Linfeng had no choice but to stand at the front of the team. Seeing that the team had gathered, Gao Xinrui walked back to the team. Soon. A corporal in camouflage uniform ran over from the distance. He stood at the front of the team using the standard four-step standing method. Hello, students. My name is Wang Wei. For the next 2 weeks, I will be the company commander of the 2nd Company of your 1st Battalion. You can call me Captain Wang. Wang Wei is 1.8 meters tall, and his bronze skin highlights his sturdiness. Do you have any questions? I'll give you 3 minutes to answer them. Captain, what are we training for? Can we shoot guns? Zhang Jiwei shouted in the team with a smile. Wang Wei's face changed. Don't you know to report before you speak? Just say it. Zhang Jigang felt a little embarrassed after being yelled at, and said with a red face. Why are you so unreasonable? You didn't say you would file a report. What were you doing earlier? Gu Linfeng's heart skipped a beat. Predicted Wang Wei's next move in advance. Huh, you're really tough. Since you think I'm unreasonable, then fine. Wang Wei sneered. Everyone, stand still for 2 hours. Start now. Gu Linfeng felt as if the bullet he had shot had hit him right between the eyebrows many years later. I remember that this was how I used to intimidate the new recruits. I never thought that after so many years it would be my turn to experience this feeling. As expected. After hearing Wang Wei say that everyone should stand in military posture for 2 hours, some stubborn students began to complain about Zhang Jiwei for being too talkative. Wang Wei's expression remained unchanged as he inspected the students who were standing at attention. Seeing his classmates talking nonsense, Wang Wei shouted. If you talk in the team, your time at military posture will be extended by another half an hour. 2.5 hours. With the temperature at nearly 40 degrees, won't people be roasted? At this time, no one dared to blame Zhang Jiwei openly, but everyone was cursing in their hearts under the vicious sun. Gu Linfeng pulled his hat down low. Wang Wei was not a soldier he led. He was selected from another unit and joined the 2nd Special Operations Battalion. When he first came, Gu Linfeng was already facing demobilization, so the two were not familiar with each other. But being unfamiliar doesn't mean you haven't seen it before. At this moment, he was extremely nervous and kept repeating to himself, "Please don't recognize me. I was trained by my former soldiers, and it's embarrassing enough to tell others about this." Wang Wei inspected his classmates and personally provided guidance when he saw someone making a mistake in their military posture. When meeting female classmates, he would use the small wooden stick he carried with him to avoid physical contact. When he came in front of Gu Linfeng, his eyes lit up. The standard military posture was so good that even he felt inferior to her. But when he saw Gu Linfeng's appearance, he frowned. Why does this person look so similar to the former battalion commander Gu Linfeng? Are you confused? No. Impossible, how could the battalion commander come here to be a student? I must be overthinking it. What's your name, classmate? Wang Wei asked expressionlessly, but he was actually very panicked. Gu Linfeng was still muttering in his heart, "You can't see me, you can't see me." But when I looked up, I saw Wang Wei's curious eyes. "Report to the squad leader, my name is Soldier." Gu Linfeng lowered his voice, which was completely different from his usual voice. "This classmate, this soldier, is very conscious. Here, you only have one identity, that is, a soldier." Wang Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Gu Linfeng's voice clearly. Even though he looked similar, how could he be the king of hell? What's more, the previous king of hell had a skin color comparable to Louis Ku. The pretty boy in front of him is not worthy of being compared with the king of hell at all. Wang Wei looked around and said, "You all need to learn from this soldier." Afterwards, he continued to instruct other students in the military posture movements. Gu Linfeng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I am not familiar with Wang Wei. If it were Sun Debiao, I would not be able to escape his sharp eyes no matter how I disguise myself. Time passes slowly. Most of the students have begun to stagger. Especially the female classmates, it is even worse. Although Gu Linfeng possessed a physique beyond that of an ordinary person, he was sweating profusely at this time. The sun is really too strong. If you throw a raw egg on the ground now, it will be cooked in less than 3 minutes. Gu Linfeng took a look when Wang Wei wasn't paying attention. Except for Zhang Long, the other 2 roommates in his dormitory had already started shaking. Looking at Gao Xinrui again, she was also gritting her teeth and persevering. Gu Linfeng was just about to look away when she suddenly spotted a woman who surprised her. Lu Qianran. Why is she here? Gu Linfeng frowned and just noticed this woman. He curled his lips, deciding not to see it and not to be bothered by it, and he once again performed the standard military posture. At the same time, he was silently reciting the system in his mind. System, sign in today. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, immune to cold and heat. Impervious to cold and heat, warm in winter and cool in summer, young man, go and be a competent central air conditioner. Central air conditioning? Gu Linfeng was stunned for a moment, then clicked to use it. Moment. Gu Linfeng's body temperature returned to normal. The cold air continuously emanated from his body, making him feel refreshed. This skill is too awesome. He was confident that he could stand in the same place for 3 days and 3 nights without feeling any heat at all. The classmates within 3 meters of Gu Linfeng also felt the chill in the air. Damn, why do I suddenly feel that the surroundings have become colder? Me too. Is this an abnormal phenomenon caused by exceeding physiological limits? I feel like I'll definitely have no problem standing for 5 hours. Even Zhang Long beside Gu Linfeng was slightly surprised. Godfather, why do I feel like there's something cold coming out of you? It feels like there is an air conditioner next to me. Gu Linfeng secretly said that he was careless and quickly called the system in his mind. System, change this skill to work only on me. In an instant. The skill of being immune to cold and heat has become effective only for Gu Linfeng. Sorry, I really don't want to be a central air conditioner. There is no other way, I can only let you suffer. The male student, who had just adjusted his skills and said he could stand for 5 hours, suddenly turned red in the face. Oh my god, it's getting hot again, I feel like I'm going to have sex. Damn, was there a cool breeze just now? I thought I had broken my physiological limit. Chapter 21 School Beauty Delivers Water. Wang Wei saw the commotion around Gu Linfeng and walked over with a cold expression on his face. Can't hold on. Wang Wei sneered, you are still men, but you can't even beat the girls in your class. Aren't you ashamed? If you can't hold on, just say you are a coward and a waste, and you can rest immediately. Wang Wei's words made everyone angry. No one wants to be a waste. What's more, there are so many female classmates around him. If he admits that he is a loser, won't he lose the right to choose a spouse first for 4 years? Since you are unwilling to admit that you are useless, then continue to stand. Wang Wei raised a smile of success and said loudly. All female students in class 102, take a rest where you are. After hearing what the instructor said, the female students breathed a sigh of relief, walked towards the shade with weak steps, and gave sympathetic looks to the male classmates in the class. This instructor is really a good person, he knows how to be sympathetic to women. Gu Linfeng didn't care, but it made life difficult for the male students. Time passes by little by little. 2.5 hours passed quickly. Wang Wei glanced at the time on his watch, and his cold expression finally warmed up. Congratulations, you have successfully completed a challenge about men's dignity. To commend you, we will now disband and rest for 10 minutes. Disband. Wang Wei's call for dismissal made more than a dozen weak students breathe a sigh of relief. Some even lay directly on the concrete floor, but soon jumped up again due to the burning temperature. Everyone go to the shade and take a rest. I'll be back to teach you the marching movements. Wang Wei knew that the health of these students was precious, so he didn't dare to kill them. Instead, he kindly pointed to a shady place nearby. The boys supported each other and came to the girls. After just 2.5 hours of training, everyone felt dry mouth and tongue. Godfather, do you bring water? Zhang Long took off his physical suit without caring about his image and wrung out the sweat on it. I don't have the habit of carrying water. Gu Linfeng shook his head. You didn't bring anything. Zhang Long looked at everyone with tears in his eyes. Damn, who knew it would be so tiring? I should have secretly brought a bottle of iced lay-by with me. It's so hot today, one sip is so refreshing. The girls in our class brought water. How about we go over and borrow some? Brother, that's a great idea. This way we can kiss indirectly, right? Gu Linfeng looked towards where the girls were gathered. I found that the girls were quite relaxed under the shade of the trees, some were drinking iced drinks, and some were drinking mineral water. To be honest, he was also a little thirsty. Gu Linfeng's unconcealed gaze was seen clearly by Lu Qianran, who was drinking a drink nearby. She sneered, stood up deliberately and walked towards Gu Linfeng. Are you thirsty? Lu Qianran held out her icy pulse. Seeing Gu Linfeng frowned, she quickly said, even if you are thirsty, I won't give you any. Humph. I think the wine you drank is dirty. Gu Linfeng was too lazy to pay attention to Lu Qianran and started to mock her. You, humph, there are plenty of waters I've drunk that you want to drink. Lu Qianran threw the water to the boy who was closest to her. Here, drink some water, it's a reward for you. Fuck you, who will drink the dog's leftovers? Su Zhihui stood up from the ground with an angry look on his face. He was resting well when suddenly Lu Qianran hit him on the head with a bottle. That would be fine, but this woman acted so high and mighty, like a saint who had bestowed a blessing on her. Where the hell do you feel superior? You. Lu Qianran was furious. What do you mean by you? Is there something wrong with me saying you are a leftover dog? Even you are my godfather's toy. Gu Linfeng covered Su Zhihui's mouth with his hand. If you don't cover it up, the remaining 3 words will come out. Haha, this Lu Qianran is really interesting. She only has a bottle of water, but that's not enough for her to show off. That's right. Gu Linfeng slapped her in the face in the multimedia classroom the day before yesterday. Doesn't she know what pain is? This behavior is really despicable. What should I do? I really want to give the remaining water to Brother Linfeng. Go away, Brother Linfeng can only drink my water. Then why don't you go and give him some water? I don't dare. A chirping sound was heard, and Lu Qianran's face turned from red to white. These guys in the class are just crazy about sex. Isn't he just a little more handsome? Can he be more handsome than Zhang Junjie, who is full of money? If Gu Linfeng could hear Lu Qianran's inner thoughts, he would definitely ask in return, who is more handsome, Zhang Junjie or Zhang Junjie's money? Gu Linfeng picked up the drink on the ground, took aim and threw it directly into the trash can. It showed a perfect parabola and the drink hit the trash can accurately. You are such a lack of manners. Why do you just throw the leftover drink on the ground? Gu Linfeng asked with a frown. Oh, are you anxious? Lu Qianran smiled calmly, just keep talking nonsense, it's so hot, why don't you die of thirst? Gu Linfeng was a little angry. She has always been tolerant of Lu Qianran, after all, they had once been to Wushan together. But his tolerance only resulted in worsening of the situation. At the moment when Gu Linfeng exploded, a crisp sound came from a distance. Who said that classmate Gu would die of thirst? Gao Xinrui walked over slowly with a bottle of iced drink in her hand. She heard the entire conflict between the two just now. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Gu Linfeng, let me show you how I can help you get back your face. Look, you look hot, with sweat all over your head. Drink some beverage to cool down. Gao Xinrui pretended to be distressed and tried to wipe the sweat off Gu Linfeng's forehead with her hand. But when his hand was already nearby, he made an embarrassing discovery. Where did the sweat on Gu Linfeng's head come from? Even the clothes didn't show any signs of being wet. Gu Linfeng is so lucky that he can even get the monitor who is ranked 4th on the school beauty ranking to bring him water. Oh my god, I'm so envious. I wish I could be half as handsome as Gu Linfeng. Wow, the monitor is so brave. She actually gave Gu Linfeng water in front of so many people. Is my idol going to be taken away by the school beauty? I am so unwilling to accept this. At this time, Gu Linfeng smiled faintly and looked at Lu Qianran provocatively. Seeing the other person's face turn blue, as if he was constipated, I felt so happy. Lu Qianran was slapped in the face in public and returned to the team in hatred. Thank you, monitor, and thank you for the drink. Gu Linfeng unscrewed the bottle cap and was about to drink when he heard footsteps nearby. Gu Linfeng, I knew you had no water to drink, so I came here specially to bring you some water. How are you going to thank me? Luo Wan also had a bottle of iced drink in her hand, but when she saw the drink in Gu Linfeng's hand, her heart unconsciously stopped beating for a few seconds. But, now that we are here, we cannot return empty-handed. Here, Gu Linfeng, this is the drink for you. Luo Wan pretended to be surprised when he saw the drink with the cap unscrewed. Don't you say you don't drink carbonated drinks? Besides, isn't it bad for your health to drink too much carbonated drinks? Be good, don't drink it. As she said that, she reached out to take the carbonated drink from Gu Linfeng's hand. Gao Xinrui's heart tightened when she saw the beautiful woman who suddenly appeared. When they saw each other again, she actually went to get the drink she had prepared for Gu Linfeng and immediately blocked Luo Wan's hand. Why haven't I heard him say that he doesn't want to drink beverages? And who are you? Gao Xinrui stared at Luo Wan as if she were an enemy. I have to say, this woman is really beautiful. Gao Xinrui was extremely confident in her looks, but the woman in front of her gave her a feeling that they were equally matched. Bah, I am the most beautiful. At this moment, all the students present had their mouths opened wide. Fuck you, 2 school beauties brought water to Gu Linfeng on the first day of military training. Chapter 22 Arrogant Madfa. Is there still law in this world? It's okay for Gao Xinrui, who ranks 4th on the school beauty rankings, to deliver water, but why is there another one, Luo Wan, who ranks 3rd? Is being handsome the first criterion for choosing a spouse? That woman is Luo Wan. I think she's prettier than the squad leader. They each have their merits, but I still like this Luo Wan, that big thrower is real. Fuck, our class monitor's chopstick legs are not bad, okay? If she wears black stockings, she can compete with Luo Wan. Gu Linfeng saw the 2 girls looking at each other with a hint of tension, and he awkwardly put his drink on the ground. Gu Linfeng, who is this? Luo Wan took a deep breath, turned his head calmly, and asked lightly. Yes, classmate Gu, this beautiful female classmate should not be from our class, right? Won't you introduce her to me? Luo Wan squinted his eyes and smiled. Helplessly, Gu Linfeng could only introduce the two to each other. When Gao Xinrui found out that the other person was the third-ranked campus beauty who was better than herself, she wanted to find the person who ranked the list as soon as possible and question her, asking her what made her inferior. S-curve and long legs, aren't they hot enough? You are Gao Xinrui, who ranks fourth. Nice to meet you. Luo Wan deliberately put emphasis on the word fourth. So what if I'm fourth? The person who compiled the list must be blind. Gao Xinrui said disdainfully. Luo Wan looked at her lady's watch and saw that the break time was getting closer, so she hurriedly handed the drink to Gu Linfeng. Gu Linfeng, drink. While saying this, Luo Wan stared at Gu Linfeng's expression. I feel like if you don't drink, I'll cry in front of you. Seeing this, Gao Xinrui was not willing to be outdone, so she picked up the drink on the ground and handed it over. Gu Linfeng was in a dilemma at this time. Choose Luo Wan to hurt Gao Xinrui, choose Gao Xinrui to hurt Luo Wan. It's really hard to keep a bowl of water level. At the same time, everyone in class 102 was paying attention to Gu Linfeng's choice. Because no matter whose water he chooses, that person will be the first choice in his heart. At this moment of dilemma, Zhang Long nodded thoughtfully and pushed Su Zhihui's arm. Su Zhihui understood immediately, stood up quickly, walked in front of Gu Linfeng, used both hands at the same time, snatched the drinks from the two girls, and put them into his mouth without caring about his image. Gudong gudong. Oh my god, unopened drinks are still more delicious, unlike a certain woman who gave away the leftovers to other people. Su Zhihui burped and said with a satisfied look on his face. Lu Qianran, who was already almost fainted by Gu Linfeng's explosive popularity with women, felt dizzy after hearing Su Zhihui's ridicule and almost fainted on the ground. You treat the man I don't want as a treasure. You are so shameless. Lu Qianran cursed like this, but when comparing the looks of the two girls, she still felt ashamed. After witnessing Su Zhihui drinking 2 bottles of drinks directly, the two girls were so angry that they looked at Zhihui coldly. The two girls snorted in unison and turned their heads away at the same time, not looking at each other. But the expression on his face was just short of asking, who do you choose between the two of us? Gu Linfeng felt a headache. Such a bloody drama of 2 women fighting for one man happened to him, and as the person involved, he did not feel good. At the same time, there was an evil voice in his heart that seemed to tell him. Give them each a home. Add a baby to each person. Time's up, everyone come and gather. Wang Wei glanced at the time and shouted loudly while standing not far away. Gu Linfeng breathed a sigh of relief. I'll go over to gather the group first. Luo Wan, you should hurry back as well. Okay, I get it. Luo Wan smiled sweetly, and before leaving, she did not forget to look at Gao Xinrui provocatively. Gao Xinrui glared back, not wanting to be outdone. Full of gunpowder. When the team is assembled. Wang Wei glanced at Gu Linfeng and felt full of contempt for this man who looked like the former battalion commander. He was nearby when the incident just happened. He clearly heard the conversation between the people and witnessed the drama of 2 women fighting for one man. In his words, this is a scumbag. Of course, you don't need to be nice to a scumbag. Afterwards, Wang Wei began military training teaching. Start teaching step by step from Q movements. The soldiers of Class 102, which is the second company of the 1st Battalion, studied very hard. Because of Zhang Jiwei's unruly behavior, no one dared to talk nonsense and the following time passed quickly. At 11:30, the soldiers of the 2nd Company of the lower battalion finally breathed a sigh of relief when Wang Wei dismissed them. Afternoon. Training continues. Gu Linfeng fully demonstrated the basic qualities of an excellent soldier. There was no need for Wang Wei to teach him, as he could perform very standard movements. Wang Wei didn't like this person, but he had to admire the talent of this scumbag. In the end, Wang Wei had to let Gu Linfeng act as a model soldier, standing in front of the team and demonstrating the movements to everyone. Gu Linfeng originally didn't want to do that, and even wanted to slack off during training, but these basic movements had already formed muscle memory in his mind, so he couldn't just slack off whenever he wanted. This also made Gu Linfeng stand out in front of everyone. Captain, I heard that Gu Linfeng was a soldier. Can you guys learn from each other? A boy who always stole glances at Gao Xinrui suddenly spoke in the team. Gu Linfeng heard others call his name, Ma Defa. He also noticed that this person always stared at him with hatred. But he really couldn't figure out how he had offended this person. Oh. You were a soldier. Why didn't you tell me? No wonder your movements are so standard. Wang Wei was extremely surprised. What made him even more surprised was that this person was also called Gu Linfeng. Could he be the king of hell? That's not right. This guy is much more handsome than the king of hell. Also, the height is wrong. The king of hell is 180 centimeters tall, and this guy is about 185 centimeters tall. Report to the company commander, that's all in the past, let's not talk about it. Gu Linfeng was unwilling to say more on this issue. I think you don't dare. Ma Defa sneered and mocked. Even a clay man can get angry. Gu Linfeng clenched his fists and looked at Ma Defa coldly. Ma Defa, right? I definitely can't beat the company commander, why don't you come up and compete with me? I thought Ma Defa would refuse, but unexpectedly, he said, okay, you said it, don't let me punch you in the face and you run back to your mother. These words were very insulting, but Gu Linfeng's expression did not change at all. Why are you talking so much? Since you want to be beaten, I'll grant your wish. Gu Linfeng looked at Wang Wei, Captain, what do you think? Okay, remember to stop when you're done. Wang Wei also wanted to test Gu Linfeng's strength, so he nodded in agreement. Seeing that the instructor agreed, almost everyone shouted excitedly. Zhang Long even shouted loudly, Godfather, teach him a lesson. Let him feel what fear is. Everyone on the training ground was cheering for Gu Linfeng. In contrast, Ma Defa only has one supporter. That is Lu Qianran. Come on, Ma Defa. Defeat Gu Linfeng. This scene attracted countless eye rolls. Ma Defa sneered and deliberately clenched his fist when passing by Gao Xinrui, showing his manly demeanor. He wants to mate so badly. Gao Xinrui is very good, she is pretty and gentle. But she just fell in love with this bastard named Gu Linfeng. Listening to the girl's heart-wrenching cries, he erupted in anger. Damn it, what's wrong with me? Why should I cheer for him? And you want to beat me to death? It seems that you don't know my true strength. I am the Golden Gourd Cup Children's Taekwondo champion. It's more than enough to beat up a pretty boy. As for the fact that Gu Linfeng had been a soldier, he didn't take it seriously at all. Shut up. Ma Defa snorted arrogantly and strode to the front of the team. Gu Linfeng, fists and feet have no eyes, so you'd better be careful. As he said that, Ma Defa made a Taekwondo starting posture. Chapter 23, Challenge the Instructor. I thought you impressed me. But I didn't expect you to use Korean Taekwondo. Gu Linfeng made a military boxing start and waved at Ma Defa, be careful when you raise your legs high, don't pull your balls. I won't allow you to insult my martial arts. Ma Defa was greatly stimulated and rushed straight towards Gu Linfeng. Can you handle my whirlwind kick? Ma Defa squatted down quickly and attacked directly from the lower body. If this move is used against someone with an unstable lower body, the person will definitely be knocked down. But who is Gu Linfeng? A mere Korean Taekwondo is like a piece of cake in front of him. After dodging with a high jump, Gu Linfeng waved his hand again without any injury, come again. You're looking for death. Ma Defa kicked again. Gu Linfeng caught the kicking foot and swept his leg to make the man fall flat on his face. I was careless and didn't dodge. Ma Defa brushed the dust off his body, his face hot. Wang Wei was a little surprised when Gu Linfeng used the opening move of the military boxing. Military boxing is, after all, a set of moves for strengthening the body and is rarely used in actual combat. Although Gu Linfeng has not used it yet, he is 100% sure that Ma Defa will definitely lose. It's intuition. The intuition of a special operations pioneer. Just at this moment, Ma Defa rushed towards Gu Linfeng like crazy as if he was stimulated. Gu Linfeng, die for me. This time, he used all his strength to attack Gu Linfeng's lower body. Damn, that's quite sinister. Gu Linfeng frowned, and shouted loudly, the first move of military boxing, bow step punch. On this hot and sunny afternoon, the handsome man threw an ordinary punch under the watchful eyes of everyone. The girls in the team had covered their eyes, not daring to watch this violent scene. However, the crack in the palm betrayed everything. Bang! Ah! A scream was heard, and Ma Defa flew backwards 5 meters like a parabola. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. But Ma Defa was seen rolling on the ground, holding his chest and crying. Only the sound of the punch was heard, and no one noticed the details of the punch. It's really too fast. Gu Linfeng kept his lunge and punched, looking down at Ma Defa on the ground. This punch of mine is the result of nearly 20 years of practice. Can you take it? This sentence is undoubtedly a response to Ma Defa's pretentious question earlier, can you catch the sweeping kick? This reversal was like pinning Madfa to the ground and beating him violently. As soon as the words fell, the whole audience burst into screams and shouts. Godfather is indeed a real man. Beating Ma Defa is as easy as beating a child. This is so cool. Oh my god, I didn't see the move clearly, I just saw Madfa flying out. I swear, this is the first time in my life that I've seen someone who can knock someone flying. Wang Wei hurried to check on Ma Defa's condition. Are you okay? Mad grimaced in pain, but he could only swallow his anger in front of his classmates. No, it's okay, it doesn't hurt at all. Your face is so red, and you still say it doesn't hurt. Zhang Long yelled from below. That's right, if it hurts, just scream it out. We are all men, why pretend to be calm? Damn! Ma Defa stood up while enduring the pain and returned to the team without saying a word. This time, he did not show off in front of Gao Xinrui, but was very low-key. You have to be low-key. You just got beaten up by Gu Linfeng. Wouldn't it be stupid to pretend to be cool now? This classmate's military boxing really opened my eyes. Wang Wei smiled, I've also learned a few military boxing moves. Why don't we have a competition and show it to our classmates? This is not a good idea, Captain. Gu Linfeng hesitated again. What's wrong with that? If you're a man, you can't say no. Come on. Wang Wei's face turned cold, and his aura became fierce as well. Gu Linfeng still shook his head and refused. To enjoy the glory for a while but to face the exposure of one's identity is not worthwhile as compared to business. As for losing to Wang Wei, he would not allow that either. Forget it. You are the instructor and the company commander. I won't embarrass myself in front of you with my mediocre skills. Gu Linfeng said modestly. You are quite modest. Since you don't fight, then blame me for being rude. Wang Wei didn't believe Gu Linfeng's lies. When he challenged Ma Defa, every move he made revealed that he was not simple. If he was only good at mediocre skills, then wouldn't Ma Defa be just a show-off? Wang Wei snorted coldly, controlled his own strength and punched straight at Gu Linfeng's chest. It's also a simple straight punch. Wang Wei added a loud shout, which served to cheer himself up and also to remind Gu Linfeng. Facing the incoming fist, Gu Linfeng slightly turned sideways and easily dodged it. Instructor, if you continue like this, I won't be polite. Gu Linfeng looked slightly cold. I've been waiting for your rudeness. Seeing Gu Linfeng easily avoid his attack, Wang Wei became more certain of his thoughts. This guy is an expert. Come again. Wang Wei quickly stepped forward and punched towards Gu Linfeng like cannonballs. Gu Linfeng secretly said that his boxing skills were great and his expression became serious. Gu Linfeng quickly dodged Wang Wei's attack and then lunged forward with a punch. In this punch, he used 20% of his strength. Before Wang Wei could even react, Gu Linfeng's fist hit him hard in the chest. Bang! Wang Wei, like Ma Defa, flew backwards 3 meters and fell to the ground with a thud. Silence. The whole audience was silent. If Gu Linfeng's defeat of Ma Defa might have been due to luck, then defeating Wang Wei now is definitely a manifestation of strength. Gu Linfeng. Awesome. Even Ma Defa, who had just lost face in the crowd, felt much better. It's not that I'm not strong enough, but that the enemy is too fierce. Didn't you see that the instructor was knocked down? Ahem, I'm not as skilled as others. Wang Wei covered his chest with a painful expression, staring at Gu Linfeng's handsome profile, and finally asked the real question, are you the king of hell? What king of hell? You've got the wrong person. Gu Linfeng shook his head, lowered the brim of his hat, and reached out to pull Wang Wei up from the ground. I can't have mistaken your voice, it's you. Wang Wei's expression paused after hearing Gu Linfeng's voice, and then an excited expression appeared on his face. I'll say it again, you've got the wrong person. Gu Linfeng sighed and still refused to admit it. Ah. Did I make a mistake? Although Wang Wei said this, his face showed disbelief. Although he had little contact with the King of Hell, he would not misunderstand Gu Linfeng's voice. This sound made all the soldiers of the 2nd Special Operations Battalion awed and even fearful. Seeing that Gu Linfeng still refused to change his words, Wang Wei simply took out the walkie-talkie. Report, I'm Wang Wei, I was beaten, requesting support. Hey, what are you doing? It's bad enough that you're not as skilled as others, but you're also asking for help. Gu Linfeng turned around and was about to run as if facing a formidable enemy. Unexpectedly, Wang Wei hugged Gu Linfeng's thighs. You can't leave, you have to make things clear. What am I saying? You really got the wrong person. Gu Linfeng looked at Wang Wei, who was playing tricks at his feet, and felt like crying. Everyone was a little confused at this moment. How come Wang Wei, who has always presented himself as a tough guy, now acts like a scoundrel? What did the captain mean by the King of Hell? Isn't that too childish? Is the company commander talking about the punch that Gu Linfeng almost sent him to hell? That's not clear. I think the company commander wants to blackmail Gu Linfeng. Yes, he just used the intercom to call for help. Is he planning to gang up on Gu Linfeng? I didn't expect that soldiers would also blackmail people. Zhang Long clenched his fists, his face full of resentment. Ma Defa was very proud at the side. Ha, this Gu Linfeng was so ruthless in beating up the instructor. I wonder how he ends up this time. Chapter 24. Are you sure to let me turn around? Look at your smug look. You didn't talk so much when you were getting up from the ground after being knocked down by Gu Linfeng just now. Zhang Long is an old yin-yang man. He starts with a full-level taunt. Fuck, I was careless. If you don't believe me, let's fight again. Do you believe that I can beat Gu Linfeng to a pulp? Ma Defa just kept bragging. If you don't believe me, just brag about how great you are. Zhang Long sneered with disdain. Tisk, whatever happens. Anyway, Gu Linfeng is going to be beaten soon. It's okay to beat me, but beating the instructor, tsk. Ma Defa smacked his lips, already imagining the scene of Gu Linfeng being beaten up. At this time, a voice rang out from Wang Wei's intercom. Sizzle. Fuck it, who is so blind as to hit my brother? Wang Wei, control that student. Everyone, support Wang Wei immediately. An angry roar came from the intercom. Then, I saw 20 to 30 people running over from not far from the playground. Just admit it, I have guessed your true identity. Although Wang Wei was hugging Gu Linfeng's thigh on the ground and looked very embarrassed, he looked extremely confident. I am really impressed by you. Gu Linfeng smiled bitterly helplessly. Captain, we all saw that you were the one who took the initiative to spar with Gu Linfeng. You can't just retaliate maliciously just because you haven't fought before, right? Gao Xinrui stood up at this time and asked Wang Wei, who was lying on the ground. That's right, Captain. It's fine if you can't beat me, but you actually blackmailed me. I thought you were handsome and regarded you as my idol. Others may be afraid of you, but I am not. Your behavior is really shameful. If you dare to touch Gu Linfeng, I will report you immediately. Gao Xinrui's righteous words inspired most of the class to express their support. Lu Qianran kept sneering, Gu Linfeng, Gu Linfeng, you are very good at fighting, but can you beat dozens of people? You misunderstood. I didn't mean to ask anyone to beat Gu Linfeng. Wang Wei saw that there was a misunderstanding and kept explaining, but he never let go of Gu Linfeng. You're still saying no. We heard the conversation you had on the intercom clearly. Do you still want to quibble? Zhang Long shouted loudly in the team. Zhang Long is right. If you dare to touch Gu Linfeng, I will die in front of you. Needless to say, this must be what the crazy girl said. Wang Wei felt a headache. He knew that he had caused a misunderstanding, and if it was not handled properly, it would become a sensitive issue involving the military. If things go wrong, he will be punished. King of Hell, oh King of Hell, you have really screwed me over. Everyone, listen to me. Wang Wei raised his voice, things are not what you think. Gu Linfeng is very likely a comrade I know. Although Wang Wei's voice was loud, it still couldn't drown out the anger of the students. It wasn't just the second company of the 1st Battalion training on the playground, almost all the freshmen were scattered everywhere. The quarrel between the second company of the 1st Battalion naturally attracted the attention of countless people. In addition, all their instructors ran towards the second company of the 1st Battalion, which made everyone feel very strange. Gu Linfeng knew it was unavoidable and patted Wang Wei's arm. "Let me go, I won't run away." "Real?" "Certainly." Wang Wei took his hand away doubtfully. Seeing that Gu Linfeng was indeed standing still, he breathed a sigh of relief and waved hurriedly to the back. The instructors who came running over quickly saw Wang Wei lying on the ground and waving at him, and thought he was dying, so they ran even faster. Damn it! How strong is the opponent to be able to beat Wang Wei to the ground? Hoo, be careful with this kid, I think he has some evil nature. Wang Wei is usually too arrogant. He relies on the fact that he was directly recruited by the martial arts school and doesn't take ordinary people seriously. I didn't expect that he would suffer a big loss today. The instructors quickly gathered together and talked among themselves. Stop talking nonsense. He actually dared to hit an active duty soldier. Get that guy under control for me now. Sun Debiao shouted loudly. Yes. Gu Linfeng felt the footsteps coming from behind him, and felt a little uneasy. Is it finally coming? At the beginning, when he was discharged from the army, he was afraid that these guys would be sad, so he didn't tell any of them. He was afraid that they would keep him and be reluctant to let him go. Now. Still have to face all this. But on second thought, escape is not a solution after all, and what needs to be faced will have to be faced sooner or later. Running away is ultimately a sign of cowardice. Boy, how dare you hit my people? I don't care if you are a student or not, you must give me an explanation. Sun Debiao ran behind Gu Linfeng and said in a thunderous voice. Wang Wei, are you okay? You are such a loser. You brag to me every day about how many people you can beat by yourself. Are you not so arrogant now? Once you are done with it, you will have to carry the load for 20 kilometers. Battalion commander, you misunderstood, Wang Wei wanted to explain. Don't explain to me, I haven't fought you before. Sun Debiao didn't listen, staring at Gu Linfeng's back, and said viciously, Boy, turn around and let me, Sun Debiao, take a good look at you. Are you so bold as to fight my soldiers? This familiar voice. Gu Linfeng's shoulders trembled slightly. Boy, are you scared? You know how to cry now. I tell you, it's too late. Those who hit me must pay the price. Sun Debiao sneered. It's not what you think. It's just that Captain Wang's skills are not as good as others. Gao Xinrui's face turned red with anxiety, and her handsome face was full of anxiety. He's cheating. You are the leader of the new recruits, right? Why are you so arrogant and tyrannical and don't even listen to our explanation? I remember him, his name is Sun Debiao. Captain Sun, if you dare to use force without reason, we, the students, will immediately sign a joint letter to sue you. Sun Debiao's face twitched. He didn't expect that these students would be so difficult to manage. But his own soldiers stood behind him. If he admits defeat, how can he lead troops in the future? Battalion commander, you misunderstood. I was the one who took the initiative to spar with him. It's not what you think. Wang Wei hurriedly got up from the ground and said with a face full of shame and anger. Admitting that he was inferior to his opponent in front of so many comrades was more painful than killing him. However, when he thought about who he was defeated by, he felt honored. This is the king of hell. It's worth my life to be able to fight him. You mean you took the initiative to spar with him, but you didn't beat him? Then what do you mean by clinging to his thigh and asking me for help? Sun Debiao was so angry that smoke came out of his nostrils. He wanted to give Wang Wei 2 big slaps. Are you going to let me vent your anger for you? This is so fucking embarrassing. No, it's this person. Forget it, you should tell him in person. Wang Wei knew the story of Gu Linfeng and Sun Debiao. Sometimes it is better to discover surprises on your own. Boy, turn around. Sun Debiao put his hands behind his back and started to prepare. Are you sure you want me to turn around? A faint voice sounded, and Sun Debiao, who was about to show the aura of a superior, was in a trance. Chapter 25, Identity Exposed, Yan Wang Lectures. Why does this voice sound so familiar? Could it be? Sun Debiao didn't dare to think about it anymore. He just felt that the back figure looked familiar. Add to that this familiar voice and the rumor that Yan Wang had retired from the army and enrolled in school. Hiss. Everyone, come and gather. Sun Debiao gave the order. The instructors who were ready to go quickly gathered together. I was puzzled, what's wrong with this battalion commander? Does he need to be so formal when teaching a brat who doesn't know his place? But no one dared to disobey Sun Debiao's orders. Although they had doubts, they acted quickly. The team was assembled in just 3 seconds, and even Wang Wei joined the queue. Sun Debiao stood at attention and turned to face all the instructors. At ease. Stand at attention. The uniform movements made all the students excited. This is real queue action. Tidy up your clothes. Sun Debiao gave the order and took the lead in tidying up his appearance. The instructors' movements were not slow, but they became even more confused. When they were in the army, they always went to other units to find a place to fight, but never was it as formal as today. Do you have to tidy up your appearance before hitting someone? Is this the greatest respect for the opponent? This judge's bad taste is getting worse and worse. Sun Debiao turned around again, facing Gu Linfeng's back. Comrade Battalion Commander, the 2nd Special Operations Battalion has assembled. There should be 360 people, but only 30 are here. 330 of them will participate in the training mission. Please give your instructions, Sun Debiao, former Deputy Commander of the 1st Special Operations Battalion. This is a weird and formal scene. It wasn't just the students who were stunned. Even the instructor stood there in a daze. Has the battalion commander gone mad? Why is he giving a student report? Also, the battalion commander. Isn't he the battalion commander? What the hell is the deputy battalion commander? They dare not say these things in their hearts and can only keep them in their hearts. The only person who understood was Wang Wei. Seeing that Sun Debiao took it so seriously, he knew that his guess was correct. Under everyone's puzzled gaze, Gu Linfeng slowly turned around. He returned the salute with a standard military salute, at ease. Yes. Sun Debiao saluted, shouted, at ease, to the team, and then returned to the team and stood at the front. No one noticed that a tear fell from the corner of his eye. He is indeed Gu Linfeng, his battalion commander, his savior, and also the king of hell. When all the instructors present saw Gu Linfeng, their originally determined eyes suddenly widened. It was like seeing a ghost. Comrades, I didn't expect that we would meet in this special way. Gu Linfeng looked at the familiar face in front of him, tears welling up in his eyes. Among you there are soldiers I led, and comrades I have met a few times, but this does not stop me from being reluctant to part with you and loving you. Due to some special reasons, I chose to change my career. Please forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye. I know you have a lot of questions about why I am standing here, but what I want to say is, in life, you always have to experience it. Gu Linfeng smiled, suppressing the excitement in his heart. From now on, I am no longer your battalion commander. I am just one of your soldiers. Gu Linfeng's classmates were completely confused. Lu Qianran found it even more incredible. He knew that Gu Linfeng was serving in the army, but he didn't expect that he would be a battalion commander. For me, he gave up his position as battalion commander and came to the university where I was. At this moment, she felt a little regretful. But it was only a hint. In the face of the extravagant life of feasting and drinking and spending money like water, what does this little touch of emotion mean? Are there direct ones like Hermes and Chanel? Oh my God, my godfather is so awesome, he is actually the battalion commander. Zhang Long grabbed Su Zhihui's arm and shook it continuously. Stop shaking, I heard it. But my godfather is awesome. Gao Xinrui's beautiful eyes are full of brilliance. The man he likes is really excellent. He is only 19 years old now, but he has become a battalion commander in the army. Looking across the country, how many people can do it? Ma Defa was behind Gao Xinrui and noticed the change in Gao Xinrui's expression. He knew that Gu Linfeng's identity was too powerful and he simply did not have the strength to compete with him. He lost, and lost miserably. It wasn't because he was incompetent, but because his opponent was too good. This relationship is destined to end in vain. From now on, I am no longer your battalion commander. I am just one of your soldiers. Gu Linfeng's voice kept echoing in the hearts of all the soldiers. After a moment, Zheng Weiqian, the first soldier led by Gu Linfeng, shouted with a choked voice. No, Captain, you are definitely lying to us. You are so outstanding, how could you bear to leave your beloved unit? You will definitely come back, right? Wow, Captain, I missed you so much during the time you were away. I didn't believe them when they told me you had retired. It's so good to see you again. Sun Debiao secretly wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. He swore that this was the first time in his military career that he moved around in a queue. How can you cry so much? The battalion commander is gone, but he is not dead. Shouldn't he be standing in front of you now? Sun Debiao said this, but his voice was trembling, which showed that he was also uneasy in his heart. Gu Linfeng smiled, but it seemed so far-fetched in everyone's eyes. As for life, if I've experienced enough, maybe I'll go back someday. Gu Linfeng made a promise. In fact, it was not true. The commander had promised him that he could go back at any time, so he was not deceiving these lovely soldiers. Really? Then Captain, please come back quickly. You don't know how cruel the judge is to us. The training task is heavy, but if you don't complete it, you will be criticized at the mass meeting for at least 2 hours. Yes, Captain Sun is really too mean. Please come back and abuse us. We really can't stand his nagging anymore. Sun Debiao was still feeling sad, but when he heard the people below him tell tales in front of Gu Linfeng, his face darkened. Get lost, what nonsense are you talking about? I am a quiet person, how can I be as hateful as you say? Gu Linfeng sneered, okay, now is still military training time, we can talk about the past later, now everyone disband and return to your teams. Disband. Gu Linfeng ordered and ran away. Sun Debiao was not willing to give in, and said to Wang Wei, go and take him back to continue training. Then, he strode in the direction where Gu Linfeng fled. Wang Wei smiled with relief. Just as he was about to take it back, he was surrounded by the instructors. Wang Wei, you are so good. You didn't tell us after you knew the news about the battalion commander. Instead, you asked us to come here in this way. Are you really here to see us make a fool of ourselves? He has ulterior motives. I think he is seeking revenge against Captain Sun. But don't say it, seeing Captain Sun so heartbroken makes me feel so happy. Wang Wei waved his hands hastily, no, I just discovered it, too. The comrades who were originally complimenting Wang Wei immediately changed their expressions. This kid is hiding this from everyone. Brothers, let's teach him a lesson. Wang Wei ran away, shouting his injustice. Soon. The instructor disappeared without a trace, leaving the recruits of the second company of the 1st Battalion staring at each other in amazement. No, the instructors have all run away, who will train us? Zhang Long asked in his heart. Chapter 26, Never Get Drunk. Sun Debiao chased in the direction Gu Linfeng fled. When he found Gu Linfeng breathlessly, our protagonist was sitting calmly in the shade of a tree to cool off. Biaozi, you're here. Gu Linfeng raised the corner of his mouth and pointed to the empty space beside him, sit down. You're welcome. Sun Debiao sat down on the ground with a cold face and without any courtesy. It's fine if you just left without saying goodbye, but what do you mean by not replying to your Facebook messages? Sun Debiao asked as soon as he opened his mouth. Don't you know what's wrong with me if I don't reply to your message? What I fear most is crying. Gu Linfeng glanced at the burly Sun Debiao and continued. Don't forget, it was you who cried so hard when I was shot and almost died. Damn, didn't you say you kept this to yourself? Why are you bringing it up again? Sun Debiao's face turned red when his weakness was exposed. We are all men, some sadness can be avoided. I hope you can understand my leaving without saying goodbye. Gu Linfeng fiddled with the stones on the ground, feeling equally uncomfortable. Okay, I won't ask or say anything, but you must not go home until you are drunk tonight. Sun Debiao changed the subject. Okay, whoever is a coward is a grandson. Night. Gu Linfeng did not return to the dormitory, but went to the instructor's dormitory. The moment Gu Linfeng arrived, everyone was excited. Sun Debiao and his men packed some food from the restaurant and ordered dozens of boxes of beer. I'm going all out today. Let's drink with the battalion commander. Long live Captain Sun. The judge is awesome. Gu Linfeng seemed to have returned to those passionate days. That night, everyone drank and chatted happily. Gu Linfeng kept showing off the little whirlwind. The sound of beer bottle after bottle swirling left Sun Debiao and others stunned. Some people who were not convinced wanted to compete with Gu Linfeng in drinking, but facing Gu Linfeng, who had already reached the peak of human physical fitness, they were no match for him. In the end, almost everyone was drunk and fell to the ground. Tonight, he vented all the depression in his heart, and it was already early morning when he returned to the dormitory. Seeing that Gu Linfeng was drunk, Zhang Long jumped off the bed. "Godfather, you don't know that your heroic act today has gone viral in school. Everyone says that you were a battalion commander and a top soldier before you went to school." "Ah. You spread it?" Gu Linfeng raised his eyelids. "I didn't say anything, but the people in my class are so talkative. Even though there's no video recording, the forums and other forums have already exposed you." Zhang Long said with an admiring look. "So everyone in our school believes it?" "No, everyone in the school says that the people in our class are bragging." Zhang Long looked helpless. "Sometimes no one believes you when you tell the truth. It's not that no one believes it, it's just too ridiculous. Isn't it too fake that he is a 19-year-old battalion commander? Don't think too much. We still have training tomorrow. Go to bed early." Gu Linfeng ignored Zhang Long and went to bed after a simple wash. The next day, Gu Linfeng woke up with a splitting headache. He drank a lot of white wine and beer last night, and he was lucky to still wake up. I shook my head to make myself more awake and signed in silently. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for achieving the ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Fuck, system, are you kidding me? You didn't give me a reward when I was drinking last night, so isn't it too late to give me a reward now? You're already breastfeeding now since the baby died, what were you doing before? Gu Linfeng kept cursing in his heart. The skill of drinking 1,000 cups without getting drunk can completely eliminate all the aftereffects of a hangover for the host. The system is great. Use. The method of drinking 1,000 cups without getting drunk was used successfully. A moment. Gu Linfeng trembled all over for a few seconds. The groggy brain suddenly became clear. Oh my god, this skill is amazing. Gu Linfeng just laughed. Godfather, it's 5 against 1 so early in the morning. Su Jihui was on the upper bunk of Gu Linfeng. He was awakened by a shaking sound. Roll. Gu Linfeng is no internet novice, he knows what Su Jihui is talking about better than anyone else. After breakfast, Gu Linfeng took Zhang Long and the other two for a walk on the campus, and people kept pointing at him. That's Gu Linfeng. People on the forum say he's a battalion commander. Why the hell don't I believe it? Look, he's wearing camouflage uniform. Does he need training if he's a soldier? Huh, those students in their class are really funny. They swore and swore on the forum. I really don't know what benefits this Gu Linfeng gave them to find ways to make him famous. Famous? I think it's infamous. Zhang Long and the other two's faces turned black. They rolled up their sleeves and were about to go forward to argue, but were grabbed by Gu Linfeng. Well, the mouth is on someone else's body, let him say whatever he wants. No, can you tolerate them saying that to you? Gu Linfeng shrugged. I can't just tell everyone I was a battalion commander when I was in the army, can you please show some respect to me? Zhang Long shook his head angrily, that can't be the case. I'm not happy about it anyway. Yeah, I really want to tear these bastards' mouths apart. Yu Xinming was equally indignant. A few minutes later, the four of them came to the training ground of the 2nd Company of the 1st Battalion. Gu Linfeng greeted with a smile. However, he discovered a problem. The male classmates all looked at him with admiration, while the female classmates looked at him with admiration and doubt. This is a big deal. I didn't expect the aftereffects of identity exposure to be so severe. Student Gu, I prepared some iced drinks for you today. If you feel thirsty later, tell me. I prepared milk tea for classmate Gu, the first cup of autumn. You bunch of bitches, Gu Linfeng keeps drinking my hand-brewed coffee, don't even think about snatching it from me. At this moment, Gu Linfeng is in pain and happy. Gao Xinrui looked at her extremely enthusiastic female classmates rushing to serve drinks, and then looked at the lay-by drinks she had prepared in advance, and she felt jealous. There is even an illusion that a beloved item has been stolen. At this time, Wang Wei arrived late. Wang Wei, who was extremely haggard after a night of hangover, felt so excited when he saw Gu Linfeng in high spirits. The battalion commander drank the most last night, so why does he act like nothing happened now? The company commander is here, everyone stand up. Gao Xinrui saw Wang Wei and hurriedly reminded him. Everyone stopped fighting and stood still. Wang Wei walked to the front of the team and was about to salute when his body shook. Last night, apart from Gu Linfeng who drank the most, he was probably the only one left. His comrades nominally thanked him for discovering Gu Linfeng, but in reality they were taking revenge on him for embarrassing everyone. The toast was fake, but the threat of death was real. Battalion commander, I'm not feeling well. How about you? Wang Wei didn't say the rest, but Gu Linfeng understood immediately. This is a sign of poor health and active request for help. I will train you, but don't call me battalion commander. I am just an ordinary student and an ordinary soldier now. But Wang Wei hesitated. No buts, just call me by my name from now on. Gu Linfeng said firmly, this is an order. Yes. Chapter 27 Abuse Lu Qianran. Wang Wei returned to the dormitory to rest. He is really too weak. Gu Linfeng walked in front of everyone with a smile. Stand at military posture for 30 minutes, start. Without any unnecessary nonsense, Gu Linfeng just started to fight. When everyone saw this novel scene, no one said anything. Zhang Long's mouth was almost stretched to the back of his head. I can finally hug my stepfather's big, thick legs. Pa. Zhang Long, who was lost in fantasy, was in a trance. There was a sharp pain in the back of my head. Standing at attention and laughing. If you keep laughing, you will be punished by an extra 30 minutes of training. Zhang Long didn't dare to laugh anymore, but he kept wailing in his heart. You said you would hug my big thick legs, but how come you are even more cruel than Wang Wei? Gu Linfeng walked and stopped. When passing by Gao Xinrui, he deliberately corrected a few of her movements. Keep your hands close to the trouser seam. Yes, that's it. Gu Linfeng held Gao Xinrui's hand and inevitably touched her hand. It's smooth, tender and very soft. Gao Xinrui's pretty face turned red. He actually touched my hand. Very happy. Gao Xinrui's eyes were full of little stars. It's over, I'm obsessed with her again. Gu Linfeng shook his head helplessly. He kept teaching and soon discovered the problem. The girls in the class deliberately made the wrong moves. This made Gu Linfeng very angry, and he came to the front of the team and started scolding them. He doesn't know what it means to be gentle and considerate to women. The infatuated female classmates he scolded looked so tearful that I felt even more sorry for them. Oh, you're using chicken feathers as a token of authority. Lu Qianran in the crowd said disdainfully. Who said that? Stand up. Gu Linfeng looked around. I'm telling you. What can you do to me? Lu Qianran raised his hand nonchalantly. Captain Wang asked me to train you just now. Didn't you hear me? Gu Linfeng's voice turned cold. Everyone, rest where you are. Lu Qianran will stand in military posture for 2 hours. Start now. You are taking revenge maliciously. Lu Qianran refused to accept. I'm taking revenge on you. If you don't accept it, come and bite me. Gu Linfeng had an expression that said, what can you do to me? He was as arrogant as he could be. This arrogant tone made everyone laugh. No one spoke for Lu Qianran. After all, everyone knew something about her and Gu Linfeng's story. I won't stand. Whoever wants to stand can stand. I still say the same thing. You are not an instructor and you have no right to order us around. Lu Qianran was as tough as a dead pig. Who said Gu Linfeng is not qualified? Su Su's voice suddenly sounded from behind. Lu Qianran's heart skipped a beat. Counselor, you are here. Gu Linfeng used honorifics to show his respect. Su Su smiled and nodded. The latest notice from the school is that Gu Linfeng will serve as the deputy head of the new recruits group and the commander-in-chief of the military training. Do you think he is qualified? Su Su heard about what happened yesterday. She didn't expect that the tall and handsome boy in front of her was actually a battalion commander in the army. Moreover, the commander of the new recruits regiment, Major Sun Debiao, was Gu Linfeng's former comrade in arms and subordinate. She became more and more interested in Gu Linfeng. What? He is the commander-in-chief. Lu Qianran thought to himself, oh no. That's right, don't you even believe me? Su Su still smiled gently. Since Su Su said so, how could Lu Qianran not believe it? You can't help but believe it. Commander Gu, you continue to train. I'm leaving first. Su Su said, and left reluctantly. I wonder if those idiots from other departments would dare to say that Gu Linfeng's identity is fake. Will my identity as the commander-in-chief slap them in the face? Zhang Long laughed, looking very arrogant. With the school's endorsement, Gu Linfeng's mysterious identity seemed to be confirmed. If the identity is fake, then isn't it a joke to let a student serve as the deputy commander and commander-in-chief of a new recruit regiment? Gu Linfeng looked down at Lu Qianran and asked, "Excuse me, will my order to you work?" Lu Qianran was silent. "I'm asking you a question, answer me." Gu Linfeng emphasized. "It works. Since it works, why don't you stand at attention?" Gu Linfeng scolded loudly. Although he was unwilling in his heart, Lu Qianran had to do it. Everyone looked at Lu Qianran as if he were a clown. Lu Qianran's face was hot, but she had to stand in military posture. Gu Linfeng walked to Lu Qianran's side and took out a wooden stick from somewhere. "The posture is wrong, clench your hands tightly." The wooden stick hit Lu Qianran's hand, making her grimacing in pain. "Lean forward. Keep your center of gravity." Gu Linfeng felt extremely happy at this moment. I didn't expect Sun Debiao to be so powerful that he actually arranged an appointment for me as the commander-in-chief. Afternoon. The training continues. Lu Qianran is still being abused. This time, Gu Linfeng changed his tactics. When the professor squatted down and stood up, he deliberately corrected Lu Qianran. "Have her do a standard squat on the ground." Squatting looks simple, but when you really squat, you will realize how torturous this action is. Lu Qianran gritted her teeth and cursed Gu Linfeng's ancestors in her heart. This man is really hateful. She called Zhang Junjie during her lunch break. But it still turned off. She really wanted to tell Zhang Junjie about the torture Gu Linfeng had inflicted on her. But this man seemed to have disappeared. With no other options, Lu Qianran went to Zhang Junjie's dormitory to look for him. But his roommate told him that Zhang Junjie had not returned for 2 days. There was no choice, Lu Qianran went to find Su Su to ask for leave. "Are you having your period?" "Not coming." "Is that a physical discomfort?" "Yes, I'm not feeling well." "Are there any cases?" Faced with Su Su's question, Lu Qianran reluctantly returned to the dormitory and continued to endure Gu Linfeng's revenge. After a whole day, when Lu Qianran returned to the dormitory, she was almost exhausted. Other girls were drinking cool drinks under the shade of the trees, but she was either standing at attention or standing in place as punishment. This bastard's revenge is so righteous. Moreover, not a single girl in the class spoke up for her. Thinking of this, Lu Qianran couldn't help but want to temporarily admit her mistake to Gu Linfeng on Facebook. But she found out. Gu Linfeng has actually been blocked by her. There was no other way, she could only add him to the group and make a note. "Lu Qianran, I was wrong, I shouldn't have treated you like that." "Gu Linfeng, are you wrong?" "I think you are afraid." Lu Qianran felt extremely aggrieved. Coincidentally, another text message came in at this time. "Lu Qianran, right? I'm here to borrow money. Your debt is overdue. Please pay it back as soon as possible. Otherwise, our company will send someone to your school to discuss the matter." Lu Qianran cursed inwardly, cursing Gu Linfeng while also cursing Zhang Junjie. "You bastard, you've taken everything from me and you just don't care about me anymore, right? No matter how expensive it is, she still has to pay back the money she owes. She has no choice but to look at the Hermes bag next to her." Chapter 28 Military Training and Parade. The next few days. Gu Linfeng completely skipped training and just patrolled the training ground when he had nothing to do. As for the rumors about Gu Linfeng on the forum, everyone originally just read them for fun. It was not until Gu Linfeng accompanied Sun Debiao on an inspection tour that countless freshmen were surprised to discover. All the instructors' first reaction when they saw Gu Linfeng was to stand at attention and salute. Show as much respect as possible in your expression. Some brave freshmen even took the initiative to ask instructor Gu Linfeng about his identity. These instructors were so annoyed that they finally said, "Gu Linfeng was our former battalion commander." Just this one sentence completely ignited public opinion. The students who originally regarded Gu Linfeng as a fun person now completely worshipped him. When Gu Linfeng walked around the campus, he was greeted by countless freshmen. This surprised him very much. Is he so famous in school now? However, an unknown force forcibly deleted the news about Gu Linfeng on the internet, and the talkative instructor also ended the military training early. In the past few days, Gu Linfeng signed in at the system every day. I don't know if his luck has run out. The rewards for signing in are all kinds of strange, such as women's stockings, elves blocking. But there is good news. Today, the National Transportation Department officially issued a decree. Notice on the prohibition of Laetul from taking to the road. The notice clearly stipulates that products such as Laetul are banned from the road because they failed the collision test, did not meet various indicators, did not meet the standards for road driving, and posed major safety and traffic hazards. The once popular Laetul product was suddenly ignored, and the stock price of Shindi machinery, which became popular due to the recommendation of bloggers, instantly plummeted to the bottom. Bankruptcy liquidation will take place in the next few days. This made countless fans of old man cars extremely sad and angry. I just bought a Mercedes-Benz G-Class in full, and now you won't let me drive it away. I'm selling a brand new Mercedes-Benz G-Class for only 5,800 yuan. Take the Mercedes-Benz G-Class home. This Lao Tu should be properly rectified. A few days ago, when I was driving on the highway back to my hometown, I saw a Lao Tu driving from a distance. I was so scared at the time. How can this thing be used on the highway? What's even more outrageous is that the speed of this Lao Tu is only 60 miles per hour. It's too dangerous. I think the rectification is right. There are too many old cars on the road that do not follow the regulations. Some time ago, an old man drove a car on the road and killed several people. The old man won't let me drive, so what should we do if we don't have a driver's license? Can we drive an electric wheelchair? The above person has a really good idea. I won't say anything more. I have already placed an order for an electric wheelchair. Excuse me, is it illegal to drive a wheelchair on the road? It's not illegal, but it's pretty stupid. Before the news was announced, Gu Linfeng had already sold all of Shindi Machinery's shares and made a net profit of 50 million. 25 times more. The only pity is that the domestic stock market cannot be bought on a decline, otherwise he would have made more money. Afterwards, Gu Linfeng once again selected a stock with a considerable increase in price and bought it with one click. As for how much he can earn, he doesn't care at all. Once the military training is over and he sells the products, his new life will begin. The following days of military training. The freshmen learned the parade and military boxing to perform during military training parades. Gu Linfeng was selected as the flag bearer of the 3 Service Guard of Honor. The location is in the middle. The military training parade was soon to begin. Gu Linfeng put on the uniform he brought back from the army. Dressed in military uniform, looking tall and heroic. In the stands, most of the students of the Shanghai Conservatory of Music were quietly waiting for Gu Linfeng's report. Why is the commander of this freshman class so young? I heard that a man named Gu Linfeng is the chief commander. He seems to be a retired soldier. I just don't know why the school let him be the chief commander. Aren't they afraid of mistakes? Haven't you heard that this guy named Gu Linfeng seemed to be a battalion commander in the army? The most important thing is that he is only 19 years old. Holy shit, is this true? The battalion commander is coming to our school as a freshman. It's probably true, otherwise the school wouldn't have made him the commander-in-chief so frivolously. I still don't believe it. He's the battalion commander of the army. He's at least a major, and he's this age. Stop talking, the military training parade is about to begin. Under the watchful eyes of the public. Gu Linfeng, dressed in casual clothes, ran to the podium with a serious expression and began his deafening report. Comrade President, the military training parade for the freshmen of the class of 2023 of Shanghai Conservatory of Music is ready. Please give your instructions. Commander Gu Linfeng. Begin. The principal stood up excitedly and looked at the young Gu Linfeng in a trance. When Sun Debiao reported to him and asked Gu Linfeng, a freshman, to be the commander, he was confused. A student as commander? He wanted to refuse, but Sun Debiao said seriously. We instructors are all soldiers that Gu Linfeng used to lead. He is the most suitable person to be the commander-in-chief. The principal opened his mouth and wanted to ask for details, but was rejected by Su Debiao. In short, this commander must be Gu Linfeng. If you disagree, feel free to communicate with my superiors, but the result will probably be the same. After hearing this, the principal no longer insisted. I became even more curious about this young man, Gu Linfeng. After finishing his report, Gu Linfeng quickly ran to the designated location and shouted with all his might. Standard soldiers, take your positions. As soon as he finished speaking, the prepared standard bearers marched into the designated position. The parade begins. As the music sounded, the guard of honor entered the venue first with the first company of the 1st Battalion. The host then excitedly picked up the microphone and said, "The new recruits from the music department are walking towards us with vigorous steps." Gu Linfeng stood outside the playground, watching expressionlessly. It should be said that the male-to-female ratio at Shanghai Conservatory of Music is as high as 8 to 2. 8 are female and 2 are male. The true situation of yin being stronger than yang. This military parade should be more accurately called the Women's Army Parade. These students entered the venue shouting slogans, and it was definitely the girls who heard them. The boys' voices were almost completely drowned out by the girls. The students coming towards us next are from the music department's Class 2. It is worth mentioning that the commander of this military parade, Gu Linfeng, is a student from Class 2. We can see that the overall spirit of Class 2 is positive, sunny, and progressive. The students in Class 2 are like the scorching sun. Gu Linfeng watched Class 2 passing by in front of him. He saw Zhang Long, Gao Xinrui, and also Lu Qianran. Although he didn't like this woman, Lu Qianran's expression was still serious at this moment. It seems that she is not stupid and knows that this is not the time to throw a tantrum. As the last class team entered the playground, the military training also came to an end. Chapter 29 Reluctance. As the parade ended, the next step was for each class to demonstrate military boxing. This is Gu Linfeng's favorite part. Similarly, this is also the part that is most pleasing to the eyes for all men. Military boxing in men's hands is very powerful. But when used in the hands of the female students, accompanied by the gentle sighs in their mouths, the taste seemed to change. The military boxing became a gangster's exciting boxing. Gu Linfeng watched with interest. Gu Linfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief after the last class performance. This military training and parade ceremony has ended successfully. With the host's introduction, the military training that brought both pain and joy to the freshmen came to an end. The only pity is that there was no live-fire shooting arrangement during this military training. The reason is that the proportion of female freshmen is too high. These delicate girls were afraid of the sound of gunfire, so nothing was done. For this reason, Zhang Long specially looked for Gu Linfeng, wanting to have a try. But he was rejected by Gu Linfeng. This made Zhang Long feel that it was not nice enough. But Gu Linfeng just smiled and didn't explain much. After the military training, Gu Linfeng did not bring it back, but went to find Sun Debiao. Sun Debiao was preparing to gather personnel and return to the training base. Seeing Gu Linfeng coming, Sun Debiao laughed. "Why? You don't want to let go?" "That's not the case. The students just can't bear to leave you. Why don't you leave tomorrow morning? The military training instructors will say goodbye to the students on the playground tonight." Gu Linfeng shook his head and said, "That's fine. Since our company isn't urging us to go back, we can just stay one more night." After hearing Sun Debiao's words, the instructors cheered instantly. To be honest, although the days were short, only 2 weeks, the instructors were still reluctant to leave. We fell in love. But more about a certain. Although it is clearly prohibited, these soldiers need to expand their channels for making friends to prepare for their future lives. After dinner, in front of the makeshift stands, Gu Linfeng stood in the stands and raised his hands. "Unity is strength. Everyone, sing well and give it to our instructor." Yes. More than 1,000 students shouted in unison. "Unite, prepare, sing." Under Gu Linfeng's direction, the whole audience sang together. Sun Debiao and others were somewhat moved, and some instructors who were more sensitive to tears had already wiped away their tears. As the last word came to an end, Gu Linfeng shouted loudly, "The instructor will be leaving tomorrow morning, so students who want to perform can go on stage and perform." As soon as the words fell, the audience immediately started to boo. "Director Gu, please give us a song or something as a sample." "That's right, Commander Gu, please sing a song." Why is Commander Gu blushing? Gu Linfeng felt helpless. To be honest, he is tone deaf. I only know some simple military songs. He would feel embarrassed to sing alone in front of so many people. Singing is absolutely out of the question. Gu Linfeng decisively refused. I can't sing well, so forget about singing. I'll leave the stage to everyone. Gu Linfeng put the microphone aside and quickly ran into the instructor's team. This embarrassing look caused the audience to laugh. Lu Qianran watched Gu Linfeng leave in a panic and snorted, "Humph, you still have some self-awareness." She was very unhappy with Gu Linfeng's attention, and she felt very happy to see him being humiliated. Zhang Junjie also contacted her yesterday. When Lu Qianran heard the news that Gu Linfeng had used some means to send her lover to the detention center for 15 days, she was stunned. "Qianran, I was careless this time, and my dad knows about this, and he won't let me pursue it further." Zhang Junjie sighed on the phone. "Not pursuing the matter. Do you know how I spent the past 15 days when you were away? Others stand at attention for half an hour, but I have to stand for 2 hours. I'm completely tanned." Even through the phone, Zhang Junjie could hear the strong resentment in her words. "Anyway, we can't deal with him openly. My dad told me to keep a low profile." Zhang Junjie said helplessly. "Then I don't care. If you don't help me vent my anger, I will break up with you." Lu Qianran said angrily. Zhang Junjie was fooled by this, and it took him half an hour to trick Lu Qianran into accepting the offer. And promised to retaliate severely. Back to reality, Lu Qianran stared at Gu Linfeng, and something moved in her heart. Brother Junjie didn't say that we can't retaliate, but he said that we can't retaliate openly, so isn't that? Zhang Junjie is the president of the student union at school, so some things can be done easily for him. Thinking of this, Lu Qianran hurriedly sent a message to Zhang Junjie. After Zhang Junjie replied with a received message, the two of them discussed a big plan to embarrass Gu Linfeng on Facebook. At this time, Gu Linfeng and Sun Debiao were enjoying the dance on the stage, and had no idea that a conspiracy against him was about to unfold. "Fuck, Lao Gu, this busty girl's dance is so hot. It's really good." Gu Linfeng nodded. At this time, there were also whistles from the audience. An ordinary-looking girl dances to her heart's content, showing off her unique beauty. Accompanied by music. The girl danced more and more passionately, and the little white suspenders in her camouflage uniform kept shaking. Maybe I used too much force, the white sling fell off. A pair of big dices appeared in front of my eyes. The girl ignored him and continued dancing hard, looking at Gu Linfeng from time to time. This is to seduce the straight man Gu. Oh my god. Gu Linfeng exclaimed and looked back. Everyone was stunned. Go up and stop them. Gu Linfeng shouted hurriedly. Unfortunately, it's too late. The audience in the audience took out their mobile phones and started recording. Gu Linfeng helplessly rubbed his forehead. He rushed to the stage, grabbed the microphone and yelled. This concludes tonight's instructor farewell party. After saying this, he quickly stepped down and hurriedly fled from this place of trouble. I just took out the tissues, and you told me it was over. This year's farewell party was really explosive. Girls nowadays have too little self-respect. I guess she's willing to sell her body just to be famous. She's crazy. Sun Debiao was also very surprised and fled quickly with all the instructors. They had originally planned to leave the next morning, but because of this incident, he did not dare to stay any longer and quickly returned to the training site. Young people nowadays are so crazy. Chapter 30, Social Invitation. The next day. Gu Linfeng woke up early and the first thing he did was to sign in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining master-level singing skills, 300 popular songs from the previous life of Blue Star. Looking at the skills that appeared, Gu Linfeng felt like crying but had no tears. You are such a good guy. You didn't reward me for letting me shine on the stage last night, but you are giving it to me now. What's your intention? The system chose silence. Although Gu Linfeng cursed harshly, he was still quite happy in his heart. He was not a professional. 80% of the students at the music conservatory were proficient in musical instruments and singing skills before entering university, but he was tone-deaf and could only sing some simple military songs. There is nothing wrong with humming normally, but it is not considered elegant. Without further hesitation, Gu Linfeng decisively chose to study. A moment. A large amount of vocal knowledge was poured into his mind. Singing, dancing and rap are no problem at all. He even has the confidence to rap while playing basketball. Humming an unknown song from Blue Star, Gu Linfeng went into the bathroom to wash up. While washing up, he opened Wei Securities. After half a month of buying, his assets have reached a staggering 100 million. This is 100 million. You can't spend it all in your lifetime. Then, he withdrew 10 million from Wei Securities and continued to invest the remaining 90 million. While there is still half a month left for the stock Golden Finger, strive to break through 1 billion in assets. Your public commercial bank transferred 10 million yuan, and the balance is 1,007,034 yuan. Gu Linfeng had just come out of the bathroom when Zhang Long couldn't wait to come over. Godfather, the welcome party will be held in a few days. Just now, our counselor Su Su asked our class to submit 5 programs for selection. The counselor asked me to ask you if you are interested. The 3 of us are preparing to submit a skit, and now all we need is you to participate. Su Zhihui interrupted. Forget it, I'm not that interested. Gu Linfeng shook his head. You 3 look like a joke, I'd better not steal your limelight. He didn't know what these 3 guys were thinking. This is a music school, what were you thinking when you went up there to perform a skit? This is a great opportunity to show off. Don't you want to have the first choice of spouse? Do I still need the right to choose a spouse first? Gu Linfeng smiled confidently. Do you believe that if I go out and find a freshman girl right now and tell her that I want to date her, she will definitely nod happily and spend the rest of her life with me? Fuck, you are so Versailles. Zhang Long was speechless. Luckily I have Iran, otherwise I would be pissed off by your words. Gu Linfeng stopped talking. He had appeared in public too many times recently, so it would be best if he could avoid attending this kind of welcome party. Ding dong. There was a notification sound from Facebook. Gu Linfeng took a look and saw that it was a message from Luo Wan. Luo Wan, classmate Gu, I promise to treat you to a meal after the military training to repay you for saving my life. Do you have time? Gu Linfeng smiled and was about to answer when he found that the 3 animals had surrounded him. Godfather, please agree to her. The happiness of the 3 of us brothers depends on you. Yu Ximing prayed. What do you mean? Gu Linfeng was puzzled. What does my promise to her have to do with your happiness? Godfather, you don't know that Zhang Long looked at Iran's circle of friends and found that the other 2 roommates in her dormitory were both good-looking, so. Su Zhihui laughed with a lewd look on his face. Gu Linfeng understood immediately without saying anything else. Ahem, oh, I'm a little thirsty. Gu Linfeng touched his chin and said playfully. Godfather, drink some water. Oh, my shoulder is a little sore. Godfather, let me rub your shoulders. Gu Linfeng was moved by the hospitality of these 3 animals, and slowly took out his mobile phone to report the message to Luo Wan. Gu Linfeng, how can we let the ladies treat us? I think it would be better if we have a dormitory party today so that everyone can get to know each other. What do you think? Luo Wan, who was waiting for news, was excited when he saw the news from Gu Linfeng. After seeing the content sent, I frowned unconsciously. She wanted to date, not hook up. But seeing that Gu Linfeng was certain, he thought about it and nodded in agreement. Luo Wan, okay, I'll go ask my roommate right now. Afterwards, Luo Wan put down his phone and looked at the 3 girls in the dormitory. Iran, Danyu, Lily, there is a social gathering tonight, are you going to attend? I won't go. I'm so annoyed by those lickspittles. Li Danyu waved her hands impatiently. I'll just forget it. I'll just stay in the dormitory and watch TV series. Li raised her cell phone, on which she could see the TV series that was currently playing. What about you, Iran? Which department are you getting together with? Iran asked curiously. To be honest, Luo Wan didn't want to say that if her 3 roommates didn't go, she would have the chance to be alone with Gu Linfeng. But she couldn't lie after all, so after thinking for a while she said, from the music department, there's your brother Zhang Long. Then I have to go. Iran smiled happily. In half a month, their relationship progressed by leaps and bounds. It means that the hand-holding is successful. Zhang Long. Li Danyu put down her phone. Is Zhang Long Gu Linfeng's roommate? Yes, it's in the same dormitory as Gu Linfeng and the others. Luo Wan's heart was bleeding when he said this. Gu Linfeng can be said to be a prominent figure among the freshmen. Handsome, with a mysterious background. He is the dream lover of many girls. Including Li Danyu. If Gu Linfeng goes, I will definitely go. Li Danyu said, and hurriedly climbed off the bed, quickly sat in front of the desk and started to put on makeup. Not really. We're not going to have dinner until tonight. Aren't you a little anxious to put on makeup so early? Luo Wan rolled her eyes. What do you know? I don't fight a battle I'm not sure of. Look how I can charm Gu Linfeng to death with my innocent makeup. Li Danyu said happily. Seeing that all three roommates were going, Li, who was watching a TV series, raised her hand and said, if I don't go, will it be unsociable? In that case, I'd better go. Men's bedroom. Gu Linfeng was so angry when he saw the three animals who were constantly changing their clothes. Haven't you ever seen a woman? Can't you be a little more ambitious? Su Zhihui found an old-fashioned suit from somewhere, and it looked very funny on him. Do you need to dress so formally? Godfather, you don't know this. Women don't look at how you dress, but whether you take this date seriously enough. If I take out the suit I wore for my ID photo to attend a social gathering, will that be serious enough? Enough? Gu Linfeng swallowed his saliva. I suggest you go check out a brain doctor. Huh, is this suit passed down to you by your father? Zhang Long asked with a laugh. No, it was passed down from my grandfather. Wow, your Su family has quite a rich heritage. Gu Linfeng gave a thumbs up. Then take a look. Su Zhihui smiled confidently. Chapter 31, Buying Patek Philippe in the West Market and Luxury Cars in the East Market. That's enough. Gu Linfeng reached out and took off Su Zhihui's suit. Hey, what are you doing? I'll be sad if you break it. Su Zhihui said anxiously, like a child who had lost his favorite toy. Well, how could I acknowledge you three rebellious sons? Look at what you are wearing, so weird. Especially Zhang Long, what's up with your loafers? Gu Linfeng frowned. Godfather, you don't understand. Girls nowadays like tight pants and loafers like mine. Zhang Long showed off confidently on the spot. Once the tight pants were put on, the two bells were very conspicuous. It's really an eyesore. Come on, as your father, I'll take you to change the leaves. Gu Linfeng smiled bitterly helplessly. Is it true, Godfather? Really? Vientiane City. Gu Linfeng spent tens of thousands of dollars to change the clothes of his three adopted sons from head to toe. It must be said that with the blessing of Gu Linfeng's superpowers, the three adopted sons really look like that. At this moment, Zhang Long was standing in front of a full-length mirror, combing his hair meticulously. Hiss, this is so handsome. That's enough. Gu Linfeng looked at the time on his watch and discovered that his wrist was bald. As a newly rich man, how can you not have a luxury watch that matches your status? Then, he took Zhang Long and others into Vacheron Constantine. Welcome. Two beautiful ladies, about 1.7 meters tall and wearing black stockings and high heels, greeted respectfully. Gu Linfeng nodded. As expected of a receptionist in a luxury store, she is not only good-looking but also very polite. She was not dismissive toward some people because of their age. Sir, is there anything I can do for you? The female salesperson was a little nonchalant when she saw four young men entering the store, but she lost her composure after inadvertently noticing the LV logo on Gu Linfeng. Gu Linfeng walked to the counter and looked around casually, then pointed at a watch and asked, "How much is this watch?" "Sir, you have a good eye. This watch is a new product from Patek Philippe and the price is only 328,000. 328,000. Gu Linfeng had learned about Vacheron Constantine on the way here, and a price of more than 300,000 could be considered an entry-level model. This watch doesn't quite suit my status. Do you have any more expensive ones? Gu Linfeng asked casually. Ah. The salesperson thought he had misheard and asked hurriedly, "Sir, do you mean to buy a more expensive one?" "Certainly." The three adopted sons took a deep breath and said, "Adoptive father, more than 300,000 is expensive enough. Are you going to buy one worth millions?" Zhang Long looked shocked. "Millions is not expensive, right? I don't buy the right things, I only buy expensive ones." Gu Linfeng smiled faintly. The saleswoman felt weak all over after hearing Gu Linfeng's words. This guy is handsome, but he is also rich. Sir, please take a look at this one, Patek Philippe. The saleswoman carefully took out a watch from the counter. Sir, this is our Patek Philippe Grand Complications 5370P001, the price is 2.03 million. Look. Gu Linfeng smiled slightly. Introduce him to me. The saleswoman's eyes lit up and she said quickly. This watch is a single-function split-second chronograph watch with a tachymeter. The platinum case is matched with a black monochrome enamel dial. It is a perfect match. The eye-catching index is very bright. The case diameter is moderate at 41 mm. The CHR29-535 manual winding movement is well-structured and finely polished. Swipe the card. Gu Linfeng handed an ordinary bank card to the female salesperson. The female salesperson was completely confused this time. In all his years in this business, this was the first time he had seen such a generous customer who didn't haggle or waste time. Hey, hurry up and pay the bill. Gu Linfeng urged impatiently. Okay, I'll go right away. The female salesperson respectfully took the bank card and ran back to the POS machine. Under the watchful eyes of the female salesperson, 2.03 million was withdrawn from Gu Linfeng's bank card. My God, you really bought it. Zhang Long stared at Gu Linfeng's newly bought luxury watch with envy on his face. You should respect me well, and we can live together after you get married. Gu Linfeng made the promise right away. The three of them cheered and wanted to kneel down and kowtow to Gu Linfeng immediately. At this time, Gu Linfeng received a text message on his mobile phone, indicating that 2.03 million yuan had been deducted. On the other side, the female salesperson also confirmed that the deduction was successful. Sir, congratulations on owning a Patek Philippe. Let Patek Philippe accompany you on every journey and witness every important moment of your life. Thank you. Gu Linfeng took the watch box and walked out without looking back. Be as cool as you can. He likes this brand very much. He heard Patek Philippe's slogan when he was in the army and still remembers it vividly. No one can truly own a Patek Philippe, you are just keeping it for the next generation. Look at this style, this is what we call vision. Friends in a competition should learn from it. Godfather, what else do you have planned? Zhang Long came over with a smile. There is nothing planned. What's the matter? Are you busy? Gu Linfeng frowned. Didn't the three of us sign up for the skit? The counselor just sent us a message asking us to prepare well and not embarrass class 2, Zhang Long said embarrassedly. Then you guys go back first, I'll take a look around. Gu Linfeng waved his hand. Goodbye, Godfather. X3. After the three people left, Gu Linfeng waved to stop a taxi. Where are you going, bro? Judging from your age, you must be a student. Master, let's go to the 4S store with the most people. Hey, buddy, are you looking to buy a car? There happens to be a car show at the convention center, why don't you go there and have a look? The driver was very familiar and kept honking after getting in the car. Then let's go to the convention and exhibition center. Gu Linfeng simply closed his eyes, and the whole world finally became quiet. 20 minutes later. Gu Linfeng threw a red banknote and walked into the exhibition center without looking back. Today is the auto show day, and the exhibition hall is packed with people. Gu Linfeng had sharp eyes and saw several familiar car reviewers. At the 2023 Shanghai Auto Show, others were eating and drinking for free, but I just wanted to get a free car. I like the Tank 500 behind me. I'm complaining to you, can you let me drive it away for free after the auto show? Is that wrong? Gu Linfeng wanted to laugh. He liked this old man very much. He was stubborn and spoke as if someone owed him money. He just didn't have a car before, otherwise he would buy some incense sticks to show his support. Boss Yuan, I bought this Tank 500 and went to my father-in-law's house for dinner. Can I start eating first? No problem. Forget about picking up your chopsticks. Even if you sit at the table, your father-in-law will have to pass you a cigarette. Mr. Yuan speaks with a strong northeastern accent, and his words are very pleasant. Gu Linfeng did not stay for too long and looked around the exhibition hall. As a top international metropolis, Shanghai is naturally a consumer market sought after by luxury cars. The audience gathered around the luxury cars including Mercedes-Benz, Audi, Ferrari, Porsche, Lamborghini, Bentley, etc. Gu Linfeng didn't want to join in the fun, and there happened to be two Baolu mini saleswomen handing out ice cream next to him, so he took the initiative to walk over to the saleswomen. Give me some ice cream, please. Chapter 32, Baolu Automobile Sales. Sorry, the free ice cream is all gone. Gu Linfeng said, oh, and was about to leave when a foreigner in a suit and tie walked up to the female salesperson. The two of them were speaking in some unknown language. The female salesperson who had just said that the ice cream was out of stock took out the unopened ice cream from the insulated box and handed it to the foreigner. The foreigner was not polite. He took a bite after opening the package and said, good. Gu Linfeng frowned when he saw this scene. Didn't you say that the ice cream was gone? What's going on with the ice cream in this foreigner's hand? That's right, sir. The ice cream has indeed been distributed, said the saleswoman with an unhappy look on her face. Hey Sun Miao, why are you saying so much to him? The ice cream belongs to our company, we can give it to whoever we want. What's the problem if we don't give it to him? Another female salesperson said impatiently. It seemed that with the support of her colleagues, the female salesperson who was questioned also became more assertive. I'm sorry, sir, we have indeed run out of ice cream. Gu Linfeng took a deep breath and kept reminding himself not to get angry. I took a look at the work badges on the other person's chest. The names were quite nice, Zheng Xiyu, and the other one was Sun Miao. Forget it then. Gu Linfeng suppressed his anger and was about to leave when another foreigner came over. The foreigner knew Chinese and said to Zheng Xiyu, it's so hot, bring me an ice cream. Okay sir, please wait a moment. The two men who had a sarcastic look on their faces just now, one opened the thermal box, and the other attentively took out the ice cream. Gu Linfeng, who was about to leave, paused, his eyes blazing with anger. Didn't you say there was no more? What happened to this ice cream? You just eat it and there's nothing left. Zheng Xiyu's expression turned cold and disdainful. Damn, these bitches who worship foreign things and fawn on foreigners are so hypocritical. It's not that he doesn't have it. Foreigners have it, but he doesn't. This is clearly discriminatory treatment. What do you mean? Oh, look at the luxury clothes you're wearing, they're probably imitations, right? Zheng Xiyu sneered, you're quite vain, wearing imitations to visit the auto show. TSK, I'm telling you, can you afford our precious donkey when you're this poor? Sun Miao also said, Xiyu, don't bother with him anymore, he can't afford our precious donkey cart. Ha! Gu Linfeng clenched his fists, his anger rising. But there was also a voice in his heart warning him. This society does not solve everything with fists, but uses legal rights to protect one's own interests. Thinking of this, Gu Linfeng took out his mobile phone and turned on the recording function. I'm asking you now, you're trying to attract customers by giving out free ice cream, and I'm asking you for ice cream and you say you don't have any, so forget it, but why does that foreigner have some? Gu Linfeng raised his phone and said again. What do you want to achieve by being so double-standard? Gu Linfeng was afraid of making it clear that they looked down on the dragon people. Seeing Gu Linfeng holding up the phone, the two of them became visibly flustered. Don't talk nonsense, our ice cream is for foreign customers. Sun Miao hurried to explain. For overseas customers, we don't provide domestic customer service. Can I understand it this way? Gu Linfeng sneered in his heart. What do you know? Foreign users need to download a specific overseas app to get it for free. Zheng Xiyu said arrogantly. Isn't that right? I just saw that those foreigners didn't download any overseas apps, but you gave them ice cream. Gu Linfeng pointed his phone at the two female salesmen and scolded them again. The advertisement you put up for Baolu is quite interesting, saying that Baolu's home is in Manhwa, but you don't treat us as family. The two female salespeople's faces turned pale and blue. They never expected that this young man had such a sharp tongue. Don't record me, delete it immediately. Zheng Xiyu was a little anxious and stepped forward to snatch Gu Linfeng's phone. This is an X5, I bought it for 16,999. Can you afford to pay for it if you break it? After saying this, Gu Linfeng really wanted to slap himself. Why did he sound more and more like a villain now? After hearing the price of the X5 phone, Zheng Xiyu looked at Gu Linfeng hatefully and stopped trying to snatch it. Why are you like this? We give ice cream to foreigners to show the hospitality of Dragon Country. Can't you be more generous? Will you die if you eat less ice cream? Sun Miao stood with her hands on her hips like a shrew. Look at your ugly faces. When did Longwa need you to experience hospitality? Don't forget that the land you are standing on is Longwa's land. Also, you donkeys are making money in Longwa and facing Longwa's consumers. I really don't understand what's the point of you eating foreigners' dermatitis. When Gu Linfeng said this, he wanted to go up and give each of them a big slap. The quarrel between several people quickly attracted a wave of consumers. What's all the fuss about? I just heard it clearly. The young man wanted to eat ice cream, but the two saleswomen refused to give it to him. They also said that only foreigners can eat it. What? There is such a thing. Damn it, I think Baolu doesn't want to be sold in Longwa anymore, right? Whatever, let's make a video and upload it to the video platform, so that those who want to buy the donkey can see how their employees treat the dragon people. Seeing that things were getting out of control, Sun Miao ran out in a hurry, shouting as he ran, "Security, security, there is someone making trouble in our Baolu, come over here and drive him out." Who's causing trouble at the car show? The security guard had noticed the situation here a long time ago, and hurried over when he heard the staff calling him. He's the one who recorded the video. Zheng Xiyu pointed at Gu Linfeng, with a proud smile on her face. See how you record this time. Sir, recording is not allowed here, please put down your phone. The security guard walked up to Gu Linfeng and said in a flat tone. For the security guards, it is their duty to deal with and solve the problems of these financial sponsors. Sure. Gu Linfeng was quick and put his phone into his pocket after locking the screen. Please go out. The security guard didn't expect Gu Linfeng to be so obedient, but this did not stop him from expelling Gu Linfeng. Oh. Let me out. Gu Linfeng was stunned for a moment in disbelief. I am a consumer. Are you crazy? You want me out? But you didn't buy any car. I have reason to suspect that you are here to cause trouble. Please leave on your own initiative and don't force us to use force. The security guard pulled out a stick from behind his waist, ready to start fighting if there was any disagreement. Who said I won't spend money at the auto show? Gu Linfeng smiled confidently. Chapter 33 Muyang Dog. You want to buy a car from the exhibition center? Zheng Xiyu laughed, holding her stomach as if she had heard a joke. I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you're just bragging. The cheapest car here costs more than 500,000 yuan. How can someone like you who wears high-end imitations afford it? That's right, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself, and still dream of buying a car in the exhibition center? Sun Miao was equally disdainful, and kept sneering, if you can buy a car here, I will kneel down and apologize to you. You said it, kneel down and apologize. Gu Linfeng pointed at Sun Miao with a cold brow. Sun Miao's heart skipped a beat. He spoke hastily, let me make this clear first. You can't buy a domestically made car. You must buy a luxury car from a foreign brand. Otherwise, it won't count. Gu Linfeng nodded slightly and looked at Zheng Xiyu. She almost knelt down for me, what about you? Then I'll kneel too. I don't believe a country bumpkin like you can afford a foreign luxury car. Zheng Xiyu took the risk. Okay, this is what you said, and I ask everyone here to bear witness to me. If I can afford the luxury car in the exhibition center, then these two foreign-worshipping female saleswomen must kneel down and apologize to me. I heard it clearly. Don't worry, young man, we will be your witnesses. I'm going to work early, these bitches need to be taught a lesson. Banana people don't die well. Even if she looks good. Seeing that this had caused public outrage, Zheng Xiyu's face turned pale, but she thought that the bet had already been made, and she was afraid of changing it, so she said. If we lose, we will kneel down and apologize to you. If you lose, you will kowtow to me and Sun Miao, and say I was wrong. Okay. What's the big deal? Gu Linfeng shrugged. I'm waiting for you to kneel down to me. Then, Gu Linfeng turned around and walked into the exhibition hall. He is going to give these two foreign-worshipping dogs a good slap in the face today. A strange scene occurred in the convention center. A large group of people followed behind a young man. When they arrived at Porsche, Gu Linfeng asked the salesperson, which car is the most expensive one here? Sir, our car company brought the latest Porsche Panamera this time. Are there any cars available? Sorry, we have a reservation. After hearing the reservation, Gu Linfeng turned and left. Zheng Xiyu behind him burst out laughing. Look at this kid, he's really good at showing off. I guess he sneaked in to see the price and left knowing he couldn't afford it. Well, as far as I know, this Porsche is the cheapest one. This kid is definitely going to get it. Gu Linfeng turned a deaf ear to the barking of the dog behind him and came to the Bentley. Gu Linfeng repeated the question he asked at Porsche, and the salesperson's answer was still that there was no car in stock. Gu Linfeng walked and stopped until he arrived at the Lamborghini exhibition hall. A streamlined supercar stood quietly on the booth. Do you have this car in stock? Gu Linfeng asked casually. We have the car in stock, the salesperson answered affirmatively. Haha, this Lamborghini is in stock. Let's see how this guy gets off the stage. Zheng Xiyu hugged Sun Miao's arm and said arrogantly. He can't even afford a Porsche, and he still dreams of buying a Lamborghini. Don't be afraid, young man. I can't afford a Lamborghini. If you want to buy a Porsche, I'll pay for it. I don't have anything else but I'm rich. I also despise these foreign-worshipping dogs. They are obviously dragon people, but they insist on getting acquainted with foreigners. A big man from northeast China with a gold chain and a strong waist walked up to Gu Linfeng and said generously. Gu Linfeng looked back in surprise, and had an inexplicable liking for this northeastern brother, but chose to refuse. No need, bro. I think this one is pretty good. Brother, I can't afford this car. Seeing someone was going to buy a luxury car for Gu Linfeng, Zheng Xiyu was anxious. No, if you let someone else buy it for you, the bet will be void. Yes, how can you let others buy it for you? Gu Linfeng shook his head. Who said I want others to buy it for me? And you? Not bothering to pay attention to the two girls' noise, Gu Linfeng looked at the Lamborghini salesperson again. Please introduce this car to me. Do you really want to buy it? The salesperson asked doubtfully. Really buy it? The salesperson just noticed the conflict between Gu Linfeng and the female salesperson of Baolu. In his heart, he was on Gu Linfeng's side and he really wanted to persuade Gu Linfeng to go to Porsche and have a look. It can be seen that Gu Linfeng's attitude was firm. When he was about to persuade him, he suddenly discovered that Gu Linfeng's clothes were all luxury goods. The top is LV and the pants are Hermes. He used to work as a salesperson in a luxury store. This kind of clothes obviously can't be found here. It's not what these two female saleswomen said it was. It's totally incomprehensible. But what surprised the salesperson the most was the Patek Philippe on Gu Linfeng's wrist. The glossiness and texture are so real that you can feel it with your feet. At this time, the Lamborghini salesperson had a smile on his face and started to introduce the products enthusiastically. Zheng Xiyu and the other two girls were puzzled. This Lamborghini salesperson was so stupid. Why was he so enthusiastic towards a poor country bumpkin? Does this brat have higher spending potential than foreign customers? Sir, our Lamborghini Revuelto is a high-performance V12 plug-in hybrid super sports car that will be released in 2023. It represents Lamborghini's latest achievements in sustainable development and technological innovation. This car not only reaches the top level in performance, but also embodies Lamborghini's classic heritage and futuristic sense in design. It is equipped with a hybrid system consisting of a new 12-cylinder internal combustion engine and 3 electric motors, with a combined output of 1,015 horsepower and a 0-100 acceleration time of just 2.5 seconds. His design philosophy. Stop, stop, stop. Gu Linfeng interrupted the sales introduction and said impatiently. Just tell me how much. Ahem, sir, this car of ours is a new model, so the price may be a bit higher. It will cost 6.95 million including the license plate and tax. 6.95 million. Gu Linfeng murmured. Hahaha, this kid was scared by the price. Why are you pretending to be rich when you don't have that much money? And you want us to kneel down? I think you are just dreaming. When Zheng Xiyu and Sun Miao saw Gu Linfeng hesitating, they subconsciously thought that Gu Linfeng could not afford it. Who said I can't afford it? Gu Linfeng turned around and glared at the two girls. The murderous look made the two girls take 3 steps back. Why are you pretending? Exactly. What's the matter? You got so angry when I told you that you couldn't afford it. Gu Linfeng shook his head helplessly. Can't afford it? Then I'll buy it for you to see. Swipe the card. As he spoke, Gu Linfeng took out a bank card from his pocket and stuffed it into the salesperson's hand as he looked at him in astonishment. Okay. The salesperson was not surprised but happy. He really wanted to thank these two Western worshipping dogs. If it weren't for them, how could he get the commission? Chapter 34, If you are not good at it, practice more. If you can't afford to lose, don't play. Gu Linfeng looked very handsome when he took out his bank card, but in the eyes of those two foreign admirers, he was just showing off. Pretend, let's see how long you can keep pretending. Security, you have to stop this guy in a while. I don't know how he can run away if he can't pay. What are you two doing to this kid? You've disturbed our Lamborghini customers. I won't forgive you. The Lamborghini salesman's expression changed and his words were directed at the two women. Brother Yongquan, we are afraid that this kid will play tricks on you. Besides, why are you being so mean to him? Zheng Xiyu pouted in grievance. Get lost. Sun Yongquan cursed impatiently, and turned to look at Gu Linfeng flatteringly. Sir, are you sure you want to buy it? Go swipe your card. Okay. Everyone held their breath and focused all their attention on the actions of Lamborghini salesman Sun Yongquan. Insert the bank card into the POS machine, and there will be a ding sound, indicating that the deduction is successful. The bank card receipt is slowly spit out from the POS machine. At this moment, there was complete silence. Zheng Xiyu and Sun Miao were stunned with shock, unable to believe what they saw. The bank card of this loser imitating man was successfully deducted. Congratulations, sir, on becoming the owner of a Lamborghini. May the glory of the Taurus Holy Shield illuminate your future career and prospects. Sun Yongquan bowed respectfully and handed the bank card back. Yes. Gu Linfeng took the bank card and said calmly, hurry up and complete the formalities. Sun Yongquan was so respectful that it brought everyone back to their senses. It must be fake. You and this guy are lying to us, right? Zheng Xiyu couldn't believe the facts in front of her and immediately questioned. Sun Yongquan sighed inwardly, wondering why these two foreign admiring dogs couldn't understand human language and couldn't see the situation clearly. Don't you see how respectful I am? If you don't believe it, just wait. This gentleman's procedures will be completed soon. The information on the driving license is not deceptive. Sun Yongquan raised his eyebrows. Gu Linfeng smiled, and the upturned corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than an AK-47. I say, you two, isn't it time for you to kneel down and apologize to me? The two girls looked at each other, gritted their teeth, turned around and were about to leave. Unexpectedly, the northeastern brother, who was filled with righteous indignation just now, grabbed the arms of the two foreign-loving dogs and said, want to run? We heard it clearly. If this kid buys a display car in the exhibition hall, you will kneel down and apologize. Let me go, you're molesting me. Zheng Xiyu shouted desperately. But no matter how it screamed, everyone just watched coldly. When Sun Miao saw that something was wrong, he immediately took out his cell phone and called the police. Hello, is this 110? Someone here is illegally detaining us and trying to rape us. The corner of Gu Linfeng's mouth twitched. These two women were indeed not easy to deal with. They could come up with any weird reasons to avoid kneeling down and apologizing. I have never seen such a shameless bitch, she even molested and raped you, and you look like a bitch, I wouldn't accept it even if it was for free. That's right, we dragon country men like women, not beasts like you. Don't be afraid, young man. Even if the police come, we will testify for you. Gu Linfeng bowed and thanked the onlookers, I thank you all here, but please rest assured, I will not let them go easily. Hearing Gu Linfeng say this, the crowd burst into warm applause. The young man is right, these beasts must pay the price. I am a self-media blogger with 2 million followers on the internet. If you need me, I can attack them and the companies behind them for you at any time. Gu Linfeng smiled slightly as a thank you, then looked at the two Muyang dogs. So you are not going to fulfill the bet? I can't fulfill even one thing. We were just joking just now. Who will kowtow to you and apologize? I'm afraid you are overthinking it. Sun Miao was simply a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Now we live in a society ruled by law. She really didn't believe that this kid dared to do it. Gu Linfeng shook his head in disdain and made a crab shape with his hands. If you're not good at it, practice more. If you can't afford to lose, don't play. This statement was full of sarcasm, and the scene was instantly in an uproar. Looking at the two foreign-loving dogs again, their faces turned pale. Please make way. Who called the police? Two men in police uniforms walked in. We reported it. This man wouldn't let us go. Zheng Xiyu was the first to start complaining. The leading policeman subconsciously looked at Gu Linfeng and stood still for a moment. Mr. Gu, why are you here? The policeman who responded to the call was Xiao Lei, whom he had met once at the police station. At this time, Xiao Lei had been promoted to director, and he was naturally excited to see his benefactor. Oh, it's you. Gu Linfeng nodded as a greeting. Mr. Gu, what's going on today? Xiao Lei didn't dare to grasp Gu Linfeng's attitude, so his tone was a little hesitant. This woman reported to the police that I was illegally detained, but asked the people at the scene, did I touch them even a finger? Gu Linfeng looked at the onlookers. Of course not, we can all testify to that. Yes, this young man is very handsome and exudes positive energy. How could he do such illegal detention? Comrade police, I say you should arrest these two bitches. They worship foreign things and don't consider themselves Chinese at all, said the northeastern brother with an indignant look on his face. Xiao Lei frowned and looked at the big brother from northeast China beside him. What happened? Tell me in detail. The brother from northeast China took a deep breath and told the story concisely in his northeastern accent. A few minutes later, Xiao Lei understood what had happened and looked at the two women with a sneer. Well, you dare to call the false police? Take them all away. In order to show off, Xiao Lei didn't care about being gentle with women and directly rewarded them each with a pair of silver bracelets. When Zheng Xiyu saw the cold handcuffs about to be put on its wrists, she immediately started shouting. It wasn't me who called the police, why are you arresting me? It was her. As he said this, he pointed his finger at Sun Miao. Sun Miao was stunned, and then a trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. We agreed to be together forever. You bitch betrayed me. Zheng Xiyu turned a deaf ear and looked at Xiao Lei pitifully. Xiao Lei signaled to his men. The subordinates understood immediately. You said it wasn't you who called the police, so it was not you who called the police. Now come back with us and accept investigation. Xiao Lei was shocked and complained in his heart, I asked you to let her go. But when he saw Gu Linfeng nodding with satisfaction, his expression changed instantly. Xiao Zhang, well done. The subordinate called Xiao Zhang was delighted and stood at attention excitedly, yes. Chief. Shit. Which police station are you from? How dare you take away our company's employees? A curse word in English was heard outside the crowd, and then a middle-aged man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses squeezed in. Seeing that there were still big melons to eat, the crowd made way for them. Who are you? Xiao Lei looked at the middle-aged man who was speaking with dissatisfaction. Oh my god, you don't even recognize me, Jack Li, the president of Baolu Automobile Greater China. Jack Li adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose and said dissatisfiedly. Jack Li. Gu Linfeng sighed. This was really a case of beating the younger to get the older one. He just didn't know who would jump out after beating this fake foreigner. It's true that the boss is like his employees. I really understand where the word inheritance comes from. Oh. What do you mean? The employees worship foreign things and the boss speaks like a foreigner. Isn't this inheritance? Brother, if you don't say you understand Chinese and pass it on, then let me say this is following your roots. I suggest that you investigate this fake foreign devil for 3 generations. Chapter 35, Kill You with Public Opinion. Jack Li, with a greasy face, heard the ridicule from the people around him and immediately glared back, do you have any manners? What's wrong with me speaking foreign languages? This is fashion. Do you understand fashion? Having said that, he no longer paid attention to the noisy crowd and looked at Xiao Lei again, where is your director Wu Yuan? Ask him to come see me. Then he may not be able to come. Xiao Lei blurted out. Huh? What? Got a promotion? What a great power. I'm the vice president of Baolu Greater China. Do you know that the officials who want to see me can line up from here to the financial building? That's not what I meant. What do you mean? What I mean is that if you want to see Wu Yuan, you need to go to prison. What? Mr. Jack Li wants to go to prison to operate a sewing machine. Xiao Lei had a strange expression on his face. He was transferred to the prison. Jack Li snorted in dissatisfaction, that's also a promotion. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. This fake foreigner is such an idiot. The police officer said it so clearly. The guy named Wu Yuan was obviously arrested and sent to prison, but he insisted that he got promoted. I'm so angry. I really want to throw this fake foreigner into jail. I was wondering why Wu Yuan didn't reply when I talked to him recently. It turns out he was sentenced. Jack Lee's face flushed as he looked at the two female employees who had been arrested. What's going on with you two? Mr. Lee, it's not. Mr. Jack. We too were working hard, but this man insisted on finding fault. We bravely fought against evil forces for the reputation of our future group, but we didn't expect that we would fall for his trick. Zheng Xiyu wiped her tears and looked at Jack Lee with pity. Damn it, this is Dragon Country, a society ruled by law. Jack Lee took out his cell phone and looked at Xiao Lei viciously. I don't care what problems you have, release my employees immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for reporting you. Xiao Lei looked confused and pointed at himself, are you threatening me? Gu Linfeng on the side almost laughed out loud. How did this guy become the vice president of Greater China? With this IQ, is it just luck? So what if I'm just threatening you? Jack Lee had already lost face and now he didn't pretend anymore. Gu Linfeng narrowed his eyes, Director Xiao, this so-called vice president of Greater China was rude to you. Does this constitute obstruction of public service? That's right, Mr. Gu. Xiao Lei nodded respectfully and stepped forward personally. Come on, take out your ID card. Oh shit, you want my ID card, what rights do you have? Jack Lee was angrily. I'll say it again, take out your ID card. Xiao Lei's face changed and he put his hands on his lower back. There was pepper water there. Here you go. Jack Lee was not that stupid. He knew he couldn't force it, so he handed the ID card to Xiao Lei in a sullen manner. After Xiao Lei took it and saw the name on it, he burst out laughing, your name is Li Gooden. Gu Linfeng was stunned. No wonder Li Gooden wanted to make friends with Jack Ma. He thought he was learning from Jack Ma, but he never expected that it was to avoid others calling him by his real name. Just imagine, whose vice president is called Gooden? Ahem, this is the name my parents gave me. Li Gooden blushed and wished he could stick his head into his crotch. The onlookers also burst into laughter. It was simply because the name and the identity were too funny. Mr. Gooden, you should take good care of your company's employees. They worship foreign things. Are the people of Long Country inherently inferior to people of other countries? Gu Linfeng asked bluntly. I haven't settled the score with you yet, and you still want us to apologize. Do you know the sales volume of our Baolu cars and our influence in Longwa? I really don't know. Gu Linfeng said in a slightly cold tone, since you are shameless, don't blame me for being rude. Oh. Let me see why you're being rude. Li Gooden laughed as if he had heard a joke. It seems that he didn't take Gu Linfeng seriously at all. He even didn't take everyone present seriously. Gu Linfeng turned to the crowd and asked, is there any self-media person willing to expose this matter? There was a complete silence among the crowd. The big brother from Northeast China even shouted loudly, do you have any blood at all? You have been bullied by the fake foreigners, and you are still playing ostrich. You are a bunch of rubbish, fuck. Li Gooden laughed, extremely arrogantly. I thought you had some clever tricks. Don't you know that these media people have cooperated with our Baolu automobile? Aren't you destroying your own rice bowl by exposing them? No wonder Li Gooden dared to speak so arrogantly in the convention and exhibition center, it turns out he has the confidence from this. Just when Gu Linfeng was about to spend his own money to advertise on Do Plus, a little old man wearing glasses walked into the crowd. Everyone, step back a little. Let me see what's going on. The sound arrives before the person. The crowd dispersed again, and the unjust boss Lao Deng, wearing sunglasses, walked out with a ruthless gait. What kind of person do you have, you little bastard? You're even using these 5-horse spears. The unjust boss Lao Deng spitted all over Li Gooden's face. Who the hell are you? How dare you expose negative news about our Baolu? Li Gooden's face was distorted, and he seemed to be ready to take action. I'm your father, I'm so and so. Yuanzong Lao Deng cursed and then came to Gu Linfeng, brother, I support you, just tell me what to do. Let's add each other on Facebook. I'll send the video to you and you just expose it. Gu Linfeng unlocked his phone and showed the QR code. As if inspired by the injustice of Mr. Lao Deng, some bold car reviewers and self-media also added Gu Linfeng's Facebook. Young man, we support you. We must fight this kind of rubbish foreign company to the end. Yes, fuck him. Gu Linfeng bowed slightly, thank you all. Li Gooden started to curse at this time, fuck it, when I asked the PR to give you money, you all wanted to lick my ass, now that something happened, you all want to kick me when I'm down, right? Fuck you, you're a barren dog, and I'm going to expose you. Boss Lao Deng started spitting again. Seeing that things were almost done, Xiao Lei nodded at Gu Linfeng and said, take all three of them away. Xiao Lei didn't care anymore. This matter was about to be exposed, and he had to do his best to protect himself. If he didn't catch Li Gooden, he would definitely be the one who was scolded the most when it became a hot topic. As soon as Xiao Lei left, these self-media bloggers immediately released videos. Gu Linfeng did not leave, but waited for the sales procedures of Lamborghini. Brothers, if anyone has Baolu stocks, sell them quickly. Don't wait until the truth is exposed before you lose the money. Gu Linfeng's reminder made everyone suddenly realize. They took out their mobile phones and started selling Baolu stocks. Chapter 36. Do you understand capital? Baolu Greater China. Robert, then president of Baolu Greater China, was working in the office. Dong dong dong. As soon as there was a knock on the door, the director of public opinion control rushed in. President, something terrible has happened. Our group stocks were heavily sold off when the market opened, and we have now lost more than 100 million euros. What? Robert hurriedly stood up from his chair and grabbed his subordinate by the collar. What's going on? Explain it to me. The subordinate swallowed and said guiltily. Yes. Seeing his men hesitate, Robert was furious, tell me. If not, get out of here. The subordinate said with a stiff upper lip, it was a female salesperson under our group who said something bad, and it was exposed by car reviewers and self-media. Where is Jack Lee? Let him deal with the public opinion issues. Make those who should apologize apologize and those who should compensate compensate. Robert loosened his subordinate's collar, snorted a few times and said disdainfully. Your brother-in-law, Mr. Jack, has already gone to the Shanghai Auto Show, but... But what? Robert frowned in confusion. After Jack arrived, he not only did not apologize, but instead intensified the conflict. Shit, where is this idiot now? Robert was furious. He was arrested by the Longwa police for obstructing public service. The men looked down at their leather shoes, not daring to look directly into Robert's angry eyes. He's a piece of trash. He's shit. Robert cursed a few times, pointed at his men's noses and shouted, hurry up and contact the media and delete this matter for me. No matter how much it costs. Yes. The men left in a hurry. Robert sat back in his boss chair and quickly took out his cell phone to search. Just opened the video platform. The first hot search topic is ice cream only for foreigners. Baolu automobile female salesperson worships foreigners. Shit. Robert cursed and hurriedly read the comments. After reading them, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Guan Yu had to choose between a sword and a BMW. He chose the sword decisively because the BMW had no weapon spirit. It's not that I can't afford ice cream, but what does this kind of discrimination mean? Audi and Benz next door must be laughing their heads off when they see the soaring orders at this year's Shanghai Auto Show. Their sales are all thanks to their peers. Baolu's stock has fallen by nearly 300 million euros. I think you have misunderstood these two Baolu salesmen. They are heroines who have taken down international brands on their own. The entire automotive industry will be grateful for their selfless dedication. I'm a domestic car salesman. I'm at the Shanghai Auto Show and I've already rushed to buy ice cream. I promise again that the ice cream will be free. Robert read the comments for a while and finally figured out what was going on. Oh shit, what kind of thinking do the dragon people have? Just because of an ice cream, everyone on the internet knows about it. Thinking of this, Robert could no longer sit still. He immediately contacted his secretary and driver and headed straight to the Shanghai Auto Show. He wanted to personally come forward to calm the anger of the dragon people. Shanghai Auto Show. Gu Linfeng took the vehicle documents handed over by Lamborghini salesperson Sun Yongquan. It is worth mentioning that Gu Linfeng does not have a Shanghai household registration, so the vehicle cannot be registered. Sun Yongquan was very considerate and contacted an agent for Gu Linfeng, and purchased a company from the agent. The Lamborghini was hung on the company's door. Gu Linfeng gladly accepted it, but he had to pay 200,000 yuan for the purchase. Money is a small matter. As long as the license plate can be registered, those are all small problems. At the same time, the owner of the Lamborghini cars in the showroom became Gu Linfeng. Sun Yongquan took the initiative to teach Gu Linfeng how to operate the Lamborghini. For such top luxury cars, you can't just buy them and drive them away easily. You also need some simple training. Otherwise, you may not even know how to start the vehicle. 30 minutes later, Gu Linfeng stroked the sky blue Lamborghini with a smile on his face. From the beginning, he also owned the first luxury car in his life. Mr. Gu, is there anything else you need? Sun Yongquan asked flatteringly. No more. Gu Linfeng touched the steering wheel. Can I drive away now? Certainly. Just as Gu Linfeng was about to leave, a foreigner rushed in from outside the auto show, followed by 4 or 5 foreigners of different ages. The crowd of onlookers had not yet dispersed. When they saw a senior foreigner coming, they hurried over to tell Gu Linfeng. This aroused Gu Linfeng's interest, and he pulled out the Lamborghini key and went out of the car. Hello sir, I am Robert, the president of Baolu Greater China. I am very sorry that you have had a bad impression of our car brand. I would like to apologize to you here. Robert had his subordinates do their homework before coming, and he also clearly understood the cause of the incident. Although he felt unhappy with the young man in front of him, he still had to put in some effort to keep up appearances. Gu Linfeng nodded with interest. If an apology is useful, then why do we need the police? Robert had prepared himself mentally before coming, but he didn't expect this young man to be so disrespectful. He is the president of Baolu Greater China. When has he ever been so embarrassed? Sir, there is a misunderstanding between you and our Baolu employees. I have fired the saleswoman involved. Do you think this is an okay approach? The female salesperson has been dealt with, but what about your vice president? How do you deal with her? Gu Linfeng narrowed his eyes and carefully observed Robert's expression. Sure enough, when talking about Li Guden, Robert's mouth twitched subconsciously. There is something wrong with Jack Li. I will criticize him. Robert had a headache. Jack Li was the younger brother of his wife from Manhwa. If he was fired, he didn't know how his wife would make trouble with him. Oh, you're done with just a criticism? Then it seems like you're not very sincere. Robert's words had made him lose the desire to continue talking. Just as he was about to leave, Robert secretly winked and his men immediately drove away the people around them. Gu Linfeng heard the commotion behind him and subconsciously stopped. Tell me a number. Robert regained his arrogance. I know you're after money, as long as the price is not outrageous, we Baolu can afford it. TSK Tisk, tell me a number. I'm afraid you can't afford it. Gu Linfeng said with great disdain. I've already apologized to you, what else do you want? Robert was embarrassed and angry, with veins bulging on his forehead. Do I need you to apologize to me? And you apologize to the wrong person. Gu Linfeng looked around and said loudly, you Baolu need to apologize to the entire Dragon Country and all the Dragon Country people. Robert was completely puzzled. He couldn't understand what was going on in Gu Linfeng's handsome head. In their country, all interests are put first, and there has never been such a generous thought. Mr. Gu, are you going to reject me? Robert's face was gloomy. Do you understand capital? Sometimes it's very easy for capital to make a person disappear. After this threat, Gu Linfeng was stunned for a moment, then he laughed. You still have time to threaten me here? I advise you to think about how to keep your current position. Robert was about to retort when his cell phone suddenly rang. The number came from overseas, and Robert felt a chill down his spine the moment he saw the number clearly. Chapter 37, Lamborghini car key is a lighter. After the call was connected, before Robert could say anything, swear words like shit and fuck came out of the phone. The person on the other end of the phone greeted Robert's ancestors. Finally, he yelled, Robert, you idiot, it is because of your indulgence that those lowly employees made irresponsible remarks in public. Do you know how much Baolu's stock has evaporated? Robert was already confused by the scolding, and subconsciously asked, how much? Fuck, the market has dropped by more than 500 million euros in 3 hours. The group's financial institutions predict that the group's losses will exceed 20 billion Dragon Country dollars. This is all because of your leader and your useless vice president. Tell him to die and make an apology. As for you, you are no longer qualified to lead the Greater China region of Baolu. Return to the headquarters and report immediately. Gu Linfeng understood a little bit of foreign language and could hear the message on the phone clearly. At this moment, he wanted to laugh. But Robert was about to cry. He never expected things to turn out like this. Just because of an ice cream, the headquarters dismissed him from his post. Robert put down his phone in despair, and he looked at least 10 years older. Gu, you are so cruel. Huh, thank you for letting me. Gu Linfeng clasped his hands, and his tone changed. You, a white-skinned bead, still want to mess with me? Go back to your country and clean up your mess. Robert was furious and wanted to take action, but he noticed that the people around him were rubbing their hands and sharpening their knives, as if they were ready to attack him, so he turned around and left without saying a word. What's even more infuriating is that when Robert left, Gu Linfeng didn't forget to taunt him, come back often when you have time. As soon as the foreigner left, the crowd surrounded Gu Linfeng again. Young man, it's so cool to see you confront this foreigner. Huh, I listened to you and bought the Baolu falling stock. I made 2 million in just a short while. I've just asked my wife to mortgage our house in Shanghai. Now I'm going to use the money to buy stocks. I want to buy Baolu until it goes bankrupt. Gu Linfeng smiled but said nothing, and waved his hand. Everyone, the follow-up of this matter depends on all of you. Gu Linfeng didn't need to say this. As long as Baolu's stock price keeps falling, these car reviewers and self-media will not let the popularity drop. The higher the popularity, the more they earn. Before leaving, Gu Linfeng specifically asked Sun Yongquan to go out and buy 10,000 yuan worth of ice cream, which anyone who came to visit the auto show could get for free. Compared with the two, Gu Linfeng's move is undoubtedly grand. Soon, the Lamborghini has a license plate installed. License plate number, AB520. This license plate is definitely a treasure. Coincidentally, Gu Linfeng's birthday is also on this day, and this 520 has special significance. 200,000 is not expensive. Afterwards, Gu Linfeng drove the Lamborghini out of the school. The new Danube worth 7 million yuan attracted countless people's attention on the road. Although Shanghai is an international metropolis, such luxury cars are not found everywhere. Even when waiting at traffic lights, some car owners will take the initiative to ask Gu Linfeng about the price. Soon, the car arrived at the gate of Shanghai University. The security guard stopped the Lamborghini very diligently and did not let it pass because of its high price. Outside the door, some luxury car owners waiting for students looked disdainful. Damn, I don't know where this idiot came from. Doesn't he know that outsiders are not allowed to enter the campus? He drives a Lamborghini and wants to show off in the school. Damn, said a Porsche owner disdainfully. Another Aston Martin owner similarly replied. TSK, this guy might be new here. He knows there are many pretty girls at Shanghai Conservatory of Music, so he wants to come here to pick up girls. Well, wait for him to get the security out and we'll go over and teach him a lesson. At the same time, the security guard felt a pang in his heart when he saw the appearance of the Lamborghini owner. Ahem, it's you. Yes, it's me. Gu Linfeng was a little surprised. He didn't know this security guard. Students need to go through parking procedures and pay a certain fee every month. The security guard smiled flatteringly. Just drive your car in first, and then go to the school to handle it. Oh, thank you then. Gu Linfeng said in surprise. When he saw the gate open, he stepped on the accelerator and drove in. Fuck, no, how did he get in? The Porsche owner got out of the car, ran to the security guard and asked loudly. The security guard had a cold expression on his face. He's a student here. Are you? The owner of the Aston Martin happened to arrive and saw the Porsche owner being humiliated. He couldn't help but snickering. He is a shitty student. He just likes to go to school, students. On campus, Gu Linfeng slowed down the car and admired the scenery on campus. A tall, straight tree. Ahem. From time to time, I could hear students' exclamations. Fuck, Lamborghini. Who the hell is this? Driving into campus is so pretentious. Follow him to see who the owner of the car is. He wants to fall in love with the driver. I just saw his profile, he's so handsome. As handsome as Tomato Reader. Gu Linfeng drove to the school security department to apply for temporary parking, and left in a leisurely manner under the surprised gaze of the staff. After parking the car in the parking lot, Gu Linfeng returned to the dormitory with the Lamborghini keys dangling from his hand. In the dormitory. As soon as Gu Linfeng entered the door, he heard Zhang Long playing a video of the Shanghai Auto Show. Fuck, the guy who took the video has a voice similar to my godfather. Godfather, is this you? Gu Linfeng shook his head slightly. How could it be me? That's true. I just searched online and found that Baolu's stock price in foreign markets has fallen by nearly 700 million euros. Wow, an ice cream brand can bring down a business empire. I've never seen such a thing before. Zhang Long no longer worried about the sound in the video, but talked about the news he had just seen on the internet. Hey, where did Godfather get this Lamborghini lighter? It looks quite real. Su Zhihui noticed the car keys in Gu Linfeng's hand and teased. How much did you buy this lighter? Please share the link. I'm planning to buy a Mercedes-Benz to show off. Yu Xinming also became interested when he heard Su Zhihui's teasing. Pink 60, 10 yuan each, you can find it by just searching. Gu Linfeng also joked. I never thought my godfather was such a master at showing off. Zhang Long laughed. He has already thought of such a unique way to seduce girls when he just came to college. If we post this in our class Facebook group, wouldn't it be full of vanity? As he said that, Zhang Long snatched the key away, and Gu Linfeng didn't have time to stop him. When I was about to take a photo and send it to the class Facebook group, the group was already going crazy. Chapter 38 is the luxury car you are talking about, my boyfriend's Maserati? Yu Huan, I heard from students in other classes that there is a newest sports car parked in the school parking lot. Gao Xinrui, what you said makes me a little curious. Ma Defa, goddess, do you want to sit? It just so happens that my father has a Ferrari. If you want, I can drive it here tomorrow. Sun Feifei, I want to go see it too. It's a good opportunity to take a group photo and post it on WeChat Moments. Ma Defa, what? Are you going to pretend to be a socialite? Sun Feifei, you are the one pretending to be a socialite, so annoying. Old Gu, do you think it would be effective if I pretend to be so awesome now? Zhang Long pointed to the records in the Facebook group and laughed. I advise you to be more rational. Gu Linfeng hurriedly stopped him. If you are exposed, you will be embarrassed. He still hopes to keep a low profile. Oh well. Lu Qianran, is the sports car you are talking about the Maserati Quattroporte 3.0T cement gray GT version that my boyfriend just bought for 1.5 million yuan? Gu Linfeng was also paying attention to the group chat. When he saw the message sent by Lu Qianran, he read it carefully and almost laughed out loud. This is AB Pretender. Gu Linfeng, if you can't forget the model of your boyfriend's car, why not carve it on your forehead, or on your tombstone when you die, so you don't forget it? After Gu Linfeng said this, everyone in the group looked carefully. It was really because Lu Qianran said too much and sent a lot of messages, but no one read them carefully. It didn't matter that he saw it, as all the other students felt the same as Gu Linfeng after seeing it. The old lady got into bed. You made me laugh. Lu Qianran, if you are envious, just say so. What's the point of you arguing with me here? Gu Linfeng, what do I have to be envious of? It's just a broken car worth 1.5 million. Lu Qianran, you sound like you can afford it. Gu Linfeng shook his head. He really didn't want to bother with this idiot. So he stopped talking. Seeing the two people arguing with each other in the group, no one continued to interrupt. Even Gao Xinrui stared at her phone and didn't dare to say anything. At this time, Lu Qianran was sitting in Zhang Junjie's Maserati. Seeing that Gu Linfeng stopped talking, the corners of her mouth raised high. Hubby, I just used your Maserati to teach that idiot Gu Linfeng a lesson. Oh. How do you mean? Zhang Junjie became interested. That is. You did a good job. My dad doesn't allow me to mess with Gu Linfeng, but he didn't tell me not to act cool in front of him. Zhang Junjie praised Lu Qianran heavily. Yes, honey, why don't you lend me your car? I want to drive it to the parking lot and let all the classmates in our class come over to have a look. Zhang Junjie nodded. She understands Lu Qianran's little thoughts better than anyone else. It's nothing more than vanity. Okay, let's go to the parking lot. After saying that, he drove quickly towards the parking lot. Godfather, your ex-girlfriend is such a bitch. I really want to slap her in the face. Zhang Long sat on the lower bunk and sulked indignantly. Okay. Why would you bother with someone like that? Gu Linfeng instead tried to persuade Zhang Long. People who didn't know might have thought that there was some misunderstanding between Zhang Long and Lu Qianran. Godfather, please check the group. Su Jiwei, who was lying on the bed, suddenly sat up straight and shouted anxiously. Gu Linfeng subconsciously opened his phone. Lu Qianran, my boyfriend's Maserati Quattroporte 3.0T cement grey GT version, which he bought with a full payment of 1.5 million yuan, is in the parking lot. Friends who are interested can come and take photos and check in. Lu Qianran, male classmates who only know how to brag should not come. Even if they come, they won't let you take pictures. Yu Huan, I'm here. Sun Feifei, classmate Qianran, I'm here too, can I go up and sit for a while? I promise not to dirty your boyfriend's Maserati Quattroporte 3.0T cement grey GT edition, which he bought for 1.5 million yuan. Lu Qianran, welcome everyone. Needless to say, everyone in the group knew who the so-called male classmate was. Lu Qianran was just about to post Gu Linfeng's name in the group. No, Godfather, I can't stand it anymore. I must get back at you. Zhang Long roared and sent the photo of the Lamborghini car keys he had just taken to the group. Zhang Long has made up his mind. At worst, he will learn from the idiot who rented a Lamborghini and crashed in front of the school. He will spend his own money to rent a Lamborghini for Gu Linfeng. Isn't it just pretending to be cool? Who can't do that? Gu Linfeng shook his head and smiled bitterly. He was just pretending to be cool passively. Zhang Long, picture.jpg. Zhang Long, Gu Linfeng didn't say anything when he had a Lamborghini, but you're still showing off for a long time when you're driving a shabby Maserati. Godfather, is it okay for me to say this? Zhang Long put down his phone and spoke in a flattering tone, like a child who had made a mistake. Gu Linfeng pretended to be serious. You. Godfather, I was wrong. You're right, you're just not pretending to be smooth enough. Watch me. Gu Linfeng smiled slightly and started operating on his phone. Gu Linfeng, hey, I have some spare money, so I just spent 6.95 million to buy a Lamborghini, a sky blue Lamborghini Revuelto V12 plug-in hybrid supercar. Godfather Nyo Boy, what a good trick to give someone a taste of his own medicine. Su Jihui exclaimed, but did you just search for this configuration on AutoHome? Gu Linfeng didn't say anything. He couldn't say that the salesperson introduced him to it. At this time, the Facebook group chat has exploded. Lu Qianran, I just said I bought an aircraft carrier. Why are you bragging about this without any pictures or facts? Sun Feifei, although Gu Linfeng you are very handsome, I stand with Lu Qianran in this wave. Ma Defa, so funny, that car key is a lighter, right? My classmates played with it when I was in junior high school. Gao Xinrui, you guys should stop talking. The picture wasn't posted by Gu Linfeng. Why are you always targeting him? Godfather, let's go. Zhang Long seemed to have made some decision, and was about to rush out with gritted teeth. Hey, where are you going? Gu Linfeng was puzzled. We can't let them look down on us. I just borrowed 5,000 bucks. Let's rent a Lamborghini with the configuration you requested. As soon as Zhang Long finished speaking, Su Jihui jumped off the bed and said, the luxury car that Godfather mentioned can't be rented for 5,000 yuan. I still have several thousand. I have some as well, let's pool our money together. We have to vent this anger. Yu Ximing also said. Gu Linfeng stood there in a daze. He didn't expect that his roommates would actually take the taxi for his face, and he didn't expect that they would collectively pool money. And a little touching. Okay, there's no need to rent a car, let's go to the parking lot first. Gu Linfeng stopped his 3 adopted sons. Why not rent it? Coincidentally, 3 people's cell phones rang at the same time. Yu Huan, the sky blue Lamborghini that Gu Linfeng mentioned, there is one in the corner of the school parking lot. Gu Linfeng smiled faintly, pointed at the Facebook group chat and said, this is the reason. Chapter 39 Everyone, now is the time to witness a miracle. What do you mean? The 3 said in unison. You 3 are so idiots, Gu Linfeng said helplessly, okay, let's go to the parking lot first. I'm going to start showing off. Many classmates in the chat saw Yu Huan's message, including Lu Qianran who was enjoying the compliments from female classmates in the parking lot. Qianran, your boyfriend's Maserati is so cool. Don't listen to Gu Linfeng's nonsense. What about a Lamborghini? Can he afford it? That's right, Qianran, don't worry, we will definitely stand by your side. Lu Qianran forced a smile, feeling vaguely uneasy in her heart. Zhang Junjie on the side frowned and asked. What's wrong? Honey, Gu Linfeng was showing off in the group again just now, saying that the Lamborghini in the corner was his. Lu Qianran said worriedly. His? Zhang Junjie laughed as if he had heard a huge joke. Him. With the little salary he earned when he was in the army, he could afford such an expensive car. I think you are just worrying about nothing. Can. I know what you want to say. My mom paid that little bastard $1 million, but it's far from enough to buy this Lamborghini. Ah. 1 million. Lu Qianran widened his eyes. Zhang Junjie knew that he had let the cat out of the bag, and nodded impatiently. Well, this bastard blackmailed my mom for 1 million yuan, and I don't know what tricks he used to scare my dad, and he told me not to provoke him. Humph, I won't listen. He's just a retired soldier. Hubby, everyone is saying that Gu Linfeng is a battalion commander. What's wrong with the battalion commander? Zhang Junjie was furious when he heard that Lu Qianran was actually boosting others' ambitions. I don't care what he is, a poor bastard is a poor bastard. By the way, our revenge plan has already been implemented. I have already submitted the list of names for the freshman party. Let's just wait for Gu Linfeng to be embarrassed in front of the whole school. Lu Qianran also laughed, and in her mind she had already begun to imagine the embarrassing scene of Gu Linfeng at the welcome party. Qianran, you talk to your boyfriend first. While the owner of the Lamborghini hasn't come back yet, let's go over and take some pictures. While Sun Feifei was talking to Lu Qianran, she also secretly cast a coquettish glance at Zhang Junjie. Although it was obscure, it was discovered by Lu Qianran. Zhang Junjie coughed and looked up at the sky pretending to be a gentleman. This Sun Feifei was from the dormitory next to hers, and was well known for being materialistic and a hooker. Lu Qianran did not lose her temper on the spot. She already had a bad reputation in class 102. Without Sun Feifei, her ally who also had the gold-worshipping attribute, she would have a hard time. Go. Lu Qianran forced a smile while suppressing her nausea. Zhang Junjie stared at Sun Feifei's twisting waist and spat, damn it, how is my Maserati worse than a Lamborghini? Lu Qianran didn't say anything, but was complaining in her heart, the difference is in the price, your car costs 1.5 million, and that car costs nearly 7 million. When Gu Linfeng arrived with his 3 adopted sons, he happened to meet Sun Feifei and a few gold diggers taking pictures in front of the car. Xiao Xiao, take a picture immediately when I lift my hair. You must capture my charm and dominance. Sun Feifei was directing her classmates to take the picture with one foot on the hood of a Lamborghini. Damn it! Gu Linfeng cursed and quickened his pace. Who asked you to take pictures here? Tisk, it's not your car, why do you care? Sun Feifei rolled her eyes at Gu Linfeng and continued to direct her classmates to take pictures. The commotion here quickly attracted Lu Qianran. Lu Qianran's eyes lit up and she dragged Zhang Junjie over. Gu Linfeng, I find you really hilarious. It's fine that you act cool in the Facebook group, but now you come here and act cool in front of us. Were you a plastic bag in your previous life? How can you act so cool? The sound arrives before the person. Lu Qianran's sarcastic words made everyone look over. Pretend? I have you who can pretend. You are using your mistress's car to show off in the group. What? Just show off in the group and the car will be yours. Gu Linfeng retorted on the spot, by the way, where is your short boyfriend? See you again, Gu Linfeng. Zhang Junjie walked out from behind Lu Qianran with gritted teeth. It is quite difficult to spot someone who is less than 1.5 meters tall. Hey, isn't this young Master Zhang? Long time no see. Gu Linfeng sneered and greeted him. How good are the days in the detention center? I heard that the male prisoners there speak very nicely and serve men very well. You must have been favored by him a lot, right? What the hell are you talking about? Zhang Junjie's face darkened, don't talk nonsense here, I'm innocent. When he said this, he deliberately glanced at Lu Qianran. Seeing that she looked unhappy, he immediately felt relieved. The days in the detention center were simply not a life for a human being. This bastard actually used his connections to send him to the all-male prison ward. Gu Linfeng, Gu Linfeng, just keep talking tough. I don't care what method you use to confuse my dad, but it won't work on me. I will use my own way to make you lose face in school. Zhang Junjie's eyes were spitting fire. If looks could kill, Gu Linfeng would have been killed by his eyes countless times. I'll wait for you. Gu Linfeng shrugged and continued, of course, if you like to ask your parents to give me money, I welcome it. It feels so good to earn this 1 million. It's like he found it for free. If possible, Gu Linfeng hopes that Zhang Junjie will come a few more times. You, barbarian. Lu Qianran snorted and no longer looked at Lin Feng. Okay, it's time to end this farce. Gu Linfeng looked at Sun Feifei at the Lamborghini. Sun Feifei, right? Please get out of my Lamborghini gracefully. Gu Linfeng, what are you doing? The car is not yours, why are you so nosy? Sun Feifei stood with her hands on her hips like a shrew. Gu Linfeng, this car is not yours, why are you still pretending? Zhang Junjie sneered, don't think that you can afford this Lamborghini just because my parents compensated you with some money. What if this car is mine? Gu Linfeng asked calmly. If the car is yours, I will smash my Maserati. Zhang Junjie was not afraid at all, but if the car is not yours, you will have to kneel down and crawl under my crotch. I'm not Han Xian, I can't bear the humiliation under my crotch. Gu Linfeng reached into his trouser pocket and calmly took out a car key. Since you want to gamble, remember to accept the loss. TSK, he took out the lighter again. Sun Feifei held her forehead with her hand, pretending to be helpless. Are you using a lighter to light a cigarette? Lu Qianran covered her mouth and smiled in an elegant manner, but she was already cursing in her heart. Why didn't I realize that Gu Linfeng was so good at pretending before? Oh. Lighter? Gu Linfeng pointed the car keys at the Lamborghini. Everyone, it's time to witness a miracle. Chapter 40 Smashing the Car. Oh. Lighter? Gu Linfeng pointed the car key at the Lamborghini and looked around loudly. Everyone, the time to witness a miracle has come. Do you think you're Lu Qian? Can you change the name of the Lamborghini? Sun Feifei took out her phone, turned on the recording function and pointed it at Gu Linfeng. Just pretend. I will post this scene of you pretending to be awesome in the group. I want to see if you still have the nerve to pretend to be awesome in the group in the future. Honey, Gu Linfeng is going to get into your crotch soon. This time you can vent your anger, right? Lu Qianran excitedly hugged Zhang Junjie's arm and said coquettishly, I want to buy a car, too. Buy it, anything below 500,000. Zhang Junjie stared at Gu Linfeng's every move. He couldn't wait to let Gu Linfeng crawl into his crotch. He even thought about recording a video of the moment when he was doing something and secretly posting it on forums and video platforms. Let the beautiful girls in the school see who is the most capable man in Shanghai Conservatory of Music. The consequence of offending him is that Gu Linfeng will be in such an embarrassing state that he has to crawl into someone's crotch. Godfather, be careful. Zhang Long felt a little unsure at this moment. Brother Long, you still don't understand. Su Zhihui raised his eyebrows and whispered, Godfather is confident. This car is most likely. Zhang Long's eyes lit up. It looks like I'm going to disappoint you. Gu Linfeng pressed the unlock button on the car key. This car is mine. Ding ding ding. The sky blue Lamborghini's lights flashed twice and it was unlocked on the spot. Sun Feifei, who was closest to the group, was startled by the beep sound and subconsciously loosened her hand and sent the video she had just recorded to the group. Is this car really yours? Sun Feifei's eyes rolled wildly. Brother Gu looked so handsome holding the Lamborghini car key. Get out of here. Gu Linfeng waved his hand impatiently. At this time, Lu Qianran and Zhang Junjie's brains had crashed and they stood there in a daze. Crazy questioning of the brain. Is this car really Gu Linfeng's? Class 102 Group Chat. Zhang Jiwei, oh my god, this multi-million Lamborghini really belongs to Gu Linfeng. Shang Rongrong, what about those people who said Gu Linfeng was a show-off? Come out and apologize to Gu Linfeng. Ma Defa, who knows if it's rented? Humph. Zhang Jiwei, go rent me a new car like this. Gao Xinrui, I didn't expect that classmate Gu is actually a rich second generation. He hid his secrets so well. The group was in an uproar, but the scene of the incident was completely silent. In order to prevent the people present from not believing that the car was his, Gu Linfeng deliberately entered the Lamborghini. At this time, Zhang Junjie had already come to his senses. He pulled on Lu Qianran's skirt, and the two of them quietly retreated. This is about running. Where are you running away, monster? Zhang Long yelled. Hey, where are this adulterous couple going? Gu Linfeng strode up to Zhang Junjie and grabbed his neck. With a slight effort, Zhang Junjie was instantly lifted into the air. A pair of short legs were flapping around and his face turned purple from holding his breath. Let me go, give my boyfriend back to me. Lu Qianran was shocked and weakly hit Gu Linfeng's bulging biceps with her hands. Here it is. Gu Linfeng exerted a little force, and Zhang Junjie instantly flew towards Lu Qianran and pressed him under him. Hee, you hit a woman, you're not a man. Lu Qianran's face turned pale under the pressure of the heavy object, and even in such a miserable state, he still did not forget to attack with words. Hitting a woman. It was you who asked me to return your boyfriend to you, and you blame me for not catching him. Gu Linfeng pretended to be stupid, scratching the back of his head in confusion. Having said that, Gu Linfeng was too lazy to pay attention to the two of them. He looked around and found Zhang Junjie's Maserati. Guys, come on. Smash it hard. Gu Linfeng waved his hand. But the three adopted sons behind him did not move. Godfather, this car is expensive. Zhang Long looked hesitant. What the hell is there to be afraid of? Young Master Zhang is so stubborn. How can he regret it? Gu Linfeng narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Junjie, who was breathing heavily on the ground. Am I right, young Master Zhang? This is not a question, it is clearly an affirmative sentence, full of threats. Zhang Junjie's chest felt much more relaxed, and seeing Gu Linfeng's threatening look, he nodded hurriedly. He's right, I'm willing to admit defeat. Okay, let's go, brothers. Gu Linfeng took the lead in launching an attack. With a running start and a flying kick, a big hole was kicked out in the door of the Maserati. Zhang Long got a brick from somewhere and smashed it against the car window, causing it to shatter. This moment, Zhang Junjie's heart was bleeding. Although his family runs a company in Shanghai and is wealthy, no one's wealth comes from the wind. This is a Maserati worth 1.5 million yuan. Dong dong dong. Quang, quang, quang. A symphony sounded in the parking lot. The college students passing by looked at the four people smashing the car in surprise. Fuck, these people are crazy. Deliberately damaging other people's property will lead to jail time. The one whose car was smashed was Zhang Junjie. This playboy is capable of doing anything disgusting. But don't tell me, I felt really good when Zhang Junjie's car was smashed. 3 minutes later, the Maserati turned into a pile of scrap metal. Gu Linfeng felt so happy that he felt like he had entered Los Santos in GTA 5. Young Master Zhang, if there's nothing else, we brothers will leave first. Gu Linfeng smiled slightly. Oh, by the way, if you want to call the police, forget it. My brother recorded the whole process. You promised to let us smash it. Zhang Junjie watched them go away, then stood up with the help of Lu Qianran. Gu Linfeng, I will remember you. We'll see. Honey, are you okay? Lu Qianran asked guiltily. This incident was caused by her, and now the luxury car has been smashed to pieces, and she is very upset. Humph, you troublemaker. Zhang Junjie's face turned cold, and he looked Lu Qianran up and down. He felt disgusted and frowned, saying, I'll take you to see my good brother in a few days. What do you mean? Lu Qianran asked. My elder brother likes to cuckold others. Zhang Junjie laughed, so you know. Lu Qianran's face turned pale. Hubby, didn't you say you loved me the most? What do you mean by giving me away? Zhang Junjie also felt a little bit reluctant, because his elder brother was a well-known pervert. Not only does he cuckold others, but he also cuts off the safety pins on the other person's big minds as a souvenir every time he does so. Looking at Lu Qianran's fair face again, he really couldn't bear it. Forget it, let's see how you perform first. Chapter 41, Classmate Gu, do I look good today? After the conflict between Gu Linfeng and Zhang Junjie, the gossipers in the class group immediately began to spread the news. The forum, which carries all kinds of student gossip from the music conservatory, was the first to be affected. Surprise! Freshman Gu Linfeng is actually a rich second generation who has been hiding for a long time. Freshman Gu Linfeng happily received a Lamborghini. Gu Linfeng and Zhang Junjie clash again. Gu Linfeng smashes the car for love. Hahaha, I feel an inexplicable sense of satisfaction after opening this post. This Lu Qianran was with Zhang Junjie for money, but I didn't expect that the dog who was ignored by me is actually a real rich second generation. Oh my god, if I were Lu Qianran, I would cry my heart out. Isn't this just throwing away the watermelon to pick up sesame seeds? I had no feelings for Gu Linfeng at first, but when I saw his Lamborghini, I fell in love with him. Zhang Junjie's Maserati is worth at least 1 million yuan, but Gu Linfeng smashed it without a second thought. Isn't he afraid of Zhang Junjie's revenge? Revenge? If you wanted revenge, you would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? I think Gu Linfeng must have a backer. Even Zhang Junjie's father, the vice principal, can't do anything to him. The discussion on the forum was in full swing, but the parties involved were just chatting as if nothing had happened. Godfather, this is a Lamborghini. Zhang Long smacked his lips, his eyes never leaving the Lamborghini car keys on Gu Linfeng's waist. Interested? Gu Linfeng smiled faintly and waved the car keys in front of Zhang Long's eyes. If you like it, take it and drive it. Zhang Long hurriedly shook his head. Forget it. Your car is so expensive. Even a small scratch could cost me my life. This is no joke. For luxury cars like Lamborghini, if there is a problem, they almost have to be shipped back to their place of origin in order to be repaired. Godfather, I didn't expect you to be a rich second generation. Su Zhihui's eyes lit up. I'm not a rich second generation. And who are you? I am a first generation rich. Gu Linfeng laughed at himself. I am an orphan. Seeing that Gu Linfeng was in a low mood, the three brothers hurried to comfort him. There's nothing to persuade me. I've gotten used to it over the years. Gu Linfeng touched the jade on his chest, feeling neither sad nor happy. Hey, don't we have a dinner date with the campus beauty tonight? It's getting late, let's go early. Zhang Long quickly changed the subject. Okay. Gu Linfeng took out his cell phone and sent a message to Luo Wan. The girls' dormitory had already been prepared. Seeing Gu Linfeng sending a message, Luo Wan hurriedly put down the powder puff in her hand. Girls, the boys are ready. Let's go to the parking lot to gather and set off. Luo Wan suppressed the excitement in her heart and waved her little pink fist like a soldier going to war. Gu Linfeng went back to the dormitory, changed his clothes, and came to the parking lot with his 3 adopted sons. At this time, a large number of students had gathered around his Lamborghini. Women account for 90%. Someone shouted, Gu Linfeng, and he was instantly surrounded by beautiful girls. Gu Linfeng also experienced the addiction of being a celebrity. Everyone, I have something to go out for, let's go back if we have nothing else to do. Gu Linfeng explained to the crazy fans with a smile. No, brother Linfeng, unless you give me an autograph, said a sweet-looking girl shyly. Gu Linfeng felt a headache and said, signing is fine, but I see you don't have an autograph book, so where can I sign? Unexpectedly. The girl straightened her chest and said, here, sign here. Gu Linfeng, confused. To be honest, Gu Linfeng almost couldn't hold back for a moment. Okay, your brother Gu Linfeng is out for some urgent business. Anyone who delays his schedule will lose points in your brother Linfeng's heart. Zhang Long's eyes rolled and a plan came to his mind. After hearing that they would lose points in Gu Linfeng's heart, the girls left reluctantly. Godfather, it seems you have to wear a mask when you go out in the future, otherwise your female fans will eat you up. Su Zhihui said with a smile. Roll. A few minutes later. Luo Wan's voice came from behind. Gu Linfeng turned around and his eyes lit up. Tonight, Luo Wan wore a white dress with delicate light makeup on her face, which added a touch of charm. Student Gu, do I look good today? As if feeling Gu Linfeng's burning gaze, Luo Wan playfully turned around on the spot. It looks very good. Gu Linfeng praised sincerely. Hey, can you two wait until there's no one around to talk? Iran pouted in dissatisfaction, looking so cute. Okay. Gu Linfeng looked behind Luo Wan. Who are these two? Just as Luo Wan was about to speak, Li Danyu had already walked in front of Gu Linfeng. Hello handsome guy, my name is Li Danyu, and this is my roommate Li Li. Nice to meet you. Li Danyu seemed very interested in Gu Linfeng and even extended her hand. Gu Linfeng did not refuse and shook hands with him. At the moment of separation, he clearly felt the dishonesty in Li Danyu's hands. Without saying anything, Gu Linfeng nodded at Li Li as a greeting. Li Li lowered her head shyly, as if she was allergic to the handsome guy Gu Linfeng. Student Gu, what do you want to eat tonight? Luo Wan's eyes never left Gu Linfeng. She just noticed Lee Danyu's subtle little movements, and her favorable impression of this roommate decreased again. The guest should follow the host's wishes. Just make the decision. Gu Linfeng said casually, not interested in food. Then let's talk about steak. Let's take a taxi and meet at Old John's Steakhouse. Luo Wan asked in a negotiating tone. I have a car. Gu Linfeng took out the car key from his pocket and pressed it, and the lights of the Lamborghini not far behind him flashed. Gu Linfeng, is this car yours? Lee Danyu covered her mouth in surprise. Luo Wan also looked at her idol with disbelief. Yeah. I just bought it today. Gu Linfeng smiled, my car can only seat one person. As he spoke, he looked at Luo Wan. Luo Wan smiled shyly and was about to agree, but Li Danyu on the side said first, then I will reluctantly sit in the passenger seat of Gu Linfeng. This. Luo Wan hesitated to speak, and after thinking about it, he decided to give up. Since it's so difficult, let's just forget it. Gu Linfeng made an invitation gesture to Luo Wan in a gentlemanly manner, Madam, may I invite you to get in the car? Sure. Luo Wan took the initiative to place her fair jade hand on Gu Linfeng's broad palm. Very warm, and also very safe. Li Danyu's face turned red with shame, she was angry. Iran naturally knew what Li Danyu was thinking. She sneered and looked at Zhang Long, little dragon, let's get going too. Zhang Long knelt down on one knee, really like a slave. At this time, there were only 4 people left at the scene. Su, Z, H, U, X, M, Li, D, Y, and Li, L. Yu Xinming took out his cell phone and waved it to show off, ahem, let's take a taxi. Li Danyu was originally still annoyed about why she had to ride in a car with 2 losers, but when she noticed the Huawei X5 in Yu Xinming's hand, she was stunned for a moment, and then she was ecstatic. The person in front of me may not look good, but he uses the 16,999 mobile phone very well. Maybe he is a low-key rich second generation. Okay then, let's take a taxi. Chapter 42 Cranberry Bar. As soon as the Lamborghini drove out of the campus, the accelerator was stepped on hard, and the luxury car rushed into the distance like an arrow. Student Gu, please slow down. I can't stand it. Slow down, slow down. Gu Linfeng took a look at the speed that had reached 120 miles per hour, hurriedly said sorry, and then slowed down. Inside the car, the evening breeze blew on Luo Wan's hair, making her look so beautiful and charming. At this time, Gu Linfeng placed one hand on the steering wheel and looked ahead calmly. Luo Wan secretly glanced at Gu Linfeng, feeling emotional. He looks so handsome when he drives a Lamborghini with one hand. In order to avoid being bored on the road, Gu Linfeng specially ordered a soothing piano piece. The music started and Luo Wan began to hum along with it. It has to be said that those who can learn music definitely have a different sense of music than ordinary people. Although Luo Wan has not received professional singing training, her voice is sweet and charming. Before he knew it, Gu Linfeng was somewhat intoxicated. I subconsciously compared Luo Wan and Lu Qianran in my mind. Wrong. How can that bitch Lu Qianran be compared with Luo Wan? There is such a huge difference between them, there is no comparison at all. The 2 of them came to Old John's Western restaurant, each with their own thoughts. Gu Linfeng got out of the car first and opened the door for him very gentlemanly. Inside Old John's restaurant, Li Danyu, who had just arrived, saw that there was no one on Gu Linfeng's right, and her eyes lit up and she sat down immediately. Iran was sitting next to Zhang Long. Seeing this, she sneered, some people just can't tell the difference between a man and a woman, and can't understand the situation. Li Danyu was stunned when he heard this and glared at Iran. Iran stared back without any fear. Okay, everyone, let's order our food. Luo Wan didn't care about it at all. She was very confident about her appearance and thought she was far better than Li Danyu. Waiter, take our order. Li Danyu snorted and decided to eat it back. I want medium rare filet steak and foie gras. Gu Linfeng looked at it in surprise. Li Danyu alone ordered about 7 or 8 dishes. He was very curious, can one person finish them all? Moreover, he just took a special look at the menu. The cheapest steak costs 188 per portion. This is going to make Luo Wan poor. Luo Wan didn't say anything, but was actually calculating today's spending. She secretly calculated that she would not be able to make the purchase tonight without 5,000 yuan. 5,000. Her monthly living expenses. Gu Linfeng actually had no interest in Western food, so he just ordered a well-done steak. As for those who like to eat steak with blood, Gu Linfeng could only laugh in his heart. What era is this? We are still imitating foreigners to eat raw meat and drink blood. Luo Wan also ordered a well-done steak and said with a smile, "Hee hee, I have good teeth." More than 10 minutes later. All the dishes were served, and after Luo Wan told everyone to start eating, everyone stopped talking and focused on eating. Li Danyu called the waiter again and ordered a bottle of Lafite red wine in the face of Luo Wan's surprised look. Luo Wan hesitated to speak and still didn't open his mouth. Seeing that Luo Wan didn't react, Li Danyu became even more aggressive. "I wish I could try all the dishes at Old John's Western restaurant." In the end, Gu Linfeng couldn't bear it anymore and spoke out to stop them, and then they stopped ordering food. Iran continued to mock, but Li Danyu didn't care. "Just go ahead and do it. It won't cost you anything." Seeing the awkward atmosphere at the table, Gu Linfeng went to the bathroom. When he came back, it was almost over. "We've almost finished eating, let's go," Gu Linfeng said lightly. "Yes, I'm full," Li Danyu stroked her belly and said coquettishly. "Well, the waiter will pay the bill." Luo Wan secretly borrowed 10,000 yuan from Jibei the moment Gu Linfeng left. She didn't want to make a fool of herself by inviting her lover to dinner and then not having enough money to pay the bill. "Ma'am, the bill has been paid," said the waiter respectfully. "Bought it?" "I haven't bought it yet." Luo Wan frowned and whispered. "This gentleman bought it." The waiter looked at Gu Linfeng. "Ah. We agreed to treat you, how can I let you pay?" Luo Wan was very anxious and stood up to argue with Gu Linfeng. "No, it's useless to tear it up after paying the bill. It's not like giving lucky money to children during festivals." "Okay, I've bought everything. If you want to treat me, please do it next time," Gu Linfeng said seriously with a serious expression. "Oh well." Li Danyu felt a little jealous. The bitch Luo Wan was allowed to escape. At the same time, she was also curious about Gu Linfeng's worth. She can drive a Lamborghini, and she also noticed the luxury watch on Gu Linfeng's wrist. Patek Philippe, worth 2 million. "It's still early, why don't we go to the bar?" Zhang Long suggested. Gu Linfeng looked at Luo Wan. "I'll do whatever you say." "Then let's go." Gu Linfeng had never been to a bar before, but to be honest, he still wanted to try it. Iran looked at Li Danyu provocatively, "Didn't you say you were full and didn't want to move? Then go back to the dormitory." Li Danyu was so angry that she wanted to curse. She just said it casually, "What's wrong with Iran? I'm not hungry anymore, so I might as well go to the bar with you guys and have some fun." Li Danyu didn't want to lose points in front of Gu Linfeng again, so she continued to speak with a smile on her face. "Then let's all go." Gu Linfeng was not clear about the relationship between Li Danyu and Luo Wan and the others, so he could only say this. "I know a bar full of beautiful women," Zhang Long suddenly said. Iran was stunned, then she grabbed Zhang Long's ear and asked, "What did you say?" It hurts, I was just kidding. No beautiful girl in the United States is prettier than you." "Humph, that's better." Iran let go of her hand, and seeing that everyone was staring at her, her face suddenly turned red. "Let's go to the one Zhang Long mentioned," Gu Linfeng said nonchalantly. "Okay. Cranberry bars." As soon as Gu Linfeng walked into the bar, his scalp numbed by the deafening music inside. Looking at the young man and woman pretending to be crazy in the center of the stage, he really couldn't understand what was so interesting here. "Sir, how many people are there?" When the waiter saw the guests coming, he came closer and shouted loudly. "You have to shout, otherwise I won't be able to hear anything." "8 people, you want the best seats. You want the most expensive drinks." Gu Linfeng shouted just as loudly. The waiter was startled and looked at Gu Linfeng as if he saw his biological father. "Dad is not here, guest, please follow me." Gu Linfeng took the lead and walked at the front. He looked at the women around him deliberately. "I found that they were all young. But the clothing is generally revealing. I even found a man and a woman kissing passionately in the middle of the dance floor. No wonder people say bars are the best place for romance, the people there are too open." Chapter 43 Lin Feng, I don't want to go back to the dormitory tonight. V01 card table. Gu Linfeng had just sat down when the waiter asked flatteringly. Sir, V01 will offset 50,000 yuan, please take a look. It's okay. Gu Linfeng pointed at the Shenlong set on the drink list nonchalantly, give me 2 sets of this. Sir, a set of Shenlong suits in our store costs 88888. Are you sure? Sure. Oh, and bring some more food and drinks. Because the bar was too noisy, no one could hear the conversation between Gu Linfeng and the waiter. Gu Linfeng was playing with his mobile phone with his head down when he heard the exclamations of several adopted sons around him. I looked up suddenly and found 4 or 5 bunny girls walking towards me with trays in their hands. There were drinks on the tray, which seemed a little different. Fuck, who is so generous? He actually ordered the dragon suit in the bar. Zhang Long shouted exaggeratedly. Like we walked here, could it be? Everyone looked at Gu Linfeng. Gu Linfeng nodded subconsciously. Just at this moment, the deafening music suddenly stopped. The host tapped the mic, pointed his finger at the V01 crowd and shouted. The guests from V01 ordered 2 sets of Shenlong suits worth 88,888. Let us welcome the distinguished guests from V01 with the warmest applause and cheers. As soon as the words fell, Gu Linfeng's table instantly became the focus. Some girls were ready to make a move, but when they saw Luo Wan next to Gu Linfeng, their eyes suddenly darkened. That girl was obviously a pure and innocent student, who was not comparable to these fallen women. Luo Wan covered her cherry lips in surprise. Over 100,000 was spent just like that. Li Danyu began to get restless again. She arrived a little late and was unable to sit next to Gu Linfeng. The bunny girl swayed to V01, put down the drinks and winked at Gu Linfeng. Being able to get close to the eldest brother is the best thing to do, and they don't care about Luo Wan's strange look. Humph, a bunch of bitches. Luo Wan cursed softly. This was the first time she cursed anyone tonight. Fortunately, Gu Linfeng remained unmoved, otherwise Luo Wan would have gone crazy. Come on, everyone, drink as much as you want. Mr. Gu will pay for tonight. Zhang Long opened a bottle first and filled up everyone's glasses. Gu Linfeng took a sip and found it sweet but not tasty. On the contrary, Luo Wan liked it very much. Girls are naturally unable to resist sweet things. At this time, a mature lady in her 20s, wearing a cheongsam, walked into the booth. The scenery behind the high leg lift is particularly charming. Gu Linfeng was startled. Who are you? Brother, are you not welcome to your sister? The mature woman licked her lips teasingly. You are not welcome here. Luo Wan was like a kitten protecting its food and took the lead in attacking. Oh, so you have a girlfriend. I won't bother you anymore. As she said that, she didn't know if it was intentional or not, but her legs went weak and she fell beside Yu Xinming. This is what makes this woman so smart. After taking a quick look around, I found that only Yu Xinming was like a single dog. This also became his target. It seems like being friends with rich people can't be bad, right? Yu Xinming was still a little shy, so he hurried over to Gu Linfeng. Gu Linfeng chuckled and leaned close to her ear. Are you a novice? Hee, how did you know? Yu Xinming was extremely embarrassed when his sore spot was touched. I can feel your uniqueness from your temperament. Did you know me before? No, your face is full of stories. Ah. Yu Xinming touched his nose, feeling insulted. Behave well tonight and I, your father, will pay for all the expenses. Gu Linfeng smiled mysteriously. Yu Xinming became excited instantly. He thought Li Danyu was a good girl at first, but after getting to know her, he found out that she was also a gold digger. Brother, do you mind if I drink your wine? The mature woman seemed to have guessed something and took the initiative to look at Yu Xinming. Let's drink. Luo Wan breathed a sigh of relief, as long as this woman's target was not Gu Linfeng. Gu Linfeng picked up his glass and clinked it with Luo Wan, then asked with a change of expression, Luo Wan, where are you going later? Me, of course. Luo Wan's face was rosy. If you are going to go home later, you might as well go home now. Gu Linfeng interrupted. Ah. Luo Wan thought he had misheard and asked again, what did you say? I didn't hear clearly. Nothing. Gu Linfeng suddenly remembered the Grandmaster's words and wanted to use them on the spot, but he didn't expect to fail. Luo Wan didn't hear clearly. Linfeng, I don't like you being with other women. Luo Wan seemed to be drunk. She approached Gu Linfeng and spoke in a gentle voice. This. Gu Linfeng's mouth twitched, and he had the urge to agree immediately and swear. You've had too much to drink, Luo Wan. I'll take you home later. No, I'm not drunk, Linfeng, I like you. Luo Wan was in a state of confusion and passion, exuding the body fragrance that only belongs to a pure woman. Don't be like this, aren't we moving too fast? Gu Linfeng said this, but he was actually happy in his heart. This is the third place in the school beauty ranking. A person who can beat all the female stars in the entertainment industry actually confessed to him. No, I just like you. Luo Wan mustered up his courage. Linfeng, I don't want to go back tonight. Where do you want to go if you don't go back? Didn't you say you were going home? Luo Wan lowered her head shyly. She had heard it all. You heard it wrong, Gu Linfeng explained hurriedly. Luo Wan didn't say anything, but stared at Gu Linfeng. I complained in my heart, Humph, I've already taken the initiative, you're such a coward. Gu Linfeng was a little nervous. He didn't expect that a casual rude remark would almost get him into trouble. However, he was more happy. Without Lu Qianran, a better Luo Wan came. Is this the top? Instantly, he thought of another saying of the ancestor. When a woman can control your emotions, don't hesitate to delete her immediately. That being said, Gu Linfeng was unwilling to do so. Luo Wan finally sighed and pulled Iran, accompany me to the bathroom. Iran, who was drinking with Zhang Long, didn't think much about it, and the two girls walked out of the card table together. Seeing Luo Wan leave, Li Danyu secretly thought that the opportunity had come. Just as she was about to get up, the mature sister got up and returned to Gu Linfeng. Little brother, why did you refuse your sister just now? By the way, how old are you this year? Gu Linfeng frowned and said, 18 this year. 18 years old? You must still be a student. It's rare to see someone your age spending a lot of money in a bar. I said 18 centimeters. Really? Wow, if my sisters knew about this, they would be so envious. The woman licked her scarlet lips, her eyes shining. Gu Linfeng shook his head slightly, take good care of my brother, and I will satisfy you at any price you name. The mature woman was stunned and looked down at her proud figure. At this moment, she was a little distracted. Is it possible that my charm has decreased so much? However, after hearing Gu Linfeng's heroic words, he still asked. Then how much can you give? Giving money is so vulgar. I'll leave a set of magic dragon suits for you in the bar. If you want to get your money back, go find the bar manager. Gu Linfeng can be said to have learned it by himself. Deal. The mature woman was not polite. She can get a refund of 70,000 yuan for the 8888 Shenlong suit. 70,000 yuan. It's in my account as soon as I close my eyes. Then he stood up and left Gu Linfeng and sat back next to Yu Xinming. Brother, I want to go to the bathroom. I can't stand steadily. Please come with me. After saying this, without waiting for Xinming's reaction, she pulled him straight to the bathroom. Yu Xinming followed the mature woman away like a puppet. At this time, Gu Linfeng looked at Su Zhihui. Yu Xinming has already made arrangements, so this one won't be a big deal. But then he realized that he was overthinking. Su Zhihui and Li Li were chatting happily. She covered her mouth and laughed from time to time, and seemed to be very interested in Su Zhihui. Chapter 44 Memories of Parents. Luo Wan and Iran quickly walked back, glanced at Yu Xinming's position, and then looked at each other. The two girls' faces suddenly turned unusually rosy. What's wrong? Gu Linfeng asked puzzledly. Luo Wan seemed to have thought of something and shook his head hurriedly. Nothing. Then let's go to the center of the dance floor and have some fun. Gu Linfeng picked up the wine glass on the table and drank it all. Everyone has to have a first time. He needs to integrate into this world of luxury as soon as possible. The dim lights of the cranberry bar create a mysterious atmosphere, making people feel as if they are in another world. Dynamic music echoes in the air, with a strong rhythm that makes people sway to the beat. The card table is filled with the unique scent of various women, making him gradually unable to extricate himself. Gu Linfeng was twisting his body to his heart's content in the middle of the dance floor. Although his movements were clumsy, no one laughed at him. Luo Wan got close to Gu Linfeng, feeling the scent of male hormones on him. At this moment, she was drunk again. The next day, Gu Linfeng woke up early. Last night he took a taxi to send Luo Wan back to the dormitory, and asked the designated driver to drive the Lamborghini back to the parking lot. Last night was a great opportunity to win the goddess, but Gu Linfeng did not seize it. After Iran whispered something to Luo Wan, she acted as if nothing had happened. Gu Linfeng had amazing hearing, but he heard nothing in this noisy bar. But having learned a little lip reading, he analyzed the following message. Luo Wan, if you progress too fast, men won't cherish you. Well, if I had known last night, I would have been more decisive and taken Luo Wan to get a room and made the matter a fait accompli. If it works, he can also live outside like Yu Ximing. Yu Ximing? Gu Linfeng looked at the upper bunk. Yes, where is Yu Ximing? Zhang Long opened his eyes dazedly. I left with that mature sister from last night. We stayed in the bathroom for half an hour last night and I don't know what we did. Gu Linfeng nodded thoughtfully. Is it so exciting to play? Without thinking any more, Gu Linfeng signed in silently. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the golden kidney. Again. Gu Linfeng was furious. Damn system, how many times have you been so F***ing backwards? Golden kidney, improves memory and concentration while preventing the host from getting up at night or sweating, night control. TSK, it has so many functions. Let's merge. Golden kidney fusion. Gu Linfeng's waist tightened, and his spirit suddenly became abnormal. His childhood memories suddenly became clear. He even remembered what his parents looked like when he was born into this world. Why do my parents look so familiar in my memory? I feel like I've seen them somewhere before. Gu Linfeng's memory will not be wrong. If he says he has seen it, then he has definitely seen it. Etc. I remembered. Isn't this man the chairman of Shanghai Gu Group, Gu Beichen? A typical domineering name, how could he remember it wrong? Thinking of this, he hurriedly opened his phone and started searching. Gu Beichen, male, 50 years old, chairman of Gu Group. He has assets worth over 100 billion yuan and holds a pivotal position in Shanghai. His wife is Wu Yuzhen, a professor of finance at Canaan University. She is also 50 years old. Her appearance on Baidu Encyclopedia is exactly the same as he remembers. Looking at the information about the two people, Gu Linfeng did not feel excited at all, but rather very calm. He lives very well on his own and there is no need for him to recognize his relatives. Besides, the Gu family is so powerful, if they really wanted to find him, they would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? As for whether there are some unknown secrets in this, he doesn't want to know. Just as Gu Linfeng was lost in thought, the door of the dormitory was opened. Yu Ximing, who had not returned home all night, walked in with steamed buns and soy milk in his hands. How was the battle last night? Gu Linfeng said this with a little envy. At this time, Yu Ximing slowly turned his head. Fuck, have you been drained dry? Gu Linfeng exclaimed. Yu Ximing's face was pale, his eye sockets were sunken, his eyes were dull, and he looked like a consumptive. I was reading late last night. The content of the book was so fascinating that I couldn't control myself for a moment. Zhang Long was also frightened by Yu Ximing's appearance. When he heard the words, study hard, from him, he couldn't help but laugh and scold. Since it's a good book, can you take notes while reading it? Recording is not what a gentleman does. Yu Ximing waved his hands hurriedly. I can't do it anymore. I'm too sleepy. The rehearsal will call me later. I'll gather my energy first. After saying that, he fell headfirst onto the bed, and within seconds he began to snore. Gu Linfeng sighed. This 8888 Shenlong suit was not spent in vain. Ximing is really a role model of diligence and love of learning. We should work hard as soon as possible to follow his footsteps. Zhang Long seemed to be excited and took out his mobile phone to start chatting. It seems that he is determined to capture Iran. By the way, Zhihui, what's going on between you and that Lili? Gu Linfeng asked curiously. The way he and Lili exchanged glances in the bar last night made people curious. She and I are from the same hometown. When we meet, we shed tears, so we chatted for a while longer. Su Zhihui was a little embarrassed. My relationship with her is very pure, don't let your imagination run wild. Pure. I saw you were almost kissing last night. Gu Linfeng laughed. got up from the bed and started eating breakfast. After dinner, Gu Linfeng looked at the news about Baolu Automobile on his mobile phone. As public opinion in Longwa fermented, Baolu Automobile suffered a heavy blow as its overseas stock market lost nearly 2 billion euros overnight. The top management of Baolu Auto immediately took drastic measures against the management of Greater China. Robert, who used capital to show off, and his brother-in-law Goodenli were even liquidated. Unfortunately, Gu Linfeng had no way to ask Robert in person. You asked me if I know the horror of capital, then I would like to ask you if you know the horror of public opinion. If a foreign executive dares to show his teeth in Dragon Country, I will break his legs. It is worth mentioning that the 2 female sales staff of Baolu Automobile were subjected to cyber violence. He was a soft-hearted person, but he could not sympathize with these 2 foreign-worshipping scoundrels. Let them learn a lesson and also know who is the boss in this land. The welcome party will be held tonight, let's rehearse. Zhang Long shouted in the dormitory. Gu Linfeng also became interested. Zhang Long told him that what the 3 brothers were performing was a skit. Does performing skits in a music conservatory mean losing the right to choose a spouse? Chapter 45, Face. Your face is just a shoe insole. Yu Xinming was still sleeping soundly when Zhang Long forced him to turn on the camera. Stop it, baby. I really can't get up anymore. Let me sleep for a while. Yu Xinming didn't even open his eyes, and fell asleep again with smacking his lips. Baby. Zhang Long was stunned, then he became furious. Baby, my young daddy, hurry up and rehearse. Zhang Long's roar instantly perked up Yu Xinming. Ahem, sorry, I'm really too sleepy. Yu Xinming was very embarrassed. Gu Linfeng wanted to laugh in his heart, and he was a little impressed by the professionalism of this treasure that Yu Xinming mentioned. This guy is so obsessed with this that he dreams about it. The few of them rehearsed for a while, and Gu Linfeng felt so embarrassed. The whole content is full of homophonic puns plus jumping up and down, which makes him want to make dumplings. The Spring Festival Gala is so delicious. You have to eat these dumplings, right? Gu Linfeng accidentally said what was in his mind, and quickly changed his words. Are you sure this skit will be performed at the Conservatory of Music? Isn't it funny? Zhang Long blinked his innocent eyes and said, Iran said the script was interesting after reading it. She is looking forward to my skit. People from the same family tend to stick together. Gu Linfeng sighed. By the way, Godfather, I heard that your ex-girlfriend Lu Qianran is also going to perform on stage. At this point, Zhang Long deliberately lowered his voice and looked at Gu Linfeng mysteriously. Godfather, guess who she is performing with? Gu Linfeng uttered one word expressionlessly, who? It's Zhang Junjie. That adulterous couple is so shameless that they show their affection in front of so many students. Zhang Long was quite angry and had a deep prejudice against Lu Qianran. Zhang Junjie. Isn't he a sophomore? How can he participate in the performance? Gu Linfeng asked curiously. The school doesn't have a rule that only freshmen can perform, and Zhang Junjie is the president of the student union. He decides the program list. In other words, whoever he wants to participate can participate. Zhang Long looked at the time and said again. Okay Godfather, let's go to rehearsal first. Bye. The next day. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item, the 30-year expired lay-by drink. Old lay-by, 1 drink will make you silent. Effect, pull for 3 days and 3 nights, and you will turn into a jet fighter in seconds. Young man, take this and do bad things to your heart's content. What the hell? Gu Linfeng muttered silently, and a bottle of lay-by drink appeared in his hand. Gu Linfeng looked carefully and found. Isn't this just a fake Sprite? If you don't look carefully, it's exactly the same as Sprite. He teaches vocal music in the music department. The master-level singing performance I achieved a while ago is enough to beat those veteran artists from the music academy. Student Gu Linfeng is still so conscious. Su Su nodded seriously. If you have any professional questions, you can come to me at any time. I welcome you anytime. Thank you, teacher. By the way, you can come at night, I'm single. Su Su felt that it was a bit abrupt to say this, so she explained, don't get me wrong, being single means that no one will misunderstand you if you come at night. Gu Linfeng nodded dully, I know, instructor. After Su Su left, Zhang Long came over hurriedly, Godfather, are you planning to have a teacher-student relationship? Su Su is a well-known beauty counselor in the school. The teachers chasing after her can line up from here to the cafeteria. If you succeed in chasing her, all the faculty and staff in the school will regard you as their enemy. Get out of here. Gu Linfeng's face changed and he kicked Zhang Long on his huge butt. I was wrong. Godfather. The three of them ran away quickly. At this time, there was a noise outside the auditorium door. You are blind. Didn't you see Chairman Zhang coming? Why don't you get out of the way? An arrogant and domineering voice sounded, and Gu Linfeng subconsciously turned around to look. Zhang Junjie held his head high and chest puffed out, as if he was a very important person, and walked into the auditorium without caring about his relatives. There were 4 or 5 students following behind him. Looking at the name badge, it said Student Union. The scolded student did not dare to talk back when he saw the student union members coming and quickly stepped aside. Zhang Junjie is simply a walking bee. He pretends to be cool wherever he goes. He is so stylish that people who don't know him would think he is a big shot going out. Seeing Zhang Junjie and his lackeys walking towards him, Gu Linfeng didn't move at all. Boy, get out of the way. The leading lackey bared his teeth. I only give way to people, not dogs. Gu Linfeng was speechless. Zhang Junjie was not a good person, and his subordinates were not much better either. If this happened in ancient times, Zhang Junjie would be a bad boy, and these younger brothers would definitely be thugs to bully women. Fuck. You called me a dog. The lackey looked at Zhang Junjie aggrievedly. Boss, when you beat a dog, you have to look at the owner. He called me a dog. After seeing clearly that the person blocking the way was Gu Linfeng, Zhang Junjie felt a little embarrassed. He has developed a psychological trauma after being slapped in the face so many times. But the younger brother was still waiting for him to support him pitifully, and he couldn't just ignore it, so he could only bite the bullet and say, there are outsiders here, please give me some face. Face? Your face is a fucking insole. Gu Linfeng opened his mouth and started talking without any politeness. In the past year that I have been with Zhang Junjie, I have never been humiliated like this. The violent language left the younger brothers present stunned on the spot. Zhang Junjie's face almost turned green. Seeing that Gu Linfeng had raised his sandbag-sized fist, he shrank his neck and coughed. What's wrong with you? You are so used to being so bullying in school that you can't even give way to the new students. Come on, let's go to the other side. Having said that, he left with his men. Sometimes others don't give you a way out, so you have to learn to find one yourself. Zhang Junjie found a good way out and saved his face in the name of caring for the freshman. Pity. After taking 2 steps, a lackey beside Zhang Junjie suddenly realized. I was wondering why this guy looks familiar. Isn't he the Lamborghini owner who smashed the boss's car yesterday? It's really him, his name seems to be Gu Linfeng. I heard that the boss's girlfriend was stolen from me. This is the hatred of stealing his wife and the revenge of being cuckolded. Fuck, I just asked him to give way to me. Will he hate me? I only have a bicycle, not a luxury car for him to smash. Zhang Junjie's face turned pale, and he turned back angrily. Damn it, I'm not deaf, can you please keep your voice down when you whisper? The younger brothers quickly shut up. Zhang Junjie narrowed his eyes and kept comforting himself in his heart. Don't be angry, don't be angry. I'll embarrass you in front of the whole school at the welcome party. He really only remembers the food and not the beating. Gu Linfeng smiled disdainfully. Chapter 46, A Gambling Dad and a Sick Mom. After comforting himself, Zhang Junjie felt much better. There is no way to embarrass Gu Linfeng for the time being, why not? He turned his gaze towards Gu Linfeng's 3 adopted sons. I'll start with you. Zhang Junjie waved his hand, and his lackeys hurriedly stood aside waiting to be ordered. Go, cancel this rubbish skit show performed by those 3 idiots. The student union has already planned the program, will it be cancelled just like that? The lackey asked worriedly. You idiot, I'm the president of the student union, whoever I want can come up, and if I don't want someone to give way, it won't work even if they kneel down. Zhang Junjie couldn't stand it anymore and slapped the lackey hard on the head. The crisp sound echoed in the auditorium. Hey, you guys. The lackey seemed to have become a different person, picking his nose with his index finger in an arrogant manner. Is there something wrong? Zhang Long asked blankly. Yes, it's you. Zhang Long, right? I just received a notice from the student union that your show has been cancelled. No, we've been rehearsing for several days, how can it be cancelled just like that? Zhang Long was quite anxious, because Iran wanted to watch this skit. After several days of rehearsal, you ended up with such a crappy thing? My fucking pantomime is better than your rubbish skit. The lackey opened his mouth and launched into a violent outburst, completely ignoring the gloomy faces of Zhang Long and the other two. It's settled, your show is cancelled. After saying that, he left without looking back. Zhang Long clenched his fists, his face full of anger. Su Zhihui and Yu Xinming were equally angry. But what can we do? This is decided by the student union. The arms can never twist the thighs. At this time, a big hand covered Zhang Long's shoulder. I heard everything just now. If you don't want to act it out, then don't act it out. Gu Linfeng suddenly appeared. He just heard what the lackey said and knew that this would affect innocent people. Zhang Junjie couldn't do anything about him and could only vent his anger on his three roommates. You guys are too close to me, and Zhang Junjie is from the student union. Gu Linfeng sneered, let's remember this grudge first, and I'll settle with him slowly when I have time. Seeing Gu Linfeng say this, what else could the three brothers say? It just so happens that Su Zhihui hasn't memorized his lines yet. If he doesn't want to act, then don't act. Zhang Long said helplessly. Bullshit, it was Yu Xinming who misled me. Su Zhihui blushed and explained hurriedly. Seeing the three people calm down, Gu Linfeng felt a little guilty, so he said. There are still several hours until the welcome party. To make it up to you, how about I take you out for some fun? Cool. How cool. Zhang Long instantly became energetic. Gu Linfeng chuckled, I'll take you to experience the bathing culture. TSK, what was I thinking? Who hasn't taken a shower? Yu Xinming was very disappointed. I'm talking about meat washing. Gu Linfeng said shockingly. I'm not going. If you want to go, you guys go, but don't take me with you. Zhang Long too shook his head like a rattle, but his hand kept pulling Gu Linfeng out. I am a gentleman, godfather. I once swore in front of my parents that I would never reconcile with gambling and drugs in my life. Yu Xinming had a sad expression, but his steps were still fast. You bastard, you didn't even mention the dirty word. Su Zhihui cursed with a smile, grabbing Gu Linfeng's arm, Godfather, I'm sorry for the expense. Heaven on earth. For gentlemen, please come in, sir. The four most expensive packages. Gu Linfeng threw his shoes aside and put on his slippers skillfully. Godfather, you seem to be very familiar with this business. It's like being back home. Zhang Long laughed. Go away, you'd better think about how to hide it from Iran. Gu Linfeng raised his eyebrows. Iran and I haven't established a relationship yet, she can't control me. Zhang Long's eyes were a little evasive, and it seemed that he was afraid that the matter would be exposed. But at the age when hormones are most surging, the unknown and choices are what make people most excited. Should I choose number 1 or number 8? After a quick rinse, they went upstairs. More than a dozen fancy-dressed software hardening engineers stood in a row with professional tools in their hands. Gu Linfeng was not interested in this. He was the protagonist and how could he eat such game? If it wasn't for compensating his 3 good sons, he wouldn't have come to such a place. Godfather, I'm going to listen to Miss Number 8's story first. Then I'll go listen to the story of Miss Number 3. I'm number 6. Go. Gu Linfeng waved his hand and started playing with his mobile phone. Sir, you won't choose one, the manager flattered. No idea, forget it. Seeing that Gu Linfeng was not interested, the manager said no more and took the remaining engineers out of the private room. I don't know how much time had passed, but when our phones were almost running out of battery, the 3 brothers came back together. Finished? Well, their stories are so tragic that they made me feel so sympathetic that I shed tears of happiness, Zhang Long said with a refreshed look. A father who loves gambling, a sick mother, a sister who is in school, a broken man, if I don't love her, who will? Su Zhihui laughed, love starts with the bell, and it's hard to calm down when the wind blows. Don't give me that excuse. Just tell me how many extra hours you worked. 3. Su Zhihui lowered his head shyly. What about you? Gu Linfeng looked at Yu Xinming. I didn't do anything. My body just can't take it. Yu Xinming was a little broken-hearted, thinking of the madness of last night. The heart is more than enough but the standing is insufficient. Have you calmed down now? Gu Linfeng sat up straight. Calm down. We won't perform this skit anymore. I didn't take it seriously at all. Gu Linfeng stood up and walked out of the private room first. Sir, the total is 58,888. Would you like to pay by card or Facebook? Let's pay with Facebook. When Gu Linfeng heard that the three animals spent a total of 58,888, his heart stopped for a second. Sir, please keep your receipt. The female cashier winked and handed over a thick stack of receipts. Gu Linfeng took it, and with a flick of his hand, the document unfolded. It's fully 1 meter long. This scene caused some guests to look at it frequently. That's good about being young. How many engineers were hired to listen to this story and wonder if it would take more than 100,000 words to write into a novel? Let's go. Gu Linfeng threw the document to Zhang Long with a dark face and ran out without looking back. He really couldn't bear to stay with these three animals. Godfather, do you want this receipt? Zhang Long chased out with the receipt in his hand. Get the hell out of here, why do I need the receipt? Can you reimburse me? Gu Linfeng turned around and cursed. I don't know what kind of brain circuit this is. Who would go to a bathhouse to hire an engineer to do hardware softening work and then use the consumption receipts to get reimbursed? Accountant Xiang fell silent as he looked at the consumption receipt worth 58,888. Essential oil back massage 88 times. Healthcare 88 times. Chapter 47, Program. I didn't sign up for a program. The four of them returned to school playing and laughing. As soon as they arrived at the school auditorium, the counselor Su Su ran over with an anxious look on her face. Gu Linfeng, where have you been? You didn't even answer the phone. I'm so worried. Gu Linfeng was a little confused and asked doubtfully. My phone is out of battery. What's the matter that's worrying you so much? Su Su took a breath, and said after calming down. You secretly signed up for the show without telling me, and now you're disappearing again. Are you really trying to make me anxious? Wait. Gu Linfeng was stunned, what show? Didn't you sign up at the student union to perform at the welcome party? I've seen the program, it's original songs. I didn't expect you're such a talented person. Su Su looked at Gu Linfeng in front of her with admiration. She didn't expect he was such a treasure boy. Who wouldn't love a man who is secure and versatile? Godfather, are you secretly counterattacking and want to surprise everyone? Zhang Long joked with a grin. So that's why. No wonder my godfather didn't go on stage with us to perform the skit. He was holding something back. Su Zhihui suddenly realized. That's not right. Didn't you say you couldn't sing the night we saw off the instructor? Zhang Long suddenly thought of something and asked hurriedly. I did say that, but I didn't sign up. Gu Linfeng said coldly. Ah. You haven't signed up. But I've seen the list, and the student union has already informed me that you should go backstage to prepare. Su Su's mind was in a mess, and she didn't quite understand what the student union was doing. It seems that some people want to embarrass me. Gu Linfeng's mouth corners slightly raised. Isn't he trying to slap me in the face? He just doesn't do what some people want. Su Su is not a naive person and she immediately understood who the certain people Gu Linfeng was talking about were. Who else could it be except Zhang Junjie, who had a conflict with Gu Linfeng? Moreover, only Zhang Junjie has the right to change the performance schedule at will. Damn it, it must be that bastard Zhang Junjie who did this. Zhang Long was indignant and clenched his fists. We won't perform this show. Who cares? Let's see what he can do to you. Yes, Zhang Junjie made this arrangement just to see you make a fool of yourself. Yu Xinming said. Come on, Gu Linfeng. I'll take you to Zhang Junjie to make things clear. Su Su grabbed Gu Linfeng's arm without saying anything, as if she was going to settle the score with Zhang Junjie. No need, instructor. Gu Linfeng separated Su Su's hands, and contact was inevitable. Su Su felt Gu Linfeng's rough big hand, her face turned red, and she stood there at a loss. Gu Linfeng, don't act on impulse. Su Su suppressed her shyness and advised. Acting on impulse? Gu Linfengzi laughed at himself. I said I can't sing, but that was just to be modest. Tonight, I'll let you see what a singing king is. Su Su thought Gu Linfeng was bragging and said speechlessly, "All the school leaders are here today, you are going to make a fool of yourself." Su Su didn't say the rest. This is a music college. What will the school leaders think if you go up there and sing something tuneless? I just think Gu Linfeng is a clown. This will undoubtedly make the leader's impression of Gu Linfeng worse. Even disgusting. It's still unclear who will make a fool of themselves. Gu Linfeng smiled mysteriously. After that, he walked straight into the auditorium. Seeing Gu Linfeng's firm attitude, several people looked at each other and could only sigh helplessly. Su Su stamped her feet, looked at Gu Linfeng's departing back, and chased after him. At this time, there was still half an hour left before the welcome party started, and students had already entered the auditorium in groups of 3 or 4 and started to reserve seats. The quality of the Conservatory of Music's welcome party is still very high. Seniors who have already learned some skills will also bring some performances and send their blessings to the welcome party. Gu Linfeng was walking in front, and when he saw Zhang Long and the others following him, he turned around and said, "You guys go find a place to sit, I'll go backstage to get ready. Godfather, please don't hit Zhang Junjie. The school leaders will be here soon. If something goes wrong, it will be a big deal." Zhang Long knew Gu Linfeng's temper and warned him. "Don't worry." Gu Linfeng gave Zhang Long a reassuring look, and then looked at Su Su. "Instructor, please believe me, I will definitely not embarrass class 102. Su Su had a lot to say, but when she heard Gu Linfeng say, "Please believe me," she was actually moved. "Well, I believe you." After parting with him, Gu Linfeng went to the backstage alone. Some students preparing for the performance were taking deep breaths to relieve their nervousness, while others were reading the script. Seeing Gu Linfeng coming, the students' eyes lit up. Zhang Junjie's lackey Sun Wei came over with a sneer. "You are Gu Linfeng, right? Why don't you come to rehearsal? Also, what's the name of the original song you chose? The host will come on stage later so that he can announce the name. You didn't even inform me about the rehearsal." Gu Linfeng was too lazy to pay attention to the other party and found a place to sit down. "What's your attitude? Are you saying that there are omissions in our student union's work and you are the only one left behind, right?" Sun Wei is not afraid of Gu Linfeng. With Zhang Junjie's support, he is fearless. Go wherever it's cool. Gu Linfeng closed his eyes and stopped talking. "You." Sun Wei was about to say something back, but was pulled aside by Zhang Junjie, who came over after hearing the noise. "Let this kid be arrogant first, he will be embarrassed later." Zhang Junjie sneered in his heart. He had dug such a big pit for Gu Linfeng, but he didn't expect that this kid would dare to come. Be it confidence or being a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water, he chose to believe the latter. Gu Linfeng is a dead pig. Ridiculously thick-skinned. "You're still the school hunk, today I'll make you a clown." Gu Linfeng had already noticed Zhang Junjie when he came, but he did not pay attention to him. Instead, he communicated with the system in his mind. "System, can you give me the 300 pop songs as rewards?" Ding. Yes, the host needs to select the song, and the system will materialize it in the form of a USB flash drive. Gu Linfeng felt relieved and started to choose from 300 popular songs. This last-minute song really fits my current situation. When I clicked on the lyrics, I cursed in my heart. I always cram at the last minute, cram at the last minute. I always cram at the last minute. Not only is it meaningless, but the lyrics are also highly repetitive. You are so beautiful. Gu Linfeng couldn't help but despise the system's aesthetic. Ding, this system only includes popular songs with the top 300 playbacks. They are not classic songs. No wonder. Gu Linfeng suddenly realized. In fact, Gu Linfeng misunderstood the system. Even though this song is bad, its number of views is really high, reportedly exceeding 100 million. No matter who has heard it, they will leave a curse in the comments section. Afterwards, Gu Linfeng started to pick and choose, and a song that he was familiar with from his previous life made his eyes light up. This is it. Chapter 48, School Beauty Liitong. Just as Gu Linfeng was communicating with the system, Lu Qianran walked in wearing a white evening dress. This woman's character is not good, but her appearance is definitely acceptable. As soon as I entered the backstage, many male wolf friends started whispering. Lu Qianran is so beautiful, with a nice butt and a nice waist. If I can get her, I would even shorten my life by 3 years. Dude, are you really hungry? Do you want to eat anyone's woman? If Zhang Junjie hears this, he will definitely cripple your third leg. Damn, I'm just thinking about it. It's not against the law to think about it. Today's female host is Li Yitong, who ranks second on the school beauty rankings. She is not much better than Lu Qianran. Lu Qianran was originally very happy when listening to the discussions of her male classmates, but when they mentioned the school beauty Li Yitong, her mood suddenly turned sour. This school beauty ranking list will definitely be a pain in her life. She has a pretty face with a curvy figure, but she couldn't even make it to the top of the school beauty rankings. Are these guys blind? Lu Qianran was too lazy to pay attention to those losers. She put on a warm face and moved closer to Zhang Junjie. Zhang Junjie also changed into a white suit. He was about 1.5 meters tall, and he looked like he was wearing a children's suit, which was quite funny. But he was not aware of it and was combing his greasy hair in front of the mirror. Honey, I'm a little nervous, Lu Qianran said in a coquettish voice. What are you afraid of with me here? Zhang Junjie hugged Lu Qianran's waist domineeringly and greedily smelled the perfume on her body. Gu Linfeng burst out laughing, oh my god, how come I met Wu Dalong and Pan Jinlian in real life? Lu Qianran was wearing high heels, and Zhang Junjie's head only reached his chin. This height difference is the cutest. Fuck, I don't want to bother with you. Are you looking for trouble here? Zhang Junjie's face turned black. What he hated most in his life was people making fun of him about his height. Zhang Junjie came from a prominent family, and the only thing he felt inferior about was his height. This is determined by genes and cannot be changed by having money. Unless, you break your bones to increase your height. But with Zhang Junjie's height of 1.5 meters, how much height can he increase by breaking bones? I didn't say anything about you, why do you like to take it so personally? Gu Linfeng spread his hands, showing his innocence. Gu Linfeng, I know you can't bear the blow after breaking up with me, but don't try to attract my attention in this way. It's destined that the two of us will be impossible. Lu Qianran said shamelessly. Get lost, you are not ashamed to say that. Gu Linfeng snorted, also, I was the one who took the initiative to propose that we break up. Remember, I was the one who dumped you. It will be your turn to perform on stage soon, but with your tone-deaf voice, I wonder what you can do. Lu Qianran was so angry that she accidentally let the cat out of the bag. Gu Linfeng showed an expression that said, as expected. Zhang Junjie and Lu Qianran are still determined to embarrass themselves in this way. But the result is bound to disappoint them. What are you arguing about? At this time, a girl wearing a wine-red evening dress and white high heels came in from the backstage. She looked sweet and stood at the entrance of the banquet. The light made her figure look extremely elegant. The lace dress gently covered her body, highlighting the whiteness of her skin. Her slightly curly hair draped over her shoulders, adding a bit of softness to her temperament. Oh my god, it's Li Yitong. This is so beautiful. Dude, are you serious? Li Yitong is easily the best among Lu Qianran. Then take a look at me. My eyes for appreciating beauties are always online. Even Gu Linfeng couldn't help but look at the girl a few more times. Li Yitong frowned unhappily. He likes to be admired by everyone, but doesn't like to be talked about. These men have gone astray. Hello, Li Yitong. My name is Zhang Junjie. Can we get to know each other? Zhang Junjie didn't care about the resentful look of Lu Qianran beside him, and came over happily. He paid attention to the ranking of school beauties. Li Yitong was far superior to Lu Qianran in both appearance and temperament. If I could spend a night with a beauty like this, it would be worth any amount of money. I'm not good. Li Yitong turned her head away in disgust and said, you want to know me, but I don't want to know you. Zhang Junjie's face changed, and he cursed her in his heart, but the smile on his face remained unchanged, and he continued to speak. I forgot to tell you, my father is Zhang Yud, the vice president of our school. What does that have to do with me? Li Yitong's beautiful face was full of doubts. Zhang Junjie thought that Li Yitong would flatter him after he revealed her identity, but he didn't expect the other party to be so cold, which made him feel frustrated. It doesn't matter, but if you want to make progress in school, it has something to do with me. Zhang Junjie smiled confidently. I'm sorry, I don't want to improve. Li Yitong replied disdainfully, and then ignored Zhang Junjie and looked at the other actors who were preparing to go on stage. Backstage, the performance will start soon, please get ready for the first student to go on stage. Zhang Junjie secretly said what a pity, it seemed that such a beauty would be difficult to control. But soon, a scene that made his jaw drop appeared. Li Yitong, who had never shown any respect to him, suddenly looked at Gu Linfeng. Student Gu Linfeng, I heard that the program you prepared is an original song. Can I ask what it is called? Li Yitong smiled faintly, like a blooming flower. Oh. Do you know me? Gu Linfeng was a little surprised. You are a famous person, how could I not know you? Li Yitong was very interested in the handsome boy in front of her. It's really my honor. Gu Linfeng said modestly, but forget about the name of the song. You'll know it when I go on stage later. Seeing that Gu Linfeng was very tight-lipped, Li Yitong was a little disappointed. Just as he was about to say goodbye, Zhang Junjie spoke again. It's an original song, aren't you afraid of making people laugh when you say that? Zhang Junjie sneered, can a person who came from the army sing? Don't go on stage and sing, unity is strength. That's right, it's Li Yitong, right? Don't be fooled by him, he can't sing at all. Lu Qianran immediately jumped out to finish the job. Whether I can sing or not is none of your business. Gu Linfeng had been smiling pleasantly at first, but when he saw the adulterous couple jumping out again, he could no longer endure it and started cursing. Vulgar. Vulgar. Lu Qianran snorted coldly, Student Li Yitong, you'd better stay away from such people. They have no manners. Gu Linfeng was about to say something about traditional Chinese culture, but Li Yitong beside him shook her head with interest, no, I think Gu Linfeng is very interesting. Chapter 49 The party begins. Fuck, the sky is falling. The school beauty is actually interested in Gu Linfeng. Wow, is my secret love going to die in my womb? When a man chases a woman, it's easy to catch her. When a woman chases a man, it's easy to catch her. Gu Linfeng, oh Gu Linfeng, you have to hold on. Don't let Li Yitong succeed. Listening to the discussions around him, Zhang Junjie trembled all over. How can Li Yitong be so hypocritical? Is appearance really that important? At this moment, in addition to feeling inferior about his height, Zhang Junjie also became anxious about his appearance. Lu Qianran gritted her teeth. She could never have imagined that Gu Linfeng would be so popular after leaving her. Also, the Lamborghini he just bought, what else is this man hiding from her? Gu Linfeng was also a little confused when he heard Li Yitong's words. The school beauty said she was interested in you. Please don't be obsessed with me, I'm just a legend, Gu Linfeng said casually, but it was quite appropriate. I didn't expect that besides being handsome, you can also be so humorous. Li Yitong covered her mouth and giggled, becoming more and more interested in Gu Linfeng. It's getting late, and the party is about to start. How about we add each other on Facebook first and chat when we are free? Okay. Gu Linfeng took out his mobile phone and clicked on the QR code. This scene petrified everyone. Goddess, are you always so proactive? Actually not. If you are ugly, not only goddesses will not be interested in you, but ordinary women will be the same. Then let's talk later. Li Yitong left the backstage shaking her phone. Hubby, let's stay away from this stray dog. Lu Qianran hummed twice, hugged Zhang Junjie's arm and left. Zhang Junjie wanted to open his mouth to say something harsh, but he lost the courage to do so and could only let Lu Qianran pull him. The world finally became quiet at this moment. But, the welcome party started. At this time, the auditorium suddenly became quiet, and Li Yitong and the male host walked to the front of the stage together. Gu Linfeng could only see Li Yitong's side profile in the backstage. But it was also a feast for his eyes. The S-curve is particularly charming. Dear leaders and students, good evening. I'm Li Yitong, a broadcasting and hosting major. I'm honored to host this welcome party. Next, let's welcome the school leaders present with warm applause. Then thunderous applause. Next, let's welcome tonight's first program, Manhwa, a freshman majoring in broadcasting and hosting, to present his perfect score essay in the college entrance examination, My Father, the Governor. What the hell? My father, the governor? This show really made Gu Linfeng feel upset. No wonder he got full marks. The teacher who marked the papers must have stood up and been full of respect when he saw him. Gu Linfeng wanted to laugh when he heard this. Yuan Hua, the confident boy from the backstage, walked up to the stage with big strides and spoke confidently. As far as I can remember, my father never attended one of my parent-teacher conferences, nor did he ever take me to an amusement park. When I was little, I always blamed my father, even resented him. I hate that other kids can go to the amusement park and have their parents buy them burgers on Children's Day, but I can only sit at home and do my homework. On the day I became an adult, my mother came back from work to cheer me up for the college entrance exam and confessed everything to me. But I couldn't listen to her because the 2 golden stars on my mother's shoulders were so bright that I couldn't open my eyes. It was not until I wrote this essay that I realized that my father's ideas were called policies in the local area, and the lamp in my father's room was the sun that illuminated the people of the entire province. Gu Linfeng almost burst out laughing. I never thought that this essay has a hidden version. My mother, a lieutenant general. Until Yuan Hua finished speaking, the audience was completely silent. What kind of essay is this? If Gu Linfeng were to evaluate it, he would definitely say, good composition, without fear of power. It deserves full marks. Ahem, what's this young man's name? The principal coughed like a tiger and pretended to look casually at Zhang Yu beside him. Call Yuan Hua. Have him come to my office later. Naruho felt something was wrong and said hastily, there are still some minor grammatical problems in the composition. I will personally teach you. Zhang Yu understood immediately, nodded and applauded. The confused students saw their leaders applauding and also applauded. However, the audience also went wild at this moment. Fuck, is this an essay? Is this a competition of dads? I declare that student Yuan Hua has won the right to choose a spouse first during his 4 years of college. A man who can compete with Gu Linfeng has appeared. His name is Yuan Hua. Yuan Hua turned around and left the stage, and Li Yitong came out to save the situation immediately. The essay written by Yuan Hua is rich in emotion and profound in content, which deserves our deep reflection. Now, let us invite the next student to come on stage to perform. Gu Linfeng stood up and walked towards the senior who was responsible for playing music. Senior, this is the song I need to sing later. Gu Linfeng took out a USB flash drive from his pocket and handed it to the senior who was wearing glasses and operating the computer. It's about to start, why are you giving it to me just now? The senior said dissatisfiedly. Gu Linfeng smiled helplessly. Give me the USB drive. Your name is Gu Linfeng, right? Let me check the program. The senior took the USB drive and looked at the program. You are the 15th person to go on stage. You still have time. Gu Linfeng breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this senior is not Zhang Junjia's man. Otherwise, I wouldn't tell myself so much. If there was no music, Gu Linfeng could only go on stage and sing a cappella. Gu Linfeng thanked him and was about to go back and sit down when he heard Lu Qianran's complaint. Oh my, why is it so hot backstage? Indeed, tomorrow I will ask my dad to install an air conditioner in the backstage. Zhang Junjia is showing off all the time. However, with his father, the governor of Zhuyu, in front of him, his father, the vice president, has a small position. Honey, I want a drink. The show is about to start, where can I get you a cool drink? Gu Linfeng listened to the conversation between the two and felt something in his heart. He found a secluded corner and took out the 30-year-old lay-by rewarded by the system. You want a drink? I'll let you drink enough. Gu Linfeng found the right opportunity and quietly placed the drinks not far from the two of them. Then, he deliberately walked to the side of Zhang Junjia's lackey and whispered, Your father wants a drink, there is a bottle, why don't you show your appreciation? The lackey was a little surprised to see Gu Linfeng talking to him, but when he heard about drinks, he was touched. I treated Gu Linfeng like this, but he still considered me. I should be damned. Thank you. You're welcome. Go now. Your father is waiting anxiously. The lackey originally had a good impression of him, but at this moment it was ruined again by Gu Linfeng. What is it to you? After saying this, the lackey grabbed the drink and ran straight towards the two of them. Chapter 50, Parting Blossoms. Father. No, boss, I have some drinks here, you and sister-in-law can have some, the lackey Sun Wei said flatteringly. Oh, Sun Wei, you have a keen eye today. Zhang Junjia took over lay-by without hesitation. Don't worry, you don't call me dad in vain, I will promote you to the head of the security department later. Then, he unscrewed the cap of lay-by's bottle and drank it without even looking. Honey, leave some for me. Gu Linfeng sneered in his heart, already imagining the scene where the two of them would go on stage and fight for power, with shit flowing non-stop. Li Yitong announced, now let us invite Gu Linfeng from class 102 of the music department to perform his original song. Gu Linfeng stood up, straightened his clothes, and walked to the front of the stage confidently and calmly. Gu Linfeng's turn is finally here. I've already made arrangements in advance. As long as Gu Linfeng sings, I'll post it on the video platform. Then, not only will I embarrass him in school, I'll also embarrass him across the country. Zhang Junjie said viciously. Honey, thank you for venting my anger, Lu Qianran smiled shyly, but then she let out a stinky fart with a puff. Fuck, your fart is so fucking stinky. Zhang Junjie quickly covered his nose. Lu Qianran was also very embarrassed. I'm sorry, husband. I might have a stomach upset from lunch. Lu Qianran farted again while saying this. The students backstage collectively covered their noses. I didn't expect that Lu Qianran is beautiful, but her farts are so smelly. Okay, the important thing is to watch Gu Linfeng make a fool of himself. Zhang Junjie fanned his nose and watched Gu Linfeng's performance attentively. But he frowned. I can vaguely feel some discomfort in my stomach. But he didn't think much about it, or even care about it. He thought it was just his nervousness before going on stage. Gu Linfeng took a deep breath, touched the pendant with the word Gu engraved on his chest, silently said, Ami Tofu, and calmly walked to the stage. The moment Gu Linfeng appeared, a large number of female classmates exclaimed. Wow, Gu Linfeng is so handsome. Quick, hurry up and take out your phone to record the video. I want to upload the video of my husband singing to the internet. He is worthy of being the most handsome boy on campus at Huhai University. With his looks and figure, I have completely fallen for Gu Linfeng's suit pants. Gu Linfeng's song is original. I'm looking forward to it. He is Gu Linfeng, oh my god, I declare that he is my idol from now on. Su Su and Zhang Long were sitting together. When they saw Gu Linfeng coming out, they silently said in their hearts, Gu Linfeng, ah, Gu Linfeng, please don't make a fool of yourself. Come on, Godfather. Zhang Long's unique name seemed out of place. The girls who wanted to get to know Gu Linfeng but had no idea what to do suddenly brightened up. Being called this, it seems that this big fool has a special relationship with Gu Linfeng. What's more, some people are already ready to go to Zhang Long to ask for Gu Linfeng's contact information. Gao Xinrui felt a little jealous. She was close to the water, but the tension between them grew extremely slowly. This made her feel a little lost recently. Luo Wan waved her little pink fists excitedly and kept shouting Gu Linfeng's name. She didn't know that Gu Linfeng was going to perform on stage. Coupled with the ambiguous relationship between the two, I subconsciously thought that it was to give her a surprise. Li Yitong handed the microphone to Gu Linfeng, smiled faintly, and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Gu Linfeng, come on. Gu Linfeng didn't say anything, but took the microphone, took a deep breath and looked at the audience. Dear leaders and students, I am Gu Linfeng from class 102 of the music department. Now I will bring you an original song of mine. The name is, Flowers Blooming from Parting, I hope you like it. Then, Gu Linfeng bowed slightly. Parting blooms flowers. Zhang Junjie in the backstage repeated, and then sneered. Just by listening to the name, I can tell it's a sleazy song. I think Gu Linfeng is just waiting to be embarrassed. That's right, it's not as good as the song we're going to sing later. Lu Qianran nodded in agreement. Gu Linfeng turned around and made an okay gesture to the sound engineer. The senior who was operating the sound system nodded and played the prelude to the blooming flowers of parting. The prelude sounded. The students and teachers in the audience were collectively shocked. The theme of this song revolves around separation and growing up, with the lyrics depicting a young man leaving his hometown and family to pursue his dreams. The song not only expresses the deep longing for hometown and relatives, as well as the complex emotions caused by the prosperity of the city, but also encourages young people to bravely pursue their dreams and be fearless no matter what difficulties and challenges they face. After all, it is still an inspirational song. Principal Na Rulong closed his eyes and listened to the music carefully. Zhang Yu didn't understand the business and couldn't tell what was good or bad. Looking at Gu Linfeng on the stage with a nonchalant look, he recalled the unpleasant experience that happened in the police station. Fortunately, it has been perfectly resolved. Otherwise, if I offend this gentleman, my future official career will be cut off. Li Yitong returned to the backstage, her beautiful eyes always focused on Gu Linfeng. No matter what others say about Gu Linfeng, the melody of this song is absolutely original and she has never heard it on any platform. How can someone who can compose a piece of music like this not be able to sing? At this time, the scene in the auditorium was still a little noisy, but most of the female students had held their breath and listened quietly to the story told by Gu Linfeng's original song. As the rhythm changed, Gu Linfeng finally spoke. Sit on the cloud that leaves home. As soon as Gu Linfeng's magnetic and hoarse voice sounded, the students who had been whispering to each other in the audience suddenly shut up. Some even opened their mouths wide. It's really kneeling. Gu Linfeng continued to sing steadily. Drifting off to a place no one knows about. That's what I said behind my mother's back. Children's life is actually not complicated. Zhang Junjie in the backstage was completely stunned at this moment. The professional singing style and the bursting emotions made him feel like he was waving a sword in front of Guangong. He is the clown. Bitch, didn't you say he can't sing? Zhang Junjie roared. He really couldn't sing before. Lu Qianran did not lie. When the two were in an online relationship, Gu Linfeng sang songs to her through the phone. The songs he sang were all military songs such as Unity is Strength and Tough Company. Honestly, it doesn't sound very appealing. But I never expected that Gu Linfeng was actually pretending. It's not that he can't sing, it's just that he sings so beautifully. The music continued, and the two of them watched Gu Linfeng's performance with their own thoughts, and no one spoke. Chapter 51 Heavenly Sounds. Drifting off to a place no one knows about. That's what I said behind my mother's back. Children's life is actually not complicated. At this point in the song, Gu Linfeng paused slightly and waved to the audience. This again caused a lot of female students to scream. Among them are Gao Xinrui, Su Su, Luo Wan and other women who have had interactions with him. Some male classmates are quite the opposite. They allow you to pretend, but they don't allow you to pretend like this. Damn it, this kid can't afford it. Shaoli, didn't you say that my singing is the best? Why do you look so intoxicated? Go away, can you sing as well as Gu Linfeng? I don't know why, but I feel like crying when I hear Gu Linfeng singing. Wow, I miss my mom. Su Su listened attentively. She had a feeling that Gu Linfeng was going to be famous. He sings well and is a handsome guy with a top-notch appearance. Isn't he the most popular little milk dog among women nowadays, and he is also a versatile one. As a graduate student in music, she could tell at a glance that Gu Linfeng's singing ability did not match his actual age. If she were asked to find someone who could compare to her, she could only think of her music teacher, Teacher Lu Huan. At this time, the rhythm of the music changed, and Gu Linfeng spoke again. Oh, wipe your tears gently, and ignore the chattering crows. Swallow the wind and sand, and you will grow up slowly. When separation blooms into flowers, stretching out new branches, it is like winter goes and spring comes again, waiting for the snow in the heart to melt. Every time you leave home, you carry with you the concerns of a distant place. The prosperity of the city covers the crescent moon. Go ahead and fly, kid. Behind you. There is a home waiting for you. Under the stage, everyone was immersed in Gu Linfeng's music. This is a song that can break people's hearts and make them think of themselves leaving their mother's arms and going to college alone. Although the content of the song is a bit simple, simplicity is king. Gu Linfeng ended his singing until the last high note. But the audience was still immersed in the mood of the song and couldn't extricate themselves for a long time. I don't know how much time passed. The principal, Na Rohu, was the first to come to his senses and stood up and applauded. Pa pa pa. The crisp sound of slapping startled all the students, and the audience suddenly erupted into earth-shaking applause. I was a little disdainful at first, but when I heard Gu Linfeng singing this song, a sense of strength surged in my body. It was the strength to study hard in school and make my parents proud of me. I used up a whole pack of tissues. Oh my god, this song by Gu Linfeng actually made me miss home. When I left for college, I didn't take my mother's advice to heart at all. Now I think about it and I feel a little sorry for her. You keep talking about the mood of this song. Don't you realize how terrifying Gu Linfeng's singing skills are? Ah. Yes, Gu Linfeng just started college. How come he sings so well? Why bother with so much? Anyway, from now on I am Gu Linfeng's diehard fan. As the song ended, feeling the noise of envy, jealousy and hatred from the audience, Gu Linfeng bowed slightly and prepared to leave the stage. When he came in front of Li Yitong, the school beauty was still in shock. "Hey, wake up, don't sleep anymore." Gu Linfeng handed over the microphone with a smile. "Oh, sorry, your singing is so beautiful, it's no worse than that of professional contestants or top singing stars. Besides, the words you made have a lot of depth." Li Yitong blushed suddenly, picked up the microphone and walked towards the stage. Gu Linfeng smiled faintly. He didn't take Li Yitong's praise to heart at all. "Are the lyrics you write profound?" "Sorry, I don't know what depth is. I'm just a plagiarist." The next show is the duet between Zhang Junjie and Lu Qianran. The two of them waited for Li Yitong to finish her announcement before going on stage. At this time, Zhang Junjie's face looked as ugly as if he had eaten dog shit. His original intention was to embarrass Gu Linfeng, and then he came on stage to save the situation. The contrast between the low and high figures naturally highlights his greatness. Now everything is ruined because of Gu Linfeng's top performance. This man is simply an expert at playing the pig and eating the tiger. He was eaten to death. "Gu Linfeng, you hit it so well," Lu Qianran said, gritting her teeth. "Sorry to disappoint you." Gu Linfeng smiled proudly. Zhang Junjie said with an unpleasant expression, "You've got it right again, you're awesome." "You think I'm awesome?" "Huh, there will be more awesome people soon." Gu Linfeng said something confusing. "Humph, let's wait and see." Zhang Junjie snorted coldly and pulled Lu Qianran's arm and walked towards the stage. Lu Qianran looked back from time to time, and he seemed to see something in this woman's eyes. "Regret?" Gu Linfeng shook his head violently. "Even if I regret it, what can I do? Belated affection is cheaper than grass. Once lost, it is lost. There is no regret medicine for Lu Qianran in this world. The medicine should be taking effect now." Gu Linfeng murmured to himself. "Next, let us invite Zhang Junjie and Lu Qianran to perform the duet song, Encountering Love." Li Yitong continued to perform professionally and steadily. Seeing Zhang Junjie and the other person coming hand in hand, she handed the microphone to them and left the stage. "A song about an encounter with love, my original song dedicated to everyone." Zhang Junjie and Lu Qianran bowed. The music started and the two quickly got into the mood. Suddenly, a surge went straight from the abdomen to the brain, which made Zhang Junjie's expression change. Looking at Lu Qianran again, his face was also pale. But faced with thousands of students on the scene, the two could only endure the discomfort and wait for the performance. Off stage, Zhang Yud looked at the principal, Na Rohu, with satisfaction. "Then principal, my son is good, right?" "Well, he's a handsome man." The tiger-like face twitched and he was forced to say something against his will. He really couldn't understand what his deputy was thinking. "Don't you know what kind of person Zhang Junjie is? You actually asked him to learn singing. With this appearance and conditions, he is completely cannon fodder, or even a clown, in the entertainment industry." He really wanted to persuade his colleague Zhang Yud to let Zhang Junjie study film and television acting and develop into a comedian. In a few years, maybe he can take over Pan Zi's job. Pan Zi is the one mentioned by Gotzi. "Yud, why does your son look so unhappy?" Na Rohu suddenly noticed something strange about Zhang Junjie and asked. "Maybe I'm nervous." Zhang Yud replied casually. "No, I think the little girl next to your son's face doesn't look right either," said the tiger, frowning. "Maybe everyone is nervous." "Okay then." Na Rohu stopped trying to persuade them and waited patiently for their performance. Chapter 52, Why do you have to poop on the stage when you can poop anywhere else? As the music started, Zhang Junjie took a deep breath and tried to suppress the discomfort in his body. But the more he thought about it, the more it came. At this moment, he wanted to fart. "How about putting one? No one will notice if I put it up now, right?" Zhang Junjie glanced at Lu Qianran like a thief, then stole a glance at the audience, and finally made a decision. He relaxed his sphincter and slowly released the gas. But Zhang Junjie forgot that when you have a stomachache, don't believe any fart easily. Puff. This is a smelly fart. Lu Qianran, who was standing by, smelled a foul odor, and when she saw Zhang Junjie's comfortable expression, she was stunned for a moment. "No way, brother, you are still farting in this situation?" Zhang Junjie looked relaxed. He exerted a little force and his white suit pants were bulged up by the fart. Just as he was about to start singing, his butt started to make cracking sounds as if a floodgate had been opened. The fart sound is infinitely amplified through the microphone. At this time, there was a lot of discussion in the audience. Fuck, I've heard Zhang Junjie's song Encountering Love before. When did he add a beatbox to the accompaniment? No, why does he look a little off? It's like he was holding back a shit and suddenly released it. You must be kidding me, he can still poop on the stage. Look, Lu Qianran's expression is a little off. Just then the rhythm sounded and it was time for Zhang Junjie to start singing. However, he couldn't hold it back any longer. Just as he opened his mouth, a yellow unknown object gushed out. Feeling the wetness on his legs, Zhang Junjie secretly said, "Oh no." Lu Qianran, who was closest to her, felt a foul odor rushing straight to her head. She felt nauseous and could no longer control her sphincter. Then, two people pooped in public on stage. I totally forgot about singing. What's wrong with these two? The rhythm has been playing for a long time but they still don't speak. No, they were playing 123 statue on the stage, not moving at all. Zhang Yud frowned and thought to himself what a waste. He had just finished bragging to the principal, and Zhang Junjie was standing on the stage as if he was being punished. This low-level mistake made him lose face. But soon, Ru Hu discovered the clue. Mr. Zhang, did your son poop? Why did his white suit pants turn yellow? No way. Zhang Yud smelled shit before he finished speaking. At this time, the students in the audience also noticed something unusual. Fuck, why did Zhang Junjie's white pants turn yellow? Dude, do you smell something bad? I smell it, this smell is somewhat familiar. It's indeed familiar, it smells exactly like the smell of my diarrhea. What do you think? Did Zhang Junjie and Lu Qianran have sex? There was a lot of discussion in the audience, and some students even picked up their phones to record the video. Seeing that something was not right, Li Yitong asked the temporary director on the scene for instructions and hurried to the front of the stage. As soon as she stepped onto the stage, the stench almost made her faint. Zhang Junjie and Lu Qianran have had some unexpected problems. Please invite the next group of students to perform dance to the stage. Then, Li Yitong winked fiercely. Zhang Junjie seemed to be castrated, moving out little by little. Lu Qianran had already covered her face, rushed off the stage as if she was risking her life, and ran straight to the bathroom. Gu Linfeng witnessed the whole process backstage and felt very happy. This pair of bastards finally died in public. Isn't this more exciting than killing them? Li Yitong held her breath and continued to introduce the next group of dances. Just when he was about to suffocate, he finally finished his lines and hurried backstage. But this made things difficult for the next dance group. They bring street dance. Street dance, of course, has to have ground movements. They were just about to perform the Thomas spin and the windmill when they saw an unidentified yellow object on the ground. They hurriedly stopped the next difficult moves and stood on the stage in a daze. Their counselor was shouting anxiously from the audience. What are you guys standing there for? Jump now. The leading boy in hip-hop clothes turned black in the face and yelled at the counselor. Dance? I'm not going to dance. The stage is covered with shit. If you want to dance, come up and dance by yourself. The counselor was stunned and was about to scold them when he heard a loud laughter from the audience. Everyone's on the stage. It seems Zhang Junjie is really awesome. Hahaha, this couple really turned the welcome party into a joke. I really don't understand. Why do you have to poop on stage when you can go home? Is it a sense of accomplishment? Stop the fucking talk. I'm about to throw up now. Rohu's face was gloomy, and he looked at Zhang Yud fiercely. Is this your outstanding son? Why does he have to poop on the stage when he can poop anywhere else? Zhang Yud wanted to open his mouth to explain, but when the words came to his lips he didn't know how to start. He really wanted to question Zhang Junjie now. This shit has to be taken, right? Na Rohu waved and called the staff. Go clean the stage, the show continues. Yes. I don't know how many welcome parties Shanghai University has held, but this is the first time there is an intermission. Gu Linfeng was almost laughing like crazy in the backstage. He didn't expect the street dancer to be so brave. The fig leaf of Zhang Junjie and Lu Qianran was torn off in public. Actually, it's true. No one wants to be touched by someone while dancing street dance. After the stage was cleaned, the show continued. With Gu Linfeng's excellent performance as an example, the following performances had no highlights and the school leaders were also not interested. 30 minutes later, Na Rohu went on stage to deliver a speech and announced the winners of the welcome party. After discussion with the school leaders, it is decided that the first place winner of this welcome party is Ru, who kept it a secret, looked at the students and said, "You should know who it is, right?" The audience also cooperated and booed. Gu Linfeng. Gu Linfeng. The uniform shout seemed to have turned into Gu Linfeng's concert. That Rohu coughed, and when his voice lowered, he spoke loudly. The first place in this welcome party is the work brought by student Yuan Hua, my father, the governor. Instantly, the entire auditorium was silent. This is a sign before the outbreak. That Rohu coughed again and said. And the song performed by Gu Linfeng, Flowers Bloom in Parting. That's right, there are 2 first-place winners this year. Suddenly, boos came from the stage. Gu Linfeng's first place is well deserved, but how did Yuan Hua get the first place? Wasn't it purely because of his father who is the governor? Gu Linfeng was also a little speechless. Did Na Rohu watch Dragon Country's hip-hop? He actually played the double champion game. He simply treated the audience as fools. Of course, Gu Linfeng would not delve into it further. This first place is just a verbal honor, given for the sake of honor. To put it simply, it is formalism. Chapter 53 Public Opinion Fermentation. After saying a few words of thanks on stage, Gu Linfeng quietly left the stage amid the cheers of his classmates. Then, under Su Su's admiring gaze, he took Zhang Long and quickly fled from this place of trouble. He was afraid that if he didn't run away, these crazy women would chase him down. Godfather, I want to tell you something from the bottom of my heart. Zhang Long looked at Gu Linfeng seriously. Go ahead. Gu Linfeng nodded disapprovingly. Godfather, from today on, you are my god. When Zhang Long said this, the 3 brothers knelt down on one knee in unison. Are you cosplaying as Hai Qing? Gu Linfeng was speechless and looked at his 3 adopted sons. I'm not a god, I'm just a young father. School infirmary. Zhang Junjie never expected. At a welcome party, his world collapsed. Before the party was over, his Facebook had already received many messages, all asking whether he had defecated in public on the stage. In a fit of anger, Zhang Junjie blocked and deleted all those people who were gloating over others' misfortune. Lu Qianran was not having a good time either. The white dress she rented at a high price was forced to change its color to shit yellow. Her original intention was to gain popularity in school and then debut as a star after graduation, but now everything is ruined. At this time, the 2 were receiving 4 drips in the school infirmary, and a foul odor emanated from their bodies from time to time. The doctor standing by knew that this was the son of the vice president and he must not offend him, so he could only wear several more layers of masks. Bitch, it's all your fault. You forced me to attend the welcome party, and now look what I've become, a fucking joke. Zhang Junjie felt mixed emotions and vented all his resentment on Lu Qianran. Husband, don't you think it's a little too strange that we both have diarrhea? Lu Qianran ignored Zhang Junjie's scolding, and instead analyzed the reasons why the 2 of them made a fool of themselves. Zhang Junjie frowned, tell me in detail. Lu Qianran recalled and said. We had lunch at a Michelin 3-star restaurant. The quality was absolutely amazing. It shouldn't be possible for me to have diarrhea. So what do you mean? Zhang Junjie guessed something and looked a little excited. There's definitely something wrong with the bottle of drink we both drank before going on stage. Lu Qianran said in a decisive tone. Drinks? Yes, it was a drink. Zhang Junjie suddenly realized, then gnashed his teeth, the drink was given by Sun Wei. This bastard made me look so embarrassed. No, I have to call him over to ask. Zhang Junjie no longer hesitated, took out his cell phone and called Sun Wei. As soon as the call was connected, he started cursing and told him to go to the infirmary immediately. Sun Wei didn't dare to delay and ran over happily. As soon as he entered the door, he frowned. Although Zhang Junjie and Lu Qianran changed into clean clothes, there was a faint stench in the air. Is this pickled? Sun Wei, you are so brave. Zhang Junjie took the initiative, tell me. Did you drug the drinks you gave Lu Qianran and me? Sun Wei swallowed and said quickly, "No, boss, this has nothing to do with me. It was Gu Linfeng, he gave me the drink." "What? Gu Linfeng?" Zhang Junjie was shocked, and then filled with deep anger. When Lu Qianran heard this familiar name, she immediately burst into tears. "Wow, husband, Gu Linfeng has gone too far, you have to avenge me, no, you have to avenge both of us." Zhang Junjie looked at Sun Wei, "Where is the drink now?" Lu Qianran stopped crying. "Yes, as long as we find the bottle of problematic drink, we can report it to the police. Gu Linfeng will definitely be convicted of poisoning." "That's right, let Gu Linfeng go in and operate the sewing machine this time." Most of the resentment in Zhang Junjie's heart dissipated, and he looked at Sun Wei again and said, "Take the drinks and report the case now. As long as we can prove that there is something wrong with the drinks, the reputation of Lu Qianran and I will be saved." Sun Wei nodded stupidly without moving at all. "What are you standing there for? Go quickly." Lu Qianran shouted impatiently. She has thought it through. She gave up her innocent persona and re-established the image of being persecuted by her ex-boyfriend. Those brainless girls would definitely stand on her side and fight against Gu Linfeng with all their might. As for the fact of pooping in public, it will become her stepping stone to enter the entertainment industry early. Ahem, Sun Wei hesitated and stammered, unable to speak. "Fuck, say something." Zhang Junjie glared, "What's the matter? I can't talk to you anymore. Do you still want to be the head of the security department?" Of course Sun Wei wanted to be the head of the security department. He also wanted to go to the dormitory to check on the students like the beautiful senior from a certain province in the northeast, and experience the feeling of being surrounded by people when traveling. "Boss, the drink was taken away by Gu Linfeng." Sun Wei hesitated for a moment and said again. He didn't understand Gu Linfeng's behavior at that time, but now he thinks that he was afraid of leaving evidence of the crime. "Fuck, waste." Zhang Junjie roared, staring at the ceiling, and no longer had the urge to teach Sun Wei a lesson. Lu Qianran started crying again, and the choking sound annoyed him. "It's not like everyone in the country knows that we pooped in public, why are you crying?" Zhang Junjie yelled in frustration. Lu Qianran nodded woodenly. Sun Wei at the side raised his hand like a good student, "That. Boss. Fart. The fact that you and your sister-in-law pooped in public on stage has become a hot topic in the city." Sun Wei scratched his head, looking embarrassed. "What?" Zhang Junjie sat up straight suddenly. Lu Qianran was very anxious, "Hurry up and bring me your phone." Sun Wei handed over the phone reluctantly. Zhang Junjie endured the discomfort in his stomach and moved closer to Lu Qianran to watch. "Just open the video platform. The first piece of news is... Surprise! A weird show appeared at the Shanghai Conservatory of Music's welcome party. Students pooped in public on the stage. Was it to become famous, or was there something unspeakable? Brush down. I swear, this is the first time in my life that I've seen someone poop in public, and it was a beautiful woman." Zhang Junjie looked at the video posted on the official account. The live video is blurry and the faces of the two people cannot be seen clearly. It is estimated that the students took the video and submitted it to the self-media. It's okay, you can't see our faces clearly." Zhang Junjie breathed a sigh of relief. "Boss, why don't you take a look at the comments section?" Sun Wei interrupted at an inopportune moment. "Yes, check out the comments section." Lu Qianran nodded in agreement and eagerly clicked on the comments section. Lu Qianran's mood had calmed down, but after seeing the comments from netizens, her eyes rolled up and she fainted from anger. Chapter 54 Crazy Female Fan. Zhang Junjie is a man after all, and he is better than Lu Qianran in terms of endurance. But, strength is limited. He was reading the comments and his teeth were grinding. "I am a freshman at Shanghai University, and I can confirm that everything posted on the public account is true. The public accounts nowadays are really bullshit. Why can't I believe that someone would shit in such an occasion? Don't disbelieve me, I was there, sitting in the front row, it was so sour and refreshing. In case you don't believe me, I've attached my student ID and photo. JDP. I am the street dancer who came out after Zhang Junjie and Lu Qianran. I wanted to use this opportunity to show off my street dance skills, but just as I put my hands on the ground and was about to perform the Thomas turn that I had practiced for 19 years, the filthy stuff on the ground made me unable to open my eyes. Haha, this is really making me laugh to death. Today's college students really don't fear embarrassment. It's a pity for that beautiful girl, she has to play with such a heavy taste without any shame. Is this considered a strong taste? It suddenly reminded me of the popular, 2 girls, 1 cup. 1 cup for 2 girls. It's just 2 women having a drink. Forget it, you are still young, don't ask about social affairs. Seeing this, Jean Junjie finally couldn't stand it anymore and threw his phone to the ground with all his strength. Pa! As the cell phone shattered into pieces, 2 loud roars were heard from the infirmary. My cell phone. My reputation. At this moment, the 2 people's sorrows and joys are different. Ling Feiyu, a self-media blogger, has 5 million fans on the video platform and specializes in unboxing and reviewing cosmetics. But it is such a niche track that has really allowed her to make a name for herself. Because the cosmetics she reviews are relatively cheap, most young people follow her, and of course, even more are college students. Oh my, what is this recommended to me? It's about the public shitting and dogs being disgusting. She swiped quickly and turned to the next video. The protagonist of this video is a very handsome boy. He is standing on the stage and is about to sing. Why is this scene the same as the one where someone pooped in public? I don't want to watch it anymore. Ling Feiyu said this, but her body was honest and her eyes never left the screen. When Gu Linfeng sang the first word of the song, Ling Feiyu was shocked. As I listened to the following, I felt numb all over. Oh my god, not only is he handsome, but he also sings so well. Ling Feiyu took a look at the caption on the video. The boy's name was Gu Linfeng, and the song he sang was called Parting Blooms. Parting brings forth flowers. Ling Yufei chewed on these 5 words over and over again, and the more she listened, the more she liked them. Simply, she kept searching for entries about Gu Linfeng and Parting Blossoms on her phone. No, I have to let all my fans listen to such a beautiful song. Gu Yufei did what she said. She had a brief communication with the student who posted the video, and after getting the other party's consent, she immediately posted it on her account. Just after it was released, her fans thought it was a new cosmetics review and clicked on the video impatiently, but upon closer inspection, it turned out not to be a review video at all. A large number of female fans were surprised and just typed, confused, in the comments section, but as the music started, they quickly switched back to the video to check it out. It didn't matter that they took one look. They were completely mesmerized by Gu Linfeng's appearance and magnetic voice, and they all asked Ling Yufei in the comments section who this man was. Ling Yufei was the first to interact and commented on Gu Linfeng and the song. Of course, they are all positive. As a result, more and more girls began to look for Gu Linfeng's performance at the welcome party. At the same time, as the search volume increased, the incident between Zhang Junjie and Lu Qianran became more and more serious. Soon, new entries appeared. Hashtag Gu Linfeng hashtag. Hashtag shitting in public hashtag. Gu Linfeng had just finished washing up when he found out about this. There were dozens of messages on Facebook on my phone. The news in the classmates group was even more explosive. Gu Linfeng was very confused. What happened? Is there a promotion at the supermarket? But soon, his doubts were resolved. Zhang Longxing rushed in. Godfather, you're in trouble. Where's on fire? Gu Linfeng was concentrating on looking at his phone and was startled by Zhang Long's words. It's not on fire, it's your song that's popular on the internet. How come I don't know? Gu Linfeng was a little surprised. Then why don't you check it out online? It's number 1 on the trending search list. Zhang Long took out his mobile phone and pointed at the video that was playing. Gu Linfeng took the phone and started reading it with great interest. This is a video of him singing on stage. The video is not very clear because it was shot from a long distance, but his handsome outline can be vaguely seen, giving people a hazy and handsome feeling. Boss, I advise you to go out and hide for the time being. Zhang Long suddenly advised. Hide? I haven't broken any law, why should I hide? Gu Linfeng reached out and touched Zhang Long's forehead. You don't have a fever, why are you talking nonsense in broad daylight? Zhang Long shook his head, grabbed Gu Linfeng's arm and came to the windowsill. Come, take a look for yourself. Gu Linfeng looked down. I saw a large number of female college students gathered downstairs of the boys' dormitory. That's not all, what's even more outrageous is that they also held up banners. It says, "The win that I love most in this life." Gu Linfeng, I want to give birth to a baby for you. Fearing that Gu Linfeng's senses were not strong enough, Zhang Long opened the window, and in an instant, chaotic slogans came into the house. Lin Feng, you Shu Lin Feng. Live for the wind, die for the wind, and be single for the wind all my life. Gu Lin Feng, 0.0. No way. These female college students are so crazy. Gu Linfeng felt mixed emotions. Godfather, this is nothing. Nowadays, in order to chase their idols, these female fans can put dozens of batteries into sanitary napkins and use them close to their bodies, just to take them out at their idols' concerts as cheering light signs. For some stars, their concert tickets are sold at sky-high prices, with a front-row VIP ticket costing over $1 million. Zhang Long said indignantly. Seeing Zhang Long's seriousness, Gu Linfeng was a little scared. No. I have to keep a low profile lately. He doesn't want to be followed by a bunch of crazy fans every day. It's okay to be low-key, but don't forget that these fans are our classmates. Are you sure you can keep a low profile your whole life? Zhang Long shook his head helplessly. Yeah, you can see it if you look up, but you can see it if you look down. Gu Linfeng really wanted to slap himself in the face. Why was he making a fuss for no reason? Just as the two were talking, footsteps were heard outside the door. Chapter 55, Internet War. Excuse me, is this Gu Linfeng's dormitory? A petite person wearing a mask and sunglasses suddenly rushed in and asked Zhang Long politely when he saw him. Gu Linfeng's face twitched. The voice was clearly that of a woman. Shanghai Conservatory of Music has a clear rule that opposite sexes are not allowed to enter men's and women's dormitories. How did she get in? Gu Linfeng hurriedly looked back, and the girl's eyes suddenly lit up and she ran towards him. Student Gu Linfeng, I'm your fan, can you sign an autograph for me? The girl took off her hat and mask, handed over a pen and paper, and her 80-point face appeared in front of the two men. Gu Linfeng nodded slightly and smiled warmly, okay, classmate. The girl was so excited that she almost fainted. After signing quickly, Gu Linfeng said with a smile. Classmate, this is the boys' dormitory, please leave as soon as possible. Yeah, okay, the girl kept nodding, but her eyes never left Gu Linfeng's handsome face. At this time, there were a lot of chaotic footsteps outside the door, and Zhang Long looked out the window. The female classmate who was cheering just now has disappeared. Oh no, Godfather, they're rushing in. Gu Linfeng's pupils dilated, and he didn't care whether he was on the second floor or not. He jumped out directly at the girl's scream. My wind. The girl's tears kept falling, but she couldn't hold the male god with her outstretched hand. My phone even jumped off a building to commit suicide for me. I won't live like that. Zhang Long was quick to grab the girl and said, Sister, this is the second floor. Gu Linfeng landed unscathed, and while no one was watching, he covered his face and rushed out of the men's dormitory building. At this time, public opinion about Gu Linfeng's poem, Flowers Blooming in Farewell, was still continuing to ferment. After Ling Yufei's promotion, many music hosts began to cover the song on video platforms. Countless fans also called on Shanghai University to ask this mysterious boy to reveal his identity as soon as possible. In just a few hours, Gu Linfeng's fan club was established. The identity of the president of the fan club is unknown, but it is said that he is Gu Linfeng's classmate at Shanghai University. It is unknown whether this is true or not, but the fans really buy into it and follow the president's lead. Gu Linfeng has become famous, and while he has his admirers, there will naturally be those who dislike him. I think this boy's singing is average, not as good as my Kuen's. I admit that the boy who sang is quite handsome, but I can't say that he is very capable. He is not even half as skilled as my mage brother. People nowadays are crazy about becoming famous. Who is pushing this boy? Soon, Gu Linfeng's fans came out and attacked anyone who attacked Gu Linfeng. I don't know who Kuan is, I only know Brother Ji. If you say that Gu Linfeng's singing is not as good as Kuan's, I can barely agree, but I would not accept that he is not half as good as your master mage. You don't like the public aesthetics, but you have to like the live performance. Stop talking upstairs, yes, we have a child. I don't care, I don't care. Gu Linfeng is the best stuntman in the world and has the best singing voice. Go home and practice for another 2.5 years. Do you still think you can compete with Gu Linfeng? The war of words on the internet became more and more intense. Gu Linfeng knew nothing about it. The fans of the mage were dissatisfied and started at ing the mage. The mage usually likes to surf the internet. Seeing fans at him crazily, he started watching Gu Linfeng's singing video out of curiosity. To be honest, the singing is really good. But this guy's fans say I'm not as good as him. This made the master feel a little uncomfortable. He was the god of the Chinese music scene, how could he be worse than an ordinary person? So, I personally came down to comment. I have listened to the song, it is indeed average. Also, I have good news for my fans, my new song, I Am Your God, will be released soon, everyone is welcome to listen on time. Seeing the mage's comment, his fans were very happy and started saying bad things about Gu Linfeng under his comment. This made Gu Linfeng's fans very angry, but they couldn't do anything about these people, so they had Ed the president in the group. Unfortunately, the president said nothing. Gu Linfeng knew nothing about the war of words on the internet. At this moment, he was sleeping soundly on a Simmons bed in a 5-star hotel. The next day, Gu Linfeng received a call from Zhang Long just after he got up. Godfather, go check it out online. The mage commented on your song and said it's mediocre. Now the internet is going crazy about it. Zhang Long on the phone was very anxious. Gu Linfeng, however, was somewhat skeptical. He didn't even know who the wizard Zhang Long was talking about was. So with a learning attitude, I searched for this person's name on the video platform, clicked on one of the blogger's videos and started watching it with relish. What about using falsetto to compete with others in high pitch, in which artist had a child but refused to admit it, but reluctantly said that he had a child after it was exposed? Gu Linfeng frowned as he watched until he clicked on the audio of him singing in the Greater Bay Area. He cursed and closed the video platform. He sang the Cantonese version of Da Di weakly and out of tune the whole time. How dare he call himself a god? Ridiculous, ridiculous. Gu Linfeng was too lazy to even pay attention to the other party. However, what surprised Gu Linfeng was that after one night of development, he actually had a large number of fans on the internet. Would you like to post a video to prove that you are the real me? This made him a little excited, and he couldn't help but think. As we all know, video platforms can monetize very quickly, especially for amateurs like him who become famous overnight. If they start live streaming during a traffic boom, they will definitely earn millions. However, he only thought about it for a few seconds before choosing no. He could do the real name authentication, but he would forget about making money. He is not short of money. The income in Weishir's account has exceeded 500 million yuan. The millions of live broadcast income is just a waste of money to him. Thinking of these crazy fans again, Gu Linfeng decided to do something. After making up his mind, he held up his mobile phone and recorded a simple video online. Hello everyone, I'm the singing boy from Shanghai Conservatory of Music. I'm just a simple student. I didn't expect that a song I sang would become so popular. I'm a little flattered, but... Having said this, Gu Linfeng paused for a moment, then continued. But your enthusiasm has disturbed my normal life. I hope everyone can be rational in chasing stars. If you continue to cause trouble to my life, I will cancel this account. Then, Gu Linfeng clicked to publish and recharged 100,000 yuan of Do Plus. As soon as the video was released, it instantly became a hot topic. This made Gu Linfeng's fans very excited, they finally found the organization. However, after seeing the content of the video, I had mixed feelings. Especially the sentence about canceling the account made them calm down instantly. They silently clicked the follow button and chose to remain silent. The male god has said that he doesn't want to be disturbed, so let's protect him silently. Gu Linfeng in the hotel refreshes the video platform almost every second, and the number of his fans is growing exponentially. Chapter 56 Reward, Shanghai's Top Luxury House. 2 hours later, his number of followers reached around 3 million and then began to grow slowly. At this time, Gu Linfeng was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. He really didn't expect that a song called Parting Blossoms would be liked by so many people. That's 3 million fans. They are all active fans. If we act out a script with others and start a live broadcast, it is possible that the number of viewers may exceed 10 million once the popularity rises. But Gu Linfeng thought about it and decided to give up. The right way to go is to make a fortune quietly. System, sign in. Signing in. Congratulations to the host for winning, Shanghai's Top Luxury House, Viewing Garden Villa No. 1. Viewing garden. Gu Linfeng had never heard of this name, but he knew how to read. The word top surprised him. If they dared to use these two words in Shanghai, a city where every inch of land is valuable, then the value of this villa must be very high. So, Gu Linfeng transformed himself into a Baidu boy again and started searching for scenic gardens. The viewing garden covers an area of nearly 50,000 square meters and has only 12 villas. 11 of the villas were sold 6 months ago, leaving only Villa Number 1. Many people came to the developer to ask for the purchase of Villa Number 1, but the developer responded with only 2 words, not for sale. The humiliated wealthy businessman tried to put pressure on the developer through various means, but was dealt with by the mysterious force behind the developer. Therefore, Villa Number 1 has been preserved until now. TSK, the price of 1 square meter of the viewing garden is nearly 200,000 yuan. Gu Linfeng hurriedly took out the property certificate from the system space. The building area shown above is 2400. Gu Linfeng felt that his cerebellum was about to atrophy. After taking out the computer and calculating for a while, I finally came to the conclusion. The value of this villa is as high as 480 million. Of course, this price is only theoretical. If you really want to buy it, it will be more expensive, possibly more than 1 billion. After all, this is the king of buildings. No, it should be the king of villas. System. Where is the key to the villa? Gu Linfeng hurriedly asked the system in his mind. Host, please go to the viewing villa now, someone will hand it over to you. Wait. Gu Linfeng suddenly felt something was wrong and asked, will there be any problem if this house suddenly appears under my name? Please rest assured, all funds and assets of this system come from legitimate sources, please rest assured. Since the system says so, what are you waiting for? So, Gu Linfeng grabbed the luxury car keys on the table, checked out and went straight to the viewing villa. Lakeside Road. Gu Linfeng drove the Lamborghini with one hand and drove towards the villa at lightning speed. As he was about to reach the viewing villa, he was mesmerized by the scenery outside the car window. It is hard to imagine that in Shanghai, a city full of steel and concrete, you can see countless trees and flowers in the city center. The closer he got to the viewing villa, the better the greenery. He even saw an old tree that required several people to hug. Gu Linfeng couldn't help but ask, how many years would he be sentenced to if this tree was cut down? The car quickly arrived at the entrance of the viewing villa. The bronze gate cannot block the lush scenery of the garden, and many precious trees can be vaguely seen. Sir, this is a private residence, parking is not allowed. The young security guard trotted over very professionally and saluted Gu Linfeng. The security guards here are all trained and have developed an eye for identifying property owners. The young security guard was very sure that he had never seen Gu Linfeng or his luxury car. Wait, luxury cars? The security guard took a closer look at the car logo and found it was a Lamborghini. This made the security guard extremely angry. His girlfriend bought a Lamborghini last month and broke up with him on Facebook, saying she had found love. Damn, you found love. What about me? Am I a spare tire? The security guard was very angry and would curse in his heart whenever he saw someone driving a Lamborghini. Well, I'm the owner of this place and I just moved in. Gu Linfeng frowned when he saw the security guard's gloomy face, and turned around to take the property certificate on the passenger seat. Unexpectedly. The security guard sneered after hearing this, I know all the owners here, and I haven't heard that the villas here are for sale. If you want to go in and check in and take pictures, I advise you to go home and take a shower. Ah. No, buddy, you didn't see the property certificate on my passenger seat, aren't you afraid that I'll complain to you if I'm the real owner? Gu Linfeng wanted to laugh. He was driving a Lamborghini, so how could anyone dare to look down on him? Even question him. I've seen a lot of people like you. Some say they are relatives of the owners, and some say they are repairmen who are going to the owners' homes to clear the sewers. This is the first time I've seen someone using real estate to defraud people like you. The security guard shook his head with disdain. Gu Linfeng frowned slightly and took a look at the other person's name tag. The other person's name was Zhao Liang. Zhao Liang, right? This is my property certificate. Open it and have a look. Gu Linfeng handed the property certificate out of the car window in a bad mood. Zhao Liang took the property certificate with some doubt, and just after he opened it and took a look, he laughed out loud again, and even threw the property certificate back to the passenger seat. Dude, did you rent this luxury car? Zhao Liang's face gradually became cold. What do you mean? Gu Linfeng asked curiously. You said you forged it, so you forged it. But the real estate certificate says Villa Number 1. Do you know how many people are coveting Villa Number 1? Zhao Liang paused and said again, if you got a real estate certificate for another villa, I might really let you in. Now, go back to where you came from. He originally wanted to curse Gu Linfeng, but after thinking it over he gave up. As a qualified security guard, he is not comparable to those security guards who stop delivery men and beat up property owners. At this moment, Gu Linfeng looked confused. There is even a sense of absurdity. I was stopped outside the door by the security guard even though I was holding the property certificate. Is there still justice in this world? No, buddy, there is a stamp on this property certificate. Gu Linfeng continued to explain without giving up, it is illegal to forge this thing. Oh, you're really brave. You know it's illegal, but you still dare to forge it. Gu Linfeng was speechless for a moment. Forget it, can I park my car here? Gu Linfeng pointed to the parking space at the door. No. Zhao Liang refused decisively, the entrance also belongs to our viewing villa. You can't stop here if you are not the owner. I'll just stop for a while. Then, Zhao Liang hesitated. But when he thought about his girlfriend being cheated on by a guy driving a Lamborghini, he felt a dull pain in his heart. Even when his girlfriend asked him to get back together, he never considered it. Later I found out that the kid driving the Lamborghini rented the car. It is said that he was hit at the university gate and had no money to pay for compensation, so he was discovered. I'll say it again, please do it now. How dare you stop the householder? Do you still want to do this? In the distance, a panting fat man hurried over. Chapter 57 I want to eat chicken. Manager, why are you here? Zhao Liang stood at attention and saluted, saying seriously. I'm the manager here. You decide if I can come. The manager glared at him angrily, then turned around and looked at Gu Linfeng in a flattering tone, excuse me, are you Mr. Gu? Yes, it is me. Gu Lin didn't even get off the windmill, his tone was flat. I am Zhang Yukai, the manager of Guanjing Garden. It's an honor to meet you. Zhao Liang was stunned when he saw that Zhang Yukai treated Gu Linfeng with such respect as if he were his own father. Are you confused? He no longer dared to think about it. Zhao Liang rolled his eyes and admitted his mistake decisively, you are so handsome, and rich, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. You must be the owner of this place. I was short-sighted just now. I apologize to you, and please forgive me for my mistakes. Gu Linfeng waved his hand impatiently, okay, I still like your rebellious look just now, please recover. Zhao Liang was stunned, and wondered what a weird hobby this owner had, but the expression on his face changed rapidly, returning to the gloomy look he had when he first met him. Ahem. Zhao Liang cleared his throat and said seriously, drive away quickly, parking is not allowed here. Fuck you. Zhang Yukai was furious. Gu Linfeng reached out of the car window and pulled Zhang Yukai, then looked at Zhao Liang with interest, this security guard is pretty good, very dedicated. It would be better to say that she is sweet-talking than to say that she is dedicated. Who says he is the handsome, wealthy, sharp-eyed owner? When Zhao Liang was feeling uneasy, Gu Linfeng invited Zhang Yukai to get in the car. Zhao Liang hurriedly ran to push the door open and breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this big shot did not bear any grudge against him and laughed at himself. He is just a security guard, how could he be worthy of the owner's attention? The Lamborghini drove in slowly. When passing by Zhao Liang, Gu Linfeng deliberately lowered the window and said, little brother, I am really the owner of Villa Number 1. Yes, you are right. Zhao Liang thought to himself, you are awesome. Don't even mention that you are the owner, you can even say that you are my father. The security guard in the viewing garden earns 15,000 yuan a month, and he would not know where to cry if he lost this job. The Lamborghini drove away gradually. In the car, Zhang Yukai flattered, do you want to put him? Before he could even utter the word, fired, he was interrupted by Gu Linfeng. Forget it. It's not easy for anyone to be out there. Let's be merciful when we can. Mr. Gu, I am truly impressed by you. My admiration for you is endless. Gu Linfeng interrupted him rudely, you talk too much. Hurry up and show me the way. I can't wait to get to Villa Number 1. Zhang Yotsai's face turned red and he closed his mouth timidly. This person is a typical bully and flatterer. Gu Linfeng doesn't like him, so his attitude towards him is naturally a bit bad. A few minutes later, the two got out of the car. Gu Linfeng breathed in the fresh air in the garden and sighed. It really opened my eyes to find such a paradise in the bustling city of Shanghai. Zhang Yukai was a little proud. Of course, this is our Shizong's most proud work. Wash system. Gu Linfeng paused. How do you know that our Shizong is called Shitong? Zhang Yukai was slightly surprised, and after a moment he suddenly realized, look at my brain. Shizong was able to sell Villa number 1 to you, so how could you not know Shizong? Ah. Gu Linfeng coughed and uttered a few words slowly, it's a really good name. Gu Linfeng hurriedly communicated with the system in his mind. System, what's going on with this washing machine? Ding coincidence. I don't believe it. Believe it or not, if you don't believe it, get lost. I'm pretty. You're so arrogant. Gu Linfeng was a little disappointed. If this washing drum was really the incarnation of the system, he would definitely go there to take advantage of it. Mr. Gu, Mr. Gu. Zhang Yukai couldn't help but remind Gu Linfeng softly when he saw his dull eyes, shall I take you to visit Villa number 1 now? Gu Linfeng came back to his senses and nodded slightly. So Zhang Yukai took out the room access card and swiped it to open the bronze door in front of him. Mr. Gu, please don't underestimate this door. Well, I didn't underestimate it. Zhang Yukai choked for a moment, then immediately regained his professional attitude. This door is worth 3 million. It is a bulletproof custom version shipped from abroad. It has been tested abroad, and even an AK-47 can't leave any marks on it, which shows how strong it is. Gu Linfeng didn't say anything, but he was extremely disdainful in his heart. There is no lock in Longwa that a locksmith can't open. Gu Linfeng had experienced the skills of a locksmith before. With a swipe of the card, $200 were gone in less than 3 seconds. Even so, the locksmith deliberately slowed down his movements, fearing that Gu Linfeng would refuse to pay. Mr. Gu, let me enter your fingerprint and face first. As he spoke, Zhang Yukai started to operate the password lock. A few minutes later, Gu Linfeng tried his fingerprint and face, and walked into Villa number 1 after successfully unlocking the door. Walking into the villa, modern decoration style can be seen everywhere. From the smooth marble floor to the high ceiling to all the furniture, every detail exudes the word expensive. The entire villa is equipped with smart home devices, and you can control the entire house by just shouting, Xiaodu. Gu Linfeng wanted to laugh. Even in such a luxurious villa, he had to call someone, Xiaodu. It gave people the illusion of eating instant noodles in a Western restaurant, which seemed out of place. What makes Gu Linfeng most satisfied, besides the garage that can park 5 cars, is the KTV in the basement. The sound insulation measures are fully taken and the sound system is world-class. It cannot be bought without tens of millions. It seems that Mr. Shi is a person who knows how to enjoy life. Gu Linfeng also likes the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. It is not fancy, simple and clean yet luxurious. Mr. Gu, I will ask the housekeeper to change the bed sheets and quilt covers in the villa. The explanation came to an end. Zhang Yukai secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he said this. He was really afraid that he would offend this gentleman if he was dissatisfied. Well, let's change it. Gu Linfeng nodded slightly. After a while, the housekeeper brought more than 10 beautiful cleaners wearing black stockings to clean the whole house, which made Gu Linfeng stunned. It is indeed a villa that only rich people can live in. Even the cleaning staff is dressed like a prostitute. Is this to clean the room or to seduce the owner? Gu Linfeng was more inclined to the latter, because during this period of time, he already had 4 or 5 small notes in his hand. I am 168 centimeters tall, have been learning yoga since childhood, and am a top splits master. Under Zhang Yotsai's lustful gaze, Gu Linfeng threw the note directly into the trash can. I am very satisfied with the villa, you can leave. Okay sir, if you need anything, you can call the butler at any time. Our viewing garden can provide anything you want. Zhang Yukai bowed and said goodbye. What if I want to eat chicken? Mr. Gu, are you talking about high-end prostitutes? Zhang Yukai chuckled. The first time starts at 100,000 yuan. If it's a celebrity, it's free. Just let them in and take pictures. Gu Linfeng's forehead was full of black lines, is there a freaking bug in your head? I'm talking about eating chicken, eating chicken. I want to eat chicken. Zhang Yukai was embarrassed for a moment, and hurriedly said, the viewing garden villa provides meals 24 hours a day, you can ask the butler to order food at any time. Get out of here. Gu Linfeng waved his hands impatiently. Zhang Yukai said goodbye decisively and disappeared without a trace. In Villa Number 1, Gu Linfeng felt the big Simmons bed in the master bedroom and moaned with pleasure. This is the life of rich people, it's so cool. After tossing and turning on the big bed for a long time, Gu Linfeng felt a little sleepy and fell into a deep sleep on the soft Simmons mattress. At the same time, in an old and dilapidated rental house in Shanghai, Zhao Jinshun was lying on the bed, browsing the video platform, browsing the black silk mature women on the video platform with lustful eyes. Shunzi, there's no money at home, why don't you go out and find a job? Zhang Shumi rubbed her hands nervously and looked at the lazy man Zhao Jinshun on the bed with hesitation. Work? Zhao Jinshun's mouth turned cold, and he put down his phone with a snap. He was furious and said, bitch, if you hadn't insisted on selling the old house, would I have fallen to renting a house in this shabby place? Do you know how much money I was given after the old house was demolished? Zhao Jinshun sat up straight, picked up the beer and took a big gulp. 5 million. Damn it. I've never seen so much money in my life. If you hadn't gotten sick and insisted on selling the house, I would be a millionaire now. Zhang Shumi whispered, my illness is appendicitis. And I didn't sell the house. It was obviously you who lost it in gambling. Fuck, you dare to talk back. Zhao Jinshun picked up a beer bottle and hit Zhang Shumi on the head. The beer bottle broke into pieces and blood flowed on Zhang Shumi's forehead. Zhang Shumi endured the pain and said nothing, as if she had long been accustomed to her husband's domestic violence. Zhao Jinshun seemed to have calmed down and lay on the bed again to browse the video platform. Hello everyone, I am Gu Linfeng. The big data of the video platform is very strange. Zhao Jinshun obviously likes beautiful legs and black stockings, but he was pushed handsome guys. This kind of handsome guy is what I hate the most. Zhao Jinshun cursed in a low voice and was about to brush him away. But the pendant on Gu Linfeng's neck made him open his eyes wide. This is... Shumi, come here for a moment. Zhang Shumi thought Zhao Jinshun was going to hit her again, so she hesitated to move forward. Come here and die right now. Zhao Jinshun glared and walked over reluctantly. Look at the pendant on this boy's neck. Do you still remember it? Zhang Shumi was a little frightened at first, but her expression froze after seeing Gu Linfeng's appearance in the video and the pendant with the word Gu inlaid on it. Is this the child from the Gu family? Yes, it's him. Zhao Jinshun's eyes rolled around, as if he had thought of some vicious idea, and then he touched Zhang Shumi's forehead lovingly. Does it hurt? Zhang Shumi subconsciously dodged, but thinking of Zhao Jinshun's terrifying power, she hurriedly shook her head and said, it doesn't hurt. This guy is famous now. What do you say we go ask him for some money? Zhao Jinshun's true intentions were exposed. Jinshun, we are not the child's biological parents. Isn't this a bad idea? Zhang Shumi said timidly in a low voice. What's wrong with that? Don't forget that this kid drank your milk. Zhao Jinshun slammed the table. I haven't had enough, and you're giving it to outsiders. What's wrong with asking her for some food supplements? But didn't you abandon the child in an orphanage? Zhang Shumi muttered softly. You're a little reluctant. Zhao Jinshun was so angry that he grabbed Zhang Shumi's collar. His face was no longer doting. If you don't do it, I'm going to kill you today, and then I'll kill that brat. Zhang Shumi burst into tears. Xiaoyang is your own son. I can't live anymore, who cares whose son he is? Zhao Jinshun said the most vicious words in an ordinary tone. If you spare Xiaoyang, I'll do anything for you. Zhang Shumi knelt down and begged for mercy. I remember you have a photo of that boy when he was a child, right? Zhao Jinshun's face looked much better, and he said calmly, go find him. Okay. Zhang Shumi got up from the ground and started looking for the photos. As the tears on her face fell, memories of the past flashed through his mind. Shumi, I am very satisfied with your work in my Gu family over the past few years. Now I will give you a task. Take this child away. I will ask the world's most famous doctor to cure your son's illness. But this child? Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask, otherwise. Bitch, you haven't found it after searching for such a long time. Zhao Jinshun cursed angrily. Found it. Zhang Shumi handed over the photo hesitantly. Zhao Jinshun took it and nodded with satisfaction. In the photo, the young Gu Linfeng was sleeping with his eyes closed, and the pendant on his chest was so obvious. I am still wearing this pendant, it must be worth a lot of money. I really misjudged it at the beginning. I should have taken the pendant to be appraised earlier. Zhao Jinshun slapped himself hard in the face as if he had lost 5 million. Mercy is not an option. If the pendant had been left behind, perhaps things would have turned around a long time ago. Moreover, this pendant was made by the Gu family, so it must be very expensive. But it's not too late now, this guy is famous. The original photos were found, but how to recognize each other became a big problem. He simply kept searching on the video platform and actually found Gu Linfeng's information. Gu Linfeng, a freshman in the music department of Huhai University. Bitch, wipe the blood off your face. Zhao Jinshun has already imagined a better life in the future. As long as he holds on to this ATM, his life will be turned upside down. Drinking a bottle of Mauzi and then pouring it out is no longer a dream. Ding-ling-ling. Gu Linfeng was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. After answering the call, he heard Su Su's voice. Gu Linfeng, please come to school as soon as possible. What's wrong? Your parents are here to look for you at school. All of a sudden, all the sleepiness disappeared, and Gu Linfeng asked in surprise, what? The richest man in Shanghai came to me to claim his relationship with me. What do you mean the richest man in Shanghai? I see your parents are dressed quite ordinary. Come here quickly. Su Su said speechlessly. After hanging up the phone, Gu Linfeng rubbed his temples, trying to sober himself up. My parents are here to recognize me as my relative. Gu Linfeng murmured to himself, somewhat unconvinced. However, Su Su's tone did not sound like a joke. Gu Linfeng was extremely puzzled and lost his sleepiness. He picked up the car keys from the bedside, got out of bed, and headed straight for Shanghai University. Chapter 59 Gu Linfeng doesn't recognize his parents. Gu Linfeng had just parked his car downstairs of Su Su's office and went straight to the office without even locking the car. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Gu Linfeng always felt that the students in the corridor looked at him strangely. Moreover, he also saw the girl who asked him for an autograph in the dormitory, who quickly lowered her head the moment she saw him. So he slowed down. Several girls at the corner of the stairs were whispering to each other at this moment. Have you heard? Gu Linfeng's parents came to the school. I heard from the people in the music department that Gu Linfeng is an orphan. Where did his parents come from? That's not clear, but I think Gu Linfeng's parents are not well off. His mother's clothes are still the same old flowery ones from more than 10 years ago. No way, Gu Linfeng has luxury cars and luxury clothes. He is so rich, why doesn't he spend money on his parents? Also, where did Gu Linfeng get the money? Do you think I'll be a duck? Gu Linfeng's face darkened. He didn't bother to pay attention to the female classmates who were gossiping about him, and strode towards the office. At this time, Zhao Jinshun's roar was heard from the office. Where is my son now? Why hasn't he come to see me? Does he no longer recognize his biological father after becoming famous? Dad Gu, don't get excited. My mother's last name is Zhao. Okay, Mr. Zhao. Surname Zhao. Gu Linfeng became interested. How come he didn't know that he had a father with the surname Zhao? Clang. Gu Linfeng kicked the office door open. Your last name is Zhao. The house suddenly fell silent. Zhao Jinshun, smoking a cigarette, froze in place. Zhang Shumi became emotional the moment she saw Gu Linfeng, looks like, so much like. Zhao Jinshun swallowed his saliva. He was frightened by Gu Linfeng's momentum. Gu Linfeng, right? I'm your father Zhao. Before he could finish his words, Gu Linfeng slapped him in the face. Pa! I am still your ancestor. Gu Linfeng was furious. You old man, you came to school to cheat on me, didn't you? Thinking that Gu Linfeng had been in the martial arts world for so many years, everyone had always called him Dad, but today someone took advantage of him and he was very angry. This slap stunned Zhao Jinshun. At this time, the door of the office was already crowded with people. Mostly women. Zhao Jinshun's expression changed wildly. Seeing a large group of people gathered outside the house, he suddenly had an idea and shouted loudly to the outside of the door, "You are all Gu Linfeng's classmates, right? You all saw him beat me, right? I'm his biological father, and he hit me." "Uncle, you don't look like Gu Linfeng," a girl said subconsciously. The others nodded in agreement. Zhao Jinshan has triangular eyes, a mustache, and pockmarks on his face. According to genetics, he should not be able to give birth to a son as handsome as Gu Linfeng. Zhao Jinshan was not panicked at all. He took out a photo from his pocket and said, "Look at the photo. This is Gu Linfeng. How would I have a picture of him if I wasn't his biological father?" Gu Linfeng was shocked. "This old guy is quite good at playing." The photo was passed around, and the students kept comparing it to the miniature version of Gu Linfeng in the photo. Then they all nodded, it was indeed Gu Linfeng himself. "Gu Linfeng, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person." "What kind of person am I?" Gu Linfeng was puzzled. "Now that you have money, you won't recognize your biological parents, right?" "Yes, I still regard you as my idol, but is this how you treat your parents?" "Wow, my idol has collapsed." The noisy voices made Gu Linfeng frown. Su Su shouted anxiously, "Stop arguing and listen to what Gu Linfeng has to say." When Zhao Jinshan and his wife came to see her, Su Su didn't believe it at first, but when she saw the young child Gu Linfeng in the photo, she chose to believe it. Old photos can't deceive people, and Gu Linfeng also has the same pendant in the photo. At this moment, he was a little disappointed with Gu Linfeng. It's not scary to have a poor family. What's scary is that you don't have the courage to face everything calmly. "But I'm an orphan." Gu Linfeng smiled faintly, and his calm voice echoed in the office. "What if I don't admit it?" These words came like a bolt from the blue. Yes, Gu Linfeng is an orphan. So what happened to these parents? Su Su suddenly realized and cursed herself for being stupid. She had read Gu Linfeng's file, which stated that he was an orphan. Zhao Jinshan gave Zhang Shumi a vicious look. Zhang Shumi then said reluctantly, "It was me who accidentally lost him when he was a child." "You all heard it, right? We accidentally lost him, and now we have found him. Don't you want to acknowledge him as your relative?" Zhao Jinshan pretended to be moved and squeezed out 2 tears. "This acting is so exaggerated. You said I was lost. Then I'm curious, how did you lose me in an orphanage?" Gu Linfeng pretended to be puzzled and continued to question, "You didn't lose me on the street, nor in the bathroom, but in an orphanage. Or did you abandon me on purpose?" Gu Linfeng's question was deafening. Zhao Jinshan didn't expect this kid to be so difficult, but in order to get the wool from Gu Linfeng, he staggered a few steps, pointed at his clothes and said, "I'm sorry, son. My family was too poor at the time and couldn't support you. Besides, your mother was sick, so I had no choice but to send you to an orphanage." At this point, Zhao Jinshan wiped away his tears and said, "We could have sold you, but we didn't because we still have a conscience, so we sent you to an orphanage." Seeing that Gu Linfeng didn't believe it, Zhao Jinshan secretly winked at him. Zhang Shumi said helplessly, He is right. There's still a scar on your mother's stomach from when she was sick. Do you want to see it?" Zhao Jinshan wiped away his tears and roared. "I'm sorry, I still don't believe it. What you said is so damn fake." Gu Linfeng shrugged. "It's okay to fool a fool, but we are all adults. Tell me, how much money do you want?" Gu Linfeng's straightforward statement immediately burned Zhao Jinshuan's CPU. He has done many things such as stealing chickens and dogs and cheating children of their money. He has never seen such a proactive fat sheep. So Zhao Jinshan thought about it and stretched out 5 fingers. 500,000. Gu Linfeng asked. Zhao Jinshan shook his head. 5 million. Zhao Jinshan nodded. Damn it, why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror? How can you deserve 5 million yuan for a bitch like you? Gu Linfeng was so vicious that he continued to curse at everyone in shock. Have you ever seen 5 million yuan? You're asking for it without even asking for it. Even if I sell you to the kidneys of northern Myanmar, you don't deserve this money. A few words directly scolded Zhao Jinshan dumbfounded. Gu Linfeng impatiently grabbed Zhao Jinshan by the collar and said, You bastard, you've tricked me into committing a crime, right? Come on, come with me to the hospital now, let's do a blood test. No, let's do a DNA test. Zhang Shumi's expression changed and she begged for mercy in a hurry. You misunderstood. Lao Zhao is drunk. Don't bother with him. We are leaving now. Zhao Jinshan felt a large hand tightly gripping his neck, making it impossible for him to breathe. At this time, the security guards also rushed over. Seeing the murderer Gu Linfeng committing crimes, they were so scared that they stood aside and dared not move. Throw this liar out. Gu Linfeng threw Zhao Jinshan to the side of the security guard. The security guard did not dare to delay and grabbed Zhao Jinshan and walked out. Just as Zhao Jinshan was about to start cursing, the security guards hit him in the face with 2 batons. If you keep giving me that shit, I'll stab you with my baton. Zhao Jinshan glanced at Gu Linfeng with a vicious look, as if to say, just wait for me. Chapter 60, Can you handle this shameless move? Zhang Shumi looked back at Gu Linfeng every few steps. No, is there something seriously wrong with this couple? Go away, go away. Su Su waved her hand, thought for a moment and said to the students watching, this is a scam. I have read Gu Linfeng's file. He is indeed an orphan. Moreover, this couple does not look like Gu Linfeng at all. They must have come here to defraud money because Gu Linfeng has become famous recently. Besides, aren't there enough scams like this now? What's up with the photo? Photoshop. I can't Photoshop anything now. Su Su's words made the female classmates who were watching suddenly realize. I told you, that guy doesn't look like Gu Linfeng at all. I really haven't seen brother Gu Linfeng. Bullshit, didn't you just say you made a mistake? Okay, everyone, go out. Gu Linfeng and I want to talk alone. Su Su ordered them to leave. The female students then walked out reluctantly. At this time, there were only 2 people left in the office. Gu Linfeng, what's going on? Su Su's eyebrows were raised. They are not my parents. Gu Linfeng said without hesitation. But how do you explain that photo? Do you really believe in Photoshop? Su Su put her hands on her hips, with an expression that said, if you don't explain it to me clearly, you're not going to leave. Well, the photo is definitely real, but I don't know where it came from. Gu Linfeng pondered thoughtfully, it is also possible that they once raised me. Gu Linfeng suddenly became sentimental. Su Su's heart softened instantly. At this moment, she really wanted to hold Gu Linfeng in her arms and comfort him softly. But it is destined to be love but not get. The gap between their identities is unbridgeable. Then I'll go back first. Gu Linfeng took the initiative to say goodbye. Okay, let me know if anything happens. Su Su made an okay gesture. Men's bedroom. As soon as Gu Linfeng walked into the dormitory, his 3 adopted sons surrounded him. What about godfather? I heard that you found a godfather for me. Zhang Long laughed. Get out. Gu Linfeng cursed twice, then lay down on the bed. He had no desire to communicate with his 3 adopted sons. The 3 adopted sons quickly shut up and dared not say anything more. Zhang Long already knew about this matter. It seemed that there were rumors about him in the school. Gu Linfeng is a person who attaches great importance to his reputation. If he had known earlier, he should have forced Zhao Jinshan to go to the hospital for a DNA test. At the same time, Zhao Jinshan, who was thrown out by the security guard, became more and more angry. After returning home, he first punched and kicked Zhang Shumi, and then lay on the bed sulking. This kid is quite smart. He's just a little internet celebrity, why is he pretending in front of me? Zhao Jinshan cursed. Wait, internet celebrity? Zhao Jinshan immediately came up with a plan. Metropolitan Entertainment News. Editor-in-Chief Wang Xin frowned at his desk. Half an hour ago, the editor-in-chief called him to the office and scolded him severely. You useless piece of shit, if you can't find any hot news, get out of here. Wang Xinshan leaned back in his boss chair, exhausted. He opened the video platform and started watching, trying to find gold in the vast ocean of the internet. That's right, it's like panning for gold and shit. The news on the video platform is a mix of good and bad. There are scenes of social justice and kindness, as well as the darkness in people's hearts. If you dig early, it is not difficult to find the hot spots. After scrolling through a few videos, he stopped sliding his fingers when he saw a man taking a selfie while holding his ID card. Another online real name report. This video platform is almost like a disciplinary inspection commission. Wang Xian wanted to row away impatiently, but the next words shocked him. My name is Zhao Jinshun, and I am now asking for help from all netizens. 18 years ago, I abandoned my child in an orphanage due to family financial problems. I am guilty and I repent. But now my child's mother and I are old, and we want to see our child all the time. Later, we learned on the internet that our child was studying at the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. But I didn't expect that he would not recognize us now that he is rich. I am guilty, but the child's mother is not guilty. Look at the child's mother. She has attempted suicide because she can't get the child's recognition. As he spoke, Zhao Jinshun in the video pointed the camera at Zhang Shumi. Zhang Shumi was very miserable at this time. His nose, face and body were covered with bruises. Today we went to school, and the kid asked the security guard to throw us out. When we came back, his mother was upset and banged her head against the wall and beat herself. Her body was covered with bruises. Zhang Shumi remained silent, her eyes dull. But this look resonated with Wang Xian. He desperately wanted to know what the child's name was so that he could understand the horror of public opinion. My child is Gu Linfeng, who was very popular a few days ago, the one who sang on the stage of Shanghai Conservatory of Music. I know you guys are saying it's to get traffic, but I have evidence. Look at this photo, and then look at this pendant. Gu Linfeng. Wang Xian's face lit up with joy. If you don't have a topic, then here comes a ready-made topic. Their video account had also reposted the video that made Gu Linfeng popular, so they were naturally familiar with the name. A popular internet celebrity doesn't recognize his biological parents. If this is exposed, won't the traffic come? So, Wang Xian took the initiative to contact Zhao Jinshun using the account of Metropolitan Entertainment newspaper. Zhao Jinshun replied almost immediately, and the two agreed to meet now. Wang Xian went straight to Zhao Jinshun's home without stopping. In the rental house. Zhao Jinshun laughed happily. Isn't this overwhelming wealth coming? Don't look at him as a reckless person, but he is not stupid. Everyone knows the character of netizens nowadays. When encountering such a thing, they will definitely stand on the side of the weaker party without thinking. No matter whether you are right or not, they will start by typing away on the keyboard and cursing you. In the video, he deliberately portrayed himself as the weaker party in order to use public opinion to force justice. You little bastard, can you handle this shameless trick? Jinshun, don't make the same mistake again. Zhang Shumi did not forget to persuade him even though she was in great pain all over. You're itching again, right? I didn't hit you lightly enough. Zhao Jinshun stood up with a grim smile, raised his fist and hit her hard again, completely ignoring Zhang Shumi's cries for mercy. At this moment, the door lock turned and their son walked in. Seeing his mother being beaten by the old beast, the young man stepped forward to stop it. You bastard, are you looking for death? Zhao Jinshun's face was distorted. He pointed his spear at the young man and swung the beer bottle on the table and smashed it on the man's head. The young man groaned, fell to the ground and fainted. Seeing this, Zhang Shumi rushed towards Zhao Jinshun like crazy. Just hit me, don't hit my son. Screams were heard one after another in the narrow and cramped room. Until there was a knock on the door, Zhao Jinshun wiped the sweat from his forehead and pointed at his son who had fainted. Bitch, there are guests in the house, why don't you drag him away quickly? Zhang Shumi endured the pain and limped her son into the room. She was so tired that she collapsed to the ground in an instant. Editor-in-Chief Wang Xian smelled a faint smell of blood when he walked in, frowned and said, It seems that what you said is true, we still have to persuade the child's mother to calm down, after all, suicide. You are right. Zhao Jinshun kept nodding. Well, now tell me what happened. Wang Xian said in a flat tone. Chapter 61 Security Guard Zhao Liang. Well, now tell me what happened. Wang Xian said in a flat tone. Okay, this is what happened, back then. Zhao Jinshun told the story, but most of it was made up. Wang Xian nodded while cursing Gu Linfeng. People change once they become famous. Your son is a typical ungrateful person. Yes, we also had our own reasons. Zhao Jinshun wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and said hypocritically, We also know that we are wrong, but the child is still young after all. Okay, you are still too kind. Wang Xian said with disgust, such a person should fall into the mortal world. Only in this way can he see the world clearly. Only the love of parents is the heaviest love in this world. This Zhao Jinshun is still thinking about his plan to make a fortune. How can he compensate himself by pushing Gu Linfeng into the abyss? Just make him recognize me, it's fine. Is it better to just beat him to death? You don't have to worry about this matter. Say hello to my sister-in-law for me. Wang Xian's words could not be refused. He wanted to say something, but Wang Xian turned and left. After Wang Xian left, a noise was heard from inside the house. Their son supported Zhang Shumi and walked out. What are you doing, you bastard? You beat my mother like this, I'll take him to see a doctor. The young man wiped the blood off his head without caring. You are not allowed to go. Doesn't it cost money to go to the hospital? Zhao Jinshun took a few steps forward and pulled Zhang Shumi aside. Pain. But my mother. The young man seemed a little afraid of Zhao Jinshun. Zhao Liang, Mom is fine. You should go back to work soon. Zhang Shumi smiled, looking extremely miserable. Zhao Liang clenched his fists. But the fear he had felt over the years had made him dare not resist at all. This was not just muscle memory, but also an indelible mark on his mind. I heard you went to work as a security guard in the community. 15,000 a month. Zhao Jinshun laughed. It seems that I was right not to let you go to college. Look at the college graduates now. Many of them only make a few thousand a month after graduation. And look at you. You went straight to work as a security guard and your salary is so high. Zhao Jinshun narrowed his eyes and said, from now on, you must hand in your salary on time every month. Do you hear me? If you dare to hide it, I will break your mother's legs. I understand. The young man loosened his clenched fists, but still did not dare to resist. Help Mom into the house. Zhang Shumi looked at Zhao Liang lovingly. It seemed that she could endure any pain just for the sake of her son. Back in the house again, Zhang Shumi looked at her son hesitantly. Liang, your dad is going to do something bad again. Go to Shanghai Conservatory of Music and find a man named Gu Linfeng and tell him to be careful. Gu Linfeng. Li Liang felt that this name was somewhat familiar. Suddenly, he remembered the owner's latest registration information. The owner of Villa No. 1 is called Gu Linfeng. Mom, are you talking about Gu Linfeng, the tall and handsome guy with a pendant around his neck? You know him? Zhang Shumi seemed to be in even greater pain, with cold sweat pouring down her face. Well, the owner of the villa I'm in is called Gu Linfeng. Li Liang looked at his mother with heartache. So you two know each other, then go quickly, but remember to keep it a secret from your dad. That's an old beast, he's not my dad. Zhang Shumi hushed him and said, keep your voice down, don't let him hear you. However, she could no longer hold on and fainted completely. When the ambulance arrived, Zhao Jinshun started cursing and showed no concern for Zhang Shumi's injuries. Instead, he was worrying about the money. Zhao Liang took his mother to the hospital without saying a word. After his mother was pushed into the operating room, he anxiously asked his colleagues and found Gu Linfeng's phone number at the owner registration counter at the door. After hesitating for a moment, he dialed the number. At this moment, Gu Linfeng, who was thinking, saw a call on his mobile phone. This person was marked as a takeaway by 158 people. I didn't order any takeout. Gu Linfeng wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, he decided to answer the call. Excuse me, is this Mr. Gu? I am, who are you? Gu Linfeng was stunned. I am Zhao Liang, the security guard of the villa. My mother is Zhang Shumi and my father is. My mother asked me to tell you that the old beast Zhao Jinshun has contacted the media to deal with you. Gu Linfeng instantly thought of the young security guard at the door of the villa and never expected that there was such a relationship. Why are you telling me this? Gu Linfeng asked in surprise. Zhao Liang knew how rich he was. This kind of online real name reporting and exposure could not be explained in a few words. He was very curious why Zhao Liang stood on his side. Because of conscience, he is an old beast, but my mother and I are human beings. Zhao Liang's tone was flat. However, an anxious shout suddenly came from the phone. Who is the family member of the patient Zhang Shumi? The patient has severe kidney bleeding and is in critical condition. Provide emergency treatment immediately. I am. Go pay the fee first. But I don't have any money. Hearing this, Gu Linfeng could no longer sit still and shouted hurriedly, where are you now? Zhao Liang was at a loss at first, but when he heard the roar from the phone, he said anxiously as if he had grasped a life-saving straw, "Mr. Gu, I'm at the First People's Hospital. Wait for me." Gu Linfeng hung up the phone and rushed out of the dormitory in the puzzled eyes of Zhang Long and others. When Gu Linfeng rushed to the hospital, Li Liang was squatting on the ground crying. "Why are you crying? I've paid all the money for you." Gu Linfeng pulled Zhao Liang up from the ground. "Thank you," Zhao Liang said as he was about to kneel down. "Oh, that's not necessary." Gu Linfeng stopped him immediately. "A man's knees are made of gold. But I don't know how to thank you." Gu Linfeng waved his hand, but found that Zhao Liang's head was bleeding. "Your end. That old beast beat me," Zhao Liang laughed at himself. "You are his biological son, why would he hit you?" Gu Linfeng's heart was filled with ripples, and he felt a little sympathy for the boy in front of him. "I don't know either," Zhao Liang shook his head frantically. "What about your mother's injury?" "It must have been that old bastard who beat me." Zhao Liang gritted his teeth and said hatefully. "Then have you ever thought about resisting?" Gu Linfeng was a little confused. "I don't dare." Gu Linfeng was almost shocked. He didn't dare. But after thinking about it, he nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that he had been oppressed since he was a child and had psychological trauma. It made sense that he didn't dare to resist. "Then have you ever thought about overcoming the fear in your heart? How to win?" Gu Linfeng sneered, "Anti-tooth for an anti-tooth. But I. Don't let me look down on you." Gu Linfeng patted Zhao Liang on the shoulder. "You don't have to pay the medical expenses. You should think about how to solve your father's problem. Of course, you can also beg me. Sending your father to prison is just a matter of a word from me." Zhao Liang's expression kept changing. He thought of Zhao Shufan who was being rescued, and gritted his teeth. "Then what should I do?" Gu Linfeng looked at the camera above his head, dragged him into the stairwell, and whispered, "Just do this." Chapter 62 The Revenge of the Zhang Family. Gu Linfeng left. "Zhang Long just called me." The Metropolis Entertainment News reported on Zhao Jinshuan's recognition of his relatives, which has attracted public attention online. Gu Linfeng's cell phone kept ringing. Luo Wan even called directly. "Gu Linfeng, everyone on the internet is scolding you, and that." Gu Linfeng said in a gentle tone, "Just a clown. Then you'd better not come to school recently. The media are like crazy, asking all kinds of questions." "Yeah, I got it." After hanging up the phone, Gu Linfeng couldn't help but sneer, and felt even more disgusted with Zhao Jinshan. A tree without bark is doomed to die, a person without shame is invincible. It seems that Zhao Jinshan is crazy about money. At this time, Zhao Jinshan started live streaming at home. "Thanks to the old Taihua family army for sending the big rocket. Thanks to my young dad for the beer." Zhao Jinshan was delighted. He didn't expect that Gu Linfeng was so popular. Less than 10 minutes after the broadcast started, his live broadcast room had reached 100,000 plus, and the screen was filled with gifts. "Thank you Zhang Jiajunji for the huazi." Zhao Jinshan watched the live broadcast when he had nothing to do, so he naturally knew the value of huazi. He stood up and bowed to express his gratitude. "I don't have any talent, so I'll show you a 3-second beer show." The audience in the live broadcast room hurriedly dissuaded them. Netizen Zhang Jiajunji said bluntly in the comment section. "You are such a jerk. You will be banned for drinking beer." "Oh, sorry, I'm a little excited." Zhao Jinshan couldn't stop smiling. "Zhang Jiajunji, stop wasting time and tell your story of recognizing your relatives to all the audiences." Okay, I'll tell you right away." Zhao Jinshan secretly glanced at the manuscript prepared in advance and accused Gu Linfeng of his behavior. "Today I went to Gu Linfeng to recognize my relatives. Do you know how he treated me? He came up and slapped me in the face. Look at my face, it's still swollen. If it weren't for our family ties, I would have turned hostile long ago. But what I got in return for my tolerance was Gu Linfeng's ruthlessness. He ordered the school security to throw me out. My butt still hurts now, and my hemorrhoids are acting up." The audience in the live broadcast room were filled with indignation and cursed Gu Linfeng as an ungrateful person. "Your parents gave you life, and this is how you repay them." Zhang Jiajunji swiped a few more huazi again and said in the comment area, "The anchor will have a private chat and take a look." Okay, Big brother. Zhao Jinxuan said hurriedly, not daring to offend the financier. A villa area in Shanghai. Zhang Junjie sat in the living room, listening to his girlfriend Lu Qianran's miserable screams while watching Zhao Jinxuan's live broadcast. It was truly a world of difference between heaven and fire. Ever since Lu Qianran defecated in public, he lost interest in this woman and simply gave her to his good brother. He was worried that his good brother would be upset after knowing Lu Qianran's embarrassment, but he didn't expect that his good brother would not only not despise her, but also like her very much. He even bought a lot of laxatives and asked Lu Qianran to perform again in front of him. This strong taste almost made Zhang Junjie vomit. Originally, I was thinking of asking my good brother to come out and beat Gu Linfeng to death, but I didn't expect that this kid would collapse first. That's not right. Didn't Gu Linfeng have a mysterious background? How could he have such a father? It was not difficult for Zhang Junjie to find out the financial difficulties of Zhao Jinxuan's family from Zhao Jinxuan's live broadcast room. They didn't look like a wealthy family at all. Thinking of this, he could no longer sit still. After listening to the screams in the room that showed no sign of stopping, he simply sent a message to Zhao Jinshun, offering to send him wealth. Zhao Jinshun was straightforward. He turned off the live broadcast and the two of them met at a place to start their conspiracy. The purpose is self-evident, which is naturally to beat Gu Linfeng to death. Gu Linfeng had just returned to school when Zhang Junjie and Zhao Jinshun rushed back to the school. The security guard wanted to stop them, but when he saw Zhang Junjie, he chose to ignore them. Reporters at the door spotted Zhao Jinshun and rushed over, but were driven away by security guards. The two of them hurriedly walked into the school. This time, Zhao Jinshun did not go to find Counselor Su Su, but went directly to Zhang Yude's office. Who is this person? Dad, he is Gu Linfeng's biological father. Zhang Junjie grinned. Zhang Yude put down the pen in his hand and looked up at Zhao Jinshun. With a mouth full of big yellow teeth and triangular eyes, they don't look like father and son at all. What do you mean by bringing him to see me? Zhang Yude looked puzzled. Dad, I won't accept this. There must be something wrong with the drink that Gu Linfeng gave me. He made me poop in public. I must avenge him. Take him and get out of here. Zhang Yude still remembered Qian Meng's warning and was not willing to let Zhang Junjie act so recklessly. Dad, your son, have been bullied like this. I really don't know what you are afraid of. Zhang Junjie shouted aggrievedly. Silly son, Gu Linfeng's background does not come from this so-called father. Zhang Yude pointed at Zhao Jinshun jokingly and continued, his background comes from the military. The military? Zhang Junjie snorted coldly, his tone was disdainful. The military is nothing, but don't forget that this is Shanghai, and I have already persuaded that person, and he has promised me to help me get revenge. That young master. Zhang Yude looked hesitant. Dad, if you don't help me, I will bang my head against your head and die in your office. While saying this, he kept signaling Zhao Jinshun with his eyes. Zhao Jinshun hurriedly grabbed Zhang Junjie and said, Brother, you can't die. Uncle, please try to persuade him. Zhang Yude's face darkened. You have more wrinkles on your face than me. Who are you calling big brother? Zhao Jinxuan was used to being called that on the internet, so it came out naturally. Apologize quickly. Okay, tell me about your plan. At this moment, Zhang Yude chose to compromise. He only had this one son, and it was really ridiculous that he was afraid because of a mysterious background that did not exist. Dad, I don't have any plans. Zhang Junjie was stunned. Then leave it to me. Zhang Yude said speechlessly. Then he picked up the landline on the table and called the security guard at the school gate. I'm Zhang Yude, tell all the reporters at the gate to come to my office. Zhang Junjie's eyes lit up. Dad, what a good plan. Are you going to accept an interview and criticize Gu Linfeng? I'm going to create a big controversy so that I'll have a reason to fire him. Zhang Yude is cunning and has already thought of a solution. A few minutes later, a large number of reporters poured into Zhang Yude's office. Who called you in? Zhang Yude pretended to be panicked and got up from his chair. The reporters were also confused. Didn't you ask them to come? Excuse me, Vice President Zhang, what do you think about Gu Linfeng's refusal to acknowledge his relatives? Excuse me, how should your school deal with students like Gu Linfeng who lack moral integrity? Excuse me, Mr. Zhao Jinshun, what do you think of Gu Linfeng's refusal to acknowledge you as his relative? The flashlights at the scene kept flashing, and some reporters even started a live broadcast. Chapter 63 The richest man recognizes his relatives. Zhang Yud cleared his throat, grabbed a microphone and said, "As the president of the music school, I will give everyone a satisfactory answer to this matter." When he said this, the reporters thought it was just official jargon, but Zhang Yud changed the subject. According to the Code of Conduct for College Students, our freshman Gu Linfeng has violated relevant regulations. Our school will not turn a blind eye to students with corrupt ideology and morality, but will punish them severely. Therefore, we have decided to expel Gu Linfeng from the school. From now on, Gu Linfeng is no longer a student of our school. Just as he finished speaking, a lazy voice came from outside the door. "You're expelling me without even investigating the matter thoroughly? Vice Principal Zhang has such great authority." Gu Linfeng's voice came from outside the door. He happened to meet Gao Xinrui when he first entered the school. She anxiously told Gu Linfeng about the live interview of Zhang Yud by reporters. Gu Linfeng sensed something was wrong and rushed over, just in time to hear Zhang Yud's decision to fire him. Zhao Jinshan in the corner was frightened and quickly hid backwards. "Are you still afraid of your own son? Coward!" Zhang Junjie pushed Zhao Jinshan in front of Gu Linfeng. "We meet again." Gu Linfeng stared at Zhao Jinshan as if he were a dead person. "Yes, yes." Zhao Jinshuan stuttered. This scene was broadcast live by reporters at the first opportunity. There has been a huge uproar on the internet. Why is this scene of father and son recognizing each other so dramatic? Yes, the father is afraid of his son. It seems that Zhao Jinshan loves Gu Linfeng very much. I wish Gu Linfeng would be hit by a car and die if he goes out now. He sings beautifully, but his character is terrible. A dog doesn't mind a poor family. Gu Linfeng is just a beast. I have unfollowed Gu Linfeng. Gu Linfeng, you are fired from now on, please leave immediately. Zhang Yud said righteously. Expel? Gu Linfeng seemed to have heard a huge joke. Huh, what right do you have to expel me? If I say I'm your father, do you admit it? He has taken out your childhood photos. How do you explain it? Zhang Junjie asked loudly. Just because of a photo? Gu Linfeng was speechless. But you are indeed an orphan, Gu Linfeng. Now that your biological father has come to find you, you can't just deny him because he's not doing well, right? Zhang Junjie always picks out the key points when he speaks. Gu Linfeng had no way to defend himself, and the Zhang father and son were sure that they could not produce any evidence. The only way now is DNA, but as time goes by, even if there is no blood relationship, under the influence of online public opinion, the crotch is shit if not shit. However, at this moment, a lot of footsteps were heard in the corridor. More than 20 big men in black suits ran in and immediately controlled the reporters present. All the live broadcasts that should be turned off were turned off, and those who refused to accept were punched, making the reporters see stars. Who are you? We are reporters, how can you do this to us? Don't you know about press freedom? Give me your phone back now, or I'll call the police. Netizens who were watching the live broadcast were even more confused. The live broadcast was going fine, so why did a bunch of men in suits suddenly appear? This made netizens so anxious that they scratched their heads and wished they could fly to the scene immediately. The situation was quickly brought under control and all the media reporters squatted on the ground. At this time, footsteps were heard in the corridor, and a middle-aged man with a slick back hair and a very imposing manner walked over. Zhang Junjie's eyes lit up. He knew this big shot. Gu Beichen, the father of his perverted good brother. Uncle Gu, why are you here? Zhang Junjie came over happily. Zhang Yud even took the initiative to reach out. Mr. Gu, you are here. But in the face of compliments from the father and son, this big shot's eyes were always focused on Gu Linfeng's face. He muttered to himself, it's exactly the same as when I was young. Then he reached out and touched the pendant on Gu Linfeng's neck. Gu Linfeng dodged slightly and Gu Beichen missed. Gu Beichen was not angry, but burst into tears. My son, I have been looking for you so hard. Gu Linfeng turned his head expressionlessly. He didn't know how to face his biological father. He had dreamed and fantasized about it before, but when it all happened, he felt very calm. At this moment, everyone in the room opened their mouths wide. What does Mr. Gu mean by this? I understand. Gu Linfeng's biological father should be Gu Beichen. They both have the last name Gu. Fuck, I'm still stupid. Gu Beichen is Gu Linfeng's biological father, so who is Zhao Jinshun? At this moment, Zhao Jinshun's legs trembled when he saw Gu Beichen. He was scared. Gu Beichen is the richest man in Shanghai, but he has many identities in secret. Killing a nobody like him is like stepping on an ant. Son, are you still angry with me? Gu Beichen choked up, I have been looking for you all these years. Gu Linfeng finally sighed and called out, Dad, awkwardly. Oh, my good son. Gu Beichen wanted to hug Gu Linfeng excitedly, but he was easily avoided. He couldn't stand this kind of scene. Zhang Junjie standing by was completely numb. Gu Linfeng actually calls Gu Beichen, Dad. Then whose son is his perverted good brother Gu Nanling? He had never heard that Gu Nanling had another child. Zhang Yud's face was ashen. He clenched and unclenched his hands. He had heard about what happened to the Gu family. Gu Beichen did have a son, who got lost 18 years ago. Later, he was afraid that his wife Wu Yuzhen would be upset, so he adopted his current nominal son Gu Nanling. Now that the real boss is back, what does Gu Nanling have to do with it? He couldn't help but feel sad about his son's future and his own future. Son, what do you want to do with these people? Gu Beichen's tone was relaxed, but his narrowed eyes revealed murderous intent. The reporters thought Gu Beichen was going to get them, so they begged for mercy. Richest man, this has nothing to do with us. Gu Linfeng said calmly, delete all the recorded videos, and you can go away. The men in suits immediately operated on the reporters' devices and deleted the video completely. Shut your mouths. If anyone dares to leak out the secret after I find out, I will kill him. Gu Beichen's domineering temperament burst out at this moment. As expected of a man named Gu Beichen, he speaks in a cool way. Gu Linfeng nodded in agreement. He had no intention of revealing his identity yet, so he decided to leave some suspense for the world. The reporters were silent, shrinking their necks and walking out dejectedly. Zhao Jinshun buried his head in his crotch, pretending to be an ostrich in an attempt to get away with it. Where are you going? Gu Linfeng's voice exploded in Zhao Jinshun's ears. Chapter 64, Clarification of the Incident. Would you believe me if I told you I had taken the wrong path? Zhao Jinshun stood there awkwardly, not daring to move. Guess whether I believe it or not. Gu Linfeng went up and slapped Zhao Jinshun hard in the face, making him spin 3 times on the spot. Zhao Jinshun felt dizzy and seemed to see his great-grandmother. Son, how do we deal with these people? Gu Beichen seemed to be talking about a trivial matter. When Zhang Yud heard this, he was so frightened that his soul almost scared out of his wits. Who is Gu Beichen? He is a guest of honor of the top leader of Shanghai. It only takes a word to kill him, a small vice president of a university. Moreover, the Gu family doesn't even have to take action personally. As long as the word gets out, those who want to please the Gu family will take action. Thinking of this, Zhang Yud's legs went weak and he fell to his knees with a plop. I did it all, it has nothing to do with my son, please let my son go. Zhang Yud kept knocking his head. Dad! Zhang Junjie called out with sobs, and he was a little moved at this moment. It's really a scene of loving father and filial son. Gu Linfeng said playfully. Gu Lin. Young Master Gu, I was wrong. Just treat me as a fart and let me go. Zhang Junjie no longer had the desire for revenge. At this moment, he just wanted to calm the anger of the Gu family. You've caused me a lot of trouble. Gu Linfeng is well versed in the art of taking advantage of the power of another, so while Gu Beichen is still around, he has to put on some pretense. Pa pa pa. Gu Linfeng once again displayed his signature slapping move, and while doing so, he did not forget to take out his cell phone to record the scene. Zhang Junjie was also a man with a sense of shame. He wanted to hide, but when he stole a glance at Gu Beichen's eyes that were devoid of any emotion, he felt a chill in his heart. Uncle Gu, Gu Nanling and I are good brothers. Please spare me for the sake of young Master Gu. Zhang Junjie was forced to mention his background. You and Nanling are brothers? Gu Beichen was stunned for a moment and shook his head. How could Nanling have a brother like you with such corrupt character and morals? Don't humiliate Nanling's reputation. Gu Linfeng looked at Gu Beichen in confusion, as if wondering who Gu Nanling was. When he searched for information about the Gu family on the internet, he did not find any information about the next generation of the Gu family. The year you went missing, your mother became ill with worry. In order to make her feel better, we adopted Nanling together. Gu Baichen felt extremely satisfied when he mentioned Gu Nanling. Oh, he's an adopted son. Gu Linfeng nodded thoughtfully. Linfeng, he is your brother after all. Don't mention the word adopted son at home. Gu Baichen touched Gu Linfeng's head lovingly. As long as you enter the Gu family, we are a family. Gu Linfeng sneered in his heart. Although I have never seen this adopted son, but since he can become brothers with someone like Zhang Junjie, he must not be a good person. Gu Linfeng's mind raced, and the look in his eyes when he looked at the Zhang father and son changed. I'm still short of 2 pets. What do you think? Zhang Junjie's face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly said, Master Gu, don't worry. I can get you any pet you want. Even a Siberian tiger can be found in our Zhang family. That's not something you can say. Gu Linfeng patted Zhang Junjie's face again, but you are silly and cute. Ah. Zhang Yud was an old and experienced man. He understood the meaning of Gu Linfeng's words. He lay on the ground and barked twice. Zhang Junjie was stunned. Was his own father mentally ill? He was imitating the barking of chickens and dogs. Junjie, hurry up and learn from daddy, woof woof. Zhang Yud looked at Zhang Junjie with disappointment. Huh, it seems you are a stupid dog. Gu Linfeng said sarcastically. Woof woof woof. Zhang Junjie went all out and imitated a dog's barking while sticking out his tongue. Gu Baichen stood aside, feeling neither sad nor happy. Members of the Gu family cannot be humiliated, and Gu Linfeng's punishment is the lightest. If it were him, he would definitely not let the father and son see the sun tomorrow. The Dragon Kingdom is so big, the death of a father and son is not too much, right? Gu Linfeng was very satisfied with the performance of the father and son. He took out a candy from his pocket and threw it on the ground. Eat it. It's a reward for you. The Zhang family's father and son started fighting with each other like vicious dogs. This hilarious scene made him laugh out loud. At the same time, I thought to myself, I'm becoming more and more like a villain. Zhao Jinxuan followed suit and lay on the ground, just about to shout a few times, but was kicked to the ground by Gu Linfeng, who then stepped on his face with his size 42 big foot. I'm going to post a clarification online right now, got it? I understand. The internet was in an uproar at this time. Just now, a group of people in black suddenly swarmed into the live broadcast, and the live broadcast was instantly hung up, which made all the netizens speculate, and they did not forget to attack and abuse Gu Linfeng. Oh, your great talent Gu Linfeng has been fired. Your singing is not as good as my Huahua's, and your character is even worse. I have met someone like Gu Linfeng before. He is my classmate. His father is a farmer in the countryside, but he portrayed himself as a rich second generation when he was in school. Even when his father came from the countryside to see him, he pretended not to see him. Sometimes when he was seen by his classmates, he said his father was just a passerby. After all, Gu Linfeng still has low self-esteem. Gu Linfeng's fan base was also in turmoil at this time. It is impossible for them to remain indifferent when their idol's reputation collapses. But the idol's behavior was so outrageous that they didn't know how to cleanse themselves of the scandal. It just so happened that a fan followed Zhao Jinshun and saw the video he had just posted. Girls, Zhao Jinshun has issued a clarification, go and have a look. What? Things are reversed. I just checked. It was Zhao Jinshun who asked Brother Linfeng to deliberately scam us. We were all deceived by this man. I told you, Gu Linfeng is so handsome, how could he have a father as ugly as Zhao Jinshun? Hahaha, let's see how these black fans can continue to criticize me. Ladies and gentlemen, bring the screenshots of Zhao Jinshuan's apology and clarification, and join me in the battle. Go, go, go. Gu Linfeng's fan club was instantly mobilized and began to leave messages under various video accounts. The black fans who were still smearing Gu Linfeng were instantly stunned after seeing the comments from Gu Linfeng's fans. No way, buddy, there's a twist to this. You can question it, but you still have to delete the comments you left before. This is evidence of a crime. Who knows if Gu Linfeng has a serious illness and will sue them for defamation. For a while, the internet was calm. Some public accounts were afraid of being held accountable, so they immediately removed the video of Gu Linfeng denying his father and instead reposted Zhao Jinshuan's clarification video. Gu Linfeng's video platform account with 3 million followers has dropped to 800,000, and at this moment it began to grow at a rocket speed. Chapter 65 What's Wrong with Being a Dog? Inside Zhang Yud's office. Zhao Jinshun was kowtowing continuously. Okay, I didn't mean to do anything to you. Gu Linfeng was too lazy to bother with this kind of person, so he decided to leave him to someone who needed him more. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Zhao Jinshun was secretly delighted, and even felt a sense of pleasure at surviving a disaster. Wait, how come you have a photo of my son Linfeng? Gu Beichen asked condescendingly. Oh, this. Zhao Jinshun's brain worked frantically, and then he pretended to be terrified and said, I picked this up, and I didn't throw it away at the time, so I just threw it at home. This statement was full of loopholes. Gu Beichen was about to continue asking questions, but Gu Linfeng interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Forget it, I'm not interested in this kind of thing. While Gu Linfeng was saying this, he was also thinking. Picked it up. I'm afraid it's not that simple, right? Zhao Jinshun breathed a sigh of relief and stood up tremblingly from the ground. Then can I go now? Of course you can go, Gu Linfeng smiled mysteriously. Zhao Jinshun bowed and ran out of the office in a panic. I'll spare your lives this time. If it happens again, humph. Gu Beichen's words were full of threats. The father and son hurriedly promised that they would follow Gu Linfeng's lead from now on. After the matter was settled, Gu Beichen looked at his son who had been missing for 18 years with satisfaction. Son, Dad misses you. Dad, I miss you too. The father and son did not hug each other, they just held their hands together. To be honest, Gu Linfeng didn't have any feelings for the so-called father in front of him. He called out, Dad, while forcing himself to suppress the discomfort in his heart. Okay, let's go home now. Gu Beichen said with relief. Then, the two of them walked out of the office together. Outside the door. More than 20 men in black shouted in unison. Welcome home, master. Gu Linfeng paused, complaining in his heart. No. My buddy has become the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. God, welcome the young master home, why don't you welcome the Dragon King back to his throne? Fortunately, these men in black had cleared out the entire office building, and no one heard these extremely childish shouts. Gu Linfeng followed Gu Beichen downstairs. At this time, there were more than 10 luxury cars parked downstairs. Leading the way was a Rolls-Royce Cullinan with the license plate Shanghai A00001, and the remaining dozen or so cars were all black Land Rover Range Rovers. This card is quite sufficient. Next to the Cullinan, a middle-aged man who looked like a butler respectfully opened the door. You are the young master, right? The butler was about 50 years old, with most of his hair gray. He looked at Gu Linfeng with loving eyes. This is the butler Huang Xiandong, you can just call him Uncle Huang. Gu Beichen introduced. Hello, Mr. Huang. Okay, now I have no regrets in my life after meeting the young master. Huang Xiandong choked up. Old Huang, you are so old, don't keep saying the word death. Gu Beichen said helplessly, it's time for you to find a wife and live a life with a wife and children. Forget it, I'm so old, who would be interested in me? Huang Xiandong laughed at himself. Well, have the madam, the young lady, and Nanling been notified? Gu Bei was lost in thought on this question. I've already notified you. Madam has learned that the young master is being prepared for a dinner at home. Well, let's go home. Gu Beichen smiled slightly and let his beloved son Gu Linfeng get into the Rolls-Royce first. Gu Linfeng opened his mouth. He wanted to say that he had a car, but then he thought better of it and sat in the back seat of Cullinan. He was a little surprised when he closed the door, the weight of the car door seemed a little heavy. This car is a bulletproof version, and its price is 5 times that of the regular version of the lazy Rolls-Royce Cullinan, with a selling price of nearly 50 million. As if seeing Gu Linfeng's confusion, Gu Beichen took the initiative to introduce. He was a little bit proud in his heart and tried to shock his son with the expensive price. Unexpectedly, Gu Linfeng just nodded calmly. Old Huang, let's go back. Gu Beichen felt that his son must have been so excited that he was stupid, otherwise ordinary people would be so surprised when they heard the price that they couldn't close their mouths. Zhang Yud's office. Only when the footsteps could no longer be heard did the father and son stand up from the ground, supporting each other. Dad, I was wrong. I should have listened to you at the beginning. Now the heat has spread to the Gu family. Zhang Junjie finally felt scared. I thought Zhang Yud would be extremely furious, but he just sighed. Aren't we fine now? Zhang Yud touched Zhang Junjie's purple forehead. Zhang Junjie dodged subconsciously. Dad, have you forgiven me? Then should we go find Gu Nanling and take revenge on him? Zhang Yud's face changed drastically, and he slapped Zhang Junjie in the face. Idiot, although Gu Nanling is the young master of the Gu family, he is just an adopted son. Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? But, Zhang Junjie covered his face and said timidly, but we have already offended Gu Linfeng. Zhang Yud smiled shrewdly. Are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? If Gu Linfeng returns to the Gu family, won't Gu Nanling's position be threatened? But Gu Linfeng has been missing for 18 years after all. How can he be a match for Gu Nanling when he returns? Do you want me to say you are stupid? What do the Long people value most? Bloodline, of course. How can an adopted son compete with his biological son? What right does he have? Zhang Yud has lived for nearly 50 years and naturally understands the importance of biological bloodline to a family. So you mean that you will really be Gu Linfeng's dog in the future? Zhang Junjie opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief. What's wrong with being a dog? Woof woof. Zhang Yud barked twice and consoled him. From now on, our Zhang family is Gu Linfeng's dog, do you understand? I know. The Gu family's motorcade slowly drove out of the Shanghai University of Music. Countless students looked at the luxurious convoy headed by the Rolls-Royce Cullinan and subconsciously thought that a foreign president was visiting the school. Until a well-informed student said, Hua 00001, this is the car of the Gu family in Huhai. The Gu family of Shanghai. The family of the richest man in Shanghai. Yeah, why would the Gu family come to our school? I heard that the media just rushed into the vice president's office because of Gu Linfeng's refusal to acknowledge his father. Now the richest man is here, and his last name is Gu. Do you think you will be confused? How is it possible? If Gu Linfeng was a child of the Gu family, how could he come to our music school? Shouldn't he go to Peking University or Tsinghua University to study finance or business management? What if the young master of the Gu family likes music? Get out of here. Chapter 66, Self-Defense. Shanghai Hospital. Zhang Shumi's family, the patient has woken up and wants to see you now. Zhao Liang in the corridor stood up excitedly and followed the doctor into the bed. Zhang Shumi, who was pale, had tears streaming down her cheeks the moment she saw Zhao Liang. Son, Mom is fine, tell the doctor that we can be discharged from the hospital right now. Mom, don't worry about the money, it has been paid. Zhao Liang held Zhang Shumi's hand and smiled. Have you paid it? But you just started working, where did the money come from? Zhang Shumi asked puzzledly. Yes, it was paid by Gu Linfeng. Zhao Liang did not hide anything and told everyone about Gu Linfeng paying the money. Hearing the three words, Gu Linfeng, Zhang Shumi felt mixed emotions. We must pay this money back. I will. Zhao Liang suddenly thought of something and hesitated to speak. What's wrong? Zhang Shumi whispered. Mom, do you think you would be sad if that old beast died? Zhao Liang stared at Zhang Shumi. Son, you can't do anything stupid. Zhang Shumi said excitedly. He is your father after all. Father? He has always beaten and scolded me since I was a child. He beat me when I lost gambling, when I was drunk, and even when he couldn't win an argument with others, he came back to beat me to vent his anger. Zhao Liang's eyes gradually became fierce. Mom, do you know that your kidneys were bleeding from the beating of that old beast? If I had sent you to the hospital later, you would have died. This. Zhang Shumi's tone became hesitant. To be honest, Zhang Shumi wanted Zhao Jinshan to die more than anyone else, but killing is against the law. She didn't dare. Don't worry, Mom. I won't do anything. But I thought in my heart, when you are discharged from the hospital, all this will be over. Family members of the patient, visiting time is almost over, it's time to leave. The doctor knocked on the door and walked in, greeting Zhao Liang. Okay, I got it. Zhao Liang looked at his mother on the hospital bed with concern. Mom, take care of yourself. I'm going back to work first. Well, you have to work hard. Mom has asked countless people to find this job for you. You just do a good job. Zhang Shumi smiled lovingly. Good. Zhang Shumi got this security job by working as a nanny in Zhang Yotsai's home, and she had to kneel and kowtow to get it. He knew it in his heart, but never said it for the sake of his mother's dignity. After Zhao Liang left, Zhang Shumi looked at the ceiling and fell into deep thought. Zhao Jinshun returned home in a panic. Seeing Zhao Liang sitting on the sofa in the living room, he yelled, "Where's your mother, that bitch? Why hasn't she come back yet?" Zhao Liang stared at Zhao Jinshun expressionlessly. "You kicked my mother's kidney and damaged it. She's still in the hospital." "Bullshit, I've been away from you two for so many years, I know how to kick her. How could I possibly hurt her?" Zhao Jinshun grabbed the beer bottle on the table and took a big gulp, then said, "You have wine but no food, hurry up and get your mother back to cook." Zhao Liang slowly stood up and took out the cooked food from the kitchen. "It's ready for you." "Not bad, you've made some progress. I'll be gentler later." Zhao Jinshun laughed and pulled off a piece of beef and started to eat it. "Go get me a knife." Zhao Jinshun's teeth were not very good, and the beef was too big, so it got stuck in his teeth. Zhao Liang quietly got up and took a kitchen knife from the kitchen, along with a bottle of strong liquor. "Here." Zhao Liang threw the kitchen knife directly on the table. The clang sound scared Zhao Jinshun. Zhao Jinshun put down the beef and kicked Zhao Liang twice. "Can't you keep the fuck down?" Zhao Liang didn't say anything, just watched Zhao Jinshun eat and drink quietly. Zhao Jinshun has a bad temper and a low alcohol tolerance. After drinking half a pound of liquor, he began to stagger when walking. "I missed out on 5 million today. That's 5 million. Zhao Jinshun shouted to the sky, not realizing his mistake at all. "Damn it, the more I look at you, the more I dislike you. Come here." Zhao Jin reached out to Zhao Liang, intending to take action. "Is it coming again? When it comes to the part where you start beating people up after drinking?" Zhao Liang didn't feel the slightest bit of fear at this moment, and couldn't forget what Gu Linfeng said. "That's all you can do. Besides me and my mom, who else would you dare to hit?" Zhao Liang said this suddenly. These words were so insulting that they simply trampled on Zhao Jinshun's self-esteem. Zhao Jinshun became furious and stood up and started punching and kicking Zhao Liang. "I'll let you talk dirty. I'm going to beat you to death. Let me show you how powerful I am." Zhao Liang gritted his teeth and remained silent. Zhao Jinshun increased his strength upon seeing this. He was sweating profusely but still felt unsatisfied. He picked up a kitchen knife and threatened, "Believe it or not, I will chop you to death with one blow." "I don't believe it." "What the hell? You don't believe it?" Zhao Jinshun was a little confused. Is this still the son who was submissive? Zhao Liang got up from the ground and pointed at his neck, "If you're awesome, chop me here. If you don't chop me, you're a grandson. You." Zhao Jinshun was a little scared, but more of a coward. He dares to beat people, but he doesn't dare to chop people. But as a father, he couldn't let go of his pride when his son provoked him. Zhao Liang saw this and sneered, "You are just a waste. A waste who just wants to eat and wait for death. I'm so pretty." Zhao Jinshun held a knife in one hand and hit Zhao Liang hard on the face with the other. Blood splattered instantly. Zhao Liang did not fight back, but continued to scold him relentlessly, "You didn't eat, how can you only have this much strength? If you have the guts, just chop it with a knife." Zhao Jinshun's eyes turned red, he roared, picked up the knife and slashed at Zhao Liang. However, he still didn't dare to cut the vulnerable parts of the human body, and instead cut Zhao Liang's arm. Zhao Liang's arm was cut and his clothes were soaked with blood. Zhao Jinshun seemed to be more sober and was about to put down the knife. Unexpectedly, Zhao Liang grabbed the knife and slashed at Zhao Jinshun's neck. "Remember not to commit domestic violence in your next life. Also, you don't dare to kill people, but I do." The knife flashed, Zhao Jinshun covered his neck in horror, blood spurted out. He could not believe until his death that his useless son dared to kill him. Bang! The kitchen knife fell to the ground. Zhao Liang looked up at the surveillance camera he had just installed and smiled. Then, he called to surrender himself. The police arrived quickly and saw Zhao Jinshun's cold body on the ground and decisively took control of Zhao Liang. "You are suspected of murder and are now arrested according to law. Do you have anything to say?" The police said righteously. "Yes, he tried to kill me first, and I was scared, so I killed him back." Do you have evidence? The surveillance recorded everything. The police checked the surveillance video with doubt. Isn't this a typical case of self-defense? However, the only omission was that the surveillance video had no sound, only images. In the video, Zhao Liang was beaten repeatedly by Zhao Jinshun, who even raised a knife. In the end, Zhao Liang grabbed the knife and killed the victim. The case was comparable to the Kunshan Longgu case. The police felt sympathetic, but still reported the call to his superiors, who then reported it to Deputy Director Qian Meng. Qian Meng immediately gave instructions to treat Zhao Liang well. And I guarantee that this case will become a classic case of self-defense. Zhao Jinshun would never know until his death that everything was planned out by Gu Linfeng. Chapter 67. Arriving at Gu's house. Gu Linfeng was sitting in the car when he received a text message from Qian Meng about the case of Zhao Liang murdering his father. For Zhao Jinshun, all this can only be said to be what he deserves. A man's fists are used to conquer the world, not to beat his wife and children. For such a scum, death is too light a punishment. Seeing Gu Linfeng frowning, Gu Beichen asked. You're about to meet your mother. Are you nervous? Gu Linfeng shook his head. Gu Beichen sighed again. After all, we haven't seen each other for more than 10 years, so it's normal to feel strange. By the way, old Huang, you've worked so hard on this investigation for so many years. Now that Linfeng is back, you can take a break. Master, it's not hard for me. This is what I should do. Uncle Huang smiled and looked back. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Gu Linfeng saw a hint of resentment in Huang Bo's eyes. It flashed by but was caught by Gu Linfeng. Gu Linfeng's heart was filled with alarm bells. This Mr. Huang seems a little abnormal. I have never seen this butler, but his eyes. In an instant, a flash of inspiration came to my mind. From the few words between Gu Beichen and Mr. Huang, we can know that Gu Beichen has entrusted the task of finding himself to him. With Gu Beichen's order, the resources that Huang Bo can mobilize are undoubtedly terrifying, but why can't he find me? I'm afraid I didn't find it at all. There's something fishy going on here. Gu Linfeng sighed inwardly. This was the bad thing about big families, the intrigue was too intense. After driving for 2 hours, the car finally arrived at Xishan Royal Manor. This place is located in the suburbs of Shanghai, far away from the city center. But don't underestimate this manor. It covers an area of a staggering 180 acres, cost 17 billion to build, and the decoration alone cost nearly 2 billion. The manor adopts European-style castle architecture, and there is an artificial lake of more than 10 acres in front of the castle. It is truly extremely luxurious. The Gu family is probably the only family in Shanghai that can afford to live in this manor castle. Gu Beichen was very satisfied with Gu Linfeng's surprised expression. You little brat, just tell me whether you are heroic or not. Cullinan slowly stopped in front of the castle gate. Uncle Huang got out of the car and opened the door. Gu Linfeng nodded politely and said, thank you. Mr. Huang became very nervous and kept saying, you're too polite. You are so good at pretending. Let's see when you will be exposed. Gu Linfeng sneered. At this time, 4 or 5 people walked out of the castle, led by a beautiful woman. The moment she saw Gu Linfeng, tears flowed uncontrollably. It's good to be back, it's good to be back. This beautiful woman is Gu Linfeng's mother, Wu Yuzhen. There were 2 women and 1 man standing behind Wu Yuzhen. The slightly taller woman was about 24 or 25 years old, wearing a white OL outfit, dressed like a female CEO, with an icy face and a serious expression. She wanted to say, brother, but when the words came to her lips, she just said, welcome home, as a routine. The other woman had a celebrity face and a sweet appearance. Gu Linfeng knew her. She was a 2000s beauty, Gu Xinyu. Humph, why are you coming back after disappearing for so many years? Gu Xinyu snorted, in stark contrast to the pure image she created on the screen. Second sister, you can't say that about my brother. He didn't disappear on purpose. Gu Nanling spoke well of his brother. You are still the best, my brother. Gu Xinyu put her arm around Gu Nanling's arm and smiled sweetly. Wu Yuzhen frowned unhappily. Xinyu, apologize to your brother right away. Brother, I'm sorry. Gu Xinyu pouted, but she felt very unhappy in her heart. It's okay, second sister, I don't care. Gu Linfeng shouted, suppressing the disgust in his heart. This is your elder sister Gu Xingqing. Wu Yuzhen pointed at Ice Face and introduced her. Gu Xingqing nodded slightly as a greeting. He is your brother Gu Nanling. Gu Beichen rushed to introduce. It seems that he likes this adopted son very much. Brother, I am your younger brother Gu Nanling, you can just call me Nanling from now on. Gu Nanling smiled generously, full of youthfulness. Oh, hello. Gu Linfeng smiled slightly and stretched out his hand to shake hands with the other party. Gu Linfeng looked at this nominal younger brother carefully. He has a handsome appearance and a sunny look, and his smile gives people a feeling like a spring breeze. I have to sigh that this stupid brother O really has a good appearance. However, Gu Linfeng could sense from the other party's grip that he was just a facade. The banquet is ready, let's go in quickly. Wu Yuzhen seemed very satisfied with the scene of brotherly friendship and respect, with the corners of her mouth curled up. Come on, I'll take you to eat. Gu Beichen stroked Gu Linfeng's back and led him inside. As soon as he entered the castle, Gu Linfeng couldn't help but exclaimed. The decoration here really opened my eyes. The interior of this magnificent castle is comparable to an ancient imperial palace. Tisk, country bumpkin. Gu Xinyu muttered softly. Gu Linfeng did not get angry, and even ignored him, but Gu Beichen's face changed, and he raised his hand as if to hit him. Wu Yuzhen on the side hurriedly shouted. The child is still young, why are you hitting her? In her anxiety, Wu Yuzhen's tone was very harsh. Gu Beichen paused with his raised hand in mid-air and coughed awkwardly. Xinyu, if you say something like that again, I won't be polite. You're welcome, show me. Gu Xinyu was not afraid of her father, and even put her face close to Gu Beichen's palm. His second daughter's willfulness gave him a headache. Dad, don't be angry with my second sister. Gu Nanling held Gu Beichen's arm. Gu Beichen took advantage of the situation and pulled his arm back with a cold snort. Okay, come and have dinner. Wu Yuzhen interrupted this scene of loving father and filial daughter. The long dining table is filled with high-end ingredients. Australian lobster, king crab. Gu Beichen naturally sat in the main seat. Lin Feng, sit anywhere you want. Gu Linfeng sat next to Gu Beichen, which was the closest to the main seat. Gu Xingqing, who had been silent all this time, finally showed some emotion on his face. He said coldly, this is my seat. Your brother just came back, can't you just sit there? Wu Yuzhen scolded. Gu Linfeng was about to stand up, but was held down by Gu Nanling who arrived later. Sister, my brother just came back and doesn't know the rules of our family yet. How about we just leave it like this today? Gu Nanling said tentatively. Gu Xingqing didn't say anything and found another place. Gu Linfeng had a blank expression on his face, but he was secretly complaining in his heart, there are so many rules in a big family, and even eating a meal requires seniority. Seeing everyone sitting down, Gu Beichen was very satisfied with this group of people who seemed to be having a good time but actually had their own thoughts. Let us raise our glasses together to celebrate Lin Feng's return to the Gu family. Everyone raised their glasses reluctantly, and Gu Nanling poured himself a full glass of red wine. Now that my brother is back, my mother can finally have a good night's sleep. This glass of wine is for my big brother. Then, drink it all in one gulp. A loving expression appeared on Wu Yuzhen's face again. Nanling, drink slowly. Chapter 68 The Gu family members with different thoughts. Cough cough. Gu Nanling started coughing violently, as if he was choked by the red wine. Gu Xinyu, who was beside him, hurriedly took out a napkin and wiped the red wine from the corner of his mouth with a look of heartache. Gu Linfeng frowned slightly, feeling that he was a little redundant in this family. You're too old to learn to take care of yourself. Gu Beichen said unhappily after taking a sip of red wine. But what responded to Gu Beichen's words was Gu Xinyu's rolling eyes. This is my brother, why do you care? As if he was used to it, Gu Beichen didn't say anything this time, his eyes were always on the red wine in the glass. Seeing this, Gu Linfeng raised his glass again and said, it's an honor to be able to join this family. Not much to say, but concise and to the point. Gu Linfeng didn't care what other people at the table thought and drank it all. Wild boars can't appreciate fine wine. That's Romani Conti, more than 1 million yuan a bottle. And you drink it like that? Gu Xinyu said sarcastically. This woman is extremely hypocritical. When his so-called brother Gu Nanling swallowed a big mouthful of wine, she not only said nothing but also politely wiped his mouth. But when it came to him, she was accused of being a wild boar that couldn't appreciate fine bran. Gu Linfeng couldn't help but wonder, who is the younger brother between him and Gu Nanling? Wu Yuzhen coughed and said, Sinew, you can't even stop talking while eating, right? If you keep talking nonsense, get out. As soon as the words fell, Gu Sinew stood up hurriedly like a child who had made a mistake. Gu Linfeng could see that Gu Beichen was a henpecked husband and had no status at all in this family. Okay, sit down and eat. Wu Yuzhen was satisfied with her second daughter's attitude and said in a condescending tone. This time, Gu Sinew was much more honest. Lin Feng, tell us your story over the years. Wu Yuzhen's eyes were gentle. Well, I grew up in an orphanage and later joined the army. I was discharged recently and returned to Shanghai. Now I am studying at Shanghai Conservatory of Music. You and I are alumni? Gu Sinew was a little surprised. At the same time, she looked at Gu Linfeng straight in the eye. With his handsome appearance, he would be able to compete in the entertainment industry. Wait, why do you look so familiar? Gu Sinew looked at Gu Linfeng carefully. Gu Xingchen put down a knife and fork in his hand and looked over as well. Oh, now I remember, you sang a song. What's it called? Blooming Flowers. Gu Sinew suddenly realized. I sang the song of parting and flowers blooming. Well, then I have to toast you. Gu Sinew picked up the wine glass and took a sip. Is this considered a toast? Gu Linfeng politely drank half the cup. Look, I've been so nice to you, so let me ask you a favor. Gu Sinew said with a smile. Please speak, second sister. Gu Linfeng felt something was wrong. Your song has received good response recently. Can you give it to me? Gu Sinew said bluntly. No. Gu Linfeng spat out these two words in an inhuman manner. Gu Sinew was stunned for a moment. This is the first time in his life that someone dares to reject him. Look at how stingy you are. I, Gu Sinew, can write any song you want. Do you believe that I can have someone write 10 songs of your type for me tomorrow? No, 100 songs of your type. Then go find a gunman. If this so-called second sister had had this attitude when he first entered the castle, he might have really given her this song. But if you are shameless and don't want to show your respect, don't blame me for not giving you face. Okay, it's just a song. If you like it, tell Mr. Wang from the entertainment company and you can choose any song from the song library. Gu Beichen said this domineeringly. Gu Sinew hated her new brother so much, he didn't even give her face in such a situation. Okay, let's eat. Wu Yuzhen took the initiative to pick up a piece of pork ribs for Gu Linfeng. Gu Linfeng was not polite either. Since the situation was unclear, it was better to let things take their course. Brother, eat more of this beef. Gu Nanling also picked up some food for Gu Linfeng. Sorry, I don't eat beef. At the dinner table, everyone in the Gu family had different thoughts, except Gu Linfeng who was eating voraciously. When others were halfway through their meal, he had already put down his chopsticks and was almost picking his teeth. You are so uneducated. Gu Xingchen, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly said this. It's not Gu Linfeng's fault that he eats fast. In the army, you will be punished if you eat slowly, so everyone has developed the skill of eating quickly. Developed habits are not so easy to change. Sister, you said I'm uneducated. Then I want to ask you, are you well educated? Gu Linfeng never stopped talking until he was shocked. How can you talk like that? I'm your elder sister. Gu Xingchen threw the fork on the table. I just said that I just got out of the army. Have you ever seen a soldier who eats slowly? Gu Linfeng exuded a strong killing intent. Gu Xingchen felt dizzy and was a little scared. Lin Feng is right. He was lost when he was young and it was the army that trained him. You can't talk like that. Apologize to your brother quickly. Wu Yuzhen made a decision. I was wrong. Gu Linfeng wanted to laugh. At a dinner, the two sisters apologized to him. Now the only one missing is this younger brother Gu Nanling. But Gu Nanling's attitude was more of a flattering one. Such a person has a deep mind. Normally, even if he is an adopted son, he would show his attitude when encountering such a thing, but he acted as if nothing had happened. Gu Linfeng knew why these people looked at him coldly. It was simply because of the identity of the heir and the future distribution amount of the property. As a descendant of the Gu family, he will definitely get the biggest share as long as he returns to the Gu family. As long as Gu Beichen is not stupid, he will never give the empire he conquered with his own hands to outsiders. Now with the variable of Gu Linfeng, they might not be able to sleep well. But does Gu Linfeng really care about the so-called huge assets of the Gu family? What does the system need? Gu Linfeng even believed that the system could buy the whole world, and the Gu family was nothing more than that. Linfeng, what are your plans for the future? Gu Beichen asked the question he wanted to ask most. Plan. Gu Linfeng murmured, I don't have any specific plans. That won't do. You need to carry the banner of the Gu family's future. So, drop out of the music school first. Dad will find a way to get you into Shanghai Jiaotong University to study finance or management first. Gu Beichen has high expectations for Gu Linfeng. Gu Xingqing paused with the knife and fork in her hand. She was really afraid that Gu Linfeng would choose to agree. Gu Nanling also stopped eating, but Gu Xinyu was the only one who was scrolling through her phone as if nothing had happened, seemingly having no interest in the Gu group. However, Wu Yuzhen said at this time, old Gu, men and women are equal in our family, and the future of Gu group still depends on ability. Chapter 69 Butler Lao Huang. The meaning of this sentence is intriguing. Gender equality means that property is equally divided, and ability is the key to success. The person who will be in charge of the Gu group in the future must be a capable person. Okay, my wife is right. Gu Beichen smiled awkwardly, Linfeng, you must work hard in the future. It seemed that he felt he owed Gu Linfeng, and he wanted to be on Gu Linfeng's side in his heart, but he had no say in this family. Gu Beichen's henpecked look made him a little confused. He has always been known for his swift and decisive actions. Could it be that he did something to offend Wu Yuzhen and was caught with evidence? If you say that this is love for Wu Yuzhen, he will not believe it even more. There isn't so much love and romance in the adult world. In wealthy families like this one, there is more intrigue. I understand. Gu Linfeng said lightly. The dinner ended quickly, and Wu Yuzhen took Gu Linfeng's hand and personally selected a room for him. It's not so much a choice, but it's more of a decision made by Wu Yuzhen. The chosen room is far away from Wu Yuzhen's master bedroom, but its interior decoration is in no way inferior to the scenic garden. Linfeng, this will be your room from now on. Wu Yuzhen's tone was calm, and she no longer had the excitement she had when she greeted him in the castle. Gu Linfeng smiled and nodded. Have a good rest. I'll go back first. If you need anything, feel free to contact Uncle Huang. Then, Wu Yuzhen left in high heels. Gu Linfeng narrowed his eyes. Although Wu Yuzhen was his nominal mother, he did not feel any love from her, which made him more confused. Could it be that they are not his biological children? Gu Linfeng shook his head, having already made a decision in his mind. He wants to solve the mystery himself. In a room in the manor, a man and a woman are talking. How did that old immortal find Gu Linfeng? The woman lowered her voice, full of anger. I didn't expect that he would check the video platform, and what a coincidence that he saw the video of Gu Linfeng wearing the pendant, the man said helplessly. Now that things have come to this, let's deal with what needs to be dealt with, the woman said coldly. I'm afraid it's too late. Then there will be no evidence. The next day. Gu Linfeng got up early. System, sign in. Successful sign in today, congratulations to the host for obtaining the prop card Infinite Dodge X1. Infinite Dodge, hey, I can't hit you. If you can't hit me, then you're just saying whether you're angry or not. Note, automatically used when in fatal danger. What a good stuff. This is a life-saving weapon. Gu Linfeng smiled happily. Gu Linfeng had just finished washing up when Uncle Huang knocked on the door a few times and walked in. Master, the master and mistress asked you to go downstairs for breakfast. It's Uncle Huang, I understand. Gu Linfeng smiled politely. He was not used to this title. As he walked out, Gu Linfeng asked casually as if chatting, how many years has Mr. Huang worked here? Master, I have been working here for almost 30 years. Mr. Huang seemed to be lost in some memories, with an inexplicable smile on his face. I held you in my arms when you were just born, and now you've grown so big. Gu Linfeng said, oh, and pretended to ask casually, then how did I lose it in the first place? Ah. This. Uncle Huang was speechless. Tell me about it, I'm very curious. Gu Linfeng asked curiously. Didn't the madam and the master tell you? I'm afraid it wouldn't be good if I told you. Uncle Huang seemed to be very sensitive about Gu Linfeng's disappearance and was unwilling to say more. Then can you tell me about my brother Gu Nanling? Gu Linfeng changed the subject. Huang Bo thought about it and nodded. Young Master Nanling is 18 years old this year and is a freshman at Jiaodong University. He is the adopted son of the madam. There was light in Huang Bo's eyes when he introduced Gu Nanling. I have watched Master Nanling grow up, and I hope you can take care of him more in the future. He is a good child. That's my stupid brother Oh. If I don't take care of him, who will? Gu Linfeng started to joke, not afraid at all that Uncle Huang would hear the other meaning. Master Nanling is very smart. He was admitted to Jiaodong University based on his own achievements. Don't underestimate him. Huang Bo was smiling at first, but after hearing what Gu Linfeng said, he no longer wanted to talk. Master, you'd better go down quickly, otherwise the madam and the master will be angry. Gu Linfeng said, softly, and walked out of the room with his head held high. Dining room. Linfeng, why did you come down just now? Gu Beichen asked casually while drinking milk. Don't keep everyone waiting next time, sit down and eat. Wu Yuzhen changed into a burgundy suit, full of elegance. Gu Linfeng nodded and sat a little further away from the dining table. Gu Linfeng, what do you think about my request for you to give me the song last night? Gu Xinyu fiddled with her cell phone without even raising her head. No. He still refused decisively. Well, I won't let you give it away for free. I spent 1 million to buy this song. Gu Xinyu put down her phone and raised her head. You've never seen so much money, have you? Well, I haven't seen it. Gu Linfeng wanted to laugh in his heart. Where does this so-called second sister get her sense of superiority? Just because you have lived in this family for more than 20 years longer than me? Okay, if Lin Feng doesn't want to sell it, then don't sell it. As his sister, you are using threats and inducements. What do you want to do? Wu Yuzhen said angrily. Oh, I was just teasing him, Gu Xinyu pouted. Don't make such jokes anymore. Wu Yuzhen put down her napkin and wiped her mouth. You guys eat first. There's a meeting at school that I need to attend. Having said that, he stood up and walked out. A few minutes later. After they finished their meal, Gu Linfeng suddenly remembered something. He didn't drive his own Lamborghini over because the place was too far to drive to school. As if he had noticed Gu Linfeng's embarrassment, Gu Xingqiang, who had always had a cold face, suddenly spoke. Are you going to school? I'll take you there. Thank you very much. Gu Linfeng thanked. No, big sister, I can take my brother there. Gu Nanling smiled and raised the Porsche keys in his hand. Gu Linfeng suddenly wanted to laugh. It's fake to give it to him, but it's real to show off your wealth, right? Is this to show him his status in his parents' hearts? Although you, Gu Linfeng, are my biological son, you are not as favored as me. I'd better take my elder sister's car. Gu Linfeng chose Gu Xingqiang. Gu Nanling shrugged. Oh, I wanted to take my brother to experience the speed of life and death. Unfortunately, my Porsche 918 can only experience it by myself. Gu Beichen was very satisfied with this scene of brotherly love and respect, and said happily, okay, you have all grown up. Go and get busy. Chapter 70. She is not a commodity, how can she be a bet? After everyone left, Gu Beichen walked into Gu Linfeng's room like a thief. Then he took the tweezers and carefully searched for the hair on the pillow. It seems that he is a little worried that Gu Linfeng is not his seed. Gu Linfeng followed his eldest sister Gu Xingqiang and got into a silver Bentley. The smell inside the car is very pleasant, a light jasmine scent. After sitting in the passenger seat, Gu Xingqiang drove out with an expressionless face. Neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere gradually became awkward. Gu Linfeng simply took out his mobile phone and started browsing the video platform. Keep your voice down. Gu Xingqiang glared. Oh, got it. Gu Linfeng turned down the volume. A few minutes later. Gu Xingqiang suddenly said, the development of Gu Group in recent years cannot be separated from me. I will not allow anyone to compete with me, including you. The sudden words made Gu Linfeng stunned, and then he teased. Don't worry, I don't even take the Gu family seriously. Of course, if some foolish creatures provoke me, I don't mind letting them experience what a dimensionality reduction attack is. Puff, the serious Gu Xingqing laughed out loud, you overestimate your own abilities. Gu Linfeng smiled bitterly and shook his head. When he told lies, people would think he was bragging, and when he told the truth, others would not believe him. It was really difficult to be a human being. Shanghai Conservatory of Music. A white Bentley stopped at the entrance of the university. The students who were entering the school were surprised at the expensiveness of the car and were also curious about what kind of person could get in the car. As the car door opened, Gu Linfeng got out of the car. Damn it, this doesn't care about Linfeng. The one who doesn't recognize his father. Don't you watch the news, buddy? The rumor has been debunked. That guy is here to scam people out of their money. Look at the Bentley driver, he's so handsome. It turns out that Gu Linfeng doesn't like school, he likes this kind of mature lady. Gu Linfeng waved to Gu Xingqing in the car, turned around and walked into the school. Watching Gu Linfeng leave, Gu Xingqing murmured, I'm sorry, brother. When I take over Gu's company, you will be rich and prosperous. After expressing his feelings, Bentley sped away, attracting waves of curses. Gu Linfeng walked into the school, attracting the attention of countless women. He is like a firefly in the dark night, very dazzling. But Gu Linfeng didn't have the time to greet them one by one, as his first class in college was about to begin. He did not meet up with Zhang Long and others, but came to the multimedia classroom alone. Seeing Gu Linfeng coming, there was another exclamation from inside the house. Student Gu, I just saw on the news that the liar was killed. I heard about it too. It was his son who killed him. There is too much hostility in society now. People like this deserve to die. How dare they come here to defraud brother Linfeng? Gao Xinrui pointed to the seat next to her. Student Gu, there's no one next to me, please sit here. Gu Linfeng sat down without hesitation. I was scared to death yesterday. It's not a big deal. Gu Linfeng smiled. At this time, Zhan Long and others walked in. Seeing Gu Linfeng talking to the school beauty, they were very sensible and did not greet him, but sat in the back row. A few minutes later, Zhou Zhou, a teacher from the music department, walked in with a textbook. Hello everyone, I'm Zhou Zhou, a teacher in the music department. Nice to meet you. Zhou Zhou is about 30 years old, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, giving people a gentle feeling. Since you are able to apply to the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, you must have some knowledge of vocal music, right? Understanding. I've been studying music since I was a kid. Zhou Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. This undoubtedly reduced the difficulty of his teaching. Okay then, let's start today's lesson. First of all, correct breathing is the key to singing. By taking a deep breath, fully inhaling the air into the abdomen, and then exhaling slowly, maintaining a stable breath support, the singing will be more fluent and lasting. Secondly, the position of the voice is also very important. Zhou Zhou began to explain the theory, and Gu Linfeng was absent-minded throughout the whole process. I found it new at first, but after listening to it a few times, I found that for him, who possesses master-level singing skills, it is as easy as learning addition, subtraction, multiplication and division. Now, the teacher asks the students to come up and demonstrate. Is there any student willing to go on stage? Zhou Zhou looked around and saw no one raising their hand. It seems that everyone's enthusiasm is not enough. In this case, the teacher will call the roll. Gu Linfeng. Here. Gu Linfeng still had the most basic respect for his teacher. Come on stage and demonstrate to everyone, and let me see your true strength. Zhou Zhou was very interested in Gu Linfeng, especially the song, Farewell Flowers Blooming, which he had saved in his music player and would listen to before going to bed. Okay. Gu Linfeng responded, walked up to the podium helplessly, and then began to demonstrate according to Zhou Zhou's explanation standards. The students below were clapping, the boys were cursing him inwardly for showing off, and the girls were all paying attention to his face, with words like, so handsome, and, so cool, being heard from time to time. Okay, student Gu can go back now. Zhou Zhou was very satisfied. Gu Linfeng has a very good foundation, even better than him. Wait. A male classmate's voice rang out in the classroom. Gu Linfeng looked down and saw that the person who spoke was Ma Defa, who had competed with him before. Teacher, I think it's just average. Why don't you guys have a competition and each sing a pop song? Zhou Zhou became interested. This Ma Defa was really a good classmate. If Gu Linfeng agreed, wouldn't he be able to add another song to his playlist? Ahem, forget about the pop music. I still want to have a battle with Gu Linfeng in this kind of situation. Ma Defa knew his own weight. Using pop music to challenge Gu Linfeng was like an egg hitting a stone. Are you sure? Gu Linfeng wanted to laugh. Very sure. But there's a bet. Ma Defa said confidently. You say. The loser should stay away from Gao Xinrui. As soon as the words fell, everyone in the classroom turned their gazes to Gao Xinrui. Gao Xinrui's face suddenly turned red from her neck to her cheeks, and her red face was adorable. If it's this kind of bet, I can't agree to it. Gu Linfeng denied and shook his head. I think you are scared. Mad sneered. No, Gao Xinrui is not a commodity, how can she be a bet? Gu Linfeng smiled at Gao Xinrui. As soon as these words came out, the classroom exploded. Oh my god, why do I suddenly want to support Gu Linfeng and Gao Xinrui as a couple? No, Gu Linfeng is mine. Gu Linfeng is good at pop music, but I'm afraid it will be hard for him to win at hip-hop. Why? Didn't you see that Madfa's pants were almost falling to the ground? This is a typical West Coast outfit, and paired with his dreadlocks, the buff is simply overwhelming. Gao Xinrui's statement that she was unhappy was a lie. The man she liked said something that warmed her heart. She is not a commodity. Then there is no bet, do you dare? Seeing that Gu Linfeng was pretending again, Ma Defa said viciously. Chapter 71 I don't accept it, I want to beat him with freestyle. Why not? Come on. Gu Linfeng was not afraid at all. Even though he has no interest in hip-hop, he can't resist the countless songs in the playlist. Just pick any song and it will beat you, Ma Defa. You sing first. Gu Linfeng pointed at the microphone. He needs to prepare the song first. Okay. Ma Defa was not afraid of the stage. He inserted the USB drive into the computer, waited for the music to start, and looked at Gao Xinrui. Xinrui, I want to let you know who is the strongest. Gu Linfeng secretly said that he was childish. As the music started, Ma Defa quickly got into the mood. Yo yo yo. Hey whoosh. I'm wearing Bulgari. The car he was driving was a Ferrari. Come over here and kneel down. I'll give you some money. After singing this, Ma Defa pointed his finger at Gu Linfeng provocatively. The audience booed. Gu Linfeng opened his mouth wide. Water method? What the hell is this song about? Car, house, money. If these three attributes are sealed, I'm afraid this song will be gone. After the song ended, Ma Defa raised the corners of his mouth high and looked at Gu Linfeng with arrogance. It's like saying, it's not too late for you to beg for mercy now. Gu Linfeng looked at Ma Defa, then looked at the classmates in the classroom, and then looked at Ma Defa again, with a distorted mouth. No way. No way. Does a single bet also count as a bet? Suddenly, laughter broke out in the classroom. Today's college students have a basic understanding of hip-hop music. This song by Madfa is extremely simple, with only the last word of the lyrics rhyming. This kind of slapstick song has the worst kind of single rhyme. What do you know? This is called returning to basics. If you can do it, come on. Ma Defa's face turned pale. I'll do it. Gu Linfeng inserted the USB flash drive that appeared from the system into the computer, and threw Ma Defa's USB flash drive aside like garbage. The music starts. The students in the audience suddenly felt their bodies agitated. Zhou Zhou even swayed to the rhythm. Gu Linfeng did not say, yo yo yo, but said, a song of my sky for you. Yeah. Goodbye my love, I wanna say goodbye, goodbye my past, I want a new life. Goodbye to my tears, falls and failures, goodbye to that youthful and frivolous era. Goodbye my troubles, no longer alone, goodbye my cowardice, no longer crying. In the endless night, when everything is about to be destroyed, at least I still have dreams, and I am moved by you. In my sky. As the song ended, Ma Defa was completely stunned. No, buddy, it's fine if you sing pop songs well, but you're also so good at singing hip-hop, are you trying to kill yourself? Fuck, kneel down. This is so beautiful. This song is even more beautiful than Parting Blossoms. Can Gu Linfeng release a lossless version? I really want to fall asleep to it. This song is so exciting, can you still sleep after listening to it? When Gu Linfeng just started singing, Zhou Zhou's pupils began to tremble. Although he is a pop music teacher, he also has some knowledge of hip-hop music. Just by listening to the melody of Gu Linfeng's song, My Sky, you know it is a top-notch work. Coupled with the crushing lyrics, it is 10,000 times better than Ma Defa's Cars, Houses, and Money. It's a complete crush. Ahem, I think the winner is obvious, right? Zhou Zhou coughed but did not announce the winner. This is to save face for Madfa. Gu Linfeng, do you have freestyle? Ma Defa asked unconvinced. Gu Linfeng sneered, I remember the last person who said you have freestyle was already in jail. Hiss. Gu Linfeng is so bold. If Toothpick could hear this, he would be so pissed off. But what Gu Linfeng said is so explosive. Zhou Zhou shook his head, Ma Defa, you've already lost, stop messing around. But Ma Defa was as stubborn as a child, squatting on the ground, I don't accept it, I want to beat him with freestyle. A perfect one-to-one reproduction of a funny scene from a variety show. AKA Chop Grandpa. Zhou Zhou finally got angry and shouted, get out. At some point, 2 tears fell from the corners of Ma Defa's eyes. These are the tears of pride. The song he was so proud of was easily defeated. Madfa looked lonely. Gu Linfeng couldn't bear it, Ma Defa, think positively, you have already won at the starting line. After all, those rappers don't have as high academic qualifications as you. It would have been fine if he hadn't said it, but once he did, Ma Defa became even more upset. Does this mean that he, an undergraduate rapper, is not as good as a secondary school rapper? Let us thank the 2 students for their wonderful performance and give them a warm round of applause. Pa pa pa. Zhou Zhou pressed his hands down, okay, classmate Gu, go back to class. Gu Linfeng returned to his seat, enjoying the spotlight like a big star. Godfather, you are so awesome. Zhang Long shouted heartbreakingly. Gu Linfeng turned a deaf ear and even felt a little embarrassed. Gao Xinrui asked quietly. Can I put the song you just sang online? Can. Very good. Zhou Zhou started teaching again, while Gu Linfeng fell asleep. Yes, it is dreamland. The feeling I haven't had in many years has returned. Gao Xinrui heard snoring next to her and secretly took a photo. She wants to use this photo as wallpaper. At this moment, she is so happy. Today's hot searches are mediocre. It wasn't until Gu Linfeng's fans received a video of Gu Linfeng singing from the fan club leader, Don't Like Coriander, that the fan group exploded. How can this be my sky? This is clearly my god. Once this song came out, there was no one in the entire hip-hop community who could beat it. Captain, can you let your idol record a sound engineer version? I really want to listen to the lossless version. My Sky became a hot topic after being forwarded by fans. It took only 1 hour from the end to become the #1 trending search. Countless onlookers were just listening casually, but the moment Gu Linfeng opened his mouth, they felt like they had fallen in love with this treasure boy. Soon, a large number of hip-hop singers forwarded the message, and some even left messages saying that they wanted to become Gu Linfeng's disciples. Countless brands have extended olive branches to Gu Linfeng. Gu Linfeng became popular again. The number of fans on the video platform has increased. Chapter 72 Gu Nanling in Zhang Junjie's words. Crack. Sinyu's acting skills are getting better and better. She plays the vegetative patient very lifelike. Director Zhang Yimou gave a thumbs up and praised. It's nothing. Gu Sinyu sat up from the hospital bed, her tone very arrogant. Zhang Yimou is really praising him without any hesitation. It takes a lot of acting skills to play a vegetative person. Isn't it enough to just be able to sleep? But who says Gu Sinyu is the descendant of a capitalist? Gu Sinyu returned to the dressing room with the help of her assistant. While removing her makeup, she did not forget to check the video platform. As soon as she opened the video platform, the song of My Sky reached her ears. Setbacks and separation are just embellishments in life. Why does this voice sound so familiar? Gu Sinyu thought the song was very catchy. When he looked carefully, he found that the person singing was actually his younger brother. Sister Sinyu, this song will definitely be popular. Why don't we contact them and buy the copyright? Assistant Feng Rui said, shaking his body. Buy. Gu Sinyu snorted, I'm afraid they won't sell it. Ah. If you want to buy it, who would dare not sell it? Feng Rui started to flatter him. You go out first. Gu Xinyu waved her hand impatiently. Good. After the assistant went out, Gu Xinyu hesitated and called Gu Beichen. Dad, send me Gu Linfeng's phone number. Why are you asking so many questions? Send it now. The boundless horizon is my love. Gu Linfeng suddenly woke up and realized that all the classmates were looking at him. Sorry, I received a phone call. Gu Linfeng looked at Zhou Zhou with an inquiring look, and when he saw the other party nodded in agreement, he hurried out of the classroom. The caller was a stranger, and he answered with a frown. Gu Linfeng, you're really good. You just released a song called Flowers Blooming from Parting, and now you've released another song called My Sky. Gu Xinyu's voice rang out over the phone. How did you know the phone number? Don't worry about it. Sell me the copyright of your new song. I want to participate in a variety show. Gu Xinyu's tone left no room for doubt. Get lost. Gu Linfeng hung up the phone without hesitation. The vast horizon. Are you done? Gu Linfeng roared. Gu Linfeng, this variety show is very important. We are competing with foreigners. I cannot lose. Gu Xinyu was afraid that Gu Linfeng would not sell it, so she said exaggeratedly, you know Yihanala Yingzi, the veteran singer in China. She is almost autistic because of being beaten. I must make a big splash when I come on as a substitute. What does that have to do with me? Gu Linfeng refused again and hung up the phone. Afterwards, Gu Xinyu called many people like a madman, but all her calls were rejected without exception. In the end, Gu Linfeng got so annoyed that he blocked her directly. The whole world then became quiet. At this moment, Gu Xinyu was almost furious. Since she became famous and was hailed as the nation's daughter, has she ever been treated like this in front of a man? Gu Linfeng, you country bumpkin. Just wait for me. The class was over in the classroom. After saying hello to Zhang Long, Gu Linfeng went to get the Lamborghini and then called Zhang Junjie. Zhang Junjie is having a great time, and the 2 girls and 1 boy are having a great time. Hello, who is this? It's me. Gu Linfeng's voice was like a thunderclap, making Zhang Junjie dizzy. Hello, Mr. Gu. Well, I'm at Old John's Steakhouse in front of the school. You have 5 minutes to get over here. Okay. As soon as the call was hung up, Zhang Junjie hurriedly pulled away. Mr. Zhang, love me. Roll. Zhang Junjie put on his clothes and rushed out. 5 minutes later. Zhang Junjie ran into Old John's Steakhouse, panting and disheveled. 4 minutes and 58 seconds, not bad, pretty punctual. Gu Linfeng turned his eyes away from his watch and pointed at the chair in front of him. Sit down, I have something to ask you. I'd better stand. Zhang Junjie stood there obediently. Well, tell me more about Gu Nanling. Gu Linfeng went straight to the point. Mr. Gu, he is your brother, do I need to tell you this? Huh? Are you questioning me? Gu Linfeng glared with murderous intent. Woof woof. Overwhelmed by Gu Linfeng's momentum, Zhang Junjie, in panic, directly started speaking the newly learned dog language. Speak human language. Okay. Mr. Gu, then I'll tell you in detail. Zhang Junjie sorted out his thoughts and said slowly. Ms. Gu has a special quirk. Every woman who gets along with her will go to the hospital for stitches. He also has a hobby of collecting things. Every time he does that, he will collect one and make it into a brush. What the hell is this? Gu Linfeng was furious. This is what I know. Zhang Junjie cried out that he was wronged. So what do you think of this person? He's a smiling tiger, sunny on the outside but extremely sinister. Zhang Junjie thought for a while and said, I met him in a bar. He fell in love with a girl, but the girl had a boyfriend, so he spent money on her. Give money to that woman? No, I gave money to that man. This time it was Gu Linfeng who exclaimed, no, why did he give that guy money? Drug the woman and then be with her boyfriend. Gu Linfeng gnashed his teeth in hatred. This Gu Nanling is really a villain. What is the difference between this and the dude who robbed women in ancient times? What other dirty laundry do you know? Gu Linfeng continued to ask. Zhang Junjie shook his head, I'm not sure about that. I only got into his circle recently. Gu Linfeng thought for a while and said, "You must tell me any news about Gu Nanling from now on, okay?" "I got it." Zhang Junjie swallowed and nodded frantically. He was really scared. Gu Linfeng was too scary. Gu Linfeng nodded in satisfaction and changed the subject. "By the way, where is Lu Qianran?" Zhang Junjie stammered and couldn't speak. "Speak." Gu Linfeng said coldly. "I sent her to Gu Nanling. I'm afraid she's in the hospital now. Gu Nanling is very abnormal. She won't be able to leave the hospital for 10 days or half a month." Zhang Junjie knelt down with a plop. "Mr. Gu, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I won't dare to do that again." Zhang Junjie still thought that Gu Linfeng still cared about Lu Qianran, so he was so nervous. "How could I blame you? I can't praise you enough." Gu Linfeng patted Zhang Junjie on the shoulder. "You did a great job. Keep up the good work." "Thank you, Mr. Gu." Zhang Junjie wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Well, get out." Gu Linfeng waved his hand. Zhang Junjie left in a hurry as if he had been pardoned. Looking at Zhang Junjie's departing back, Gu Linfeng showed no expression of sadness or joy. Sure enough, Gu Nanling is not as honest as he seems. He can even be said to be perverted. Using that thing to make a brush. What was he thinking? It seems that he can never be let off easily in the future. There is no way. Who can blame Gu Linfeng for being a good socialist young man with positive values? Such scum must be crushed to ashes to prevent him from becoming a scourge after entering the society. Chapter 73, Oh, I can't hit it, I just can't hit it. I looked at the time on my watch and it was still early. Gu Linfeng got up and went back to school. There was another elective class in the afternoon. Before class, Gu Linfeng put on a mask for fear of being recognized. After spending the whole afternoon in a daze, he drove his Lamborghini straight to the hospital. Now, he had to figure out the second question. How did he lose it back then? I'm sure Zhang Shumi must know. I bought a bouquet of flowers and drove to the hospital. He knocked on the door and walked into the ward. The doctor had just finished checking Zhang Shumi's indicators, and when he saw Gu Linfeng walk into the ward, he said unhappily. The patient has one kidney removed. Don't you family members know to stay and take care of him? Gu Linfeng nodded awkwardly, feeling a little ashamed. Zhao Liang was put in the detention center and it would take some time for him to get out. How could he forget such an important matter as hiring a caregiver? Seeing Gu Linfeng coming, Zhang Shumi became excited. Why are you here? I came to see you and ask you something. Gu Linfeng said bluntly. The doctor noticed that the atmosphere in the room was a little tense, and until he misunderstood Gu Linfeng, he said to the young man, "Pay attention to the time," and then left the ward on his own initiative. At this time, there were only 2 people left in the house. I don't have anything to say. Zhang Shumi gritted her teeth. She vaguely guessed the question that was going to be asked. Do you think I wouldn't know if you didn't tell me? It was you who took me away from the Gu family back then, right? Gu Linfeng put the flowers into the vase and sat back on the chair. Zhang Shumi's pupils shrank, and she trembled as she said, You know everything. I guessed it. Gu Linfeng said in a deep voice, but judging from your reaction, I guessed it right. Hearing that Gu Linfeng was deceiving her, Zhang Shufen shook her head violently. I don't know, don't ask me, I really don't know anything. Gu Linfeng was not in a hurry at all. He took out his mobile phone and handed her the video of Zhao Liang being arrested. Look at the content above and then consider whether to tell me the truth. Zhang Shumi took the phone in confusion. When I saw the news clearly, I felt like I was struck by lightning. My son, you are so stupid. Zhang Shumi thought of what Zhang Junjie told her to take care of herself before he left. As for Zhao Jinchuan's death, she felt that it was a good thing and only hated herself for being soft-hearted and ruining her son's future. Gu Linfeng sighed inwardly. But there must be something hateful about a pitiful person. Even if Zhao Shumi has her own difficulties, how is her behavior different from that of a human trafficker? The only difference may be between voluntary and forced. Don't worry, I can rescue your son. Gu Linfeng sent a message. He knew that Zhao Liang would definitely be acquitted, but that was not reported in the news. Do you have a way to get my son out? There was finally some light in Zhang Shumi's lifeless eyes. There is a way. Gu Linfeng was afraid that Zhang Shumi would not believe it. Zhang Shumi gritted her teeth. At this point she was no longer afraid of being cheated and could only give it a try. For her son, she would even give up her own life. Zhang Shumi took a deep breath and said, when Xiaoyang was ill, it cost a lot of money to cure him. I was at my wit's end. Even if I sold my old house, the money wouldn't be enough, so I borrowed money from here. At this time, the door was opened at an inopportune moment. 3 men in white coats walked in. Zhang Shumi, right? It's time for the infusion. The male doctor wearing a mask said in a hoarse voice. Didn't you just lose? Why are you losing again? Zhang Shumi said in confusion. The condition has worsened again. Stop wasting time. Gu Linfeng frowned, feeling that something was wrong. Click. Gu Linfeng moved his ears. He was very familiar with this voice. This is the sound of the pistol's safety being released. You are not doctors, who are you? Gu Linfeng yelled. Now that you've been discovered, you're going to die too. As they spoke, the 3 men raised their guns at the same time and opened fire instantly. Pa. Pa pa pa. Faced with 3 black gun muzzles, even if Gu Linfeng's physical fitness reached the peak of human beings, he had no confidence to avoid it. Bullets attack. Gu Linfeng was ready to die. Ding. Detect that the host is about to be in fatal danger, and the prop card will be used automatically for infinite dodge. Used successfully. However, at the moment when the bullet was about to hit his body twisted uncontrollably, and countless bullets passed by him and hit the wall. This strange scene made Zhang Shumi cover her mouth in surprise. The 3 killers' brains are also in a downtime state. I've carried out so many assassination missions, but this is the first time I've seen someone dodge bullets. This is even more shocking than the gun-fighting method. Oh, I can't hit them, I just can't hit them. Gu Linfeng smiled and danced with his hands to mock the 3 killers. This prop card is amazing. The idea is difficult, get the submachine gun. The 3 men quickly threw away their pistols, pulled out submachine guns from under their white coats, and fired a burst of bullets. Gu Linfeng was in a playful mood and wanted to see the limit of advanced dodge. Countless bullets rained down on him, twisting his body like a twisted dough stick. But the bullet is still empty. Gu Linfeng even wanted to sing, "Follow me, left hand, right hand," in slow motion. Murderer. The leading killer roared and pointed his gun at Zhang Shumi on the bed. They have had enough fun, how could Gu Linfeng let them get what they want? He took a step forward and punched one of the killers in the heart. The killer spat out blood and fell to the ground. Brother. I'll fight you. Gu Linfeng flew into the air, stepping on his right foot with his left foot. The volley went straight to the killer's neck. Crack. One more person died. It's your turn. Gu Linfeng landed from the air and punched the other person in the stomach. The opponent convulsed and lost his combat effectiveness the moment he fell down. Gu Linfeng walked up to the only survivor and easily took off his mask. A strange face, never seen before. Who sent you? Hee, how did you dodge the bullet? The killer answered irrelevantly. I didn't dodge either, it's just that your shooting skills are too poor. Gu Linfeng said helplessly. Are you kidding me? The killer started coughing violently again. Black blood flowed from the corners of his mouth and he completely stopped breathing. Committing suicide by taking poison? A professional killer? Gu Linfeng solemnly opened the man's mouth and found a broken soft capsule on the back molars. Outside the door, there were chaotic footsteps. Xiao Lei happened to be on duty in the hospital and rushed over as soon as he heard the gunshots. Seeing Gu Linfeng checking the 3 bodies, Xiao Lei rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Why are you here, Master Gu? They are here to kill her. Gu Linfeng pointed at Zhang Shumi on the bed. Xiao Lei asked with concern, Mr. Gu, are you okay? I'm fine. Find out the identities of these 3 killers as soon as possible. Gu Linfeng frowned, obviously not holding out any hope. It would be strange if they could find out his real identity with such professionalism. Moreover, these people not only have pistols, but also submachine guns. This is Dragon Country. Where did the gun come from? Chapter 74. The housekeeper is indeed problematic. At the end of the last century, a fight between 2 large villages over water issues escalated into a war, with muskets and artillery used, killing and injuring countless villagers. Since then, Manhwa has issued a gun ban. If caught, it would be a felony, and since then, there has been almost no gun circulation on the market. At this time, Zhang Shumi was so frightened that her face turned extremely pale. Qian Meng rushed over as soon as he received the news. Seeing Gu Linfeng kill 3 armed assassins alone, he couldn't help but sighed, "You are worthy of being the king of hell." Gu Linfeng shook his head, "Old leader, this shooting incident is not that simple. I hope it can be handled in a low-key manner." "Why?" Qian Meng was puzzled. Gu Linfeng whispered, "Gu family, you know, right? I am actually the lost child of the Gu family." "The Gu family in Shanghai?" Qian Meng opened his mouth in surprise. After a moment, he said, "Lin Feng, your life story is really exciting." Qian Meng was Gu Linfeng's old leader, so he had naturally read his file and was also clearly aware of his identity as an orphan. "Oh, the depths of a big family," Gu Linfeng said with emotion. "What do you want to do now?" Qian Meng seemed to have made some kind of decision. "You'd better not get involved." Gu Linfeng sneered, "Since you want to play with me, let's give it a try." Qian Meng stopped trying to persuade him, and just then Xiao Lei came in, saluted and said, "Director, the identities of the 3 killers cannot be found in the household registration system. I suspect they are from abroad." "Overseas?" Qian was shocked. He knew this matter was complicated, but he didn't expect it to be so deep. "The matter is strictly confidential. You are not allowed to disclose any information to reporters. Do you understand?" Qian Meng said seriously. "Yes." At this time, Zhang Shumi was being comforted by 2 female police officers. Seeing that her emotions were almost stable, Gu Linfeng asked everyone to leave as he wanted to talk to Zhang Shumi alone. After everyone went out, Gu Linfeng asked, "Go on." Okay. Zhang Shumi no longer doubted Gu Linfeng's ability at this point. From the fact that he could talk to the policeman in the white shirt, she was sure that Gu Linfeng had the ability to get Zhao Liang out of the detention center. After calming down her emotions, Zhang Shumi spoke slowly. "When the child fell ill, we had no money to treat him. It was the housekeeper of the Gu family who found me and asked me to take you away from this city. In exchange, he paid for me to cure Xiaoyang's illness." "Butler?" Gu Linfeng exclaimed, "Is his surname Huang?" "Yes, his name is Huang Xiandong. I worked for the Gu family back then," Zhang Shumi said. "Then do you know the purpose of Huang Xiandong doing this?" "Then I don't know. After I took you away, Xiaoyang's illness was cured by the experts. Then Huang Xiandong asked me to take you away from Shanghai, but Zhao Jinshun disagreed." Zhang Shumi sighed. "So I thought of a compromise and told him that I had left, but was actually still living in Shanghai." "Then who is Huang Xiandong working for?" Gu Linfeng asked the question that he wanted to ask most. Zhang Shumi shook her head to indicate that she didn't know. In fact, Gu Linfeng already had the answer in his heart. But what puzzled him was that even a tiger would not eat its own cubs, and he was the only male in the Gu family, so why did he do this? Without thinking any more, Gu Linfeng looked towards Zhang Shumi. "You can't stay in Longwei anymore. I will give you some money and let your son take you abroad." "I'm unfamiliar with the place abroad." Zhang Shumi was a little confused. "It's already this time and you're still thinking about this. As long as you stay in Longwa, you will die sooner or later," Gu Linfeng said coldly. "Well, okay then." Then Gu Linfeng told Zhang Shumi to take good care of herself and walked out of the ward. Outside the ward, Qian Meng was smoking, completely ignoring the no-smoking sign posted on the wall of the hospital. "Old leader, I need your help." Gu Linfeng came over with a smile. "Tell me about it." "Zhao Liang, I hope I can be released today." Qian Meng stomped out the cigarette in his hand and said, "It's a bit difficult, but no problem, people can come out anytime." "Thank you then." Gu Linfeng thought about it and decided to say to Qian Meng, "Zhang Shumi was the one who took me away when I was little. Now someone wants to kill him. I can't stay in Longwei anymore. I will let Zhao Liang go abroad with him to find Lao Go." "Old dog?" Qian Meng laughed. "It is said that the guy is the king of Myanmar. Aren't you afraid that he will be beaten to a pulp after being sent there?" "Leader, you are such a joker. Lao Go runs a security company in northern Myanmar, not a fraudster." Gu Linfeng was speechless. "Okay, I'll arrange someone to send them out." Qian Meng also decided to go all the way with Gu Linfeng. Good. Inside the detention center. Zhao Liang, you can go out now. The police uncuffed Zhao Liang. Zhao Liang was confused. The trial hasn't even started yet, how did he get out? You've been released on bail. Seeing Zhao Liang's puzzled expression, the police kindly explained. Okay, thank you government. Zhao Liang expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Walking out of the detention center's gate, Zhao Liang felt the fresh air and the dazzling sunlight. Just as he was stunned, a black Passat in the distance honked at him. Zhao Liang walked over puzzled. Is it Zhao Liang? The window of Passat slowly lowered, revealing Xiao Lei's face. Yes. Zhao Liang nodded. Master Gu told me to tell you to take your mother abroad now. Don't come back without his order. Xiao Lei pointed to the back seat of the car, get in the car. Okay. Zhao Liang got into the car hesitantly. Xiao Lei took out an envelope and said, there is a phone number of a man named Lao Go and a card with 10 million in it. These are all given to you by young Master Gu. When you get there, call Lao Go and he will protect you. Zhao Liang took the envelope in confusion, what about my mother? Your mother has already set off first. You will meet her in Nanyun province. Xiao Lei said without any sadness or joy. Okay, thank Mr. Gu for me. Zhao Liang pursed his lips, his face full of gratitude. He didn't know what happened, but he knew that Gu Linfeng saved his mother's life, and he trusted him 100%. I'll convey it for you. Xiao Lei nodded slightly. I'll take you to the exit of the city, and another car will pick you up. Remember, try not to get off the car, or you will be captured by the camera. Got it. Zhao Liang nodded seriously. Chapter 75. Here is 100 million, spend it. After Gu Linfeng explained everything, he drove the Lamborghini back to Xishan Royal Manor. When he arrived at the gate of the manor, he was stopped by security personnel. After seeing Gu Linfeng's face in the car, he was quickly allowed to pass and greeted respectfully. After parking the car at the door, Gu Linfeng walked into the castle. Linfeng, you're back. Gu Beichen came over with a smile on his face, asking about his well-being. How was school today? Not bad, Gu Linfeng said in surprise. That's good. Is the money enough? Here is 100 million. Take it first. Gu Beichen took out a bank card and handed it over like a thief. Gu Linfeng shook his head, I have money. How can they be the same? This is pocket money given to you by me as your father. Be obedient and take it. Gu Beichen turned into a kind father. Gu Linfeng was greatly surprised. He could clearly feel that Gu Beichen's enthusiasm for him was even greater than yesterday. What's going on? Fatherly love awakened overnight. The reason for all this, of course, was that Gu Beichen secretly went to Gu Linfeng's room and stole a strand of hair, and had someone do a DNA test, confirming that Gu Linfeng was his biological son. That's why there is such a loving father scene today. Okay, you're going to secretly give Gu Linfeng money to spend without telling us? At some point, Gu Xinyu rushed over aggressively and snatched the bank card away. Xinyu, this is your own brother, what's wrong with giving him some pocket money? Gu Beichen's face darkened. Does my mother know about this? Gu Xinyu said without any fear. You better hide this from your mother. In front of his daughter, Gu Beichen completely became a daughter slave and his tone was very humble. Gu Linfeng shook his head helplessly. How could he look like the richest man in Shanghai? At this time, Gu Nanling and Wu Yuzhen walked in together. Hey, what's this for? Wu Yuzhen smiled. Mom, let me tell you. Gu Xinyu smiled smugly and was about to tell the secret. Xinyu, Gu Beichen made a gesture, trying to make Gu Xinyu shut up. Mom, I caught my dad secretly giving Gu Linfeng pocket money, and there is 100 million in this card. What do you say we should do? Gu Xinyu shook the bank card in her hand. Old Gu, is this true? Wu Yuzhen's face changed. Yeah, wife, isn't it normal to give the child some pocket money when he just came back? Gu Beichen lowered his head like a child who had made a mistake. Wu Yuzhen didn't say anything, but took the bank card from Gu Xinyu's hand. Lin Feng just came back and you gave him so much pocket money. What if he learns bad things? Wu Yuzhen said calmly. Yes, you are right. Gu Beichen nodded desperately. The money is confiscated. Wu Yuzhen looked indifferent, but looked at Gu Linfeng. Linfeng, you don't blame your mother, right? Why would it be strange? I'm not short of money. Gu Linfeng smiled. Brother, is that Lamborghini outside the door yours? Gu Nanling suddenly interrupted. Gu Linfeng nodded, it's mine. As he said this, he shook the keys in his hand. Gu Xinyu was sharp-eyed and noticed the watch on Gu Linfeng's hand. Patek Philippe. Gu Linfeng, you are a hidden talent. Gu Xinyu was slightly surprised. As the daughter of the richest man, she has everything she wants, so naturally she doesn't care about this watch worth millions. But Gu Linfeng was able to buy it with his own ability, which made her very unhappy. Wu Yuzhen was also slightly surprised. She seemed to have underestimated her son. Since you are not short of money, give this money to Nanling. Wu Yuzhen handed the bank card to her youngest son with a smile. Thank you, Mom. You are so kind. Gu Nanling hugged Wu Yuzhen affectionately. Wu Yuzhen couldn't stop smiling. Gu Linfeng looked at Gu Beichen, and the only response he gave was a helpless smile. After winking quietly, Gu Linfeng said, I'll go back to my room first. Having said that, he walked towards the stairs. Mom, look at Gu Linfeng, he doesn't take you seriously at all and just leaves without any hesitation. Gu Xin said in an angry tone. Mom, my brother just came back and is not used to it yet, don't be angry. Gu Nanling advised caringly. Wu Yuzhen didn't say anything, but touched Gu Nanling's head lovingly. Gu Linfeng returned to the room and was about to lie down on the bed to relax, but suddenly found that the bed sheet was a little wrinkled. Has someone entered the room? Gu Linfeng had a golden waist and a photographic memory, and he could find any clues in the room. When thinking about Gu Beichen's attitude towards him, Gu Linfeng suddenly realized. It makes sense. If Gu Linfeng is Gu Beichen, he would also contact the relevant agency to confirm it. Dong dong dong. There were a few knocks on the door and Gu Beichen walked in. Son, are you used to living here? It's okay. Gu Linfeng pointed to the sofa, let's sit down and talk. Okay. Gu Beichen sat down by himself. Actually, I'm quite curious about how I lost it back then. Gu Linfeng took the initiative to speak after sitting down. Gu Beichen shook his head. I'm not sure, but it should be done by a competitor. But luckily you're back. Gu Linfeng smiled and said, I think your status in this family is quite low. Gu Bei's face darkened, I was just respecting my wife. Gu Linfeng smiled but said nothing. By the way, what was my mother's reaction when I got lost? Gu Beichen sighed and said, of course she couldn't bear the blow. Later, your mother asked the school for a long vacation and went abroad to relax. How long have you been gone? Gu Linfeng suddenly asked. About a year. Gu Beichen was stunned. Why are you asking this? Nothing, just asking. Gu Linfeng asked again, then the housekeeper didn't accompany you? No, the group is very busy. I asked him to do his best to find you, Gu Beichen replied. Gu Linfeng narrowed his eyes. At this moment he felt a little sad for Gu Beichen. He is not from this world and is particularly indifferent to the family affection in this world, but he feels sympathy for Gu Beichen. Of course, this is all just speculation. For someone who traveled through time and space and grew up without the company of his parents, it is natural for him to be indifferent to the family affection in this world. Afterwards, the two chatted for a while, and Gu Beichen stood up and said, okay, let's go downstairs to eat. We can talk after dinner if there's anything else. Dining room. Gu Linfeng looked at this warm family like a spectator. He was a little doubtful, was he redundant? If Gu Beichen hadn't stood up to pick up some food for him, he might have really thought he was a guest. Gu Linfeng, what does it mean that you hung up on me today? Gu Xinyu started to get angry immediately after finishing her meal. Do you know how much the variety show I'm about to participate in will improve my status? Oh, what does it have to do with me? Gu Linfeng said indifferently. Wu Yuzhen slammed her chopsticks on the table, and at this moment she finally exploded. Linfeng, I know you grew up in an orphanage. If you spend a lot of time with those low-class people, you will inevitably be contaminated by the dirty air, but you can't talk to your sister like that. Now, apologize to your second sister immediately. Chapter 76 Incompetent Dad, Strong Mom. Apologize? I'm sorry, I can't even apologize. Gu Linfeng also threw his chopsticks. This made Wu Yuzhen stunned. Gu Xinyu was enjoying the fun. Mom, look at him, isn't he uneducated? How dare he throw chopsticks at you? Gu Xingqing's eyes flickered, and he opened his mouth but didn't speak. Gu Beichen hurriedly stood up and grabbed Gu Linfeng's arm. Xiaofeng, what are you doing? Apologize to your mother. Gu Linfeng sneered, I still say the same thing, an apology is impossible. I can see that this family doesn't welcome me at all. How could that be? Dad is so happy that he can find you back. Gu Beichen consoled. I don't even want to talk to you. You have no say in this family. Gu Linfeng sneered, you are really incompetent. You. Gu Beichen felt sore but said nothing. Gu Linfeng was right, he was indeed incompetent in this family. Outside, he is the chairman of Gu Group, but at home he is like a third grandson. Wu Yuzhen's face was uncertain. Mom, calm down. My brother hasn't gotten used to his family mentality yet. This is normal. He'll be fine after a while. Gu Nanling reached out and tapped Wu Yuzhen's back, trying to calm her down. It is obvious who is more obedient and sensible, the filial younger son or the disobedient older son. Gu Xingqing finally put down his chopsticks and said calmly, he just came back, so he really needs some time to adapt. Wu Yuzhen glanced at Gu Linfeng and said, forget it today, but if it happens again, I will punish you by not allowing you to eat for 3 days. Gu Linfeng was about to retort, but Gu Nanling grabbed his arm and said, brother, you haven't visited my room yet, I'll take you to visit. Then, he pulled Gu Linfeng's arm and walked towards his room. Gu Linfeng did not resist. He really admired this so-called younger brother. He really has a good grasp of the ways of the world. Arriving at Gu Nanling's room, Gu Linfeng looked around casually. The layout of this room is similar to the one he lives in, but the furniture inside is so luxurious that there is simply no comparison. Brother, Mom is old, so you have to be more careful with your words in the future. Gu Nanling said harmlessly. Oh, by the way, I saw that I just gave you 100 million pocket money. How about you give me half of it? Gu Linfeng teased. How can this be possible? This was given to me by my mother, and if she knew about it, she would be angry. Gu Nanling refused. I see you are not short of money, you wouldn't be so stingy, right? Gu Linfeng still asked tentatively. Well, brother, how about you take a look around the room? Gu Nanling started practicing Tai Chi. Okay. Gu Linfeng put his hands behind his back and walked around the room casually. Arriving at the study, Gu Linfeng sighed. I didn't expect you like calligraphy. Gu Nanling chased in, yes, I have been practicing since I was a child. After taking a look at the rice paper on the table, Gu Linfeng picked up the brush on the table and began to doodle on the rice paper. Gu Nanling didn't say anything, but he felt very contemptuous in his heart. After drawing a chick, Gu Linfeng put down the ordinary brush in his hand and looked at the golden brush next to him. Your brush is very nice. Gu Linfeng grabbed it in his hand. This wolf is completely useless, give it back to me. Gu Nanling was very anxious and stretched out his hand to snatch it. How could Gu Linfeng let him do as he wished and lift it high? Gu Nanling stretched out his strength to grab it, but couldn't catch it. Gu Linfeng said with a smile. Your golden wolf hair is so weird, why are the hairs all curved? They are not straight at all. He said so, but he secretly thought, wolf hair. I think it's yin hair. He had read a news report before about a high-ranking official who was corrupt and accepted bribes, and his favorite thing was to collect women's private parts and make them into brushes. I didn't expect that Gu Nanling, at such a young age, has such a refined hobby. What do you care? Give it back to me now, or I'll tell Mom. Gu Nanling's heart was bleeding. How could he not be anxious when his most satisfying masterpiece was being played with by another man? Gu Linfeng pushed Gu Nanling aside, and before he could react, he inserted the golden wolf hair brush into the ink. Then he started writing violently on the rice paper. Stop! Gu Nanling's eyes were bloodshot. But it was too late. Under Gu Linfeng's violence, all the hair on the golden wolf hair brush fell off. He also wrote 2 big words on the rice paper. Abnormal. Gu Nanling's eyes turned red instantly. This golden wolf hair brush took him a long time to collect and make. Countless women contributed their efforts in this production process. Among them are young women, celebrities, royal sisters, etc. Snap. He casually threw the golden brush aside. What's wrong, brother? I just used your brush to write a few words. Look how anxious you are. You. Gu Nanling clenched his fists. At this moment, he wanted to tear Gu Linfeng to pieces alive. Gu Linfeng didn't care about Gu Nanling's mood at all, and continued to visit the room with his hands behind his back. Oh, I didn't expect you like specimens so much. Gu Linfeng smiled and pointed at the photo album on the wall. Please leave my room immediately. Gu Nanling quickly chased after him. Why is this specimen so strange? It looks like meat. Could it be beef? Gu Linfeng laughed. I never thought that you, the young master of the Gu family, would like to collect beef as a specimen. Gu Nanling wanted to explain, but didn't know how to start. He can't say it's a pacifier, can he? Oops, it's a bit hard to see. Gu Linfeng took a running start and stretched out his hand to take down the photo album on the wall. Pa! The photo album shattered. Gu Linfeng stepped on it with his size 42 big foot and twisted it hard. Finished. Gu Nanling was devastated. I'll fight you. Having said that, he rushed forward to fight with Gu Linfeng. Hey, little brother, why are you so petty? It's just some beef jerky. I'll buy you a ton. Gu Linfeng laughed and kept dodging. Gu Nanling's body, which was drained by alcohol and sex, soon began to pant. Brother won't play eagle catches chicken with you. You are busy. I'm leaving first. Gu Linfeng turned and left, leaving Gu Nanling standing there in a daze. After Gu Linfeng left. No. BGM starts. Snowflakes are falling. Gu Nanling knelt on the ground, holding the golden wolf hair brush in his left hand and the broken photo album in his right hand. He seemed to hear the sound of his own heart breaking. What is Nanling doing in the room? Why does this sound so heartbreaking? Gu Baichen was rubbing Wu Yuzhen's shoulders in the room and said in surprise. Maybe he missed the game. Wu Yuzhen said nonchalantly. By the way, you must not spoil your children. I am very unhappy that you gave Lin Feng money secretly today. I know. Gu Baichen seemed to have thought of something and said again, although Nanling and Lin Feng are 1 year apart in age, they have the same birthday. I want to prepare something tomorrow and give Lin Feng a surprise. Well, you decide. Wu Yuzhen said nonchalantly. Stop rubbing, I'll go see Nanling. Wu Yuzhen was a little worried about Gu Nanling, so she pushed away Gu Baichen's hand and walked out. Chapter 77, A Retail House Worth 3 Billion. When she arrived at Gu Nanling's room, Wu Yuzhen frowned. What are you doing? Gu Nanling was kneeling on the ground crying bitterly. When he saw Wu Yuzhen coming in, he hurriedly stopped crying and said in panic. Brother is back. I'm afraid you will ignore me in the future. I feel sad for a while. My dear son, don't worry too much. Wu Yuzhen's face was full of heartache. You will always be my dear son. But I am an adopted son after all, Gu Nanling said with a depressed look. What nonsense are you talking about? You are always a good son to your mother, and... Wu Yuzhen opened her mouth, but hesitated to speak. And what? Gu Nanling scratched his head. Nothing, nothing. Wu Yuzhen knew she had said the wrong thing and hurriedly explained, what I meant is that you hold an important position in my mother's heart, and no one can shake your position. Gu Nanling was deeply moved. Mother. Son. The mother and son hugged each other tightly, the mother was kind and the son was filial. After a moment. Son, tomorrow is your birthday. What gift do you want? Wu Yuzhen caressed Gu Nanling's back lovingly. No need, just having you by my side is my greatest gift. Gu Nanling was filled with joy. My good son is so sensible. Wu Yuzhen was very satisfied and subconsciously compared Gu Nanling and Gu Linfeng. By the way, Mom, I remember that my brother and I have the same birthday, so let me buy the cake. Gu Nanling volunteered with a smile on his face. Okay. Wu Yuzhen touched Gu Nanling's head lovingly, go to bed early, Mom will go home first. After Wu Yuzhen left, Gu Nanling immediately put on a fierce look. Gu Linfeng, just wait for me. If you dare to destroy my treasures, I will make you pay. Then he picked up the phone and called Zhang Junjie. Hey, I have something to tell you tomorrow. After walking out of the room, Wu Yuzhen did not return to the master bedroom, but walked out of the castle and took a walk in the garden. When she came to the lake, she folded her arms and stared at the sparkling water in a daze. Yuzhen. Butler Huang Bo appeared behind Wu Yuzhen. You're here. Wu Yuzhen turned around and smiled. You are getting bolder and bolder. You dare to date me in the castle. What are you afraid of? Even if he finds out, what can he do? Don't forget that you own half of the shares of Gu Group. Old Huang smiled proudly. It's better to keep a low profile. Wu Yuzhen shook her head. How is the thing I asked you to do going? Mr. Huang was speechless for a moment. I'm asking you a question. Well, something happened and all the killers are dead. Uncle Huang said helplessly. How could this happen? Wu Yuzhen was a little surprised. Those killers had all been trained abroad for more than 10 years and had carried out countless missions. How could they be defeated by a powerless woman? The news has been blocked by the police, so it's hard to know the details. Uncle Huang was also ashamed because the matter went wrong. If it fails, it fails. Wu Yuzhen waved her hand. Yuzhen, the return of Gu Linfeng is a variable after all, otherwise Uncle Huang made a gesture of wiping his neck. How much trouble can a little brat make? Wu Yuzhen said with disdain. Okay then, Uncle Huang stopped persuading him. The next day. Gu Linfeng got up early. System, sign in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the property rights of the shops along the luxury commercial street in the city center, a total of 58 stores. Total value is 3 billion. Gu Linfeng was slightly surprised. The retail space in the luxury commercial street is extremely valuable. Everyone who can rent a shop there is a world-class luxury product. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. Hello. Who are you looking for? Excuse me, is this Mr. Gu? I am Ming Hongtu, the general manager of Tianyao Property. I would like to report my work to you in person. Gu Linfeng understood. It seems like this is another person arranged by the system. Let's talk about it later. Then he hung up the phone. After washing up, Gu Linfeng didn't even eat breakfast and went to school with his car keys. Before leaving, Gu Beichen chased him out and told him to come back for lunch. Gu Linfeng had just parked the Lamborghini into the parking space when Zhang Junjie trotted over. Mr. Gu, I have something to report to you. What's the matter? Gu Linfeng put the key into his pocket and asked puzzledly. It's like this, last night Mr. Gu, no, it was Gu Nanling who called me. Zhang Junjie quickly changed the words. Why am I calling you? Asking you to find prey for him. Gu Linfeng laughed. He felt very happy after destroying all of Gu Nanling's collections last night. No, Gu Nanling asked me to prepare a cake, said Zhang Junjie. Prepare the cake. Gu Linfeng said nonchalantly, then go and prepare it. Don't tell me this useless information. Zhang Junjie hurriedly stopped Gu Linfeng who was about to leave. Mr. Gu, please listen to me. It's normal for Gu Nanling to ask me to prepare the cake, but he asked me to process the prepared cake. What's the meaning? Zhang Junjie said hurriedly, just add a stick at the bottom of the cake. Who is he going to harm? Gu Linfeng became interested. I don't know about that, but he asked me to send it to Xishan Royal Manor tomorrow. Zhang Junjie scratched his head, I think. Zhang Junjie didn't say the rest. But with Gu Linfeng's intelligence, he understood it immediately. This information is very useful, you are great. Gu Linfeng patted Zhang Junjie on the shoulder. Do I still need to prepare the cake? Why don't you prepare? Prepare normally. Gu Linfeng had already guessed what his stupid brother O was going to do. After saying goodbye to Zhang Junjie, Gu Linfeng went to the multimedia classroom for class. Zhang Long came up to him and asked, Godfather, what are you busy with recently? Why don't you go back to the dormitory to sleep? I'll go back in a few days. Gu Linfeng said in a low voice. The song, My Sky, that you sang yesterday was so popular. Now all the video platforms are full of news about you. Zhang Long said enviously. Oh. Really? Gu Linfeng also became interested and picked up the phone to take a look. After one night of fermentation, the number of fans on his video platform has reached 5 million. Almost all of his fans on the video platform left messages asking him to record a studio version. This made him a little interested. Gu Linfeng looked at his 3 adopted sons. Do you want to be famous? Certainly. It's a must. Then let's sing this song together. Gu Linfeng wanted to raise 3 adopted sons. This song, My Sky, was a very popular song in my previous life, and it was also sung by many people. Thank you, Godfather, the 3 adopted sons said in unison. You guys practice on your own first, I'll be out for a while. Gu Linfeng looked at the time on his watch. Chapter 78 Birthday Gift. After class, Gu Linfeng drove his Lamborghini towards Shishan. This time, he deliberately connected his phone to Bluetooth and played his newly plagiarized song My Sky. Gu Linfeng was humming and was in a very good mood. It feels so good to listen to your own songs while driving. When we reached the suburbs, there were fewer and fewer cars on the road. At this moment, a Porsche 918 passed by him from the left like a mad beast. Hurry up and reincarnate. Gu Linfeng cursed inwardly and stepped on the accelerator a few more times. As if hearing Gu Linfeng's insults, the 918 in front suddenly slammed on the brakes. Gu Linfeng was startled and swerved the car to avoid a rear-end collision. Gu Linfeng got angry and stepped on the accelerator to chase after him. The 2 sports cars drove side by side, and Gu Linfeng also spotted Gu Nanling in the Porsche. Gu Linfeng raised his middle finger, opened the car window and shouted, "You did this on purpose, didn't you?" This provocative behavior made Gu Linfeng very angry. However, Gu Nanling ignored him and drove away on the accelerator. Gu Linfeng sneered in his heart, picked up his phone and called 122. Hey, I'm reporting a white Porsche with license plate number A12355 speeding in the suburbs. It's estimated to be going over 200 kilometers per hour. I hope you can intercept it as soon as possible. Okay sir, we'll be there right away. Gu Linfeng was driving leisurely and saw Gu Nanling, who was stopped by the uncle in the hat on the side of the road. Hey, isn't this Master Gu? What happened? Gu Nanling's face darkened. Did you report it? Yes, I am a caring citizen and I firmly oppose your speeding behavior. Gu Linfeng said righteously. Just wait for me. Gu Nanling stopped pretending and completely lost his composure and disguise. Gu Linfeng waved his hand. Bye. Just wait for me. Gu Nanling cursed viciously while inhaling the exhaust fumes of the Lamborghini. Young man, please show your driver's license. The uncle in the hat said with a serious face. Gu Nanling reluctantly took out his driver's license. Speeding, dangerous driving, 12 points deducted from your driver's license, and you must retake subject 1. Uncle had enforced the law impartially and did not give Gu Nanling any leniency just because he was driving a luxury car. You don't know me. Gu Nanling had a blank expression. If you break the law, you will be punished. What does this have to do with whether I know you or not? The uncle in the hat adjusted the recorder on his shoulder. Okay. You're awesome. Gu Nanling glanced at the law enforcement recorder guiltily. You can't drive the car anymore. Find someone to take it away, the uncle in the hat reminded. Gu Nanling gritted his teeth and reluctantly called Uncle Huang. When Gu Linfeng arrived at the castle, he found that the interior had already been decorated. Gu Baichen was even so vulgar as to hang a banner on the wall. Happy birthday to my 2 precious sons, your loving daddy. Son, are you surprised? Gu Baichen said with a smile. Wow, this is such a surprise. Gu Linfeng's tone was exaggerated, but it was just a fake smile. Gu Xinyu rolled her eyes. I didn't expect that you and Nanling have the same birthday. Humph, otherwise I wouldn't celebrate your birthday. Okay, talk less. Gu Xingchen, who was sitting on a chair and operating a laptop, didn't even raise his head. Wu Yuzhen just came down from upstairs and checked the time. Why hasn't Nanling come back yet? Just as he finished speaking, Gu Nanling ran in breathlessly with a cake in his hand. There was a bit of traffic on the road, so I came back a little late. Then he looked at Gu Linfeng and said through gritted teeth, brother came back so quickly. Just now when I was coming back, I saw a person on the road who was caught by the traffic police for speeding. He looked very similar to you. Was that you? Gu Linfeng asked knowingly. How could it be me? Gu Nanling didn't want to leave a bad impression in front of Wu Yuzhen, so he quickly denied it. Oh, maybe I saw it wrong. Gu Linfeng nodded thoughtfully. Now that all the family members are here, let's celebrate. Gu Baichen had the aura of a head of the family. However, no one moved, and everyone looked at Wu Yuzhen. Seeing the hostess nod, he walked towards the restaurant. Everyone took their seats. Gu Xinyu handed a small box to Gu Nanling with a smile. Brother, this is a gift that sister prepared for you, open it and see if you like it. Thank you, sister. Gu Nanling took it happily. After opening it, it turned out to be a Vacheron Constantine watch. The value is around 3 million. It is considered the king of Vacheron Constantine watches. What about Lin Feng's gift? Gu Baichen frowned. Oh, of course I have prepared that too. Gu Xinyu took out a similar gift box with a wicked smile. Here, this is for you. Gu Xinyu threw it on the table. Lin Feng, open it and take a look. Gu Baichen was a little impatient, he felt that his daughter had grown up. Gu Linfeng had no choice but to reluctantly open the gift box. A silver electronic watch appeared in the gift box. This is... Gu Linfeng frowned. Isn't this a little genius children's watch? I'm sorry, I spent all my money on buying a Vacheron Constantine for brother Nanling, and the remaining money is only enough to buy you this children's watch. You don't mind, right? Gu Xinyu raised her eyebrows. Why would I mind? Gu Linfeng picked up the children's watch with a smile. After observing it for a while, he pretended to put it on, but pretended that he didn't stand firmly and the children's watch fell to the ground. Gu Linfeng cried out, ouch, and accidentally stepped on the children's watch with his foot. With a crack, the little genius broke into 2 pieces, revealing the dark electronic components inside. I didn't expect the heart of this watch to be black. Garbage is garbage. Gu Linfeng frowned, things that break if you step on them. Gu Linfeng smiled bitterly and looked up, my brother stepped on the gift my sister gave me, you don't mind, right? It seems to me that you did it on purpose. Gu Xinyu put her hands on her hips and looked like she was about to explode. Okay. Wu Yuzhen felt a headache. Xingchen, where's your gift? Gu Xingchen closed the notebook and said calmly, I came back in a hurry and left it at the company and forgot to bring it back. You lose things every day. Wu Yuzhen scolded. Gu Xingchen didn't explain. I really don't know how to explain it. I can't say that I was too busy and forgot to buy a gift, right? Okay, just make it up next time. Gu Baichen stepped forward to help and took out 2 pieces of paper. Nanling, this is yours. Gu Nanling took it with joy. This is the transfer agreement for Villa number 2 in Guanjing Garden. From now on, this is your house. Everyone in the room gasped. Dad, you are biased. That house is worth 500 million yuan. I have been asking for it for so long and you didn't give it to me. Now you give it to my younger brother. I want it regardless. Gu Xinyu pouted and acted coquettishly. Wu Yuzhen smiled and said, okay Xinyu, let your dad make it up to you on your next birthday. Then I'll remember this. You can't be partial. Gu Xinyu sat back in the chair reluctantly. Chapter 79 Share Donation. Thank you, Dad. Gu Nanling expressed his gratitude, but in his heart he was already imagining how to hold an embarrassing party in a luxurious villa. Gu Linfeng had no expression on his face. It was just Villa number 2. He lived in Villa number 1. Gu Baichen then took out another piece of paper mysteriously, son, this is yours. Gu Linfeng took it calmly, thinking it would be a house, but the contents inside surprised him. Gu Group Equity Transfer Letter. Donate 25% of Gu Group's equity to Gu Linfeng. It will take effect immediately after signing. The market value of Gu Group exceeds 100 billion yuan, and this 1/4 of the shares is an astronomical figure. This Gu Baichen seems to be dominated by his wife, but I didn't expect him to be so courageous. Gu Linfeng couldn't help but look up to Gu Baichen. What are you giving me, old Gu? Wu Yuzhen asked curiously after noticing Gu Linfeng's surprised expression. Linfeng, sign quickly. Gu Baichen urged. Wu Yuzhen frowned and reached out to snatch the contract from Gu Linfeng's hand. I read it at a glance. After a moment, Wu Yuzhen's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. Old Gu, why didn't you discuss such a big thing with me? Gu Xingqing secretly said that something bad had happened, and stood up and walked behind Wu Yuzhen. After seeing the equity transfer agreement, his cold and frosty face finally showed some fluctuations. Dad, I have worked hard for this family for so many years, and it's fine that I didn't get any shares, but what about him? He just got it back, and you gave him 25% of the shares. Why? What? Gu Xinyu was shocked. Although she was not interested in business, she knew what these shares meant. Gu Nanling's face looked like he was constipated, but he knew his identity and could only lower his head so that others would not notice his expression. Lin Feng will inherit the Gu family eventually. Gu Beichen sighed. No. Several women said in unison. Wu Yuzhen coughed and said, the value of this share is too high, and Lin Feng has just returned and doesn't know much about Gu Group. Let's talk about this later. Fearing that Gu Linfeng might have unnecessary thoughts, Wu Yuzhen said earnestly, Mom is afraid that you can't control yourself. Gu Linfeng sneered in his heart. Are you afraid that I won't be able to handle it? So you're asking you to come in person? Of course, he was just thinking about it. Dad, you should take back the shares. Gu Linfeng said this seriously. Being able to give up a quarter of the shares shows how much pressure Gu Beichen is facing. No matter what the result is, he feels the kindness. No, this is something I have thought about carefully. Gu Beichen said solemnly. Old Gu, don't forget that I own half of the group's shares. Wu Yuzhen stood up excitedly. But don't forget what happened back then. Wu Yuzhen's face became increasingly ugly. Talking about that incident, Gu Beichen's eyes dimmed. He gave Gu Linfeng a helpless look and sat back in his chair dejectedly. At this moment, he seemed to have aged 10 years. He no longer looked like the powerful figure in the business world. It's really cowardly. Gu Linfeng was somewhat curious about what happened back then and how big of an impact it had to make Gu Beichen, a man with the same name as the overbearing CEO Gu Beichen, become so decadent. Let's stop here and move on. Wu Yuzhen clapped her hands gracefully as if nothing had happened. Pa! Carry them all up. Gu Linfeng was shocked. What gift needs to be carried? Butler Lao Huang came in with 4 or 5 servants carrying boxes. After putting the box down, Wu Yuzhen first found a document in the box and handed it to Gu Nanling lovingly. Gu Nanling was originally in a low mood, but he smiled happily the moment he saw the document. Thank you, mother. Gu Nanling took it and took a look. Nanling, you've grown up, and it's time for you to go out and do something. This is a street-side shop in the center of the commercial street. Think about what kind of business you can do and practice your skills. Wu Yuzhen's eyes narrowed into slits as she smiled. Thank you, mother. Although he felt disappointed, Gu Nanling did not dare to show it at all. Mom! Don't tell me that the remaining gifts are from Gu Linfeng. Gu Xinyu felt jealous as she looked at the paper boxes that reached her knees. Lin Feng just came back, so what's wrong with having more gifts? Wu Yuzhen waved her hand to motion Gu Xinyu to sit down. Lin Feng, open it and take a look yourself. Gu Linfeng said, squatted down and picked up the cardboard box. After unpacking the carton, he picked up a gift box. It says on the gift box, Linfeng's first birthday gift. Inside it are your birthday gifts from the age of 1 to 19. You haven't been with me for these years, so I'm going to give you all of them at once today. Wu Yuzhen said calmly. What else could Gu Linfeng say? He could only say, thank you, and silently sang in his heart. Listen to me saying thank you, because of you, the 4 seasons are warm. Open it quickly and take a look. Wu Yuzhen seemed more anxious than Gu Linfeng. Okay. Gu Linfeng exerted a little force, and the 1-year-old birthday present was opened, and a golden longevity lock appeared in everyone's sight. This is what you should have worn on your full moon day, but you were no longer in the Gu family by then, so I'm giving it to you now. Wu Yuzhen explained with a smile. Gu Linfeng didn't say anything, but opened the second gift. This gift left Gu Linfeng speechless. It turned out to be a set of children's clothes. This is knitted by your mother for you. Wu Yuzhen said with self-movement. At this time, Gu Xinyu no longer said that she was biased, but covered her mouth and laughed from time to time. Even Gu Xingqing frowned. Next, unwrap the gifts one by one. Wu Yuzhen was able to explain the purpose of each gift until he opened the last birthday gift for his 19th birthday, when a car key appeared in front of him. Mom knows you have your own car, but it was bought by you. Wu Yuzhen explained, this is a gift from Mom. Don't drive that sports car anymore. Drive this one from now on. Gu Linfeng stared blankly at the Volkswagen key in his hand. I couldn't help but ask. Isn't this bias a bit too serious? Gu Nanling's adopted son drives a Porsche 918 when he goes out, but here he drives a Volkswagen. Gu Linfeng calculated that the total value of the gifts Wu Yuzhen gave was no more than 300,000. Mother, my brother is so happy that he is speechless. Gu Nanling added at the right time. Gu Beichen's face was gloomy. He wanted to get angry but didn't dare to. He snorted and turned away.